Lianqing, a small county nestled by mountains and waters. At 8 in the evening inside room 520 of Happiness Community, a heartwarming scene was unfolding. A family of 3 was happily having dinner with occasional chatter filling the air. Lin Xun's mother Gu Yanyan picked up the only drumstick from the dish with her long wooden chopsticks and placed it into her son's bowl. Come son, eat this drumstick and score well in tomorrow's exam. Seeing her son's slightly thin figure, Gu Yanyan's eyes revealed obvious concern. Lin Xun's father Lin Beishan also placed a freshly peeled shrimp into Lin Xun's bowl. Eat the shrimp to nourish your body. You've been staying up late studying every day, don't be drowsy tomorrow, and forget to fill in the answer sheet. As he spoke, he unashamedly sucked the shrimp juice from his fingers, wearing a satisfied expression as if he hadn't eaten shrimp in centuries. Lin Xun looked at them both, his nose tingling and his throat feeling as if a fishbone were stuck. Tomorrow was the day of his college entrance exam. Throughout his senior year, he had burned the midnight oil, writing furiously, all for the sake of getting into a good university, repaying his parents, and lifting this impoverished family to a comfortable life. Oh, son, what's wrong? Why are you crying for no reason? Gu Yanyan saw tears in her son's eyes and immediately felt heartbroken, quickly grabbing a tissue to wipe them away. Lin Xun took his mother's hand, moved to tears. Mom, Dad, thank you. Thank you for working so hard all these years to support my education. Look at your hands, Mom. Washing dishes every day has cracked them. And Dad, I know you secretly went to work at the construction site. Tonight you even made shrimp. It must have cost a lot. I won't let you down. Hearing Lin Xun's words, Lin Batian seemed unable to bear it and secretly turned his head away. Gu Yanyan quickly said, "Oh, we're a family. Why say such things? Be good, hurry up and eat, then rest well for tomorrow's exam." Lin Xun nodded emotionally, and the family continued their meal. Son, have you decided which university to apply to? Lin Batian suddenly asked. Lin Xun, tearing into the succulent drumstick, looked up and said, "I'm leaning toward Nanda." Oh, Nanda. That's one of the better first-year universities. That confident? Lin Batian was somewhat surprised. Lin Xun looked at his father with surprise. Dad, you know about Nanda? Lin Beishan's face stiffened, then he chuckled. I heard about it from old Wang next door. Lin Xun nodded. Although the admission cutoff for Nanda is high, I believe I can make it. As long as the exam isn't too far beyond the syllabus, I'm confident. Good. That's my son. Gu Yanyan looked at Lin Xun with pride in her eyes. Lin Xun smiled sheepishly. Then Gu Yanyan subtly signaled Lin Beishan, who understood and sighed. Son, Mom and Dad have been strict with you these past 2 years, but it's for your own good. Compared to your classmates, we're the most unsuccessful parents, making you suffer. We hope you can make something of yourself. Not necessarily to repay us, but at least to live in a better house and enjoy a better life. With that, Mom and Dad will be content for life. Dad, don't say that. Lin Xun's nose tingled again. He suddenly walked between them, taking one hand of each. Don't worry, your son will be successful. Mom believes in you, my precious son. Gu Yanyan nodded heavily with tears in her eyes. Lin Batian also looked on with immense pride. Mom, Dad, you eat first. I'm going to my room. Lin Xun finished the last grain of rice, greeted his parents, and returned to his room. Hearing the door close, Lin Batian and his wife stole a glance and breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Ring, ring. Lin Beishan's phone rang. He pulled out an old phone, glanced at the caller ID, and his expression shifted from the previous simpleton to that of a different person, exuding an air of authority. What's up, Mr. Lin? There's an important meeting tomorrow regarding the acquisition of Chu Corporation. What do you think? Lin Batian said calmly. Proceed as scheduled. Let Yulua handle it. Tomorrow my precious son has the college entrance exam, so as a father I must accompany him. The young master's taking the exam. Understood, Mr. Lin. He'll inform the vice president immediately. The secretary became respectful upon hearing this. That's it. Lin Batian hung up calmly. At least you have some conscience. If you abandoned our son to take the exam alone, you wouldn't be sleeping in my bed tonight. Gu Yanyan dropped her maternal persona and shot a glance at Lin Batian. The latter chuckled and immediately scurried over to massage her shoulders. Honey, when are we going back to Tianxian Manor? No. 1. Gu Yanyan glared. What? Already want to go back? Didn't we agree to wait until our son goes to college? Lin Batian sighed. Oh, it's been 12 years without us realizing. Living here so long, I almost forgot I'm the richest man in the country. Oh, didn't we agree? From a young age, we couldn't let him know that his father is not only the richest man in Dragon Country, but also the boss of the largest conglomerate in Lianqing. Don't you think it's working out well? We've seen how hard our son has worked these years. His grades have surpassed even ours at his age. And he even talks about taking care of us in the future. Isn't that a great result? Yes, our son is truly amazing now. When he finishes college, he can inherit my fortune. Then we'll make up for all the honeymoons we missed. Well, stop it. At your age, always so glib. I'm telling the truth. Who doesn't know that Lin Batian dotes on his wife the most? You. Gu Yanyan's expression turned serious, but this ends here. After the exam, well, tell him the truth. Honestly, seeing his almost gaunt face breaks my heart. Lin Batian also nodded in agreement. All right. After the exam, he'll have the butler buy him a sports car, order a Rolex, and get his favorite AJs. No, a whole room of AJs. These years our son has suffered too much. We had to scheme to hide the truth from him. I feel terrible too. Every time I pretended to go wash dishes, I actually went to play mahjong with my sisters. And I had to make my hands look rough? Haven't moisturized them in 10 years. Me too. I had to bribe people to keep the secret. I went to inspect construction sites, but had to pretend I was there to carry bricks. And I had to go often. Look at this tan. Lin Xun shook his head. The couple looked at each other, and then both broke into smiles. Liangqing Station. A graceful figure drew countless gazes. She wore a simple black dress that flowed lightly to the floor, no ornate jewelry. Her tall figure nearly reached 1.7 meters, her hair cascading like dark clouds. With curved willow leaf brows, eyes as deep as autumn waters, and as beautiful as stars, she wore an aloof, distant expression. Her straight nose and delicate cherry-red lips were utterly exquisite, truly a face that could topple cities. She stood quietly amidst the noisy crowd, transcendent and ethereal like a fairy without a trace of mortal dust, as if a legendary goddess dreamlike. Such a flawless beauty was rare in this world. Sure. A fiery red figure trotted over and directly embraced the stunning goddess. It was another beauty in a red dress, her face at least a 9 out of 10. You're finally here? How long are you staying this time? The red dress girl smiled at the black dress girl. The latter thought for a moment and said, about half a month. Great. This half month, it'll take you to see all the sights of Liangqing. Let you truly experience the charm of this town. Come on, I'll take you to my place. In a tense atmosphere, the college entrance examination was drawing to a close. On the afternoon of June 8th, Lin Xun finished the English exam in just 1 hour, including the listening section. Otherwise, he could have finished even sooner. As soon as the bell rang, he was the first to rush out of the exam hall. After 3 years of hard work, he had finally made it. As Lin Xun burst out before he could even look for his parents, a group of reporters surrounded him, camera flashes glaring in his face. Student, how did the exam go? Do you think you'll get into a good university? Student, as the first to leave the exam hall, how do you feel? The school gate was drawing much attention, with many news stations broadcasting live. Similar scenes were unfolding across the country. Lin Xun frowned, pushing aside a microphone that nearly jabbed his nose, and said, well, it felt okay. I have a good chance of getting into a first-year university. The crowd erupted in excitement, and the live stream chat flooded with 666 comments. A first-year university. Though there were many such schools, not many students from each school could get in. And judging by the young man's casual tone, he was clearly being modest. Lin Xun ignored the reporters, craned his neck, and looked around, searching for his parents. He knew that his father worked as a laborer on construction sites, and his mother washed dishes at a restaurant. They were always busy. Yet they still took time off to come see him take the exam, and he was deeply moved. After looking around and not finding them, half of his joy from finishing the exam faded. A hint of gloom passed through his eyes. Student, what's your name? A reporter pressed on. Lin Xun said, my name is Lin Xun. Then your parents must be very outstanding to have raised such an excellent child. More microphones were shoved toward him. Lin Xun looked at the cameras, hesitated for a moment, then said frankly, just an ordinary kid. My dad works on construction sites, my mom is a kitchen staff at a restaurant. We're poor, so I've always studied hard to get into a good university and find a decent job to take care of my parents. Applause erupted. Well said. A man's ambition knows no bounds. I support you, brother. People around clapped. At that moment, other examinees began to appear at the school gate, and Lin Xun's pressure eased somewhat. Still being the first to leave the exam hall, the reporters wanted to capture more of his footage, hoping to revisit the results on release day. Just then a black Rolls-Royce drove in, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Whoa, where did this big shot come from? A Rolls-Royce. I'd work myself to death and still not afford this. Whose subordinate is this? Could it be a rich second-generation's family picking them up? I've never seen such a luxury car around here. Lin Xun glanced at the Rolls-Royce with a flicker of envy, but quickly turned that envy into motivation. Just as Lin Xun looked away to call home and share the good news, the Rolls-Royce door opened. From both sides stepped out his father Lin Baishan and his mother Gu Yanyan. Lin Xun was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, staring at the two. Lin Batian wore a burgundy suit, his figure stout but tall, his hair meticulously styled with gel. He looked like a completely different person. Gu Yanyan wore a black cheongsam, her figure tall and curvaceous, a mature and steady face, with light makeup, looking at least 10 years younger than before. As absurd as it seemed, Lin Xun recognized them as his parents. But, he couldn't understand. His family was so poor they could only afford seafood once a month. His dad worked on construction sites, his mom washed dishes. How could they be driving a luxury car? A Rolls-Royce. Had only seen pictures. How much would that cost? It could probably buy several apartments in Happiness Community. Mom Gu Yanyan giggled and trotted over, arms open, smiling at Lin Xun. Son, come here, let mom hug you. Son. The crowd felt like a thunderbolt struck. Everyone stared at mother and son with eyes as wide as oxen. Wait. You call him son? You're the mother who washes dishes at a restaurant. And that middle-aged man. Is he the father who works on construction sites? A construction site worker driving a Rolls-Royce. What happened to the family being poor? What happened to repaying his parents when he grew up? The crowd felt utterly confused. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was flooded with whoa, whoa, whoa. Didn't this kid just say his family was poor? Looks like they're only poor in money. Damn. He claimed they had no money, but the reality is a Rolls-Royce. Some hidden rich. I almost believed him. Listen to what the young man said about repaying his family. It almost brought tears to my eyes. All wasted. In the clown. Who is he? Is his family really that rich? Rich and good at studying. If heaven gave me half, I'd gladly be a poor student. Lin Xun himself was still in a daze. Son, what's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Gu Yanyan walked up to him looking puzzled. Lin Xun snapped back to reality, staring at his mother, who looked slightly unfamiliar, finally swallowed, and said, Mom. Yes, child. It's me. Surprise. Gu Yanyan smiled and gave him a hug. Dad Lin Batian strode over like a tiger, patted him on the shoulder, and asked how did it go. Lin Xun looked at his father, who now stood tall and proud. Dad. Where was the old man who used to bend over in the kitchen complaining of back pain? Yes. Lin Batian grinned. My son, I am indeed your father. Lin Xun's lips twitched. Can you explain this to me? Where did you get those clothes? Where did you rent that car? Lin Batian and Gu Yanyan exchanged a helpless glance. It seemed their son didn't believe they were rich. Seeing so many reporters and more students gathering, Lin Batian didn't want to be pestered and said, let's go home first. We'll talk at home. Lin Xun was still dazed, letting Gu Yanyan pull him into the car. Soon the Rolls-Royce sped away, leaving the stunned reporters and onlookers behind. Inside room 520 of Happiness Estate, Lin Batian held Gu Yanyan's hand, sitting upright and gazing seriously at Lin Xun before them. Lin Xun in turn scrutinized his parents from head to toe. Even now he still couldn't accept the fact that his parents had suddenly become wealthy. Son, have you seen enough? Gu Yanyan asked with a gentle smile. Lin Xun frowned and said, enough? Now I'll ask and you answer. All right. Ask whatever you don't understand, Lin Batian replied with a hearty chuckle. Lin Xun stared at his father's face and inquired, Dad, did you secretly buy a lottery ticket? Lin Batian was taken aback. Why do you ask that? Lin Xun retorted. Then what else could it be? How else could our family suddenly become so rich? He had been confirming this all the way back, and Lin Batian had repeatedly admitted it. The Rolls-Royce belonged to his family. He was actually a rich second generation. Heavens! He had been raised in poverty all this time. The more Lin Xun thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed, and he concluded that his parents must have come into sudden wealth. A lottery. He could think of no other explanation. Lin Batian shook his head. Ah, son, after all these years of keeping this from you, our hearts ache. The truth is our family is so wealthy that you could wipe yourself with money. Lin Xun's mouth twitched. Yes, son. Your mother and I didn't mean to deceive you. Our original intention was to teach you self-reliance and discipline to prevent you from becoming a spoiled brat because of our wealth. Now that you've finished your college entrance exams, we decided it's time to come clean. We're sorry for the hardship you endured. Gu Yanyan looked at Lin Xun with a guilty expression. Lin Xun's lips twitched again. So I really am a rich kid. Lin Batian and Gu Yanyan nodded simultaneously. Lin Xun sighed, inwardly realizing he had been deceived for so many years. Dad, you went to work at the construction site every day? Oh, that was just me inspecting the work. There's a real estate project under development nearby. And Mom, you wash dishes. While my group of girlfriends kept inviting me to play mahjong. After all these years of friendship, I couldn't refuse. The clown turned out to be him. As if recalling something, Lin Xun looked at Lin Batian. Dad, am I really your biological son? He even doubted whether he was their own child. Of course you are. Don't we look alike? We're both handsome and dashing. Lin Batian declared with a grand gesture. Oh son, don't overthink it. The point is our family is rich, Gu Yanyan said with a smile. Dad, Mom, give me some time. I need to calm down. Lin Xun said with a wry smile. Who wouldn't be overwhelmed by suddenly receiving such immense wealth? He even wondered if he was hallucinating from studying too hard, thinking everything around him was an illusion. Lin Batian and Gu Yanyan exchanged glances. The latter said, all right son, take your time to calm down. Don't dwell on it. Just relax. Lin Xun nodded. I'll go to my room then. Watching his son drift dazedly into the room, Lin Batian remarked, this isn't how I imagined it. Gu Yanyan shot him a glare. What did you expect? That our son would be blinded by money? Lin Batian chuckled awkwardly. No, that's not what I meant. Gu Yanyan said, it's normal for him to need time to accept this. Well, wait a bit longer. There's no rush. Lin Batian nodded, then asked, all right dear. So can we move back to the villa now? Gu Yanyan replied calmly. We'll move when our son is willing to go. Hearing this, Lin Batian's face fell with disappointment. Then Gu Yanyan added, but we don't have to pretend to be poor anymore. From now on, we'll eat well. Lin Batian's eyes lit up. It wasn't that he disliked stir-fried potatoes with pork, but at his level of wealth one inevitably craved delicacies from land and sea. Just then Lin Xun's door suddenly opened, revealing him in a change of clothes, as if ready to go out. Gu Yanyan quickly asked, son, where are you off to in such a hurry? Lin Xun replied hastily, Our class is having a graduation banquet tonight at Forest Royal Court. I need to get going. Lin Batian was stunned, then said, "Want to take your dad's Rolls Royce?" Lin Xun paused briefly. No. Besides, I don't have a driver's license. Then should I drive you? No need. I don't want to cause a stir. Mom, Dad, I won't be home for dinner. You two go ahead. With that, Lin Xun dashed out the door. This kid. One moment he's questioning life, and the next he's running off. Gu Yanyan said with a hint of exasperation. Forest Royal Court. Why does that sound so familiar? Oh, I get it. It's one of my restaurants, Lin Batian said, his eyes lighting up. Gu Yanyan quickly caught on, then called them immediately, and let them know. Lin Batian promptly pulled out his newly upgraded Fruit 15 Pro. Right. They'll send our son's photo to all the employees and heads of various businesses so they can recognize their young master. And also our son will come back after the banquet. You need to inform the butler. Actually, you'll make that call. As Gu Yanyan spoke, she took out her leading-edge phone and began dialing. Meanwhile, Lin Xun left the estate and hailed a ride-hailing car. Driver, Forest Royal Court, please. The driver, a kind-looking 40-something man with a cheerful disposition, struck up a conversation. Young man heading to college. Lin Xun smiled, just finished the college entrance exams. The driver was surprised. Oh, how did you do? Not bad, Lin Xun replied with a nod. When someone says not bad, they're either a top student or a humble one, the driver chuckled. Lin Xun smiled, but didn't respond. Handsome lad, like you got a girlfriend yet? The driver asked, glancing in the rearview mirror. Not yet. I've been focused on my studies and I just turned 18. Lin Xun replied. What a coincidence. I have a niece who also just finished her exams. She's really pretty. Want me to introduce you? The driver offered cheerfully. Lin Xun was taken aback. Just as he was about to say something, the driver pulled out his phone, opened the photo album, found a picture, and handed the phone to Lin Xun. Look, this is my niece. Lin Xun glanced at it. The girl wasn't exceptionally beautiful, nor was she plain. Just an ordinary girl who seemed cheerful and sunny. Still, Lin Xun complimented, she's very pretty. Hee right. The driver laughed happily, then continued his pitch, so interested in getting to know her. Lin Xun declined. No thanks, driver. I already have a girl I like. As he said this, a girl's figure involuntarily came to mind. Chatting desultorily with the cab driver, the destination soon arrived. Gazing at the towering skyscrapers before him, Lin Xun couldn't help but marvel. A restaurant built like a corporation with so many floors, could they even handle the business? Then his thoughts drifted to his own home, and he wondered, was he really a rich second-generation heir? My parents have hidden it for so many years and I never noticed. They're truly masters of acting. Without dwelling on it, Lin Xun was about to enter. Sun Gu. At that moment, a delighted voice came from behind. Lin Xun turned around and was pleasantly surprised to see the newcomer. Heir Pang, you just got here too. Heir Pang was his high school classmate and desk mate for a year. They were close buddies. Heir Pang lived up to his name with a stout and plump figure. Oh man, I had to travel all the way to this distant Forest Royal Court, taking 2 bus rides, Heir Pang complained. Lin Xun chuckled. I heard this Forest Royal Court is the biggest restaurant in Liangqing. Even eating a meal here is quite something. Heir Pang grinned. True, would never afford a meal here in a lifetime. Leaning in secretly, he whispered. I heard the stuff inside is crazy expensive, especially that ham. One tiny slice costs as much as my living expenses for several years. What kind of ham is that pricey? We always add ham to our instant noodles. Lin Xun's mouth twitched. He wanted to tell him that this ham wasn't the same as that. I'll forget it. Let's go into any later, and we'll be late. Lin Xun led Heir Pang into the restaurant. Indeed, as Heir Pang had said, the prices here were exorbitant. Booking a private room here, they heard, was thanks to the class monitor, a rich second-generation heir whose family owned several chain hotels and was incredibly wealthy. Gazing at the luxurious decor inside the restaurant, Lin Xun and Heir Pang couldn't help but feel a sense of restraint. Sun Gu, when we split the bill later, remember to help out your chubby bro. Heir Pang said, his voice trembling. Lin Xun replied helplessly, look at you, no backbone. He himself had been somewhat uncertain, but thinking of his own family, he suddenly felt that a meal's cost should be within his means, right? The two politely asked the front desk for the private room's location. To their surprise, the receptionist was extremely warm, immediately using a walkie-talkie to call another attendant to guide them. Lin Xun had an odd feeling. He noticed the receptionist's gaze kept sweeping over him, as if appraising a treasure with a wolfish glint. Damn, could his charm really be that astounding? After Lin Xun followed the attendant away, the receptionist suddenly grabbed her walkie-talkie and exclaimed excitedly, attention, all departments. The young master has entered the hotel. He's currently heading to room 709. Copy that. My European abalone and lobster royal combo will arrive at the battlefield in 5 minutes. Copy that. The 1982 law fight is ready. Copy that. High-quality waitstaff are prepared. Copy that. The manager has been notified and is rushing over by plane. Meanwhile, in room 709, a group of classmates had already gathered. After the college entrance exam, they were all lively, completely shedding the repression of school, like prisoners released. Yo, Lin Xun, Heir Pang. You're 5 minutes late. You'll have to drink 3 cups as punishment. Seeing the two, some classmates heckled. Lin Xun and Li Peng smiled awkwardly and went along. The room was spacious, easily accommodating 40 to 50 people. Lin Xun scanned the crowd and quickly found the person he was looking for. A touch of tenderness flickered in his eyes as he walked toward her. Hey, hey, hey. Xiao Qing, look, Lin Xun's coming over. The girls chatting suddenly stopped, all looking at the approaching Lin Xun. One girl nudged another. The girl was strikingly beautiful, undoubtedly the most attractive among the females present. Her jet black hair cascaded down, and her delicate features were lightly made up, pure as a lotus. Her name was Su Qing, the class academic monitor, and she had a close relationship with Lin Xun. The two often studied together in the classroom, supervising each other, and were the class acknowledged couple. Lin Xun had grown close to her over the past year. They often accompanied each other discussing studies and occasionally sharing meals. Feelings had quietly blossomed between them, but with the college entrance exam looming, neither had confessed. Lin Xun stopped in front of Su Qing, looking at her. You look beautiful tonight. School usually forbade makeup, so she was always barefaced. But tonight Su Qing was so lovely, she made his heart flutter. Ooh, the girls began to tease. Su Qing smiled slightly and said, thank you. You look handsome too tonight. Lin Xun smiled. Would you like to take a walk together after dinner? Before, he had never thought about dating because his only goal was to get into university. Now that the exam was over, it was time to consider it. Adolescent feelings come suddenly, and some people, if missed, are lost forever. So he planned to confess tonight. Oh my, handsome Lin. Everyone knows about you too. Are you about to confess? A girl with a high ponytail teased Lin Xun. Gally, don't joke. Su Qing frowned and shot her a glare. The other girls laughed. Lin Xun smiled. I confess, but only if she agrees. Ooh. The girls erupted in teasing. Others looked on with amused expressions, though some harbored secret feelings they had no intention of revealing. After all, some crushes are only true when kept hidden. Amidst the crowd's teasing, Su Qing's face showed a hint of unease. She looked at Lin Xun, her eyes apologetic. Lin Xun, who knew Su Qing well, felt a sinking sensation. Sorry, Lin Xun. I can't accept. Silence fell as everyone looked on in surprise. Lin Xun's face stiffened, then he forced a smile. May I ask why? Sorry, classmate Lin Xun. Qingqing has already agreed to be my girlfriend. A relaxed voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a young man enter the private room, followed by a middle-aged woman. The woman was their high school homeroom teacher. The young man was the class monitor Qin Hao, who had organized this graduation banquet. Lin Xun looked at Su Qing in disbelief. Is what he said true? Su Qing bit her lip, meeting his gaze with reluctance and sympathy. Then she stood up and walked over to Qin Hao. The latter smiled slightly, taking her hand naturally, and announced to everyone, listen up everyone. Today, in front of our homeroom teacher and all classmates, I formally declare that Su Qing is now my girlfriend. Applause erupted. Though a bit awkward, clapping was the appropriate response. Lin Xun stood there dazed, staring at their joined hands. Lin Xun, we're not meant to be. This past year I appreciate your help, but I've always seen you as a good friend. If I've caused any misunderstanding, I apologize. Look at that. Is that something a person should say? Lin Xun gazed at Su Qing, who had uttered these words, and at this moment, he felt she was so alien. How could she have said such a thing? Could she truly pretend that nothing had happened over this entire year? Although nothing had indeed occurred, Lin Xun refused to believe that after spending so much time together day and night, Su Qing felt nothing for him. So you've been playing me for a fool. Lin Xun's eyes were wounded as he stared at Su Qing. Su Qing didn't dare to meet his gaze. It was Qin Hao by her side, who spoke up. Lin Xun, don't be like that. Don't act as if Qingqing owes you something. She just studied with you for a year, nothing happened. You were merely helping each other out. Yeah, Lin Xun, now that Su Qing is with Qin Hao, you should wish them well. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Ting, also chimed in. Lin Xun glanced at her, sensing that she must have been bribed by Qin Hao. For a moment he felt disgusted. He had planned to toast her in gratitude for 3 years of guidance, but now it seemed unnecessary. You guys are going too far. What did my brother do to you? And you, Qin Hao, since it's come to this, stop with the sarcasm. My brother couldn't care less. Li Peng couldn't stand it any longer, glaring at Qin Hao. None of the classmates spoke up, sensing the tension in the air. Though they had previously favored Lin Xun and Su Qing, who would have expected Qin Hao to swoop in. What could they do? Naturally, they'd side with Qin Hao. After all, without him, they couldn't afford the forced royal court. Sorry, Lin Xun. Qin Hao smiled lightly. How can you say that? Asked Qingqing, wasn't she with me willingly? Lin Xun's gaze shifted. He looked at Su Qing again, hoping to see a flicker of hesitation on her face. But he was disappointed. Su Qing said calmly, I truly like Qin Hao, that's why I agreed to date him. Besides, Lin Xun and I are innocent, so don't spread rumors from now on. Lin Xun suddenly laughed. Fine, fine, fine. He had been fooling himself. The clown was him again. Lin Xun, let this be the end of it. There are plenty of pretty girls in college. You'll surely find your true love. But I hope you can bless Qingqing and me. Qin Hao looked at Lin Xun, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Qingqing. Ha, how intimate they sounded. Lin Xun had now regained his composure. He shook his head, then said flatly to Su Qing, I wish you happiness. Though there was a flicker of despondence in Su Qing's eye, she nodded, "Thank you, I will." Soon the banquet proceeded as usual. The waiters brought in dishes and drinks, and the earlier incident was strangely left unmentioned, as if it had passed. Outrageous. Too much. Liu Pang and Lin Xun sat on a sofa in the corner, the former angrily watching Qin Hao among the crowd. "What are you so worked up about?" Lin Xun looked at him calmly. "Brother Sun, I think that Qin guy deliberately humiliated you in front of the whole class," Liu Pang said with a pained expression. Lin Xun replied flatly, "And he succeeded, didn't he?" He looked at Qin Hao, who was now intimately holding Su Qing, both of them smiling, as they accepted toasts from everyone. Huh, how ironic. Just moments ago they were teasing him about Su Qing, and now they were scrambling to curry favor with Qin Hao. How utterly realistic. This graduation banquet had taught him a lesson. He had intended to confess his feelings, but now he was completely disheartened. He and Su Qing were from different worlds. Of course, from today onward, they truly were from different worlds. Qin Hao cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xun, his eyes filled with mockery and smugness. He had liked Su Qing for a long time, but had never had a chance because of Lin Xun. He knew that Lin Xun and Su Qing, through mutual study and support, had developed feelings, so pursuing her directly would be futile. Thus he deployed his money power. With just a little effort, Su Qing took the bait. He realized that even the most beautiful girl couldn't resist money if she did. It meant the offer wasn't high enough. Su Qing came from an ordinary family and planned to get into a good university for a bright future. Initially, she was somewhat resistant to Qin Hao's advances, but during a vacation, when he showed her the life of the wealthy, she found herself yearning for it. Expensive cosmetics, high-end dining, rare brands, cutting-edge technology, spending the most lavish money in the most luxurious places. Ordinary people truly couldn't resist. So she compromised with life. What could she do? Qin Hao offered too much. Even the feelings she had secretly developed for Lin Xun were washed away by Qin Hao's wealth. She longed for an upper-class life. That was reality. "Go toast your old flame," Qin Hao whispered in Su Qing's ear. Su Qing frowned. "He's not my old flame." Fine, go toast him, then say a proper goodbye," Qin Hao said indifferently. Su Qing nodded, then picked up a glass of wine and walked toward Lin Xun. Watching Su Qing's graceful figure, a lecherous glint flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. Lin Xun. Lin Xun was munching on peanuts with Liu Pang. Startled by the voice, he looked at Su Qing. "What are you here for? Won't your boyfriend get jealous?" Su Qing glanced at Qin Hao, who was already entertaining the classmates, then turned back to Lin Xun. "I'm sorry." Lin Xun sneered. "Do you think saying sorry now makes any difference?" Su Qing looked at the proud, cold boy, took a deep breath, and said flatly, "Lin Xun, I admit I'm grateful for your help, but we could never be together." "Because I'm poor." Lin Xun stared at her. Su Qing nodded seriously. "Yes, you can't give me the life I want." Lin Xun didn't want to speak anymore. He was only 18, well, how could he have the means to secure a girl's life? "This toast is for you. Let our bond end here." Su Qing didn't wait for Lin Xun's response. She tipped her head back and downed the wine. Lin Xun's gaze was complicated. "I hope you take care of yourself. Also, I've decided to go to Beidao with Qin Hao, so I won't be going to Nanda with you." With that, Su Qing turned and walked back. Lin Xun watched her retreating figure in silence. "Are Pang, you still eating?" "Can't afford it. Ooh, I want skewers." "Then let's go, my treat." Feeling out of place, the two were about to leave when the door to the private room suddenly opened. The door of the private room slowly swung open with two young and beautiful waitresses, each holding one side of the handle. Then one after another, exceptionally stunning waitresses walked in, each wearing a smile and carrying a dish in their hands along with bottles of red wine that appeared to be quite expensive. Yet they did not rush to place the wine and dishes on the table. Instead, they lined up inside the room. Everyone was utterly captivated. "Wow, so many beautiful ladies. Are these all waitresses? I feel like I'm looking at a bunch of goddesses." "Bro, can you not be so vulgar? Are the goddesses the point? Look at the dishes in their hands. Gosh, I've never seen any of them before. That's a huge lobster, and that golden ham. Could it be the legendary kind? An entire one. Is that white liquor? What's the name of that red one? I recognize every letter, but together they make no sense. Idiot, that's Lafite, and it's obviously pricey. How can you tell it's expensive?" "I guessed." Everyone instinctively stood up, gazing at the scene in wonder, feeling as if they were dreaming. So this is what it meant to dine at Forest Imperial Court. Truly, the expense came with its reasons. "Haha, brother Qin, you arranged this, didn't you? This is such a wonderful surprise." Some classmates quickly caught on and began flattering Qin Hao. Even Su Qing looked at Qin Hao with sparkling eyes, wearing a proud expression, as if to say, "This is my man." Qin Hao himself was bewildered. He forced a smile in response, but inside he was full of doubts. Something was off. His insight was clearly sharper than the others. These people, the dishes and wine, none of it was arranged by him. And though he had money, he could only afford a standard room. Every single dish here was beyond his means. Still, to maintain his image among his classmates, Qin Hao braced himself and laughed. "Ha, I didn't expect the restaurant service to be so attentive, but just enjoy the food and drink." Then he said to the waitresses, "Please put the dishes on the table." The beautiful waitresses wore professional smiles, yet Not a single one paid him any attention. Qin Hao was instantly embarrassed. The others also wore strange expressions. At that moment a man in a suit and tie with gelled hair walked in, exuding an air of authority that marked him as a successful figure. Qin Hao's eyes lit up. He had seen this man once before at a banquet he attended with his father. He was the general manager of Forest Imperial Court. Even back then his father Qin Shou had to tread carefully around him. This was an incredibly formidable person. He quickly poured 2 glasses of wine and approached the manager. Huang Manting was surveying the room searching for someone when he noticed a young man coming toward him. He frowned subtly, but remembering these were his young master's classmates, he restrained himself. Manager Huang, hello. Qin Hao greeted Huang Manting with a full smile. Huang Manting raised an eyebrow. And you are? My name is Qin Hao, my father is Qin Shou. Qin Hao quickly replied. Qin Shou, beast. Huang Manting glanced at Qin Hao with a strange look. This kid seemed normal enough, didn't he? How could he be the son of a beast? Sensing something, Qin Hao quickly added. Qin as in the Qin dynasty, Shou as in longevity. Oh, Qin Shou. I seem to recall him vaguely. He once offered me a toast at a banquet, Huang Manting said dismissively. Manager Huang, may I offer you a toast? Qin Hao handed over the glass with a sycophantic smile. Huang Manting's face showed a hint of impatience as he said coldly, even your old father isn't worthy of toasting me. You're too young. Qin Hao was utterly frozen. The others began to whisper among themselves. Huang Manting ignored Qin Hao and suddenly spotted Lin Xun in the crowd. His eyes lit up and he bypassed Qin Hao to stride quickly over to Lin Xun. Under everyone's gaze, Huang Manting grasped Lin Xun's hands with both of his own, exclaiming excitedly, young master, I finally met you. Everyone was petrified, staring in disbelief. None of them had expected that the manager who had just snubbed Qin Hao would now excitedly take Lin Xun's hands and call him young master. What was happening? Su Qing's face turned pale and paler. Lin Xun, the person in question, was utterly confused. What did you call me? Huang Manting's smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Young master. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I might look like your young master, but I'm not, Lin Xun quickly said. He was no young master, just a kid from an ordinary family. Suddenly, a premonition struck Lin Xun. No way. You are our young master. Your father is Chairman Lin Baishan, so you are our young master, Huang Manting said with a smile. Heavens! Lin Xun's father was the chairman of Forest Imperial Court. At that moment the classmates stared at Lin Xun as if seeing a ghost. Qin Hao and Su Qing were ashen-faced. Qin Hao, it's over. Who exactly did I just offend? Su Qing, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Lin Xun be a rich second-generation heir? His father was the chairman of Forest Imperial Court. Lin Xun's mouth formed an O shape. Damn. He knew his parents were secretly wealthy, but he had no idea they were this wealthy. Forest Imperial Court was his family's. Truly there were no rehearsals in life. He was completely unprepared. Huang Manting gestured to the waitresses. What are you waiting for? Greet him. Hello, young master. A chorus of crisp female voices rang out, a mix of sweet and mature. Everyone cast envious glances. Damn, a loser's comeback. Young master, since the chairman personally instructed that you're hosting a graduation banquet here, I had the kitchen prepare the dishes and wine. Would you like to move to the amethyst room or continue dining here? Huang Manting asked with a smile. What does amethyst room mean? A classmate asked curiously. The others wanted to know too. Only Qin Hao was filled with regret. Huang Manting glanced at these young people and smiled. Forest Imperial Court's rooms are ranked from low to high as bronze, silver, gold, and amethyst. The amethyst room is reserved for special VIPs, such as provincial leaders or municipal heads. The room you're in is a bronze room. Everyone gasped. A bronze room. They had no concept of it. They thought this room was already luxurious, yet it was only bronze. What would the highest level amethyst be like? At the same time, they felt that Qin Hao's prestige had been thoroughly undermined. Lin Xun could get into the amethyst room without saying a word, while Qin Hao had to use connections just to barely book a bronze one. It was somewhat pitiful. Young master, what's your decision? Huang Manting looked at Lin Xun patiently. The others looked at him hopefully, as if eager to decide for him. They knew that with a single word from Lin Xun, they could experience the highest level of service at Forest Imperial. No need, I was just about to leave. Lin Xun said. His words left everyone stunned. Lin, you just got here and haven't eaten much. Why leave so soon? Exactly. The food here is excellent. Stay and chat with us. Yeah, this might be our last gathering. Lin, come sit over here. Lin Xun looked at his classmates, whose faces changed faster than flipping pages, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. He had no interest in these people anymore. A face-slapping moment. Was it even necessary? No, it wasn't. Huang Manting, a shrewd man, sensed something amiss. He hesitated, then decided to observe. At that moment, Qin Hao approached Lin Xun with a smile. Lin Xun, we're all classmates. I never expected your family to be wealthy. You've kept a low profile all this time. Who are you trying to cozy up to? Qin, you were sneering at my bro Sun earlier. Now that his status has changed, you're back like a dog licking his boots. Where were you before? Li Pang sneered. Li Pang. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Hao's face turned pale. Young friend, what's going on? Huang Manting looked at Lin Pang. The latter pointed at Qin Hao indignantly. This guy is no good. Lin Xun was speechless. Fatty was more agitated than he was, as if he were the one being bullied. Huang Manting glanced at Qin Hao in surprise, then narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Qin Hao's face contorted. Manager Huang, no. Listen to me. I didn't. At that moment, Su Qing approached Lin Xun. Lin Xun were all classmates. There's no need to make things so awkward. Lin Xun was speechless. Look at my mouth. Did I say anything? But at the same time he was completely disillusioned with Su Qing. This woman had long hair, but short wit. Shaking his head, Lin Xun said to Fatty, let's go. You got it, bro. Lin Pang scurried after Lin Xun. Manager Huang, right? Lin Xun paused and turned to Huang Manting. Huang Manting quickly nodded. Yes, I am Huang. Lin Xun nodded. Don't make things hard for my classmates. And take all this away. I won't be eating here. Huang Manting's expression shifted. Young master, the chairman won't be pleased if he finds out. It's fine. He'll talk to my dad. Lin Xun said nonchalantly. Huang Manting nodded. Very well. By the way, young master, this is the top-tier red card of Forest Royal Court. With it you can enjoy the highest privileges. Of course you don't need it, but some people might not recognize you, and we wouldn't want any misunderstandings. He handed Lin Xun a red card he had prepared earlier. Lin Xun nodded. Thank you. I appreciate it. Soon under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Xun left with Lin Pang. Inside the private room the others exchanged glances. Su Qing watched Lin Xun leave. He hadn't hesitated. Did that mean he had already let go of her? For some reason her heart felt hollow, as if something had slipped through her fingers. Huang Manting scanned the room, his domineering aura returning. He said flatly, you may eat here since you've already paid. But this is the last time. From now on, Forest Royal Court is not welcome to any of you. How dare they bully his young master? That was like carrying a lantern into a latrine, courting death. The crowd turned pale. Manager Huang, it's not our fault. It's all on Qin Hao. Yes, we're innocent. I am very satisfied with your restaurant service. Please give me a chance to spend money here. Yes. Qin Hao, say something. The crowd anxiously looked at Qin Hao. They knew that being blacklisted wasn't the worst part. The worst was that Forest Royal Court's influence was renowned throughout Liangqing. If they published the blacklist, which employer would dare hire them? Qin Hao also looked ashen. He knew his Qin family was finished. Huang Manting watched coldly. He raised a hand. Check if the Qin family has a card at the court. Cancel it. Understood, manager. Qin Hao collapsed to the ground. After Huang Manting left with the hostesses, the room fell into an awkward silence. We're doomed. We're done for. Calm down. Forest Royal Court is above us. They won't bother with ordinary folks. Alas, a perfectly good farewell dinner ruined. Indeed, Lin Xun hit it so well. Even Su Qing didn't know he was a rich heir. If Su Qing had known, they might have been together by now. Oh, I remember. I heard this afternoon that a student was picked up after the college entrance exam by family in a Rolls-Royce. It made the news. Really? Was it Lin Xun? Let's check. Soon, everyone's expressions turned priceless. They discovered that the person at the center of the afternoon buzz at the school gate was actually their classmate. A Rolls-Royce. I might have lesson prep to do. He'll go first. The homeroom teacher suddenly said, offering Qin Hao an apologetic smile before fleeing the room. I just got a message. My dad wants me home for a banquet. I'm off. I have to go too. My girlfriend is picking me up. My fish is about to give birth. I need to assist. See you all. Wait for me. I've never seen a fish give birth. He'll come watch. Me too. Soon the classmates avoided Qin Hao like the plague and left the room. Soon only Qin Hao and Su Qing remained. Su Qing was dazed, her face full of confusion. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of Lin Xun. Lin Xun's father drives a Rolls-Royce. Forest Royal Court belongs to Lin Xun's family. Lin Xun is a secret rich heir. At this moment, overwhelming regret washed over her. If she had been with Lin Xun, her fate would have changed by now. How did this happen? Qin Hao muttered. Are you okay? Su Qing tried to support Qin Hao. Slap. Qin Hao struck Su Qing across the face, sending her sprawling onto the sofa. Bitch. It's all your fault. You ruined everything. My Qin family is finished. Qin Hao was nearly hysterical. Su Qing looked at him in disbelief. You hit me, Qin Hao roared. So what if I did? Damn it. Offending Lin Xun has ruined me. Su Qing, we're done. You're a jinx. Don't ever come near me again. Qin Hao stormed out of the room, leaving Su Qing alone, weeping with her face in her hands. At that moment she was utterly pathetic. Huh. That was freaking awesome. Xuanga, I never imagined you'd been hiding this deep, even fooling me. Lin Xun and his buddy Lin Pang were currently having skewers at a roadside stall. Lin Pang appraised Lin Xun with a sigh. Tisk, no matter how I look at you, you just don't have the aura of a rich second generation. Scram? How are you talking? Lin Xun's mouth twitched. You think I wanted this? My parents kept it from me for 18 whole years. Do you know how I've lived these 18 years? He felt like crying just thinking about it, having lived frugally all these years only to find out his family wasn't short on money at all. Xuanga Forest Royal Court is no ordinary place. Now it's yours, and who knows, your parents might have other businesses too. Li Pang said with a wink. Lin Xun kept his composure. I know, but it's my parents, not mine. He was still young, university life hadn't even begun, and the revolution was far from over. Hey, Su Qing must be regretting it now, right? Giving up a big tree like you for that toothpick, Qin Hao. TSK tisk Xunga, let me tell you, you need to watch out. According to the plot, that woman will definitely come back for you. Li Pang said with a sneer. Lin Xun pulled the tab on his beer, and his eyes complex. She and I are done. From now on, we're just strangers. How could he forget years of companionship so easily? Su Qing was once the moonlight of his heart. Oh, why talk about women when drinking? Come on, cheers. Li Pang shouted. Xunga, you're aiming for Nanjing University. Guys like me can only end up in a factory. Lin Xun smiled and clinked glasses with him. We're still young. Only by striving hard can we see what the future holds. The two drank cup after cup, quickly downing several cans, both getting tipsy. I need to take a leak. Lin Xun shook his aching head and got up to leave. Beside the roadside stall was a bridge over Liangcheng's famous Liang River, its waters flowing endlessly. Lin Xun staggered onto the bridge. A gentle breeze cleared his mind a bit, sobering him up. He rested his hands on the railing, staring blankly into the distance. Sometimes he pondered the meaning of life. Whatever one experiences in this life is inevitable. There's no should or shouldn't know right or wrong. What is meant for you will come, and not a single thing can be avoided. Living means trying to be happy and joyful, ensuring the parents who raised you live peacefully and happily, and leaving as few regrets as possible. Life is not easy. After going through certain things, you understand more deeply that life is unpredictable and things are hard to foresee. Worrying too much about some things is useless. What will happen still happens. Just face it calmly. The river water is cold at night. If someone jumps, even if they don't drown, they'll freeze to death. Just as Lin Xun was lost in thought, a cool voice sounded beside him. Lin Xun was startled, then turned to look, freezing in place. Beside him a girl had appeared. No. To Lin Xun, she seemed like a celestial maiden descended to earth. She possessed a beauty that inspired reverence, ethereally graceful. Her skin was as white as snow, and beneath her spring-hill-like brows were eyes shimmering with extraordinary light. Her straight sculpted nose and delicately curved soft cherry lips were tempting enough to bite. Her sharp yet rounded chin added infinite allure to her unapproachable cold elegance. How to describe her? Lin Xun summed it up with all his knowledge in 2 words: celestial maiden. The maiden's black hair danced in the wind, and her snow-white dress revealed her devilish figure faintly in the evening breeze. This figure. Did such a figure really exist in reality? What are you staring at? The celestial maiden looked directly at Lin Xun, her cool, calm gaze tinged with curiosity. You are beautiful, Lin Xun said, dazed. Su Qingshi paused, then found it amusing, a faint smile curling her red lips. Oh, my old heart. Lin Xun was utterly captivated. How could she be this beautiful? In his mind, Su Qing had already been very pretty, but he never expected to meet such a gorgeous girl today. Classmate, are you a university student? Su Qingshi felt she needed to understand. She had come here to clear her mind. Seeing this young man standing blankly by the bridge with a lost look, she thought he might be about to jump into the river. Lin Xun let out an ah, and quickly shook his head. No. Not yet. I just finished the college entrance exam. I haven't started university. For some reason he felt nervous. Su Qingshi raised her finely arched brows. So he was a junior. Did you fail the exam? Thinking of jumping into the river? Huh? Lin Xun was dumbfounded, a big question mark forming on his face. Then he scratched his head. Sister, you've misunderstood. I'm just here to enjoy the breeze. I have no intention of jumping. Su Qingshi paused, realizing her mistake. A bit embarrassed, she raised a hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Lin Xun's breath caught. A celestial maiden indeed. Any casual gesture made his heart race. Sorry, I misunderstood. Su Qingshi nodded and was about to walk past Lin Xun. Seeing this, Lin Xun felt a pang of emptiness. Was this beautiful encounter really going to end? Perhaps emboldened by alcohol, he suddenly called out to Su Qingshi, wait. Su Qingshi stopped and turned to him. Is something the matter? Lin Xun looked a bit awkward, but mustered his courage. Sister, are you a university student? Su Qingshi nodded yes. Which university? Lin Xun's expression brightened. Su Qingshi glanced at him. The boy wasn't as handsome as a star, but he was pleasant to look at, the kind whose character showed in his features. Perhaps in a good mood today, Su Qingshi, who usually hated idle chatter, felt like speaking. She said, Nanda University. Lin Xun was thrilled. What a coincidence. My goal is also Nanda. Su Qingshi was taken aback. Was he that confident? Was he just messing with her? She had thought he might be considering suicide due to exam failure, but now it seemed he aimed for Nanda, suggesting he was academically strong. Then you'll have to work hard. Nanda isn't easy to get into, Su Qingshi replied. Lin Xun smiled. Senior, don't worry. I have confidence. Su Qingshi nodded lightly. I have things to do. He'll be going now. Goodbye. Goodbye, senior. Lin Xun waved. Watching the graceful, stunning figure retreat, Lin Xun stood transfixed. It was over. He had fallen. Upon waking, Lin Xun felt a splitting headache. Hiss. Drinking really messes things up. It took him a few minutes to take in his surroundings, realizing he was in an unfamiliar room. Where was this? A hotel. Damn. Had he blacked out and gotten himself trafficked? Startled, Lin Xun was about to get out of bed, but before his feet touched the floor, he felt something soft underfoot. Looking closely, he saw Li Pang sleeping like a log. Lin Xun nudged him with his foot. Pang, wake up. Li Pang frowned and rolled over to continue sleeping. Lin Xun said calmly, there's some black stockings. Li Pang's eyes snapped open and his stout body sat up straight. Where are the black stockings? Right here. Li Pang turned his head and met Lin Xun's calf, dotted with a few hairs, and further up Lin Xun's mocking expression. Damn. Sun Gu. Did we happen to do something we shouldn't have? Lin Xun's face darkened. What nonsense. Last night, I slept in the bed, you slept on the floor. We're perfectly clear. Li Pang sighed in relief, then sensed something amiss. He glared. No way. Why did you get the bed? And I got the floor. Lin Xun waved his hand. Don't sweat the small stuff. Remember what happened last night. Last night. Li Pang fell into thought. After about 10 seconds, a reassuring snore escaped him. The kid had fallen asleep again. Lin Xun was speechless, but he didn't call out to him again. He covered Li Pang with the blanket and went to freshen up. The situation was that they were in a hotel booked into a standard double room. He wondered who the kind soul was. Turning on the tap to wash his face, the cold splashes of water jolted Lin Xun into alertness. Suddenly he paused, and the memories of the previous night began to resurface. A stunning figure lingered in his mind, impossible to erase, yet her features seemed blurred, her face indistinct. Did I meet a fairy last night? He remembered that the beautiful senior was also a student at Nanda. She had even encouraged him. After that, nothing. He had blacked out. Lin Xun felt a pang of regret. His alcohol tolerance was pathetic. Just a few cans of beer had knocked him out. Yet amusingly, the beautiful senior had thought he was about to jump into the river. A smile tugged at Lin Xun's lips. After washing up, he found his phone in a corner and opened it only to be greeted by a screen full of missed call notifications and WeChat messages. Seeing they were all from his parents, Lin Xun immediately called back. The phone was picked up instantly, and his mother Gu Yanyan's urgent voice came through. Son. Oh my. You finally called back. You worried me to death. How is it? How is it? Where are you, son? Came Lin Baishan's voice. Lin Xun sensed his parents' worry and said apologetically, sorry mom and dad, I drank too much last night and stayed at a hotel. As long as you're okay. As long as you're okay. Your father and I thought you'd been kidnapped and were considering mobilizing the police. Gu Yanyan was clearly relieved. Lin Xun said helplessly, there aren't that many kidnappers. I'm an adult now, you two don't need to worry. Gu Yanyan asked, I heard your graduation banquet didn't go well last night. Clearly Huang Manting had already told his parents about last night. Lin Xun felt a bit awkward. It's fine, it's all in the past. Just then his father Lin Baishan's cold snort came through. If you ask me, son, you're so outstanding. And you have a wealthy father. What kind of woman is so blind as not to see your worth? He'll introduce you to some daughters of your uncles and aunts. They're all stunning beauties skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Far superior to that so-called first love of yours by 1,000 times. Shut up. Gu Yanyan glared at her husband. Son, are you coming home for a meal? Mom made your favorite braised tilapia. Lin Xun nodded. Okay, he'll pack up and head back. After hanging up, Lin Xun dragged the reluctant Li Pang to wash up. About half an hour later, they shut the hotel room door. At the front desk, Lin Xun asked the attendant, excuse me, could you tell me who checked us in last night? The attendant's answer surprised him. She said the stall owner had done it. Lin Xun felt a twinge of disappointment, though he wasn't sure what he was disappointed about. Being regular customers, they were old acquaintances of the barbecue stall owner. After returning to the stall, thanking the owner, and settling the bill, Lin Xun bid farewell to Li Pang and went home. Everything at home seemed unchanged, but the dinner table was laden with exquisite dishes, a veritable feast. Son, here, have some soup to sober up. Gu Yanyan ladled a bowl of soup for Lin Xun. After a moment of silence, Lin Xun asked, Mom, where did our family originally live? We lived at Tianzi Court No. 1, the most exclusive villa area in all of Jing City. Lin Batian chimed in. Jing City. Lin Xun was stunned. That was far from Liangqing, and it was the nation's central metropolis, home to the wealthy and powerful. Was his family really that rich? Gu Yanyan asked, Son, have you adjusted your mindset? Your father and I were afraid you might not be able to handle it, suddenly telling you all this. Lin Xun nodded. At first it was a bit much, but now I'm fine. Gu Yanyan smiled. At first your father and I discussed where to go, but since we had a project to follow up on here in Liangqing, we decided to stay. Who would have thought it would be 20 years? It started as just one project, but later your father ended up monopolizing almost the entire economy of Liangqing. Lin Xun. Damn. Was this really the father he knew? Just messing around out of boredom. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Batian said with a chuckle. Despite his modest words, his face was full of pride. Son, your father and I discussed it, and we've decided to move back to Tianzi Court No. 1. We just wanted to ask when you'd like to go. Gu Yanyan asked Lin Xun cautiously. What she feared most was that he couldn't accept the sudden wealth. Lin Xun thought for a moment and said, let's wait until my college entrance exam results come out. He planned to attend Nanda, which was relatively close to Jing City, making it convenient to go home. Alright, then we'll wait for your results. Gu Yanyan sighed in relief. Lin Xun placed a piece of fish in her bowl and said, Mom, you've worked so hard for me all these years. Since you're wealthy, why not move to a better place? Do you have any other properties in Liangqing under your name? We do. Your father and I looked at a few villas a couple of years ago, thinking we'd pick one for you when you grew up. Gu Yanyan nodded. Lin Xun nodded. Good. Even if we haven't moved to Tianzi Court, yet let's at least leave this place. Now that your identities are exposed, it's not good for the neighbors to know. He wasn't being malicious, but some people were like that. Indifferent when you're down, but once you strike it rich they flock to curry favor. He didn't want that to happen. Following Lin Xun's suggestion, his family relocated without delay. Their new home was a luxurious villa in the central district of Liangqing, costing tens of millions. A truly opulent residence. Welcome home, young master. As the door swung open, a long red carpet unfurled before them. Flanking it on the left stood a row of maids, all young and beautiful, exuding maturity and poise. On the right were bodyguards, cleaning staff, and servants. Overwhelmed by the spectacle, Lin Xun quickly raised a hand in greeting. Hello, everyone. You'll get used to it soon enough. You are the young master of the Lin family now, the son of the richest man in Dragon Country. Lin Baitian patted his shoulder, chuckling warmly. The servants handled the luggage, a personal chef commanded the kitchen, and even pouring tea was the butler's duty. Lin Xun finally experienced what it meant to have everything done for him. It was damn delightful. Meanwhile, Lin Baitian had changed into casual homeware and was seated on the sofa reviewing documents, instantly elevating his aura of sophistication. His father, now serious, was a man of great business. The only difference from before was that his busyness had shifted from secretive to open. His mother was in the bedroom applying a face mask, who, after years of neglecting her skincare, she was now making up for lost time. Guided by the butler Lin Xun toward the villa. The butler was an elderly man over 60, dressed in a suit that exuded a refined and gentle demeanor. Uncle Guan, have you always managed this place? Lin Xun asked curiously. Uncle Guan offered a gentle smile. To answer the young master, this is but one of the master's many residences. I am in charge of Tianzi Xianno. 1. I received word from the master yesterday and rushed here overnight. From now on I will oversee the daily lives of the master, madam, and young master. He then looked at Lin Xun with a kindly expression. The last time I saw the young master was 2 years ago. I never expected that in just 2 years you would have grown so handsome. Lin Xun was taken aback. You've seen me before, Uncle Guan. Uncle Guan nodded. It was during a high school break when it rained and you couldn't get home. I was the one who drove you. Hearing this, Lin Xun was stunned. As Uncle Guan spoke, a memory surfaced. That rainy day when he waited until dusk, unable to return home. A car had pulled up beside him and the driver asked if he needed a ride. Without a second thought, he had gotten in. Now he realized that the elderly man in the passenger seat back then was the very person before him. So that's how it was. Lin Xun sighed with emotion. Uncle Guan smiled. The master has always cared for the young master in his own way. These years have not been easy for them. Lin Xun nodded. I know. Soon the butler led him to the garage. Gazing at the rows of luxury cars, Lin Xun's eyes sparkled with admiration. Everyone loves a fine car. Though still young, he was no exception. Rolls-Royces, Porsches, Ferraris, Lamborghinis. These were transported from the old estate. The master said the young master may drive whichever he fancies, Uncle Guan said with a smile. Lin Xun chuckled. It'll pass for now. It'll wait until I get my driver's license. Uncle Guan nodded. Is my dad really that wealthy? Lin Xun was growing curious about his father's assets. He realized their family was far from ordinary rich. Uncle Guan smiled modestly. Without exaggeration, the master has reached the position of the richest man in Dragon Country. He has branch offices and investments nationwide. The richest man in the nation. Lin Xun couldn't quite describe his feelings. Leaping from an ordinary family, barely scraping by, to the nation's wealthiest, it was an enormous shift. After finishing his tour, he had familiarized himself with the villa. Every maid he passed greeted him warmly as young master, making the inexperienced young man a bit shy. Yet he was also amazed. Some of the maids were even more beautiful than Su Qingshi and far more mature. Recalling the waitstaff at the Forest Royal Court, all of whom were top tier in figure and face, Su Qingshi suddenly seemed quite ordinary in comparison. This realization somewhat eased the knot in Lin Xun's heart. But what he couldn't forget was the fairy-like sister he had seen that night. He found that any woman paled in comparison to her. Unfortunately, he didn't know if he would ever meet her again. With that thought, his resolve hardened. He must get into Nanjing University. Dad, Mom, I need to go to school today. I still have things to pack up, Lin Xun told his parents. Sure, want me to drive you? Lin Baitian asked cheerfully. No need, he'll just take a taxi. If his dad drove him in the Rolls-Royce, it would surely cause a stir. Lin Baitian chuckled. A taxi is such a hassle. If you don't mind, I'll take you on my old electric scooter. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. Great. Both of them knew that wealth and circumstance would soon transform their lives. Their old way of life was truly gone forever. Lin Baitian changed into a simple short-sleeved shirt and loose trousers, donning a helmet. Lin Xun sat behind him, hands resting on his father's shoulders. The father and son chatted and laughed, the scene perfectly harmonious. Soon they arrived at the high school gate. It was the day seniors were leaving. So many girls were dressed to impress. Without the concealment of uniforms, their graceful figures were finally on display. Heavily made up, their features were meticulously crafted, shedding all traces of youthful naivety. Lin Xun and Lin Baitian entered the school and soon encountered his classmates. Those who had seen the news the other day fixed their gazes on the father and son. Was that the rich kid Lin Xun and his father who had been in a Rolls-Royce? This was way too ordinary. A checkered shirt and trousers, the look of a typical migrant worker. It was nothing like what they had seen before. They seemed like completely different people. Even Liu Pang looked bewildered, beginning to doubt whether Sun Gu was really a rich kid after all. Yo, isn't this the rich kid Lin Xun? Why are you riding an electric scooter? Where's your family's Rolls-Royce? A sarcastic voice rang out. Yeah. Where's the luxury car? Where's the suit? Did you have to return them? I heard renting a Rolls-Royce is pretty expensive, huh? Well, you sure spared no expense. Others joined in with mocking laughter. Lin Baitian's face darkened instantly. Damn. At such a young age, and already looking down on others. Just as he was about to scold these brats, Lin Xun quickly pulled him back. Dad, there's no need to stoop to their level. Let's just grab our stuff and head back early. Fine, I won't bother with them, Lin Baitian grunted. Just then a young woman approached. What's going on? The newcomer was Su Qing, also drawn by the commotion. Qing, look, Lin Xun is here, and he came with his dad. On an electric scooter, a girl pointed at Lin Xun and his father, sneering. Su Qing frowned, her gaze falling on Lin Xun. When she saw him and his plainly dressed father, a flicker of confusion crossed her face. Yet from the whispers around her, she caught phrases like fake rich kid and rented luxury car. Could it be that Lin Xun was truly putting on an act as a wealthy heir? Was that night at Forest Royal Court merely a misunderstanding or a premeditated performance? After that day, she and Qin Hao had parted ways, and neither had contacted the other since. That incident had served as a harsh lesson for Su Qing, leaving her much more reserved than before. Now seeing Lin Xun being pointed at and ridiculed, she spoke up with a frown. Enough? We're all classmates here, there's no need for this sarcasm. Everyone go about your business. At her words, the crowd dispersed, each returning to their own tasks. Su Qing walked up to Lin Xun and asked, are you alright? Lin Xun glanced at her. Why are you here? Isn't Qin Hao keeping you company? Su Qing's eyes dimmed. We broke up. Lin Xun looked surprised, but showed little emotion. Oh, Su Qing stared at him in surprise. Is there nothing you want to say to me? Lin Xun looked puzzled. What should I say? Su Qing bit her lip. Lin Xun, even though it's over between Qin Hao and me, there's still no possibility for us. He'll work hard to become better in the future. Lin Xun felt a bit exasperated. I understand. You don't need to tell me this. There was never any chance for us anyway. Shaking his head, he said to Lin Baitian, Dad, let's go. Sure thing. Lin Baitian nodded. Watching their retreating figures, Su Qing frowned. She felt that Lin Xun had changed, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly how. He seemed more confident than before. Son, is that the girl who had you head over heels? On the road, Lin Baitian turned into a curious child, probing. Lin Xun rolled his eyes. Head over heels. We just hung out a bit more often. Lin Baitian's face turned serious. She said she broke up with that boyfriend of hers just now. That fast. Something's definitely off. Good thing you didn't get carried away, son. Dad, mind your own business. It has nothing to do with us, Lin Xun said helplessly. Just listen to me. He'll set you up with someone. My eye for matches is absolutely spot on. Lin Baitian said, draping an arm over Lin Xun's shoulder like a matchmaker. Lin Xun sighed in resignation. Just then he noticed a girl ahead struggling to carry a large bulging bag. Pausing briefly, he quickened his pace. And Curson need a hand. The girl was startled, then turned her gaze to Lin Xun in surprise. Lin Xun, are you done moving your stuff? Lin Xun smiled as he took the bag from her hands. I just got here, no rush. You look like you were struggling, so let me help you out. Consider it thanks for the times you helped me with problems. And Curson was the academic committee member of the class next to his, consistently ranking among the top of the grade. She was also strikingly beautiful, no less than Su Qing. The two were friends, sharing the same teacher for one subject. They often ran into each other in the teacher's office discussing topics, and over time, they became close. Back then, however, Lin Xun's heart was set on Su Qing, and he viewed In Curson merely as a study partner, never thinking beyond that. In Curson pursed her lips in a smile, her demeanor refined. Thank you then. I really was struggling on my own. It's nothing, Lin Xun waved dismissively. A hint of amusement sparkled in Curson's eyes as she looked at the young man. Then noticing Lin Baitian, she politely greeted him. Hello, uncle. Lin Baitian replied warmly, hello. Are you in Lin Xun's class? And Curson answered, I'm in the class next to Lin Xun's. Good, haha, wonderful, Lin Baitian said, eyeing In Curson with approval. Yes, this girl was reliable, exuding the grace of a well-bred lady with a gentle temperament. Far better than that other girl who seemed a bit calculating. Under Lin Baitian's scrutiny, and Curson felt a bit awkward. Fortunately, someone came to the rescue. Shuanga. Liu Pang came running over. Let me help. Pang grabbed the other side of the bag grinning. You finished packing everything? Lin Xun asked curiously. Pang nodded. Yeah, I came early this morning. I'm completely free now. He didn't forget to greet Lin Batian. Hello, Uncle Lin. Hey, long time no see. How'd you get even fatter? Lin Batian teased, sizing him up. He knew this kid, his son's buddy, who had visited their home more than once. Pang chuckled awkwardly, then turned to Incursion. And Beauty, how did you do on the college entrance exam? At his words, Lin Xun also looked at Incursion with curiosity. Incursion smiled softly. It should be passable. Whoa, if even you say that, then I probably can't even get into a vocational college. Pang exaggerated. She's just being modest. You're genuinely a slacker, Lin Xun retorted. Pang rolled his eyes. Shuanga, you really are my leaky vest. Get lost. Amid the laughter, Incursion suddenly asked, by the way, Lin Xun, which university are you planning to apply to? Lin Xun smiled. I'm aiming for Nanda. Nanda. Incursion repeated softly, then chuckled. That's no easy feat. Last year Nanda's cutoff score was over 600. Lin Xun's lips curled. I've got enough confidence for that. Whoa, so this is what a top student looks like. I guess I'm still too young, Pang sighed. Didn't do well on the exam. Lin Batian glanced at the chubby boy. Pang sighed. I'm just not cut out for studying. He'll just go work in a factory. Lin Batian patted him on the shoulder. Want me to hook you up with something? Pang looked at him in surprise. Uncle, are you joking? By the way, Uncle, did you really come in a Rolls Royce that day? Lin Batian nodded matter-of-factly. Yeah. Then today, Pang was puzzled. Lin Batian's eyes grew wistful. I wanted to experience the life of a poor man one last time. Pang. Incursion. They were both certain now, Lin Xun's family was really rich. After helping Incursion carry her bag outside the school gate, they waited for her family to pick her up. They'll be off then. Goodbye, and may you have a bright future. Lin Xun waved at Incursion and then headed back to campus with her Pang. The girl stood still, gazing at the young man's retreating back, the brilliant light in her eyes subdued by her lowered lashes. Who hasn't had their youth? Lin Xun, along with Lin Batian and Pang, first went to the classroom, as there were still textbooks to deal with. As soon as the three entered the room, Lin Xun frowned. Su Fei, what are you doing? At that moment, Su Fei, a notorious underachiever in the class, was sitting on Lin Xun's desk, one foot resting on a stack of textbooks, chewing on a betel nut, while cracking sunflower seeds, their shells scattering all over the floor. The textbooks he was stepping on were precisely Lin Xun's. Seeing Lin Xun and his father enter, he let out an exaggerated snort, kicked the textbooks flat, and circled around the two, scrutinizing them before sneering. What kind of rags are these? Lin Xun, isn't your family supposed to be rich? Isn't your dad driving a Rolls Royce? What's the matter? Playing poor again? Or has your true colors been exposed? Freaking. Before he could finish the word pretentious, Lin Batian slapped him across the face. Lin Xun and the fat guy stared at Lin Batian in shock. The other students also gasped. Lin Batian rubbed his palm. Damn, raised on tree bark. Such thick skin. He fixed Su Fei with a chilling gaze. I didn't want to hit a kid, but you've got a foul mouth. I've been out of the game for years, but you forced my hand. Asking for a beating, aren't you? In the business world, who didn't know that Lin Batian was ruthless, having climbed to his current heights over a trail of bones? Yet this beardless brat dared to show off in front of him. At the same time, a bitter feeling welled up in him, realizing his son had endured such mockery. It was simply outrageous. You? How dare you hit me? You lousy migrant worker. You. Su Fei pointed at Lin Batian, fuming, but before he could finish, his other cheek took a heavy blow. This time it was Lin Batian's turn to be surprised. He looked at Lin Xun, who had struck a glint of pride in his eyes. A man can be gentle, but he must have a backbone. This was his son. Lin Xun's gaze was icy, his expression so unfamiliar to everyone, including Pang, who stared in bewilderment at his good buddy, knowing Lin Xun had never been in a fight before. Damn, that's my bro. Awesome. Su Fei, enraged and startled, tried to lash out at Lin Xun, but meeting those eyes full of chill, he felt a shiver of fear and momentarily lost his words. Lin Xun stared at him coldly and said, remember this. You can insult me, but if you dare insult my family, you'll kill you. Everyone was covered in goosebumps at his words, staring at him in shock and disbelief. Was this still the Lin Xun they knew? You? Just wait. Su Fei gnashed his teeth, spat out the words, then fled the classroom. Once outside, he turned around and jumped, cursing loudly, Lin Xun, you bastard. If I ever see you out there, I'll have someone chop you up. Lin Xun sneered, you're welcome to try. Fuck. Su Fei, exasperated, turned and left. Bravo. After Su Fei left, Pang quickly applauded. Way to go, bro. You finally manned up. Lin Xun rolled his eyes. When was I not manly? Haha. Good. That's my boy. Son, remember this, if anyone ever bullies you, just go ahead and slap them a few times to teach them a lesson. If anything happens, your old man will cover for you. Lin Batian said in high spirits. He was overjoyed that his son had acted to defend him. Lin Xun put on an obedient look. Okay, Dad. He really had no need to worry, his father was capable, and he was in the right. Why panic? The classmates looked at Lin Xun somewhat awkward given the unpleasantness between them. Lin Xun paid them no heed and busied himself with packing his textbooks. Unfortunately, in the heat of the moment, he had forgotten to make Su Fei pick up the books. Huh. No wonder I heard a magpie chirping this morning. It's because an honored guest has arrived. Just then a hearty, resonant laugh rang out. Everyone turned to look and was startled. Damn, when did the principal get here? The principal in his 50s led a group of school administrators and many teachers into the room. Under everyone's gaze, the principal warmly grasped Lin Batian's hand and said excitedly, Mr. Lin, at last I have the honor of meeting you. I've been wanting to have a drink with you. Mr. Lin. All the students stared at Lin Batian in terror. Mr. Lin. The principal so cordially called Lin Xun's father Mr. Lin. Could it be that he really was a tycoon? Lin Batian said flatly, what brings you here? The principal chuckled. Xiaozhang just told me he saw you on campus. I didn't believe it at first, but after checking the surveillance footage I confirmed it was you, so I brought everyone over. Lin Batian waved his hand. All right. I'm just here to help my son pack up. You all go about your business. The principal glanced at Lin Xun and smiled. Is this your son? He's remarkable, always ranking among the top in school. Truly worthy of being Mr. Lin's son. Lin Batian wore a proud expression. Of course. Lin Xun was speechless. By the way, Mr. Lin, would you like to visit the buildings you donated to the school back then? The principal suddenly asked. Everyone gasped. Donated several buildings. That was incredibly generous. Lin Batian raised an eyebrow. I did it because my son was studying here and I wanted to improve his learning environment. No particular reason. There's no need for a visit. What's there to see in a library, teaching building, or gymnasium? Everyone was stunned. Good heavens. So all these years they had been using facilities funded by Lin Xun's family. This was utterly embarrassing. Recalling their earlier mockery of Lin Xun and his father, they wished they could find a crack to crawl into. Shocking. The joke was on them. The principal, understanding, smiled. Very well, then we won't disturb you and your son. If you need anything, just let the school know. Got it. Lin Batian waved his hand. The principal and his entourage left directly. Wow. Lin Xun, I never thought you were telling the truth. You really are a rich second generation. Yeah. I go, Dan, have a good eye. I knew you were destined for greatness. Lin Xun, we should hang out more. I want to learn how to become a rich second generation too. A group of classmates swarmed around Lin Xun, showering him with unbridled praise. Lin Xun had long seen through their hypocrisy and paid them no mind. It was Li Pang who finally got fed up and drove them away. Lin Batian said, all right, son, let's go. Lin Xun looked at him. Dad, did you arrange that whole principal thing? How could it be such a coincidence that the principal showed up with all those teachers? It was clearly planned. Lin Batian grinned sheepishly. I just wanted to give you some face, didn't I, eh? Lin Xun smiled. He knew it. At the same time, he felt a surge of emotion. His old man was always looking out for him. Just then Li Pang's phone rang. He answered it, and after a few seconds his face turned grim. Not good, bro. Su Fei has brought a bunch of people to block you at the school gate. When Lin Xun and his companions arrived at the school gate, their hearts sank at the sight before them. Su Fei had gathered over 20 people, each brandishing sticks and other objects, shouting and waving their weapons at the entrance. The security guards at the gate were fully armed, watching Su Fei and his gang warily, their faces betraying a hint of fear. After all, how often did such a commotion occur? When Su Fei spotted Lin Xun emerging, his eyes blazed with hatred and ferocity. He pointed at Lin Xun and shouted, you dog, Lin Xun. You finally came out. This isn't over today. Li Pang was so terrified that his face trembled. He quickly urged, brother Sun, uncle, let's hurry back into the school and hide until the police arrive. There are too many. Lin Batian narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing across them. It had been many years since he had been this angry. Lin Xun also glared coldly at Su Fei. Su Fei, are you out of your mind, causing trouble at the school gate? Is your head filled with crap? What did you say? Lin Xun, have you lost your mind? Can't you see the situation now? Su Fei's eyes bulged as he fumed. Lin Xun sneered, aren't you still a part of this school? On the very first day after graduation you bring people to block the gate. Is this how you repay the school? Su Fei's face flushed with embarrassment. Su Fei, don't listen to his nonsense. Aren't you going to beat this kid up? Just do it. The thug Su Fei had brought chimed in. The voices of his companions seemed to bolster Su Fei's courage. His face regained its anger as he pointed at Lin Xun. Stop your blabbering. If you're a man, come down and fight. Lin Xun's face turned cold. Lin Batian suddenly asked, son, are you scared? Lin Xun's gaze was resolute. Dad, are you still up for it? The father and son exchanged a look. Let's kick his ass. Ugh ugh ugh. Wait. I can't do this. Li Pang shrieked as he saw Lin Xun and his father's stance. But the two ignored him and walked straight towards Su Fei. The passers-by watched the scene, sweating for Lin Xun and his father. Are Lin Xun and his father insane? Do they think they can fight all of them alone? Are they looking for death? Two unarmed men against over 20 thugs with sticks. How can they win? Hey, Lin Xun is such a good student. How did this happen? Yeah, I thought he was really a rich second generation, but just look at his father's outfit. He's just a construction worker, isn't he? Vanity can kill. I've already called the police, why aren't they here yet? Just as Lin Xun and his father reached, Su Fei and his gang, a roar sounded. Everyone turned their heads and were stunned. A red supercar drifted to a halt outside the school gate, followed by several black vans. The car door opened and Gu Yinyan, her face filled with anger, jumped out and rushed over hurriedly. Who dares to touch my husband and son? At the same time, the doors of the black van swung open and over a dozen burly men in black suits and sunglasses charged out, rushing straight toward the thugs. Arrest them all, Gu Yinyan commanded in a low voice, and the dozen or so black-clad bodyguards subdued the over 20 thugs in an instant. Faced with professionally trained bodyguards, the thugs had no chance to resist and were quickly rounded up, huddling on the ground, trembling. Let me see what's going on. You want to hit my son? Gu Yinyan sneered at the no-leaderless Su Fei, not hesitating to spit a mouthful of old phlegm right in his face. You little bastard. Daring to mess with my son, Gu Yanyan's child. How many lives do you have? How do you want to die? Huh? The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. No one had expected Lin Xun's mother to make such an entrance and resolve the situation without any hesitation. This was simply terrifying. Lin Xun swallowed hard and whispered cautiously to Lin Batian, Dad, has Mom always been this domineering? Lin Batian smiled warmly at his wife and said, Your mother is no ordinary woman. You'll come to understand her slowly over time. Lin Xun's expression was complicated as he watched Gu Yanyan protectively shield him. He almost couldn't help giving her a thumbs up. Mom, you're the best. Su Fei was completely dumbfounded. Recovering, he pointed at Gu Yanyan in fury. You dared to spit on me. Damn it. His mind was blown. In a single day, he had been beaten by an entire family. They had all ganged up on him. He was furious. Trying to scare me. Playing the big shot again. Did you rent this car and these outfits? And these bodyguards, all dressed up like dogs? Did you hire them from a construction site to put on a show? Su Fei sneered as he scanned Gu Yanyan and her bodyguards. Gu Yanyan raised a delicate eyebrow, then raised her hand and slapped him squarely across the face. Hiss. At the sound, even Lin Xun winced for him. That must have hurt. You have no martial ethics. Su Fei stared at Gu Yanyan in disbelief. He quickly stepped back a few paces and pointed at Lin Xun. Lin Xun, you're spineless. You even called your family to fight for you. Gu Yanyan glared at him. You can call your parents too. He'll slap them all. Su Fei. At that moment, Lin Xun stepped forward and said calmly, Su Fei, I had no quarrel with you. You're the one who provoked me. Come at me if you want. Gu Yanyan's eyes showed worry. Her son had never been in a fight before, but Lin Batian gave her a look signaling her not to worry. You're bullying me. Su Fei choked. A unknown fight. He suddenly felt a bit uncertain. Before, he might not have taken Lin Xun seriously, but after being slapped by him today, his confidence was shattered. He seemed to be backing down, which drew laughter from the onlookers. What's wrong with this guy, eh? He's challenged to a duel and still won't fight. What a coward. Yeah, you're the spineless one, you little punk. How embarrassing. The tide had turned. Many realized the moment they saw Lin Xun's mother in a sports car that Lin Xun's family was truly wealthy. Facing the pointing fingers, Su Fei wished he could crawl into a hole. Enough, you little brat. Instead of studying, you dare to block people at the school gate. If it weren't for the fact that you're my son's classmate, I'd have you killed. Gu Yanyan waved her hand. Get lost now. Get lost. This isn't over. Do you know who my father is? Su Fei's face suddenly twisted with rage. Gu Yanyan asked in mock surprise, Your father is Li Gang. Su Fei was taken aback. No, my father is Su Gang. Gu Yanyan said, Oh, I forgot. Your father must share your surname. Su Fei was left speechless. Is your father called Su Gang? At this moment, Lin Batian suddenly spoke. Go back and tell your father my name is Lin Batian. If he knows what's good for him, he'll come and apologize within 3 days. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. What turf are you from? Su Fei stared at Lin Batian in surprise. Lin Batian sneered, Mind your own business. Now get lost, or you'll be the one getting beaten. As he spoke, over a dozen black-clad bodyguards fixed their gazes on Su Fei. Each one was tall and imposing, exuding raw power. Su Fei was instantly terrified. He immediately turned tail and fled, shouting as he ran, Lin Xun, I will be back. Do you think you're big wolf? Lin Xun laughed. Everyone else joined in the laughter. Son, how should we deal with these thugs? Gu Yanyan asked Lin Xun after her laughter subsided. The latter thought for a moment and said, Hand them over to the police. Soon the police arrived. Seeing the large number of troublemaking thugs, they quickly called the station for reinforcements. The lead officer exchanged pleasantries with Lin Batian. Every President Lin was spoken with the utmost respect. The onlookers' expressions shifted as they gazed enviously at Lin Xun. From this moment onward, they too were certain that Lin Xun was indeed a rich second generation. Dad, Mom, it's over. Let's gather our things and head home. Lin Xun suddenly said. Gu Yanyan quickly nodded. Yes, let's listen to our son. She promptly instructed a few bodyguards, You all go help my son move his luggage. Yes, madam. Several bodyguards immediately sprang into action, busying themselves with the task. Thus an extremely theatrical scene unfolded at the school gate. On one side, several bodyguards were loading books and luggage into a luxury car. On the other, a group of thugs crouched with their hands on their heads, surrounded by police. Soon everyone pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Perhaps tomorrow's headlines in Lin Xun would read, "After 18 years of hard study, a high school student turns out to be a rich second generation. Ferrari sports car hauling textbooks a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Here I am, hands on my head, while you're over there calling the shots." After everything was settled, Lin Xun waved at Li Pang. Pang, I'm heading back now. All right, brother Sun. Let's hang out during summer break. Li Pang waved back. Son, come on, ride in your mother's car. Gu Yinyan pulled Lin Xun toward the Ferrari. Hey honey, what about me? Lin Batian quickly caught up. Gu Yinyan glared at him. You'll ride with the bodyguards. There's no room for you in my car. Lin Batian. Well, his family status just dropped a notch. Lin Xun quickly said, Mom, my electric scooter is still parked over there. All right, then let your dad ride it back. Lin Batian. Family status dropped another notch. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dad? Su Fei wailed like a banshee upon returning home. What's wrong? Crying and bawling like this. What kind of behavior is that? Su Gang had just returned still in his suit when he heard his useless son's cries. Oh dear, what happened to my little Fei Fei, my precious son? Su Fei's mother rushed out as well. Seeing Su Fei's face swollen like a pig's head, she was heartbroken. Who for heaven's sake beat my son into this state? Su Fei quickly said, Mom, I was nearly beaten to death. In his heart, he had already cursed Lin Xun down to his ancestors. He had to get revenge. Whenever something happened to him, his parents would always sort it out. This time, he would have them handle it too. Wasn't this about flaunting connections? My dad is Su Gang. That'll scare you to death. Even now, he was convinced that Lin Xun's family was just putting on airs. He wanted his father to crush Lin Xun and his entire family. In his mind, no one in all of Liangcheng was more formidable than his father. Even the police chief had to show him some respect. Finally, Su Gang was also infuriated by Su Fei's antics. He kicked Su Fei and said angrily, spit it out. What happened? Su Fei quickly recounted the incident, embellishing it to make himself sound as pitiful as possible. This is an outrage. In this city, someone dares to lay a hand on my son. They must have a death wish. Su Gang was also seething with anger after hearing the story. Look, his son had been beaten like a dog. He had always indulged him, and now he too believed it was the other party's fault. His wife, heartbroken for her son, was in tears. Old Suyu. Enough, stop your blubbering. He'll call the men. We're going to settle this. Su Gang waved his hand impatiently and pulled out his phone to make a call. After speaking for a while, he turned to his son. What's that classmate of yours called? Su Fei was taken aback, then replied, his name is Lin Xun. The surname Lin. Su Gang froze. For some reason, his eyelid twitched violently. What about his father? I think it's something like Lin Bawang. Su Fei wasn't sure either. Su Gang's eyes widened. Is it Lin Batian? His tone was urgent with a barely perceptible tremor. Su Fei clapped his hands. Yes. That's it, Lin Batian. Dad, you're so smart. Su Gang's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Old Su, whoever this turtle is, call them in. Get our son justice. Zu's mother urged. Shut up, you ignorant woman with your short hair and shallow views. Su Gang suddenly roared. Zu's mother stared at him in disbelief. You're yelling at me. Su Gang, you don't love me anymore. You heartless man. Su Fei was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Su Gang's temple veins bulged as he suppressed his anger and asked Su Fei, are you sure the person who hit you is called Lin Batian? Su Fei quickly nodded. His whole family hit me. Could it be a coincidence? Just the same name. A sliver of hope lingered in Su Gang's heart, so he asked again, and Lin Batian's wife? Is her name Gu Yinan? Su Fei was bewildered. I think so. What does that matter? It's over. Su Gang collapsed to the floor, his face drained of color. Hey, brother Gang, the brothers are all assembled. When do we move out? We're just waiting for your command, and well, charge over in the Wuling. The men he had called were still shouting through the phone. Su Gang. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dad, Mom, does Su Fei's father have some serious backing? Lin Xun asked curiously. He had heard that Su Fei's father had connections both in the underworld and with the authorities, and was so powerful he could kill someone without facing legal consequences. Lin Batian smiled faintly. Don't worry, little Su. He once handed me a cigarette. Just wait for him to come and apologize. As for everything else, just eat and drink as usual. It seemed his father was no ordinary man either. Lin Xun nodded. Indeed, as the wealthiest man in the country, how could he not wield some influence? He decided not to dwell on it. Then, struck by a thought, Lin Xun asked, Dad, Mom, are you really the richest people in the country? Gu Yinyan laughed. Really? Truer than gold itself. Son, are you still having trouble accepting this fact? Lin Xun shook his head. I'm just curious how you managed to keep this from me for 18 years. Lin Batian. Gu Yinyan. This. Gu Yinyan looked at her son's earnest expression, unable to discern whether it was reproach or something else. She then turned her gaze to Lin Batian. Lin Xun also fixed his eyes on Lin Batian. Lin Batian coughed twice and said, "Well, we've explained this before. We were left with no choice. The family business is so vast we were afraid of spoiling you into a prodigal son. Not that we fear bankruptcy, but we didn't want you to become that kind of person. So we resorted to this brilliant plan." A brilliant plan. Lin Xun was stunned. Was this supposed to be a brilliant plan? Had he read too few books, or was he not well versed in military strategy? Exactly, son. This is actually a masterstroke. Think about it. How else could we have tempered you? Lin Batian said innocently. Lin Xun grumbled, inwardly speechless. Could it really be like this? Just then Gu Yanyan suddenly pulled out a key. Son, this is your mother's graduation gift. Go ahead and drive it. Lin Xun looked at the Mercedes-Benz logo on the key, his eyes lighting up, but then he sighed helplessly, Mom, I haven't even gotten my driver's license yet. Gu Yanyan waved her hand dismissively. Do you even need to take that test? Mom will handle it for you. Lin Xun quickly waved his hands. No ID, rather take it myself. Lin Batian then handed over a card saying, Dad doesn't know what to give you. You're still young. This is my exclusive gold card with $1 billion inside. You can swipe it freely at all my restaurant chains. When you take your friends out to eat, spend as you like, don't worry about saving Dad's money. Lin Xun took the card feeling as if he were dreaming. A dream where he was surrounded by money. Thanks, Dad. What's there to thank? You've worked hard all these years, it's time you enjoyed yourself. Lin Batian waved his hand. That's right, from now on our son can spend as he pleases. If he wants to marry a beautiful girl, Mom can set him up. Gu Yanyan said with a beaming smile. Lin Xun replied helplessly, I'm still young, it's too early for marriage. The next day, to Lin Xun's surprise, a crowd gathered outside the villa. Among them he spotted a familiar face. Wasn't that Su Fei? Had they come to pick a fight? Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Batian appeared, Su Gang forced Su Fei to kneel and harshly scolded him in front of Lin Batian, humbly addressing Lin Batian as Brother Lin. Lin Xun watched without much surprise. It seemed his father could still handle things. It turned out that Su Gang had once been under Lin Batian's wing in his youth, fighting life-and-death battles alongside him against rivals, sharing perils. Lin Batian had even saved Su Gang's life. In Su Gang's eyes, Lin Batian was like an elder brother, his son. If he dared to provoke Brother Lin, he'd be reset back to the start. The incident concluded with Su Fei's profound repentance. A few days later, Lin Xun gradually adapted to the life of a rich second generation. Every day, he dragged Lier Pang and Incursin to eat and have fun at his father's restaurants, finding relaxation and peace of mind. Soon the Lin family became a sensation in Liangqing. After some digging, many discovered that Lin Batian was actually the nation's richest man. Crowds flocked near the Lin family villas, starting live streams to document the Tycoon's life. Many journalists sought interviews, but were consistently turned away at the door. As the matter escalated, major short video platforms reported it, thrusting the family into the eye of a media storm. People even unearthed a photo of Lin Xun being interviewed after the college entrance exam. For a moment, public opinion raged. However, these controversies soon receded like a tide as all platforms were warned. Information about the richest man was withdrawn entirely, and even videos were restricted in circulation. The situation was brought under control. Meanwhile, Tisk who would have thought that a small place like Liangqing hides such hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Jiang Yunxiao leaned in with his phone, placing it in front of Su Qingshi. Look, this young man is actually a rich second generation. The photo on his phone showed Lin Xun being swarmed by microphones. In it, his face bore a hint of delicacy, handsome and dashing, but at that moment his expression was somewhat awkward. One microphone, due to the shooting angle, appeared to merge with his nose, making the scene look a bit comical. Su Qingshi was typing on her computer when her view was blocked. She glanced instinctively and was immediately drawn to the photo on the phone. Was it him? She still remembered the scene on the bridge that night. The boy in the photo had been standing by the railing, and she had thought he was about to jump into the river, so she had exchanged a few words with him. Unexpectedly, he was so famous that he would be interviewed. What's his name? For the first time, Su Qingshi spoke up. This made Jiang Yunxiao's eyes widen in shock as she stared at Su Qingshi. Wow. Sure, are you actually interested in a male creature? What's gotten into you? Su Qingshi frowned slightly. Is there a problem? I'm just asking. Jiang Yunxiao exclaimed dramatically, of course there is. It's a huge problem. Don't I know you well enough? You're known as the Ice Queen of Southern University. You're naturally repulsed by men. Remember when the student council president confessed to you on the sports field, and you ignored him in front of hundreds of people, and just turned and walked away? That's a true free spirit. Su Qingshi pressed her lips together. That incident had made her famous across Southern University. The student council president was an exceptionally outstanding young man, but Su Qingshi felt nothing for him. Coupled with her naturally aloof personality, she hadn't even bothered to utter a word of rejection. Because of that, people on the campus forum had mocked her for putting on airs and called her names. Nasty things, really. But she had ignored them all. Seeing Su Qingshi's expression turn cold, Jiang Yunxiao quickly changed the subject. All right, let's talk about this guy. Take a look at this video. Jiang Yunxiao opened a video, and Su Qingshi watched quietly until it ended. Hey, this guy is not only handsome, but also a top student. And he's the richest man's son. I wonder which university he'll apply to. Probably Peking or Tsinghua. What a pity though, Jiang Yunxiao muttered as she scrolled through the comments. A flicker of surprise passed through Su Qingshi's eyes. She remembered that the young man had said he wanted to get into Southern University. Of course, she didn't dwell on it. Even if he were the richest man's son, now it had little to do with her. Enough, go watch your handsome guy somewhere else. I still have homework to finish. Su Qingshi issued an unceremonious dismissal. Fine, just keep studying. All that studying, and you've wasted such a pretty face. Jiang Yunxiao grumbled, but still moved away. Su Qingshi's lips curled slightly. I managed to snag tickets for Xue Ziqian's concert. 2 of them. Oh my god. Sure, I love you. Jiang Yunxiao, who had turned back, lunged at Su Qingshi and planted a fierce kiss on her cheek. What are you doing, you mad woman? Su Qingshi pushed her away disgustedly, wiping the saliva off her face, and shot her best friend a cold glare, though it carried a hint of charm. Sure, you're the best. Jiang Yunxiao smiled sweetly, trying to lean in. Sure, I'm so touched. Try moving and see what happens. Su Qingshi crossed her arms and glared at her. If you mess around again, I'll tear up the tickets. The news that Xue Ziqian was coming to Liangsheng for a concert spread like wildfire, instantly dominating the city's trending lists. Heavens! Xue Ziqian is coming to Liangsheng. Why is my Douyin flooded with his concert clips? Who has such influence to bring old Xue here? This is too wonderful. The early bird catches the worm. My home is in Liangsheng. Everyone, I'm off first. I love Xue Ziqian to death. I'm going too. Anyone help me out? I want to grab tickets. Fans of Qian unite. Target Liangsheng. While netizens were frantically flooding the forums, Lin Xun, tapping away at his laptop in the villa, also caught wind of this news. He was a bit curious why a singer could be so popular. He thought he himself sang pretty well too. He wondered if he should become a singer. After a moment's thought, Lin Xun shook his head. Forget it, his family's fortune was waiting for him to squander. Wouldn't being a singer be exhausting? Just then his phone rang. Lin Xun was a bit surprised. It was Li Pang. Answering, Lin Xun asked directly, son, what does your father want? That brother Sun, could I ask you for a favor? Li Pang's ingratiating voice came through the phone. Lin Xun was taken aback. What is it? Well, it's like this. I got a girlfriend yesterday, remember? She wants to go to Xue Ziqian's concert. I was thinking of buying her tickets, but they're impossible to get now. Could you use your rich kid connections to help your bro out? Li Pang said sheepishly. Lin Xun's eyes widened. Wait, you have a girlfriend? Since when? Holy crap. Li Pang said smugly, remember last time we went to the spa for a foot massage? I took a liking to the girl giving me the massage. She was a part-timer too. We chatted and hit it off. Impressive. Lin Xun was speechless. What a move. And with the fat guy's looks, a girl actually fell for him. What was she after? Anyway, so brother Sun, can you get them? Li Pang asked hopefully. Well, let me ask my mom and see if she can swing it. They'll text you later, Lin Xun said after a moment's thought. Great. Thanks, my liege. Li Pang cheered. You honor me, my son. After hanging up, Lin Xun was about to find his mother when a knock came at the door. Come in. The door opened, and his mother, Gu Yinyan, walked in with her hands behind her back, smiling. Son still awake? Lin Xun shook his head with a smile. No, I'm just gaming. Mom, what brings you here? He glanced at her concealed hands, a hint of amusement in his eyes. What are you hiding? Gu Yinyan chuckled, and then revealed her hands. Tada! Look what Mom got for you. Lin Xun's eyes lit up at the several tickets in her hand. Mom, are those tickets for that singer Xue Ziqian's concert? Bingo. You got it, son. Gu Yinyan beamed. Lin Xun marveled inwardly. Had his mother come bearing gifts just for him? How did she know he needed these? Gu Yinyan grinned. I pulled some serious strings to get front row seats. 4 tickets in total. Cost me a pretty penny, but I managed. There are 4 tickets here. Your dad, you, and I are all going to the concert together. Lin Xun was surprised. Mom, do you like Xue Ziqian's music? Gu Yinyan nodded. Yeah, I love his song Ugly Freak. I sing it to your dad all the time, and he says it sounds great. Lin Xun's mouth twitched. Gu Yinyan continued, but your dad might not be into that kind of scene. Plus he's been swamped lately, and hardly ever home, so he probably can't come. So aside from you and me, there are 2 extra tickets. Son, do you have any good friends we could invite to come along? Give them away. Lin Xun was taken aback. Gu Yinyan nodded. Yeah. Then she looked at him slyly. Your dad told me that when he visited your school, last time you helped a girl carry her bag. He said she was a good catch. So, want to ask her to the concert? Lin Xun knew immediately she meant in person, but he said helplessly, Mom, don't get the wrong idea. We're just classmates, nothing more. I know. That's exactly why you need to cultivate it. Gu Yinyan laughed. Lin Xun was embarrassed. His mom was playing matchmaker. Mom, she's busy with a summer job. Don't bother her. And if we're inviting people, I already have someone in mind. Lin Xun quickly stopped his mother from playing Cupid. Who? Fatty Li Pang and his girlfriend. Oh, that fatty Li Pang. Geez. Son, I'm telling you, even he found a girlfriend, and you're still not making a move. Lin Xun, I'm not in a rush. Li Pang, why do I feel so insulted? After some persistent persuasion, Lin Xun finally broke through his mother's resistance and secured 2 tickets for Heir. Soon the day of the concert arrived. The concert was held at a sports stadium in Liaoning. Even before it started, an immense crowd had already gathered. Lin Xun along with Heir and his girlfriend squeezed through the packed masses toward the venue. According to Heir's girlfriend Xiao Ai, many people couldn't get tickets and would listen from outside the stadium. If they didn't go in early, they'd be stuck in the crush. Lin Xun watched Heir and his girlfriend, arms wrapped tightly around each other, inching forward like a pair of lovebirds. He, on the other hand, felt like a third wheel. He should have stuck with his mom. She was already inside the stadium, flanked by several burly bodyguards. Who would dare push through a crowd? They'd have to step aside. It took them over 10 minutes to finally reach the entrance. "Brother Sun, can you buy us some popcorn?" Heir suddenly asked. Lin Xun was annoyed. "Why can't you get it yourself? Damn it. Who got you the tickets? Who's the richest kid here? Please, my liege. He'll save your spot." Fine. As a father, he had to lend a hand when his son needed it. Lin Xun headed to the popcorn counter. It wasn't busy there since many stalls sold popcorn, so luckily, he found an opening as soon as he arrived. "Hello, 2 buckets of popcorn, please. Hello, 2 buckets of popcorn, please." 2 distinct voices sounded at once. Lin Xun paused. The other voice belonged to a girl, pleasant and oddly familiar. Instinctively, he turned to look. The girl was looking at him too. Their eyes met. Lin Xun was stunned. Lin Xun never expected to encounter the beautiful senior here. He thought that chance meeting that night was merely a fleeting, enchanting moment. Encounter. What a stirring word it is. Amidst this vast sea of people, how many encounters brush past each other daily, and how many hurriedly pass by. To meet her again, Lin Xun felt, was a blessing bestowed by heaven. A sign for him to cherish it dearly. Today Su Qingshi wore a simple floral print long dress. Her tall, slender figure, complemented by the dress, exuded elegance and grace, adding a touch of maturity to her beauty. Lin Xun had been fortunate enough to witness Su Qingshi's ethereal beauty, truly like a celestial maiden descending to earth. But now she wore a pair of black sunglasses. Her delicate features were almost half hidden by the shades, yet she remained breathtakingly stunning. "It's you." Meeting Lin Xun caught Su Qingshi off guard as well. She hadn't expected to run into the boy who seemed about to jump into the river again in a city as vast as Liaoning. Today Lin Xun looked exceptionally handsome in a simple t-shirt, loose casual pants, and white sneakers. Standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, he radiated youthful vitality. Lin Xun noticed people around them beginning to take photos of the fairy-like senior. Seeing this, he quickly said to the vendor, "Sir, 4 buckets of popcorn." "Coming right up." The vendor replied with a warm smile. Lin Xun's gaze fell on Su Qingshi. What a coincidence, beautiful, He realized he didn't know her name. Would calling her beautiful senior make him seem odd? Su Qingshi said softly, "My name is Su Qingshi." A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Xun's eyes as he gave a goofy smile. Lin Xun. Su Qingshi nodded gently. "I know, huh?" Lin Xun was stunned, unsure how to respond. A hint of amusement flickered in Su Qingshi's eyes. She asked, "Here for the concert?" Lin Xun quickly nodded. Yes. Senior Su, are you also here for Shui Ziqian's concert?" Su Qingshi replied, "I came with a friend." "Oh." Lin Xun felt awkward, at a loss for words. "Here you go, handsome, and miss, your popcorn is ready," the vendor called out. "Thank you." Su Qingshi took it politely. After paying, she said to Lin Xun, "I'll be going now." "Huh. Oh, goodbye, senior." Lin Xun belatedly waved. Then he came to his senses, feeling frustrated. Damn. How could I be so pathetic? How did I let the beautiful senior pay? He was filled with regret for not asking for her contact information. "Handsome, do you still want the popcorn?" the vendor asked, looking at him oddly. Lin Xun gave an embarrassed smile. "Sorry. Got a crush on that girl," the vendor teased with a grin. Lin Xun's face reddened. "No. Hey, it's normal for young people to like a pretty girl. But she's truly stunning. Probably hard to win over. Takes money, and looks both are essential. Keep at it, young man." The vendor laughed heartily. "Thanks, sir." Lin Xun paid and smiled. Watching Lin Xun leave, the vendor muttered with a strange expression, "Why does he look so familiar?" Then his eyes widened. "Holy crap. The richest man's son. Sure, why did it take so long to buy popcorn? I'm starving, princess." Jiang Yunxiao complained petulantly. "Eat or not?" Su Qingshi shot her a glance. I'll eat. "Thanks, sure." Jiang Yunxiao instantly beamed, snatching the popcorn from Su Qingshi's hand. "By the way, sure, I saw you chatting with a guy just now, didn't I, Jiang Yunxiao suddenly leaned in curiously. Su Qingshi calmly pushed her away and said flatly, "You're mistaken." Jiang Yunxiao blinked. "Really? How could that be?" She had 4 eyes. She clearly saw Su Qingshi talking to a boy, and he looked very familiar. "Time to go in." Su Qingshi's voice drew Jiang Yunxiao's attention away. Inside the stadium, every seat was filled. The clamor of voices came from all directions, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Xun looked at the scene, feeling a pang of emotion. "Son, how is it?" "Great view, right?" Gu Yanyan shouted to Lin Xun. Lin Xun nodded. "Very good." He handed the popcorn to his mother, who took it with a delighted smile and began eating. Perhaps after years of living an ordinary life, Gu Yanyan had lost all pretense and was just like any other mother. Seeing his mother so happy, Lin Xun was deeply moved. Maybe a life where parents are joyful is fine too. Money no longer mattered. He glanced at Li Pang and saw the couple whispering with their heads close together. Lin Xun looked away, sneering inwardly. Lovebirds break up fast. As if remembering something, he turned around and looked at the seats behind him. Naturally, he was searching for the senior. Soon he found the one he wanted to see in the 7th row. Su Qingshi was leisurely eating popcorn with another girl. The way the senior ate was so elegant. Despite her aloof appearance, there was an inexplicable cuteness in the way she ate. Lin Xun gradually became entranced. Behind him, a boy was staring at Lin Xun with wide eyes. Seeing Lin Xun's gaze, he felt a chill. Damn bro, what's with that look? I'm not into guys. Even if you're handsome. Well, maybe it's not entirely out of the question. What the hell was he thinking? Bro, can you not look at me like that? I don't discriminate against same-sex relationships, but it's not cool. He finally couldn't help saying to Lin Xun. Lin Xun was taken aback, then chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, I wasn't looking at you. He turned back in embarrassment. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned, Su Qingshi, seated in the 7th row, glanced at him. He's in the 1st row? That figures since he's the richest man's son. Then she was surprised. Why was she paying attention to him? She had never been like this. Always a strong-willed person, she never deliberately focused on anyone. But now she found herself unconsciously drawn to this boy she had only met twice. What was going on? Too much pressure lately. Sure. Her best friend's voice came from beside her. Su Qingshi snapped back to reality. What's wrong? What's up with you? You've been spacing out a lot lately. What's going on, my brilliant girl? Jiang Yunxiao asked in confusion. Su Qingshi shook her head. Nothing, just thinking. Jiang Yunxiao was about to say something when a cheer erupted from the crowd. The long-awaited Shui Zhiqian finally appeared. However, his entrance was somewhat comical as he was carried out by several staff members. Ha ha ha. His arrival instantly drew laughter from the audience. Lin Xun watched the scene with astonishment. He noticed that although the man was somewhat handsome, he wasn't breathtakingly so. The audience simply adored his songs and his humorous style. Admittedly, under his witty and charming demeanor, the atmosphere at the venue was delightful. Keep it simple the way you speak, keep it simple. A melodious tune began to play, and the venue fell into a miraculous silence. Almost everyone waved their glow sticks, and some even started singing along. Like the ebb and flow of the tide, several songs passed by. Lin Xun looked at his mother, whose voice had gone hoarse from shouting, and felt somewhat speechless. He leaned in and said, Mom, if you really like him that much, you could invite him home to sing for you privately. Gu Yanyan shot him a glare. You child, wouldn't that spoil the surprise? And do you think your father would agree to that? Lin Xun thought for a moment. If his mother invited a young heartthrob home, his father would probably be furious enough to break the young man's legs. Soon it was time for the interactive segment. Dear friends, how are you all? Shui Zhiqian waved to the crowd. Great. Countless fans cheered. Shui Zhiqian flashed a smile. Thank you all for coming all the way to Lianqing for my concert. Friends from all over the country, you've worked hard. Not at all. Shui Zhiqian, I love you. I want to have your babies. The fervent fan screamed. Lin Xun twitched the corner of his mouth. He glanced at his mother, who was screaming beside him, then at Li Pang and the other guy who were standing up and cheering. He covered his face. Then he turned around to look. Thankfully, the fairy was still a fairy, sitting quietly and watching the concert while the girl next to her was screaming wildly. Admittedly, although Jiang Yunxiao wasn't as ethereal as Su Qingshi, she was still a great beauty, the kind that was very eye-catching. Indeed, beautiful people usually hang out with other beautiful people. He was quite handsome himself. Shoo. On stage, Shui Zhiqian raised his index finger to quiet the fans. Then he said, all right, next up is a little segment. I'll pick one lucky audience member to come up and sing a duet with me. His words sent the entire venue into a frenzy. Me. Shui Zhiqian, pick me. Over here. Qian, look here. Me. I'm a college student, I'll sing first. I'm an old lady. Don't you know to respect your elders? Shut up. Only someone as handsome as Panin deserves to be on stage with my idol. Ugh, my idol is a guy. He's not interested in you. A small commotion broke out in the venue. Those sitting in the back wished they could squeeze to the front, regretting not buying front row seats. Well, they couldn't get them anyway. All right. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, let the lighting technician randomly select someone. Begin. At Shui Zhiqian's command, a beam of light began to sweep across the audience. Fans who were illuminated looked disappointed as the light didn't stop on them. Whoosh. Suddenly the light stopped shining directly on the 7th or 8th row. Oob. The crowd looked over with envy. Lin Xun and the others also turned around curiously. Suddenly Lin Xun's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Because the light had landed on Su Qingshi, the fairy senior. Caught in the spotlight, Su Qingshi was also stunned. Thankfully, she was wearing sunglasses, so she didn't have to raise her hand to shield her eyes. But having so many eyes on her made her extremely uncomfortable. Wow. So jealous. Why wasn't it me? But who is that girl? She's so lucky. Yeah, and have you noticed? Her face is super gorgeous. Even with sunglasses on you can tell she's really beautiful. Whoa, there's actually such a pretty girl here. This trip was worth it. Ah, sure. You won. You won. Jiang Yunxiao, as Su Qingshi's best friend, perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be a troublesome teammate. Her shout made Su Qingshi want to slap her. Alright, please invite that beautiful lady up on stage. Shui Ziqian's voice came over. Su Qingshi sat in her seat, seeming to hesitate for a moment. But after a few seconds, she stood up, her tall figure walking towards the stage. Lin Xun's gaze never left Su Qingshi, as if she were the only person in the entire world. Wow, that chick has an amazing figure. Right, Xuanga? Li Pang nudged Lin Xun excitedly. Unexpectedly, the next second his ear was twisted by Xiao Ai, who smiled with a fake sweetness. Oh, where exactly is her figure good? I'm wrong. Li Pang quickly begged for mercy. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Qingshi stood on stage a meter away from Shui Ziqian. Everyone then realized the girl was very tall, nearly 1.7 meters, almost reaching Shui Ziqian's height. Wow, beautiful lady, are you this tall? Shui Ziqian let out an exaggerated exclamation, which drew laughter from the audience. Su Qingshi nodded slightly. Having experienced big occasions before, she handled it quite well. Very composed. Shui Ziqian was somewhat surprised, then he smiled and asked, Miss, may I ask your name? My surname is Su Qingshi said softly. She didn't want to reveal her real name to avoid unnecessary trouble. Miss Su, is it? Alright, Miss Su, let me ask on behalf of the audience, could you take off your sunglasses so everyone can have a look? Shui Ziqian asked politely. Ooh. The fans started making a ruckus. They were also very curious. It's obviously you who wants to see. Down below, Lin Xun was already grinding his teeth. He instinctively didn't want so many people to see the fairy senior, as if it violated his personal taboo. Su Qingshi stood on stage, pondered for a moment, then nodded. When she took off her sunglasses, the entire venue erupted in a wave of gasps. Wow, is that a fairy? She's so beautiful. Yeah, I've never seen such a beautiful girl. Whoa, my 9 years of compulsory education can't find words to describe her. As a college student, all I can say is awesome. She's incredibly beautiful. This girl really has an ethereal aura. Gu Yanyan exclaimed in surprise. Then she glanced at her son, only to find him gritting his teeth in astonishment. What's wrong with him? Haha, that's my bestie. Pretty right. The socially fearless best friend Jiang Yunxiao said with a proud look, as if she herself were being praised. Of course she wasn't bad either. Shui Ziqian, looking at Su Qingshi's face up close, was also struck by her beauty. It just proves that the lighting technician knows how to stir things up. He managed to find the most beautiful person in the entire venue. Should be the most beautiful, right? No objections accepted. Miss Su, your appearance is truly stunning. I imagine such a beautiful girl must sing very well, right? So Miss Su, which song would you like to choose? Shui Ziqian handed the microphone to Su Qingshi. After a moment's thought, she replied, Accident. Well, the audience erupted in excitement. Shui Ziqian smiled and said, Alright then, dear audience, heiress, a song called Accident for everyone. Give it up. Clap, clap, clap. One more. Whistles filled the venue as lively as a dance party. Who on the path of youth altered? Who have I forgotten? Su Qingshi began to sing, and as her voice rang out, thunderous applause filled the hall. Her tone was sometimes husky, sometimes as sweet as a bubbling spring, touching the heart and offering a refreshing sensation even in the scorching summer heat. Even Shui Ziqian looked at Su Qingshi in surprise, delighted by her performance. Lin Xun, sitting in the front row, listened to her clear and melodious voice and gazed at her stunning face. He felt as if he had fallen in love, unable to see anyone else. How beautiful! How could the senior be so outstanding? Soon the climax arrived. Knowing this is an accident, will you come or not? Knowing this is a heavy injury, will you come or not? As the original singer, her voice exploded across the venue. Unlike Su Qingshi's gentle style, Shui Ziqian's rendition was heart-wrenching, drawing everyone in. Soon the song ended with the line, I don't love anyone. The audience burst into applause, amazed at the girl on stage. So beautiful, and yet such a gifted singer. An angel had not only kissed her voice, but also draped her in radiance. Bravo! Lin Xun stood up excitedly, his eyes fixed on Su Qingshi, clapping until his palms were red. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one so thrilled, or he would have become the center of attention. But being in the front row, Su Qingshi quickly noticed him. She pursed her lips, slightly a hint of a smile flickering. To Lin Xun it was a smile? Huh. The fairy-like senior smiled at him. He was overjoyed. Let's have another round of applause, everyone. Shui Ziqian raised his hands, a true social butterfly. The applause intensified. Do you think Miss Su sings well? Yes. Want one more song? Yes. Then keep dreaming. Shui Ziqian smiled at Su Qingshi. I didn't expect your voice to be so beautiful. Can you give the audience one more song? Su Qingshi glanced at him, hearing the audience's eager cries of one more. If she refused now, she might face a chorus of boos. With that thought, she nodded slightly. He'll sing one more. Would you mind singing a duet with a fan, Miss Su? Shui Ziqian asked. Su Qingshi's eyes flickered and she shook her head. I don't mind. Great. Did you hear that? Want to sing with the beautiful Miss Su? Yes, even in my dreams. Singing with such a gorgeous goddess. I'd wake up laughing. I could brag about it for 10 years. I'd give up 10 years of my life for it. Me. I'd do 10 years in jail just to have her as my girlfriend. Holy crap. The lighting technician started playing tricks again, sweeping the beam across the entire venue, hitting almost everyone, but not stopping. In his mind, since the girl was so beautiful, he had to pick a handsome guy to keep the ratings up. However, most people's looks were average, not even half as good as the readers. The light lingered for a minute, and the crowd grew impatient. Even Su Qingshi on stage followed the beam, with her eyes a flicker of emotion stirring within them. If it landed on a girl, it would be fine, but if it was a guy, she feared she wouldn't perform well, as she was very wary of strange men. Finally, after sweeping the back, the light returned to the front row, and under everyone's gaze stopped. No way. Impossible. Rigged. Totally rigged. I don't accept this. How can it be a guy? Did he save the galaxy in his past life? Damn it. Why? Just because he's handsome. I'm not bad either. Just a little less than Wu Yanzu. This isn't fair. The male audience members wailed in unison. The girls, however, were curious. Wow, that guy looks so handsome. Yeah, and his skin is so fair. He's like a little puppy. Ladies, I want his info in 5 minutes. He looks familiar. Hey, isn't he the recently famous billionaire's son? It really is him. I heard his parents picked him up in a Rolls Royce after the college entrance exam with bodyguards. He's even hotter in real life than online. Money doesn't matter. I just like handsome guys. How can I match his family's billions? Urgent waiting online. Lin Xun, the one in question, was still in a daze. What? He was chosen. Was it him? Holy crap. Xuanga, you got it. You can sing with the goddess. Li Pang shouted dramatically. The scene felt familiar. Lin Xun was puzzled, wondering if it was really such a coincidence that he was picked, and of all people the fairy-like senior. Was it fate? Was the matchmaker tying the red thread between him and the goddess? At that moment his mother Gu Yanyan smiled knowingly, tucking her phone into her pocket. The matchmaker? No way. She had just used a little financial persuasion. Noticing her son's interest, she guessed he had his eye on that girl. Gu Yanyan was quite satisfied with Su Qingshi's qualities. If her son married her with their looks, their children would have great genes. Lin Xun really had to thank his mom for already planning out grandchildren. Hey handsome, what are you waiting for? Come on up. Lin Xun snapped back to reality and looked at Su Qingshi, who was also looking at him. Excitement surging, he stood up. Where should I go? Oh, left. What should I sing? He didn't know any of Shui Ziqian's songs. Who was he? What was he doing? Right, just walked toward the senior. Seeing that it was Lin Xun who was chosen, Su Qingshi inexplicably felt relieved. A male stranger. If it was this future junior, maybe it wasn't so bad. Standing on the stage facing so many pairs of eyes, even Lin Xun felt his legs go weak. He couldn't help but glance at senior sister Su Qingshi beside him. She was quiet. No, aloof was the better word. Her eyelashes were so long. Her profile was so beautiful. The audience below curiously studied Lin Xun. They were extremely intrigued by this sudden appearance of the richest man's son. The nation's wealthiest man was actually in this small city of Liangqing, and this rich second generation seemed a bit green. He didn't have any aura of a tycoon. Just then a staff member trotted over and handed a microphone to Lin Xun, who politely thanked them. What song will this young gentleman sing? Shui Ziqian brought the microphone to Lin Xun. Lin Xun let out an eye's face tinged with embarrassment. He had only come to accompany his mother to the concert and didn't know any songs by this star. Well, it seems I don't know any of your songs, Lin Xun said, his mouth twitching. Even he found it awkward. As soon as he spoke, the fans started to jeer. He didn't know any songs. Su Qingshi cast a sidelong glance at the boy beside her. She could hum a few lines even without listening much, yet he just bluntly admitted he couldn't sing any. Shui Ziqian caught on realizing this was a fake fan and found it somewhat amusing. However, seeing Lin Xun's innocent demeanor, he decided not to tease him further. Since you've been chosen, just sing one. Any song will do. Lin Xun nodded. What will you sing? Su Qingshi's cool voice rang out. Lin Xun thought for a moment. I don't know many songs. Mitzi, do you know it? Lin Xun was taken aback. He looked at Su Qingshi's calm face, a flicker of surprise in his heart. Meet? Does she mean our meeting? Well, he admitted he was a bit love-struck. Yes. Yes. Once they decided, Shui Ziqian tactfully stepped back. Go for it, Sunji. From the audience, Fatty suddenly roared. The spectators were amused by this comical scene. Yet curiosity lingered, as no one knew how the richest man's son could sing. Soon the melody began to play softly. Hear the winter's departure. I wake up in some year, some month. Su Qingshi started, and as her voice emerged despite having heard her before, the audience erupted in applause. Lin Xun gazed at Su Qingshi with tender eyes drawn into the moment. She glanced at him, and he knew it was his turn. Composing himself, he began to sing, just before the accompaniment faded. Cloudy day, evening, outside the car window. There's someone waiting in the future. Lin Xun's singing was crisp, his voice cool and slightly languid, yet controlled, giving a refreshing feel. It carried a gentle puppy-like charm. The audience looked at Lin Xun in surprise, not expecting him to sing so well. Su Qingshi shot him an astonished glance. His performance had caught her off guard. Soon the climax arrived, and they sang together. When I meet you modified, what dialogue will unfold? Everyone was immersed in their voices, as if the two on stage were the true protagonists. As the song ended, applause swelled from small to large, eventually shaking the entire venue. Bravo. Well sung. Amazing. Ill reluctantly shipped this couple. Boo-hoo, so sweet, I miss my ex. Handsome guy and pretty girl were their looks and voices kissed by angels. Absolutely mind-blowing. I have lost. Kiss. 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 The atmosphere shifted with everyone chanting for a kiss. Wow. No way, no way. When did Shi hook up with the richest man's son? Jiang Yongxiu's eyes widened at the sight. She suddenly recalled the time she had shown Su Qingshi the headline about the richest man. Her friend's reaction had been intriguing. Now here they were on the same stage. They knew each other. Regardless, Jiang Yunxiao had a feeling. The pair on stage looked perfectly matched. Could these two actually spark something? That would be huge news, enough to shock Nanjing University. Little did they know the concert had already set Nando abuzz. When Lin Xun eventually enrolled, he'd find himself with an unexpected legion of rivals. My son's amazing. Gu Yanyan led the applause, with Lier Pang and Xiao Ai joining in clapping until their palms stung. Whoa. Sun Ji and that beauty look so much like a married couple, don't they? Lier Pang wore a gleeful anti-smile. Absolutely. Gu Yanyan agreed wholeheartedly. On stage amid the crowds teasing, Lin Xun looked like a shy boy, his face flushed and at a loss. Kiss. The audience was so enthusiastic. Should he? He instinctively glanced at Su Qingshi's lips like jelly, wondering what they'd feel like. Suddenly a chill ran down his spine. Su Qingshi moved the mic aside, giving him a knowing smile. You're not actually thinking of kissing, are you? Lin Xun let out an awe, then froze. What did senior sister mean? Was she asking if he wanted to? But soon he caught the murderous glint in her eyes and snapped back to reality, shaking his head frantically with survival instinct. No. No. Su Qingshi found his flustered state amusing. Ha, just a clueless little boy. Eventually they left the stage, and under Shui's lead the crowd's attention shifted back to him. As Su Qingshi returned to her seat, she didn't sit immediately. Instead, she turned to Lin Xun, who had followed in a daze. Is your seat here? Lin Xun. Realizing his mistake, he wished he could crawl into a hole. Mortifying. Head followed the fairy senior sister all the way to the 7th row. His seat was in the first. Damn. What was he thinking? Utter embarrassment. Sure. You're amazing. Jiang Yunxiao rushed over, eyes sparkling. I've decided you're my idol from now on. Su Qingshi rolled her eyes, coolly prying off her friend's bear hug. Jiang Yunxiao didn't mind, and suddenly leaned toward Lin Xun. Hey, handsome. I'm Shishi's bestie, Jiang Yunxiao. Lin Xun politely greeted her. Hello, Senior Jiang. Senior Jiang. Jiang Yongxiu's eyes glinted with mischief. Are you planning to go to Nanda? Lin Xun looked surprised. How did you know Senior Jiang? Jiang Yunxiao wore an I knew it expression and asked nosily, do you like Shi? Lin Xun was taken aback, about to speak. But Su Qingshi cut in. Xiao, let's go. Her friend was such a social butterfly, saying anything. She wanted to zip her mouth shut. Oh. Jiang Yunxiao quickly responded, then eagerly turned to Lin Xun. Give me your WeChat, we'll chat later. Lin Xun froze, his mind racing. Adding the bestie would get him to the fairy senior sister's WeChat and info about her. Worth it. Without hesitation, he showed his QR code. Just as Jiang Yunxiao scanned it, Su Qingshi grabbed her collar and dragged her away. Lin Xun's heart skipped a beat. Damn, did it scan. A few minutes later, a friend request notification popped up on WeChat. A slow smile spread across Lin Xun's face. Are you just going to leave me here at home? Inside the villa, Lin Batian looked resentfully at the mother and son sitting on the sofa, his eyes full of grievance, like a pitiful child abandoned. Lin Xun and Gu Yanyan exchanged awkward glances, not daring to meet Lin Baishan's eyes. Ever since they returned from the concert, Lin Batian had been grumbling non-stop upon learning they went together, demanding to know why they hadn't taken him. Gu Yanyan finally couldn't hold back and said, Oh, I was just being considerate of your busy work schedule, wasn't I? You had no time to go with us anyway, so I gave the extra 2 tickets to Xiaopeng and his date. Lin Batian replied expressionlessly, but I had yesterday off. Gu Yanyan was speechless. Besides, our family fortune is enough to squander for years. What's missing 1 day of work? Gu Yanyan's head ached. Why are you so stubborn? You don't even like young idols. Lin Batian glared. Is this about young idols? We finally had a chance to go out as a family, and now it's ruined just like that. You don't take me seriously at all. Where's my family authority? Protest. Old Lin finally erupted this time. Lin Xun's mouth formed an O shape as he stared at his father in shock. Was his dad finally rising up? Was the Lin family really under his mother's thumb? Gu Yanyan was also stunned for a moment, then she glared back. Lin Batian. At the shout, Lin Batian jumped in fright, his momentum halved. What? Gu Yanyan sneered. Fine, have you had too much to drink? How dare you speak to me like that? Lin Baishan's face changed as he started to speak. You what? Have you forgotten the 3 rules we agreed on when we got together? Gu Yinyan now stood like a strong woman exuding the authority of the head of the household. Lin Xun shrank into a corner trembling. Lin Baishan's mouth twitched. I haven't forgotten. Recite them. First, never make the wife angry. Second, never yell at the wife. Third, always listen to the wife. Gu Yinyan crossed her arms. Now explain what you were just doing. Well, Lin Baishan's face looked like a frosted eggplant. His family authority had turned into family subordination. Follow me to the room. Today I'll make you understand who really runs this house. Just because you earn some money you think you're something. Gu Yinyan grabbed Lin Batian by the ear and dragged him into the room. Lin Xun silently watched this scene, offering a silent prayer for his father. Ding! Just then a phone notification sounded. Lin Xun pulled out his newly upgraded phone and saw a message from a contact labeled Senior Sister Jiang. Startled, he looked around to make sure no one was watching, then excitedly returned to his room. Senior Sister Jiang, hey. Junior, are you there? Gentle wind seeks rain. Yes, Senior Sister grinning. Meanwhile, back in her rented apartment, Jiang Yunxiao wore a sly smile. She sneaked a glance at Su Qingshi, who was drying her hair, then quickly snapped a photo. Select original send. Ding. Jiang Yunxiao image, gentle wind seeks rain. At this moment, Lin Xun gasped sharply in his room, staring wide-eyed at the image sent to him. In the picture, Su Qingshi wore a set of pajamas printed with cow patterns maximizing cuteness. The pajamas were long-sleeved and revealed little, but Su Qingshi was turned sideways, her head slightly tilted, holding a hairdryer in her right hand. Her stunningly beautiful face was faintly visible, both pure and alluring. Lin Xun couldn't imagine how a girl could combine cuteness, purity, allure, aloofness, and elegance all in one, without any incongruity. So beautiful. Just as Lin Xun was about to save the image, a notification appeared saying one message has been withdrawn, followed by a black screen. Lin Xun was speechless. Senior Sister. Doing this will shorten your lifespan. Oh. At this moment, Jiang Yunxiao was laughing like a cat that got the cream. Her giggling finally caught her best friend's attention. In heat, Su Qingshi glanced at her calmly. Jiang Yunxiao quickly straightened up and said seriously, no, just thought of something fun. Su Qingshi gave her a brief look, then turned back to her own business. Jiang Yunxiao curiously studied Su Qingshi, wondering what it would be like if the aloof campus beauty got together with the pampered son of a billionaire. With that thought, she opened WeChat again and typed in the chat with the contact labeled Puppy Jr. Lin Xun had been waiting for messages, afraid he wouldn't be able to save any new photos before they were withdrawn. Then a message came. Senior Sister Jiang wants Shishi's WeChat. Lin Xun's eyes lit up, and he quickly typed. Gentle wind seeks rain, really. She proved it with action, quickly sending a friend recommendation. Lin Xun tapped frantically with the speed of 18 years of singlehood. Add confirm send. Waiting for friend verification. After doing all this, Lin Xun smiled triumphantly. But then he froze in shock. Damn, what had he done? He had actually directly added the fairy senior sister. Wasn't this too sudden? Wouldn't it scare her? Wouldn't she think he was too forward? Hasty. Lin Xun was full of regret, but it was too late. Then he saw that the message in the chat had been withdrawn. Seeing this, Lin Xun was stunned again, then felt less regretful. At least he had already added her. Now it was up to senior sister whether she would accept. On the other side, Jiang Yunxiao faced a major challenge in life. She sat upright like a primary school student, back straight, grinning ingratiatingly at Su Qingshi. Sure, what's this? I was just chatting with a friend. Su Qingshi crossed her arms, the pressure making her already full curves even more alluring. Even Jiang Yunxiao couldn't help glancing a few times as she spoke. Good heavens, what did she eat to grow like that? Why couldn't she have the same? Su Qingshi's gaze was calm. In her hand, she held a phone, Jiang Yunxiao's phone, with the screen still lit, displaying the chat interface with the Puppy Jr. Her best friend's laughter had aroused her suspicion, so while the other was still giggling, she snatched the phone and caught her red-handed selling out her best friend. Without even looking, she withdrew the message and fixed her cold eyes on Jiang Yunxiao. Spill it. Who bribed you? At what price? Jiang Yunxiao chuckled nervously. No way, how could anyone bribe me to betray our friendship? Su Qingshi sneered at her, saying nothing. Jiang Yunxiao looked down, feeling awkward. Clearly she had a history. Su Qingshi cast a brief glance at her, then looked at the phone screen. Puppy Jr. Who is this? That's the billionaire's son, the handsome guy who sang with you, Jiang Yunxiao confessed honestly. Su Qingshi was taken aback. Him. Ding. At that moment a message came from the other side. Gentle wind seeks rain, thank you Senior Sister Jiang. Senior Sister Jiang, can I treat you to a meal? Are you free? Su Qingshi curled her lips into a mysterious smile, tapped a few times on the phone, and sent. Senior Sister Jiang, sure. Oh yeah. In his room, Lin Xun punched the air in excitement. Senior Jiang had agreed. Of course his target wasn't Senior Jiang, but the fairy-like senior female student. He hoped Senior Jiang could persuade the fairy senior to come out together. His joy stemmed from finally getting one step closer to the fairy senior. It was like a small boat adrift in the waves, finally spotting the shore. However, he soon felt a twinge of anxiety as he had added the senior on impulse and had no idea if she would agree. Meanwhile, in the rental apartment, Su Qingshi returned the phone to Jiang Yunxiao and said, well done Jiang Yunxiao. You'd sell out your best friend for a guy you've known for less than a day and know nothing about. If someone offered her a little benefit, would she push her into someone's arms? This honey was not to be kept around. Sure, I'm sorry. I just got carried away and wanted to tease the junior. Jiang Yunxiao gave a playful smile. She took the phone and opened the interface, then suddenly widened her eyes. Holy crap. Sure did. Did you type this? Su Qingshi lifted her chin slightly. So what? Jiang Yunxiao let out a few more expletives, then said, Sure, did you really agree to go out to dinner with the junior? Su Qingshi sneered. Did I agree? The phone is yours, Jiang Yunxiao. What does it have to do with me, Su Qingshi? Jiang Yunxiao. So frustrating. But she had to keep smiling. But I must remind you, you made this mess, so you clean it up. Take your time dealing with it. Su Qingshi tossed out the remark indifferently and returned to her computer desk. Jiang Yunxiao's face twisted in distress as she stared at the WeChat interface, feeling quite troubled. She had already agreed. How could she refuse? Damn, if she declined, would he hire someone to put a sack over her head? Hiss. So terrifying. She wasn't ready to die yet. With that thought, Jiang Yunxiao looked at Su Qingshi. No way she had to drag her bestie into this. Shared joys and sorrows. That's what a true Chinese best friend does. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi logged into her computer and suddenly noticed a red badge with the number 1 on the WeChat contacts. She clicked on it and couldn't help but let out an exasperated laugh. Well, while she had been too slow, that guy had added her. However, Su Qingshi quickly furrowed her brow. Usually when strangers of the opposite sex added her, she would only temporarily accept if it was for work, then delete them after handling the matter. She basically never added any other men. But, thinking back to the duet that night, and the exchange of glances between them, Su Qingshi's emotions became a bit unsettled. How could a guy she had only met 3 times affect her mood? Su Qingshi, you've been too idle lately. She shook her head, then hesitated for a good 10 seconds before clicking the mouse to accept. Ding. I have passed your friend verification request, now we can start chatting. At that moment, Lin Xun was taking a shower, leaving his phone on the bed. The screen lit up, but he didn't hear it. After Su Qingshi accepted, she waited a full 10 minutes without receiving a message from him. She frowned. What did he mean? Wasn't he the one who wanted to add her? Did she have to start the conversation? Hi, amateur. With that, Su Qingshi pursed her lips, lightly closed the WeChat interface, and started browsing courses. Half an hour later, Lin Xun emerged from the bathroom, drying his hair with a towel. His first instinct was to check his phone. Somehow, while showering, he had a feeling that a message had come through. He pressed the button to light up the screen, and sure enough, there was a message. The first thing he saw was one from Liu Pang. Lin Xun habitually tapped on it, and was instantly speechless at the content. Time 1945. Fatty bro, how do I use this thing? Image fatty, I heard online there's a front and back, but I don't know how. Fatty bro, help. Emergency. Time 1947. Fatty bro, save your buddy. I can't do it. Fatty is 1 minute normal. Fatty boohoo. My reputation is ruined. Haha. Lin Xun burst out laughing as he read the messages, laughing more and more wildly. He sent a voice message back. Fatty, my condolences. It's okay, just relax. I'm not laughing at you, I usually don't laugh. Fatty bro. You're killing me. Fatty, I don't want to live. Ha ha ha. Lin Xun's stomach ached from laughing so hard. He said, want me to find a doctor for you? Fatty, well. Okay, but don't tell anyone. Lin Xun, okay. What does your girlfriend think? Fatty, oh, she's been comforting me. Lin Xun snickered. Seemed like his girlfriend was pretty good to him. After chatting idly with Fatty for a bit, Lin Xun was about to exit WeChat when he suddenly noticed something off. I have passed your friend verification request, now we can start chatting. Nickname memory of poetry. Poetry. He looked at the profile picture and was startled. Senior. She had accepted the friend request. Holy crap. Lin Xun double-checked several times and confirmed that he had added senior Su Qingshi on WeChat. Awesome. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Xun tapped on the chat interface, clicked the input box, and started typing. How to start a conversation. Seeking a strategist online. Hello. No, that would kill the conversation right away. Introduce himself. Didn't the senior probably not know who he was? After hesitating for a long time, Lin Xun summoned his courage and typed 2 words. Breeze seeks rain, senior. Memory of poetry, mm. Lin Xun stared at the instant reply, lost in thought. What to talk about now? Just then Su Qingshi sent a message. Memory of poetry, who are you? Great, she really didn't know who he was. Lin Xun organized his words and began typing. Breeze seeks rain, my name is Lin Xun, the Lin, with 2 trees, Sun meaning to seek. In the guy you sang a duet with that night. Memory of poetry, oh, it's you. How did you get my WeChat? Lin Xun scratched his head, then decided to be honest. Senior Jiang gave it to me. You don't mind, do you, senior? Su Qingshi saw the reply, curled her lips into a smirk, and glanced mockingly at Jiang Yunxiao, who was gaming. See, he ratted you out. An honest junior. Su Qingshi replied, no, I don't. Are you confident you can get into Nanda with your college entrance exam? She initiated the topic. Lin Xun was thrilled. He had been racking his brain for a topic, and the senior was so understanding. He replied, deleted. Yes, I checked the answers, and I think my score should be around 700. Su Qingshi was somewhat surprised. A little scholar, huh? 700 points was enough to get into Nanda. Why do you want to study at Nanda? Lin Xun's expression froze as the image of Su Qing involuntarily came to mind. Back then they had set that goal together, but in the end only he had fulfilled it. That night Lin Xun and Su Qingshi chatted for a full 2 hours, though their conversation was sporadic and intermittent. Su Qingshi noticed that he was rather slow in replying, and each response left her with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was she really that intimidating? Did he have to type so cautiously? Gazing at the green and white chat logs, Su Qingshi fell into contemplation. Had she truly been talking to a boy for this long? Was this really her? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought, tidied up, shut down her computer, and lay down to sleep. Even a fairy maiden needs her rest. Meanwhile, Lin Xun scrolled through the chat history repeatedly. With each read, the corners of his mouth lifted a little more until he was grinning foolishly. From their conversation, he learned that Su Qingshi was about to enter her junior year, majoring in finance. Beyond that, she revealed nothing else. Lin Xun asked if she was pursued by many at school. Her reply was simply, "I haven't noticed, not sure." This left Lin Xun both amused and bewildered. In truth, he knew that a beauty like Su Qingshi must have countless admirers. There were far too many outstanding boys in university, and he seemed perhaps too ordinary. Aside from wealth, all he had was his handsome face. After ending the chat, Lin Xun reread the conversation 5 or 6 times before finally falling asleep. That night he had a dream. In it, he and Su Qingshi were together. The fairy-like senior was no longer cold and distant as in reality. Instead, she was tender and affectionate, like a devoted wife. But as they walked hand in hand into the campus, a crowd of men suddenly surrounded him from all directions. Their eyes burned with a desire to devour Lin Xun, their faces twisted with malice. "You think you're worthy of being Goddess Su's boyfriend? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Skinny arms and legs, what a pathetic little dog. Stick around the campus bell, and you'll have your family collecting your corpse in no time. Weakling. Goddess Su would never fall for a spoiled brat like you." Exactly. Money can never buy Goddess Su's true heart. "Shut up." Slap. In reality, Lin Xun jolted awake from the dream. He let out a shout and instinctively swung his palm outward. To his surprise, a sharp smack rang out, and a burning sting shot through his hand. Lin Xun was stunned. Opening his eyes, he saw Lin Batian covering his cheeks, staring at him with wide eyes and utter disbelief. "Lin Batian, fine. Such filial piety. You even dare to hit your own father." Lin Xun, "Oh no. Did I really slap my dad? Dad, why are you in my room?" Lin Xun decided to go on the offensive. Lin Batian rubbed his sore cheek, which was already red. Lin Xun could feel the heat radiating from his own palm. "Your mother asked me to call you for lunch. What time is it, and you're still sleeping?" he grumbled. Lin Xun was taken aback, then glanced at the clock. It was already 11. He realized he had stayed up too late the night before and was exhausted. "I'm sorry, Dad. I had a nightmare. Does it hurt?" Lin Xun grinned, sheepishly feeling awkward. Lin Batian shot him a resentful glare. "Are you sure it was a nightmare? I saw you grinning happily earlier." Lin Xun's expression froze, then he said with displeasure, "Dad, were you spying on your son while he slept?" Caught red-handed, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Lin Batian's face. "Ahem. Anyway, come out and eat. The food is getting cold." Lin Xun's mouth twitched, and he reluctantly got out of bed. As he ate the sumptuous lunch, a complex look crossed his eyes. "I still miss the old days," he murmured. At this, Gu Yanyan and Lin Batian both turned to look at him. "Son, what's wrong? Not adapting?" Gu Yanyan asked with a smile. Lin Xun shook his head. "No, just sighing. Maybe I'm used to simple meals, and it's hard to adjust mentally. Don't worry, Mom. Who wouldn't want their life to get better? Well said. Take things as they come. Son, I'll take you to visit the company someday, and show you your future inheritance," Lin Batian said with a hearty laugh. Lin Xun was astonished. "Dad, are you joking? I don't even know the basics of the company. How can you expect me to take over?" Lin Batian replied seriously, "You can learn. I've worked all these years to pave the way for you. Now that the major issues are settled, you just need to sit in the office and enjoy the air conditioning." Lin Xun quickly shook his head. "I'm still young. I haven't even finished college." He had no interest in such things. His father was the richest man in the country with countless assets under his name. Lin Xun probably couldn't even count them, let alone manage them. Lin Batian's face darkened. "You should think about your old man too. To train you, I've sacrificed my honeymoon with your mother for over a decade." Lin Xun rolled his eyes. "Dad, you should be ashamed saying that. I've been kept in the dark for years, and I haven't complained." Seeing his son's stubbornness, Lin Batian felt a headache. "Fine, if you're not interested, then find a wife quickly. You two can manage it together." Lin Batian waved his hand grandly. Lin Xun said flatly, "No. Even if I had a girlfriend, I'd want to go on a honeymoon with her. No time." Lin Batian. "Ungrateful child." Gu Yanyan chuckled at the father-son banter, then asked with a hint of curiosity, "By the way, son, about that girl you sang with last night. What happened afterward? Did you get her contact info?" Lin Xun was startled. "Mom, how did you know? Was his mother really that perceptive?" Lin Batian pricked up his ears. Gu Yanyan looked smug. "Your mother has seen it all. Do you think I don't know you youngsters?" Lin Xun smiled wryly. "We added each other on WeChat and chatted a bit. So, do you like her?" Gu Yanyan asked with a grin. Lin Xun rolled his eyes. Is that even the question? She's so outstanding. I'm not good enough for her. Nonsense. Lin Batian declared boldly. My son is a dragon among men. There's no woman in the world you're not worthy of. Our Lin family's genes are powerful, and you're the son of the richest man. Honestly, the women who want to marry into our family could circle Liancheng. Where do you get such blind confidence? Good genes. Our son takes after me in looks. With your shabby appearance? Humph. Gu Yanyan said disdainfully. Who says that? You're right. My wife is absolutely right. Lin Xun shot his father a contemptuous look. He vowed never to be henpecked like that completely under someone's thumb. 2 days later it was Saturday. Lin Xun had left early, and today he had specially changed into an outfit that made him look like a perfect idol trainee. His parents were utterly astonished by his actions. Was their son already going on a date so soon? Alipay notification, 1000 yuan received. Alipay notification, 1000 yuan received. Sitting in the taxi, Lin Xun was mortified. The driver, startled by the sound, chuckled and said, "That's a pretty good ringtone you've got there." "Yeah, not bad," Lin Xun replied with an awkward smile. He opened his phone and saw that his Alipay balance had increased by 200,000 yuan. "Mom, son, if you're taking a girl out to eat, make sure to treat her to something good. Dad, spend it all. Have fun." Lin Xun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but his heart felt warm. It was truly wonderful to have billionaire parents. Meanwhile, in a rented apartment, Jiang Yunxiao was frantically holding up clothes to Su Qingshi and asking, sure, which one do you think suits me?" Su Qingshi raised an eyebrow. "It's not a date, so why dress up so nicely?" Jiang Yunxiao's face fell as she replied, "He's the son of a billionaire. If I dress plainly, people might call me a country bumpkin." Su Qingshi was speechless. Honestly, with Jiang Yunxiao's looks, even if she wore an old lady's clothes, she'd still look stunning. There was no need to worry. Moreover, from what Su Qingshi knew, Lin Xun wasn't the type to judge others based on appearances. "Do you like Lin Xun?" Su Qingshi suddenly asked. Jiang Yunxiao was taken aback, then her big eyes narrowed into a sly grin. "Are you jealous?" Su Qingshi frowned and gave a cold laugh. "Do you think that's possible?" Jiang Yunxiao smugly watched her friend's changing expression, thinking that her little schemes couldn't escape her sharp eyes. A flicker of cunning passed through Jiang Yunxiao's eyes as she probed, Sure, are you coming?" Su Qingshi shot her a glance. "Didn't he only invite you?" Jiang Yunxiao handed her the phone. "Here, look, he said he's inviting us. Hurry up, change your clothes, or we'll be late." In the end, Su Qingshi was dragged out the door by Jiang Yunxiao. Both girls were strikingly beautiful, drawing 100% of gazes as they walked down the street. Su Qingshi wore a simple purple dress that reached just below her calves, paired with white sneakers revealing a stretch of flawless pale skin that was impossible to look away from. What was even more breathtaking was her face. After minimal grooming, with only the lightest touch of makeup, her skin showed not a single imperfection, as if she were a celestial maiden. Her demeanor was cool and aloof, giving off an air of unapproachability like a high mountain snow lotus, sacred and inviolable. Jiang Yunxiao, on the other hand, was lively and outgoing, opting for a sexy look. She wore a black leather jacket that barely covered her ribs, revealing her fair navel and a slender waist with clearly defined contours, complete with a hint of abdominal muscles. Her height was similar to Su Qingshi's, and her leather pants barely covered 2/3 of her thighs, leaving her long straight legs, like chopsticks, bare and exposed to the air without stockings. Those legs could rival those of a professional leg model. Most people's eyes were drawn to Jiang Yunxiao as her outfit was more eye-catching. "Wow, is that a fairy? Mom, I see a fairy. Such beautiful girls and 2 different styles. This walk was totally worth it. Such long legs. I could play with them for 10 years. The girl in the dress is lovely, but you can't see her figure. The other one is smoking hot. I wonder who's lucky enough to be their boyfriend. Well, it's certainly not you or me. None of us here are worthy of them. Too bad. If my dad had better genes, maybe I'd have the nerve to ask for their WeChat. You all have the heart of a chow chow, but not the guts. Miss, can I add you on WeChat?" The 2 girls attracted so much attention that eventually a bold guy stepped forward. A handsome young man walked up to them, phone in hand, and flashed what he thought was a charming smile. Su Qingshi glanced at him, then looked away without a word. Jiang Yunxiao, however, offered a faint smile. "You're handsome, but sorry, we don't have WeChat." The young man's face stiffened. The rejection was embarrassing with so many eyes on him. He tried again. "Miss, I want to pursue you. Give me a chance." Jiang Yunxiao blinked. "Are you trying to pursue me or my friend here?" The young man paused, instinctively glancing at Su Qingshi. Her ethereal beauty made his breath catch. So beautiful. In truth, he thought Su Qingshi was prettier, but she seemed unattainable. Jiang Yunxiao, on the other hand, seemed more approachable, better odds. Both were top-tier beauties, and only children make choices. He wanted them all. Of course, that thought stayed locked in his mind. Recovering, he smiled at Jiang Yunxiao. "Of course I want to pursue you." Jiang Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. "You hesitated, so I refuse." The young man's face froze. Was that even allowed? Even if he were clueless, he realized now that this beauty was toying with him, and it was humiliating. Under the murmurs of the crowd, he slunk away. What a loser, clearly a player. Trying to play me? No way. Jiang Yunxiao said triumphantly, watching him flee like a victor. Then she leaned in and whispered to Su Qingshi, sure, why did you put on makeup today? Su Qingshi paused. She rarely wore makeup unless it was a formal occasion. Her bare face was already enough to outshine most girls. Jiang Yunxiao's comment made her thoughtful. Why had she inexplicably put on makeup? Was it because she was having dinner with Lin Xun? It was just a meal after all. Su Qingshi glanced at Jiang Yunxiao and said coolly, what's wrong with wearing makeup once in a while? Jiang Yunxiao suppressed a laugh. Nothing, haha. Sure, this is the first time I've seen you being tsundere. Tisk, I'll have to tell Lin Xun all about this. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Su Qingshi's eyes. Fine, then I'll tell him all about your glorious past, Jiang Yunxiao. Jiang Yunxiao was startled and quickly begged for mercy. No. I'm sorry, my lady. Please calm down. That kind of thing must never be spoken. She would be mortified. Lin Xun stepped out of the car and spotted the radiant fairy-like senior dazzling among the crowd along with Senior Jiang. Even from a dozen meters away, he could sense an ethereal aura emanating from her. So beautiful. Every time he saw the fairy senior, Lin Xun felt she was breathtakingly lovely. Hurrying over to the two seniors, Lin Xun smiled shyly. Sorry to keep you waiting, seniors. Su Qingshi nodded gently without a word. Jiang Yunxiao's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Xun. Not bad, Junior. You're quite handsome. Haha, really. Thanks, but I think I'm just average, not as beautiful as you seniors, Lin Xun said, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had put some thought into this outing. Jiang Yunxiao's eyes gleamed with mischief as she asked softly, so tell me who's prettier, me or sure? Hearing this, Su Qingshi also turned her gaze, curious about Lin Xun's answer. Lin Xun froze, then instinctively glanced at the two girls, his face reddening as he stammered. Well, both seniors are very beautiful. Fairy. I mean, Senior Su looks like a fairy stepping out of a painting, ethereal and rare in this world, elegant and cool. And what about me? What about me? Jiang Yunxiao pressed eagerly. Lin Xun replied earnestly. Senior Jiang, you're also very attractive, and your personality is great, making people feel easy to get close to. Jiang Yunxiao's eyes curved into crescents, exceptionally adorable, as she asked with a smile. So between me and your Senior Su, who's prettier? Lin Xun hesitated, then told the truth, Senior Su. Su Qingshi tilted her head slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Jiang Yunxiao's expression froze. Are you being polite? Lin Xun quickly explained, Senior Jiang, don't misunderstand. I mean, you're also very beautiful. It's just this. Watching the flustered boy, Su Qingshi found it amusing and looked at him with a half smile. Enough, no need to explain. She won't hold it against you. Jiang Yunxiao turned to Su Qingshi. Sure, is that a human thing to say? Should I just leave? She was speechless. Wasn't this supposed to be a dinner for three? Why did she feel like the odd one out? Lin Xun felt awkward, a chill running down his back. Are girls always this terrifying? Fortunately, the fairy senior was understanding. Little did he know Su Qingshi only helped him because he had complimented her beauty. No girl dislikes being praised, and even Su Qingshi, aware of her own looks, found validation more convincing when acknowledged by others. Where are we heading next? Jiang Yunxiao rolled her eyes. That's up to our rich junior. Lin Xun caught on and quickly said, how about we grab a meal first? Hee Junior, are you treating us to a feast? Let me tell you, I won't settle for anything too cheap. Jiang Yunxiao joked half seriously. Lin Xun thought for a moment and smiled. Then name it, Senior. What do you want to eat? Today's expenses are on me. Awesome. Jiang Yunxiao looked at Lin Xun approvingly, then asked Su Qingshi, sure, what do you want? Su Qingshi said calmly, anything's fine. I'm not picky. Jiang Yunxiao pondered, then her eyes lit up. Let's have hot pot. Lin Xun's face showed a big question mark. He had expected the seniors to choose an upscale restaurant like Forest Palace, not hot pot. Suddenly he realized her earlier words were just a joke, and he had misunderstood. What do you think, Junior? Jiang Yunxiao asked with a grin. Lin Xun had no objections. Okay, I'll book a spot. Soon he reserved a table at a hot pot place and called a car. Lin Xun sat in the front passenger seat while the two girls sat in the back. Junior Lin, I thought you'd have a private car. Don't your parents arrange a driver for you? Jiang Yunxiao started a conversation. Lin Xun explained, I'm not really used to it. I think this is fine, and driving a luxury car would be too flashy. Su Qingshi glanced at him. She had been chatting with Lin Xun on WeChat these past 2 days and learned a lot about him. There was no helping it. This naive junior hadn't held back anything from her and had spilled it all. Jiang Yunxiao looked envious. Sigh, when will I ever live in a villa and drive a luxury car? In your dreams. Go have one tonight, Su Qingshi teased mercilessly. At such a young age, dreaming of such unrealistic things. Did she think she was someone like Ma? Lin Xun's lips curled slightly. He realized the fairy senior wasn't as cold as she appeared on the surface. She could joke too, but only with people she knew well. With strangers, she put on a distant facade. He too wanted to become one of the fairy senior's close acquaintances. Soon they reached their destination. The hot pot place was bustling, and when Lin Xun and the two girls walked in, they immediately drew a crowd of stares. There was no helping it. The two girls were already the most striking presence in the entire restaurant. Lin Xun was also handsome, but overshadowed by the girls his presence diminished significantly. Unsurprisingly, murmurs of envy arose. The boys' eyes were fixed on the two girls, utterly captivated, and when they looked at Lin Xun they wished they could take his place. Had this guy saved the galaxy in his past life to stand beside two fairies? Lin Xun paid no mind to the jealous and hateful stares as the owner led them to a private room. Wow, you booked a private room. That's so thoughtful, Junior. Love you. Jiang Yunxiao exclaimed in delight at the quiet, spacious room. Though Su Qingshi didn't say anything, a hint of satisfaction showed in her eyes. After all, the main hall was too crowded and noisy, and their looks would inevitably attract attention, making the hot pot experience uncomfortable. Lin Xun's consideration was truly thoughtful. In truth, Lin Xun hadn't thought that far, he just wanted the best. This private room was the most expensive and finest, and even for hot pot he wanted to flaunt his status as the richest. Unexpectedly, it worked in his favor and earned him some goodwill. Lin Xun mentally patted himself on the back. He smiled and said, "Take a look at what you'd like to eat. Order whatever you want." Jiang Yunxiao, while complaining of hunger, scanned the menu and placed a flurry of orders. Su Qingshi calmly poured 2 glasses of juice for them, her movements graceful. She handed the poured juice to Lin Xun. Lin Xun quickly took it. "Thank you, Senior." He might be the first to drink juice personally poured by the fairy senior. Lin Xun felt enveloped in happiness. Su Qingshi, however, was indifferent. "Thank you for treating us to this hot pot. It's on you." Lin Xun smiled. "No trouble at all. I hope you eat well today, Senior." Su Qingshi nodded slightly, gently brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, the scene incredibly picturesque. Lin Xun was completely mesmerized. The hot pot feast left all 3 of them thoroughly satisfied. The bill was modest, just a few hundred in total. To Lin Xun it was worth every penny. "Wait for me, I need to use the restroom," Jiang Yunxiao said to Lin Xun and the other before dashing off. Left behind were Su Qingshi with her calm demeanor and Lin Xun, who was visibly nervous. Unlike the previous 2 encounters, this time alone together, Lin Xun harbored secret intentions. He had come to realize that he had fallen for the fairy-like senior, and being near her made him instinctively tense. "Are you nervous?" Su Qingshi glanced at him and asked. Lin Xun let out an "ah?" and stammered, "No, not at all." Su Qingshi smiled knowingly. "Then why are you stuttering?" "Well, this." Lin Xun paused, then coughed to compose himself. "It's just that you're so beautiful, Senior. This is my first time talking to such a pretty girl, so I'm a bit unused to it." "You've never been in a relationship before?" Su Qingshi said curiously. Lin Xun quickly shook his head. "No. Senior, I just graduated from high school." "So what? I know some people start dating in high school. Your thinking is a bit outdated." "Is that so?" Lin Xun gave an awkward smile. "By the way, Senior, do you live around here?" he suddenly asked, still unaware of where she resided. Su Qingshi shook her head. "No, I'm just here to relax. He'll head back in a few days." "Oh, I see." Lin Xun felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped she lived in Liangqing, making it easier to invite her out later. "When will your college entrance exam results come out?" Su Qingshi asked. "Probably within the next couple of days," Lin Xun estimated. Su Qingshi nodded. "I hope you get what you wish for." Lin Xun's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Senior." The 2 chatted lightly about trivial matters, and gradually Lin Xun's nervousness began to fade. Before long, Jiang Yunxiao returned, her eyes darting between the 2 as if searching for something. "What are you looking at?" Su Qingshi asked flatly. "Hee, I was wondering if sparks flew between you 2 while alone," Jiang Yunxiao teased. Lin Xun's face flushed crimson. Su Qingshi's expression darkened. "Hee, okay, so where to next?" Jiang Yunxiao quickly changed the subject. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Xun. After a moment's thought, he suggested, "How about shopping? According to reliable sources, girls love shopping." "Great. Let's go." Over an hour later, the 3 emerged from the mall. As the only guy, Lin Xun naturally bore the burden of carrying the bags. Laden with parcels, he was already breathing heavily. He realized he needed to exercise more. The bags mostly contained items for the 2 girls, daily necessities. They paid for everything themselves. When Lin Xun tried to insist on treating them, Su Qingshi shot him a glare that made him back off. In their view, even if Lin Xun came from a wealthy family, they weren't close enough to take advantage of him. Jiang Yunxiao, despite her playful tongue, remained sensible. After leaving the mall, the sun hung directly overhead, so they sought shade under a large tree. "You've worked hard, Junior. It's so hot, and you've carried our stuff. You must be thirsty. Wait here, and we'll get you a drink." Before Lin Xun could respond, Jiang Yunxiao pulled Su Qingshi away. Left alone, Lin Xun decided to set the bags down. "Lin Xun." A hesitant voice came from nearby. Startled, Lin Xun looked up to see Su Qing clad in a white dress standing a few meters away. She approached and glanced at him. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Just out shopping for some things," Lin Xun replied coolly. His tone was distant, a stark contrast to the stammering he displayed with Su Qingshi. Su Qing sensed his aloofness, a flicker of sadness in her eyes. She forced a smile. "You look great today. It suits you being the son of a billionaire. You've changed a lot. You never used to dress up so well." Today's Lin Xun was a revelation. In high school, he dressed plainly. Though somewhat handsome, he never stood out. Now he exuded confidence, and his trendy outfit made him a radiant sunny boy. Su Qing suddenly felt that this boy who had once harbored a crush on her was becoming remarkable, but she had broken his heart. Lin Xun's face remained expressionless. People change, don't they? That's something you taught me. Su Qing's expression stiffened. Lin Xun, He raised a hand to cut her off. Sorry, we're not that close. From now on you can call me Lin Xun, or just classmate. Thank you. He had long since moved on from her. He considered the youthful infatuation a waste. Su Qing wanted to say more, but then a flash of purple entered her sight. Have you been waiting long? Su Qingshi walked up to Lin Xun and looked at him. Her tone, though still calm, carried a gentle warmth like a spring breeze. Seeing Su Qingshi lifted Lin Xun's spirits. He noticed she was holding 2 ice cream cones, one in each hand, which softened her ethereal aura and added a touch of earthly charm. How adorable. When Su Qing saw the sudden appearance of an extraordinarily beautiful girl beside Lin Xun, her face paled. Lin Xun, who is she? Su Qingshi glanced at the girl. She had noticed Lin Xun chatting with her earlier and felt an inexplicable discomfort. Without waiting for Jiang Yunxiao, she came over directly. Su Qingshi was somewhat surprised. The girl was undeniably pretty, at least on par with Jiang Yunxiao. This junior sure had a way with women. Junior, and this is... See the difference? The senior used this to show respect to a stranger, while Su Qing bluntly asked who is she with a tone of accusation. Lin Xun naturally sided with his senior. He first introduced her. This is my high school classmate. We just ran into each other. Then he turned to Su Qing. This is my senior Su Qingshi. The two girls exchanged knowing glances. Su Qing could barely maintain her composure. She had asked first, yet Lin Xun answered the other girl and didn't even bother to introduce her. A sharp pang of hurt struck her. Su Qingshi's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. She was sharp enough to catch Lin Xun's preferential treatment, which secretly pleased her. She also sensed an unusual tension. So she extended her hand to Su Qing. Hello, I'm Su Qingshi. Hello, I am Su Qingshi. Note the use of I am instead of my name is a subtle distinction that immediately positions herself as the one in control. It must be said Su Qingshi possessed remarkable emotional intelligence. Su Qing's face stiffened as she extended her hand to return the handshake. Hello, my name is Su Qing. I was Lin Xun's high school classmate. Su Qingshi gave a faint smile. What a coincidence you share the surname Su. Yes, it is quite a coincidence. Sister Su, I heard Lin Xun mention you're his senior. How did you two meet? Su Qing asked sharply. Sister Su. Retreating in order to advance, trying to subtly emphasize her age, was she. Huh. Little sister, you are far too inexperienced. A flicker of mockery passed through Su Qingshi's eyes. She said, I study at Nanjing University. I met Lin Xun by chance. Nanda? What a coincidence. Senior. I want to apply to Nanda too. Su Qing smiled radiantly. Weren't you aiming for Peking University? Lin Xun interjected abruptly. Su Qing's face stiffened, annoyance flaring within her. You idiot, Lin Xun, undermining me. Su Qingshi seized the opportunity. Peking University is not easy to get into. Su Qing refused to back down. Yes, I feel uncertain about it too. So I've decided to stick with my original plan and apply to Nanda. She paused, then added, this was a goal Lin Xun and I set together when we studied side by side. Back then we spent almost every day studying together, which is why we set this common goal. She was pulling out the big guns. Lin Xun's face darkened. Girl, you're sabotaging my pursuit of the senior. Yet what Su Qing said was true, and he found himself unable to refute it. What a dilemma. What should he do? Su Qingshi glanced at Lin Xun, taking in his expression. A flicker of anger danced in her eyes, and she let out an exasperated laugh. A little junior, so there's a story like that. But Su Qingshi was not one to be intimidated. She looked at Su Qing, whose face bore a triumphant expression, and smiled. Is that so? Then Lin Xun's excellent results owe a lot to you. Su Qing's eyes curved into crescents. And I have to thank Lin Xun. Without him I probably wouldn't have improved so quickly. This girl was quite calculating. Su Qingshi pursed her lips into a smile. Are you two a couple now? Though the question wasn't directed at him, Lin Xun inexplicably sensed a hint of murderous intent in her voice. He immediately hastened to explain, no, we're not. There is absolutely nothing between us. The murderous intent vanished, a doge-like survival tactic. Su Qing's expression turned sour. Su Qingshi feigned surprise. I thought you two were already together. Su Qing was about to speak, but Lin Xun cut in, Senior, I'm thirsty. His tone carried a hint of coaxing. Su Qing stared at him in astonishment, as she had never seen this side of Lin Xun before. Su Qingshi was also caught off guard. Recovering, she found it amusing. All right, then put the things down. Out of the corner of her eye she caught sight of Su Qing and suddenly changed her mind. Let me feed you instead. So saying, she brought the ice cream to Lin Xun's lips. Su Qing. Lin Xun was momentarily stunned, wondering if he was dreaming. The fairy-like senior was personally feeding him ice cream. Was this real or fake? Moi. Su Qingshi's voice came through, tinged with confusion. Snapping back to reality, Lin Xun quickly took a bite of the ice cream. The cool, refreshing sensation filled him with satisfaction, but even more so with happiness. Suddenly carrying all these bags didn't feel like hard labor at all. Watching the intimate pair, Su Qing's composure crumbled. She had initially planned to mention that Lin Xun had once confessed to her, but now there was no need. The clown turned out to be her. I have things to do. I'm leaving. As she turned away, Su Qing's eyes reddened against her will. Watching Su Qing's retreating figure, Su Qingshi's demeanor instantly turned cold. She cast a frosty glance at Lin Xun. Put the things down. Lin Xun was bewildered. What's wrong? What happened? Nevertheless, he obediently put down the bags. Su Qingshi handed him the ice cream she had fed him, and asked in a flat tone, "Are you happy that I fed you ice cream?" Happy. Lin Xun nodded instinctively before catching himself. He hurriedly stammered, "Son. Senior. I." Su Qingshi shot him a glare. "Was that your sweetheart?" Her tone carried a hint of displeasure. Don't ask Lin Xun how he knew. He immediately and obediently explained the whole story behind it. To him, this matter was like a thorn, better to remove it early to avoid feeling guilty in front of the senior later. After hearing Lin Xun's explanation, Su Qingshi's expression finally softened. She looked at him with a hint of surprise. "So you like that type?" Lin Xun scratched his head. "Not exactly. We spent a lot of time together, so there was a bit of ambiguity. But after last time, things are completely impossible between her and me. You can rest assured, senior." "Rest assured?" Su Qingshi gave a knowing smile. "Why would I need to rest assured? What are you talking about? There's nothing between us. Why are you explaining yourself to me?" A cold sweat broke out on Lin Xun's forehead. Nothing. I spoke out of turn." At the same time, a pang of disappointment struck him. Yeah, the senior doesn't like me, so why would she care about such trivial matters? Lin Xun couldn't hide his emotions, his whole face drooped. Su Qingshi was taken aback. She hadn't expected her words to cause such a drastic shift in the little guy's mood. Ever since Su Qing left, she had been wrestling with herself. Her behavior today was too unusual, nothing like the Su Qingshi she knew. She had actually been subtly competing with someone's first love, almost as if she were jealous. No, jealous wasn't the right word. Did she like Lin Xun? No way. What did she feel for him? It seemed that being with him made her mood a bit lighter than usual. And while she was in the midst of her self-hypnosis, she had inadvertently spoken those last words. Clearly her words had hurt the little junior. For a moment, Su Qingshi didn't know what to say. Comforting others was something she had never done before. But Lin Xun's moods were fleeting. He soon calmed down. Licking his ice cream, he remarked admiringly, "This ice cream is delicious. By the way, senior, where's Senior Jiang?" Su Qingshi gave him a peculiar look. "She's still in line. She's probably gone to buy soda by now." Lin Xun nodded. Glancing at the ice cream in Su Qingshi's hand, he reminded her, "Senior, if you don't eat your ice cream, soon it's going to melt." Su Qingshi snapped back to attention and looked at her ice cream. Indeed, under the scorching heat, most of it had melted with creamy liquid dripping down the side about to reach her fair fingers. Quick as a flash, Lin Xun instinctively reached out to catch the dripping cream. But unexpectedly, Su Qingshi moved at the same time, using her other hand to shield the base of the ice cream cone. And Lin Xun's outstretched hand happened to grasp her other hand. For a moment, both of them were frozen in place. Senior, I didn't mean to." Lin Xun's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, turning as red as a boiled shrimp. Yet truth be told, her hand was so soft, so pleasant to hold. Su Qingshi gazed at the flustered boy struggling to explain himself, and said with a hint of resignation, "Why are you so jumpy?" Lin Xun stared at her in surprise, baffled by her words. Su Qingshi said calmly, "So can you let go now? How long do you plan to hold on?" "Off." Only then did Lin Xun realize he was still gripping her hand, and he quickly released it. Seeing his utter mortification, Su Qingshi found it amusing. Even her usually cool demeanor softened with a trace of warmth. "So beautiful." Lin Xun was mesmerized. Su Qingshi hummed in acknowledgement. "What did you say?" A corner of Lin Xun's lips lifted as he praised without reserve, "Senior, you are truly beautiful." Su Qingshi pressed her lips together. "Thank you." Sensing something amiss, she quickly took a bite of her ice cream to mask her awkwardness. Lin Xun smiled. He felt that sometimes he needed to be bolder. A secret crush might be sweet, but without the courage to confess, it would only lead to missed chances. With that thought, Lin Xun's lips curled into a natural smile, and his entire demeanor seemed to shift. Su Qingshi looked at him with a hint of surprise, noticing that the junior seemed to have grown a bit more handsome. It was as if a touch of charm had been added to his sunny boy image. Where did this inexplicable sense of security come from? "What's up with you? Why are you grinning like that?" Jiang Yunxiao, who had just returned, eyed Lin Xun curiously. Lin Xun smiled at her. "Welcome back, Senior Jiang." Jiang Yunxiao nodded and handed him a plastic bag. "Here, your water." After thanking her, Lin Xun first unscrewed a bottle of soda for Su Qingshi, who accepted it politely. "Say, you two, something feels off between you," Jiang Yunxiao remarked, studying them. Su Qingshi froze, then recalling the earlier incident, felt a wave of unease. "Ooh la la, sure, you're blushing. That's a rare sight," Jiang Yunxiao exclaimed as if she had discovered a new world, scrutinizing her best friend. "Shut up." Su Qingshi shot her a cold glance. Lin Xun sipped his soda nonchalantly, as if he had nothing to do with it. Inside, he was overjoyed. He felt that after today, his relationship with his senior would take a step forward. After another hour of strolling, Su Qingshi, considering the bags Lin Xun was carrying, suggested they call it a day. Soon Lin Xun hailed a taxi for the two girls, loaded their purchases into the trunk, and waved them off. Lin Xun took another car home. "Young master, you're back." The maid greeted him respectfully. He nodded slightly. "Hello." He walked into the hall, leaving the maid swooning. "The young master looks so handsome today." In the living room, Gu Yanyan was tending to her skincare routine. She had been diligent about it lately, and the results were evident, and she looked like a completely different person from the ordinary woman she once was. "Mom, I'm home." Lin Xun greeted her. Gu Yanyan nodded in acknowledgement, then suddenly jolted. "My son's back. Quick, come here." Lin Xun was about to head upstairs, but turned back at her call. "What is it, Mom?" Gu Yanyan asked with a gossipy grin. "So, how did it go? Did you have fun?" Lin Xun nodded. "It was fine, just a bit too sunny, but otherwise okay." Gu Yanyan put on a serious face. "Who asked you that? I mean, how was the date?" Lin Xun smiled helplessly. "Mom, I just treated her to a meal." "That's not a date." Gu Yanyan chuckled. "Treating a girl you like to a meal, that's a date, isn't it?" Lin Xun was speechless. What was his mom's logic? "What did you eat?" "Hot pot. Hot pot. You, the son of the richest man, treat her to hot pot. Didn't I give you enough money to take her somewhere nice?" Gu Yanyan's eyes widened. Lin Xun was puzzled. "What's wrong? Hot pot is delicious." He had seen his senior enjoy it quite a bit. Gu Yanyan sighed in frustration. "Son, if you want to win a girl over, you've got to put in effort. Don't hold back on money. Just spend it. We're not short on it. Girls like generous guys." Lin Xun crossed his arms. "Stop. You might be mistaken. Not all girls are after rich guys. So please don't worry about this, okay? He'll handle it. I'm going to my room now. I've been out all day and need a shower." With that, Lin Xun fled before his mother could respond. "Hey, this kid." Gu Yanyan watched him go, torn between laughter and tears, and let out a sigh. Back in his room, Lin Xun received a message from his fairy senior. "Fairy senior, I'm home. A safety check." A smile spread across Lin Xun's face as he replied, "What a coincidence." "Me too. Fairy senior, you carried everything today. Thanks for the hard work." Lin Xun's eyes widened in disbelief. His fairy senior actually cared about someone. Wow, had they really come this far without him realizing it? Just as Lin Xun was about to reply, Su Qingshi sent another message. "Fairy senior, are you free tonight?" Lin Xun was startled, and quickly replied yes. Having finished his college entrance exams, and with no summer job, he was basically a free spirit, free to do as he pleased. "Fairy senior, would you like to go somewhere with me tonight?" Lin Xun was overjoyed. His senior was asking him out. "Huh, she asked me out." Reply, "Sure." After the chat ended, Lin Xun was ecstatic. He was thrilled. Just being able to accompany his fairy senior shopping today was an honor, and he never expected this pleasant surprise. A shower. He had to take a nice, fragrant shower. Soon the sound of Lin Xun's off-key singing echoed from the bathroom. They say that when guys shower, they think they're pop stars singing their hearts out. Meanwhile, at the rental apartment. "I'm so tired." Jiang Yunxiao stretched her graceful curves, stunning, though no man was lucky enough to witness it. Su Qingshi glanced at her. "Put your things away." Most of the purchases were Jiang Yunxiao's, she only had a few. Jiang Yunxiao reluctantly began tidying up like a puppet on strings. Su Qingshi sat at her computer desk looking at her phone and smiled faintly. She didn't know what had possessed her to ask out a guy she had known for less than a week alone at night. Maybe she was just being impulsive. Jiang. "Huh, can I borrow your car tonight?" "You're going out." "Where to?" "To see my dad." "Oh, want me to come along?" "No need." "All right then. Be careful, honey." Lin Xun stood by the bridge, sending a message to the fairy-like senior on WeChat letting her know he had arrived. But the fairy senior did not reply. It was exactly 7:30 p.m. The evening breeze was cool, the weather was not good, and the forecast predicted rain. Lin Xun had only just realized this and silently prayed, "Oh heavens. Today is my first date with the beautiful senior. Please don't let it be ruined by rain." For tonight's meeting, well, it couldn't really be called a date. He had changed into a new outfit to see her. His hair was lightly styled, looking somewhat fluffy, and he wore a thin check jacket over his top, making him appear spirited and handsome. They had agreed to meet on the bridge, the place where they first encountered each other. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xun sent another message, but still received no reply. What was going on? Could it be raining where the senior was? Had she not left home? A faint sense of disappointment welled up within him. Just then a small scooter stopped beside him and a cool voice called out, "Hey, what are you spacing out for?" Lin Xun was startled. He looked over and exclaimed happily, "Senior." At this moment, Su Qingshi was sitting on an electric scooter, her long legs planted on the ground, wearing a pink safety helmet. Tonight she wasn't dressed in a skirt, but in a short-sleeve top and jeans, still in those white sneakers. Her hair was simply tied up, and she wore a pink helmet along with a mask revealing only her cool eyes. Lin Xun had never imagined that Su Qingshi, beautiful as a fairy, would ride an electric scooter. He had always thought a sports car suited her better, but today he saw a different side of her. Yet this discovery delighted him. It seemed the fairy was not so unattainable after all. How could she be so adorable? Still daydreaming. Get on. Su Qingshi, noticing the boy staring at her, reminded him. All right, Lin Xun quickly approached. Su Qingshi handed him a helmet. Put this on. Lin Xun took it, noticing it was a new helmet with the tag still on. Senior, did you buy this especially for me? Su Qingshi hummed softly in affirmation. This scooter belongs to Jiang Yunxiao. Oh, it only had one helmet, so I stopped by a store to get you one. This also explained why she was late. Unspeakable joy shone in Lin Xun's eyes. Haha, this is the first thing the senior has truly bought for me, he thought, deciding he would place the helmet on his bedside table as a keepsake. Just return it to me before you go back. Then Su Qingshi suddenly spoke. Off. Lin Xun was taken aback, then felt disappointed. So it was just for borrowing. I was joking. Su Qingshi's lips curved into a beautiful arc, but hidden behind the mask Lin Xun couldn't see it. Fool, how could she take back something you've worn? It was bought for you in the first place. Lin Xun's worry turned to joy. Thank you, senior. He quickly put on the helmet and happily swung one leg over the back seat. Wait. Su Qingshi suddenly said. What's wrong, senior? Lin Xun asked, his face flushed with confusion. Su Qingshi replied expressionlessly, am I driving? Lin Xun realized his mistake and wanted to slap himself. How could he be so tactless? How could he let the senior drive? He had been so eager to sit behind her, hoping to maybe wrap his arms around her waist, that he had gotten carried away and forgot. Sorry, senior. Should I drive? Lin Xun immediately put down the foot he had placed on the back seat. Su Qingshi responded, then used her long legs to move to the back seat. The senior's legs are so long. Lin Xun couldn't help but marvel. Then he pulled himself together, determined not to embarrass himself further, and sat in the driver's seat. He could still feel a trace of warmth beneath him, the spot where the senior had just been sitting, making his face redden with discomfort. Slow down. Su Qingshi's voice came from behind. All right, senior, hold on tight. Lin Xun replied, then gently twisted the throttle. The scooter swerved slightly before heading straight ahead. Su Qingshi sat in the back, not wrapping her arms around Lin Xun's waist, but gripping the iron bars on either side of the seat. She looked at Lin Xun's back. The boy's shoulders were broad and sturdy, evoking a sense of security. Being this close, she didn't detect any body odor. Had the junior taken a shower? Su Qingshi had never been this close to a boy before. She had never imagined this scene happening to her. But her mind was in turmoil until a voice within told her that some things must be tried to know if they can be accepted. So she was slowly changing herself with Lin Xun as her focus. Over this time together, she found this boy special, different from others, so she was willing to try getting closer. If it didn't turn out as she hoped then. However, when with the junior, her personality would unconsciously soften, as she couldn't be as cold to him as to others. Perhaps there was something about him that drew her in. Still to be determined. Senior, where are we going? Lin Xun's voice came from the front. Su Qingshi said, I'll navigate for you, just follow my directions. Okay. Lin Xun replied, then his timid voice came again. Senior, if holding the bars gets tiring, you can hold onto my clothes. Su Qingshi was taken aback. She hadn't expected Lin Xun to say that. Honestly, gripping the bars made her feel awkward. Her arms ached, and she had to maintain distance, making her overly tense. After thinking it over, she silently withdrew her hands and grasped the fabric at Lin Xun's waist. All right, Su Qingshi, you are the aloof goddess. He's just a younger guy. Why are you nervous and shy? Come on, take the initiative. Following Su Qingshi's directions, Lin Xun was surprised to find they were heading toward the cemetery. On the way, they passed a flower shop. Su Qingshi asked Lin Xun to stop, went in alone, and came out a few minutes later holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Lin Xun's expression turned serious. He realized this outing was very important to the fairy senior. Why are you nervous? As they set off again, Su Qingshi noticed Lin Xun's tense body, even slightly sweaty. Lin Xun's voice was a bit hoarse. Senior, is my outfit too informal? He had thought the senior had invited him out just for shopping and dinner, not expecting to visit a cemetery. Would his casual look be inappropriate for the cemetery? Su Qingshi paused for 2 seconds, then realized what the boy was worried about. She said softly, it's fine, you look good like this. Very handsome. The young man was perceptive, picking up on her thoughts and considering things from her perspective. This showed that he had been paying attention to her. At that thought, the corner of Su Qingshi's mouth lifted under her mask, and her visible eyes softened with warmth. Unfortunately, Lin Xun, who was driving, was destined not to see it. The cemetery at night appeared tranquil, with only a few strangers wandering about, presumably also visiting the departed. Lin Xun parked his scooter by the entrance and accompanied Su Qingshi into the grounds. Senior, watch your step. Lin Xun reminded softly. The streetlights here were dim, barely illuminating the path. He quickly turned on his phone's flashlight to light the way for Su Qingshi. She nodded gently. A few minutes later, they had ventured deep into the cemetery, stopping before a tombstone. Su Qingshi gazed at the gray portrait on the tombstone, momentarily lost in thought. Lin Xun studied it as well. The image was of a middle-aged man with a stern, yet kind expression, his features radiating righteousness. It was clear he had been an extraordinary person in his youth. Su Sheng. That was his name. Without asking, Lin Xun knew this was Su Qingshi's father. Senior, she had no father. For some reason, her silhouette at that moment seemed lonely, desolate, and sorrowful. Lin Xun's heart ached, a wave of pity swelling within him, making him yearn to hold her and be her support. Su Qingshi stared at the portrait for a long while, then slowly bent down to place the bouquet of flowers before the tombstone. He was my father. In life, he was a remarkable people's police officer. During an incident involving a bomb to protect the civilians from harm, he fought the criminal alone. As he was about to seize the bomb, the culprit embraced him and they fell into the river. The bomb exploded, and he never returned. Su Qingshi recounted softly. Lin Xun knew she was speaking to him. His expression grew complex. Is it the same bridge where we first met? She nodded gently. Yes. Lin Xun opened his mouth to speak, but found no words. That night she had thought he was going to jump into the river and stopped him, leading to their first encounter. Only then did Lin Xun understand why the aloof goddess had spoken to a stranger. Indeed, Su Qingshi's nature was never to initiate conversation with a boy, and she disliked men. Honestly, if anyone else had seemed about to jump that night, she would have spoken up. Seeing someone about to jump reminded her of her father's fall into the river. At that moment, it just happened to be him. Lin Xun didn't know whether to feel fortunate or something else. It was too complex. Su Qingshi looked at the tombstone and said slowly, "My mother always advised my father not to rush headlong into danger at work. He would just smile it off. In the end, only a banner of honor and a cold bank card lay in my mother's bedside drawer, and he never came back. My mother lost her husband, and I lost my father. Sometimes I think about the families behind every fallen officer, how much they must suffer. They were a husband, a wife, a child, a father." Lin Xun could no longer hold back. He made the boldest decision of the day. Gently he pulled Su Qingshi into his arms and said softly, "Senior, if you feel sad, just cry. There's no one else here. I'm willing to bear your tears. Uncle, he was truly great. I think given another chance he would make the same choice. He was an extraordinary man. Your happiness is the greatest tribute to him." Su Qingshi did not resist his embrace. Instead, she showed unprecedented vulnerability. After all these years, her facade finally crumbled in that moment upon finding a pillar of support. Lin Xun's arms gave her a profound sense of safety, calming her fierce heartbeat. Like a kitten, she nuzzled gently against him and slowly closed her eyes. In that instant, she was neither the aloof goddess Su Qingshi nor a fairy. She was merely a fragile, ordinary girl. No matter what the future held, she just wanted to catch her breath. Lin Xun gently stroked her back. His heart held no frivolous thoughts, only deep compassion. He resolved to make Senior happy every single day. He would protect her. They lingered in that emotion for several minutes. After Su Qingshi had fully composed herself, her voice slightly hoarse, she asked, "Have you held enough?" Lin Xun gently released her without his usual shyness and said warmly, "Feeling better?" She nodded softly. "Thank you." He grinned. "Senior, I think you're great like this. Not so untouchable and very approachable." Su Qingshi gave him a cool glance. "What's the point of being approachable? So a crowd can pester me." Lin Xun paused, then realized. Indeed, if the fairy-like Senior were truly so gentle and weak, wouldn't she attract a swarm of relentless suitors? Wouldn't his rivals become much more formidable? No, absolutely not. This side of Senior was for his eyes only. Su Qingshi glanced at Lin Xun, who was getting carried away, and a slight smile tugged at her lips. With a hint of warning, she said, "Keep tonight to yourself." Lin Xun immediately pledged, "Don't worry, Senior. I swear I'll never reveal that you're actually a gentle girl." Su Qingshi's expression froze, a flicker of murderous intent in her eyes. She looked at him with a half-smile and curled her lips. "Junior, come here." "What is it, Senior?" Lin Xun eagerly shuffled over. But Su Qingshi reached out, grabbed his ear, and twisted it gently. "Ow. Spare me, Senior." "Easy, easy. I was wrong." Boom. Suddenly a loud thunderclap echoed from the sky. Both were startled. "Is it going to rain?" Lin Xun frowned. Su Qingshi said softly, "Let's go back." Lin Xun felt a pang of regret. So soon. Whoosh. The rain poured down without warning, leaving them no time to react. "So fast. Senior, let's take shelter." Lin Xun urged, instinctively grabbing Su Qingshi's hand and running toward the exit. She looked at their clasped hands, feeling an odd sensation. She didn't seem to mind the junior's closeness. He always unconsciously did things that warmed her heart. But perhaps this feeling wasn't so bad after all. The sudden downpour caught them off guard, thunderclaps and raindrops arriving in unison. Despite Lin Xun and his companions sprinting as fast as they could, they were drenched. They took shelter under a protruding structure, barely escaping the rain. Behind them was a billboard, its 50-centimeter-wide iron canopy, just enough to shield one person. The rain intensified as if determined to wash away the sweltering summer heat, showing no sign of abating. Soaked through, their clothes clung to their skin. Su Qingshi's jet-black hair was plastered to her forehead, a few damp strands sticking to her cheeks, exuding an indescribable blend of purity and allure. Her soaked attire outlined her perfect figure, the short-sleeved shirt clinging to her body. Lin Xun could even glimpse her fair skin through the fabric, along with a hint of white. His breath caught in his throat. This was too tempting. A gust of cold wind swept in with the heavy rain, fine mist-like droplets lashing against them. Frail as she was, Su Qingshi immediately sneezed, her body trembling. Seeing this, Lin Xun quickly shed his jacket and offered it to her. Senior, dry your hair with this. Su Qingshi glanced at the jacket Lin Xun held out, hesitated for a moment, then took it. Thanks. She removed the khaki hair tie securing her hair and handed it to him. Hold this for me. Lin Xun muttered an acknowledgement and took it. Without a hint of reluctance, Su Qingshi used Lin Xun's jacket as a towel to dry her hair. They had already embraced, oh, what was the harm in using his clothes? Lin Xun watched her, a dazed look in his eyes. Senior Zhang Yunxiao had once sent him a photo of the fairy-like senior drying her hair, but it was recalled before he could save it. Now he was witnessing it firsthand, and with his own jacket no less. Her movements were so graceful. Her profile was stunning. Lin Xun felt his affection for her deepen. He didn't idle, casually looping the hair tie around his wrist before pulling out his phone. He opened the camera and discreetly aimed it at Su Qingshi. Hidden by the jacket, she remained oblivious to his actions. She didn't notice. Elated, Lin Xun focused the lens and framed the perfect shot, ready to press the shutter. His first private photo of his senior was about to be born. Click. But reality was harsh. Just as his finger pressed down, a distinct click sounded. Lin Xun's face froze. Moi. Su Qingshi looked over in confusion, her gaze meeting his phone still aimed at her. Lin Xun. Damn. Mortifying. Had forgotten to turn off the shutter sound. His mind was screaming in panic. What to do? Who could save him? How was he supposed to handle this situation? Su Qingshi looked at him with a knowing smile. Taking a sneaky photo. Lin Xun forced an awkward grin. No, I was photographing the rain. Oh really? Let me see. Su Qingshi gave a light laugh. Little brother, you can't even lie properly. Lin Xun was mesmerized by her smile. Her hair was still slightly damp, her clothes clinging to her form, and that faint smile on her face was utterly captivating. Click. Without hesitation, Lin Xun pressed the shutter again. Su Qingshi raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to pull a tooth from a tiger's mouth? Quite bold, taking a sneaky photo right in front of her. This move had her stumped. Lin Xun quickly pocketed his phone and put on a serious expression. Senior, don't just chat. Hurry and dry off, or you'll catch a cold. Su Qingshi glanced at him, but didn't demand he delete the photo. If he wanted to take it, so be it. Of course, if it had been anyone else, she would have forced them to delete it. After roughly drying her hair, Su Qingshi prepared to wring out Lin Xun's jacket. Let me. Lin Xun snatched the jacket and gave it a twist, water droplets falling as he wrung it dry in a few quick motions. Then he draped the wrung-out jacket back over Su Qingshi's shoulders. Thanks. After expressing her gratitude, Su Qingshi gazed into the curtain of rain. Lin Xun also stared at the downpour. Neither spoke, yet a wordless understanding passed between them. The heavy rain lasted a full 10-odd minutes before gradually subsiding. Su Qingshi suddenly murmured, the scooter's probably parked out in the open. Lin Xun gave a wry smile. Yeah, I wonder if it still works after being drenched for so long. If it was broken, well, head buy her a new one. Should we go? Su Qingshi looked at Lin Xun and asked. Lin Xun pondered for a moment, reluctant to let his senior brave the rain. How about this? I'll have my family pick us up. My home is in this area, not far, just about 10 minutes away. Su Qingshi shook her head. No need, Lin Xun. Shall we give it a try? Lin Xun was stunned. Give it a try? Try what? Was his senior confessing to him? Oh my god. Was this real? Su Qingshi said softly. I'm in a bad mood today. I want to get caught in the rain. Lin Xun snapped back to reality, a pang of disappointment in his heart. Oh, so his senior just wanted to try getting caught in the rain. Had totally misunderstood. No, her words were too easy to misinterpret. But you might catch a cold, he said hesitantly. Su Qingshi replied. I exercise regularly and my health is pretty good. Lin Xun dared not respond to that. He usually focused solely on his studies and rarely worked out. Let's go. Head to the scooter. With that, Su Qingshi stepped into the rain. Wait for me, senior. Lin Xun dashed out without a second thought. Well, so much for drying her hair. It wasn't long before Su Qingshi was soaked again. They reached the electric scooter, which as expected had enjoyed a thorough bath, even its helmet filled with water. After a quick tidy-up, Lin Xun drove off with Su Qingshi. Slow down, the road's slippery. Su Qingshi warned him. Don't worry, senior. I won't let you fall. Lin Xun called out with a laugh. A smile tugged at Su Qingshi's lips. Her mask had long since disappeared, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty, untouched by makeup, radiant even in the rain. She slowly extended her hand, slipping it around his waist from under his arm, and rested her cheek gently against his back. Lin Xun, still driving, felt as if had been struck by a bolt of unexpected bliss. His back was pressed against an incredibly firm softness, and from the sensation alone, he could tell just how stunning the fairy senior's figure was. What intoxicated him even more was that the fairy senior seemed to be gradually accepting him. This meant he still had a chance, didn't it? In truth, Lin Xun understood that Su Qingshi was only letting her guard down tonight like a mortal fairy. After tonight, she would seal herself away again. But her trust and openness towards him filled him with honor. A young man's dreams were no longer just dreams. He was steadily conquering this ice queen, melting her with the fire in his heart. On the streets, the flow of people was unceasing. Uncles and aunties bustling for a living now huddled under umbrellas staring blankly at the rain. There were also young men and women walking alone in the rain, moving slowly, as if letting the downpour cleanse their souls. Lin Xun suddenly recalled a line from the internet, "I walk in the rain so that no one can see me cry." As the rain began to fall heavily again, Lin Xun had no choice but to drive toward a hotel. It was merely a passing detour, but since they were already here, he decided to book a room. "Senior sister, how about we go into the hotel to shower? We're completely soaked." Having parked the scooter in the lot of a budget hotel, he said to Su Qingshi. The girl got out of the vehicle, wiped the rainwater from her face, and nodded in agreement. All right. Upon hearing this, Lin Xun finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if he continued to accompany his senior sister in the rain, both of them would likely catch a cold. Thus he led Su Qingshi into the hotel. At the front desk, Lin Xun found himself in a dilemma. How many rooms should he book? 1. Wouldn't that be too sudden? Would his senior sister overthink it? Su Qingshi stood quietly behind him, hugging her shoulders, saying nothing. It seemed the chill of the rain had already made her uncomfortable. Lin Xun immediately said to the receptionist, "Hello, I'd like 2 rooms, please." Seeing the two of them drenched, the receptionist kindly suggested, "Sir, we have VIP king-size rooms here with change of clothes and automatic washer and complimentary meals. Would you be interested? We can change clothes." Lin Xun's eyes lit up and he was about to speak when Su Qingshi suddenly interjected, "No need. Just a standard twin room 1. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin Xun's mouth, impossible to suppress. Whatever his senior sister said goes. Politely he said to the receptionist, "Hello, just 1 standard room, please." The receptionist looked a bit disappointed, but quickly processed their check-in. "Sir, miss, your room number is 0520. Please keep your key cards safe." Lin Xun took the cards, thanked her, and entered the elevator with Su Qingshi. "We're just going in to shower and change clothes, so there's no need to book 2 rooms or a VIP suite. Even if we have money, we shouldn't waste it, understand?" Inside the elevator, Su Qingshi spoke, first her voice sweet yet cool. Lin Xun quickly nodded. "You're right, senior sister. I won't do it again." What a wonderful senior sister, she was already saving him money before they were even wed. Hee. Swiping the card to enter the standard room was spacious, costing nearly 200 yuan, equipped with all the basic amenities. "Senior sister, you shower first. I'll see if I can buy some clothes," Lin Xun said to Su Qingshi. She glanced at him, noticing that he was actually colder than she was, wearing only a short-sleeved shirt. So she said, "You go first. They'll handle the clothes. Besides, you don't know my size, do you?" Lin Xun was about to protest, but Su Qingshi furrowed her brow. "I said you go first, so go. Don't dawdle." "Yes." Defeated, Lin Xun shuffled into the bathroom. Su Qingshi let out a soft chuckle, then pulled out her phone, which she had already protected in a plastic bag during the ride. She ordered a set of clothes for herself on Meituan and another for Lin Xun. Though she didn't know his exact measurements, men's sizes were easy to guess, roughly the same. "Senior sister, did you buy the clothes?" Lin Xun's voice echoed from the bathroom. Su Qingshi glanced at the bathroom door, walked over to the nearby wardrobe, and pulled out a men's bathrobe. "The delivery won't arrive for a while. Put this on for now." "All right, senior sister. Could you hand me the robe?" Before Lin Xun could finish, the bathroom door cracked open and a bathrobe was slipped in. His face was flushed, whether from heat or embarrassment, he didn't know, as he quickly took it. "Thank you, senior sister. Hurry up and put it on. I still need to shower." 2 minutes later, Lin Xun emerged from the bathroom in the bathrobe, which wasn't too revealing. Thankfully, it was a robe, not just a wraparound towel. Su Qingshi entered the bathroom, and soon the sound of water flowing filled the room. Lin Xun sat on the sofa, lost in thought. The sound of water from the bathroom felt surreal to him. Had he and his fairy-like senior sister really reached the point of sharing a room? Was this progress too fast? At that moment, she was so close, and for the first time, he was hearing the sounds of her shower. In his mind, he pictured her stunning figure, tall and elegant, especially recalling the sight of her clothes clinging to her in the rain, revealing tantalizing hints of her form. Lin Xun felt his blood surge. At just 18, in the prime of youthful vigor, encountering a beauty like Su Qingshi made his mind wander into forbidden thoughts. The exquisite silhouette of his fairy senior sister under the shower. "Oh, no. Lin Xun, you can't be so impure. How could you take advantage of her like this? She's a fairy, sacred and inviolable. How could you entertain such thoughts?" Slap. Lin Xun struck his own cheek, and the restless heat subsided. He sighed in frustration. He should have booked 2 rooms. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and he got up to answer it. "Hello, your delivery." Lin Xun took 2 bags and said to the deliverman, "Thank you, appreciate it." "You're welcome. Have a great day. Don't forget to give a 5-star rating, dear." Lin Xun closed the door and called out to his senior sister, who was still showering, "Senior sister, the clothes are here." There was a moment of silence from the bathroom, then Su Qingshi's voice came through. "Leave my clothes by the door. They'll grab them later." Lin Xun mumbled an acknowledgement and did as told. About 10 minutes later, the bathroom door finally opened. Lin Xun had already changed into his clothes and was scrolling through Douyin. He looked up instinctively at the sound, and his gaze froze. Su Qingshi had put on the newly bought clothes. Her hair was wrapped in a white towel bundled up like a bun. She wore a white blouse on top and loose trousers below, exuding the charm of a big sister next door. Even so, she looked breathtakingly beautiful. After her shower, a faint flush adorned her cheeks. With her hair wrapped up, her delicate face was revealed, like a polished pebble. Beneath her fair neck were her elegant collarbones, and below that, indescribable. It was the first time Lin Xun had seen his fairy senior sister like this. So this was a beauty emerging from her bath. His burning gaze made Su Qingshi a little uneasy, and she turned her head slightly. Do the clothes fit you? Lin Xun nodded. Thank you, senior sister. They're perfect. In truth, the clothes she bought were a bit loose, but since she had chosen them, even if they were a size too big, he would wear them. Su Qingshi gave a faint nod. Wait a moment. He'll dry my hair, and then we'll head back. Lin Xun nodded and sat obediently. Everything went smoothly. By the time Su Qingshi had dried her hair, the rain outside had stopped, though a fine drizzle lingered, negligible enough to ignore. They packed up their wet clothes and checked out. This time Su Qingshi drove, taking Lin Xun to the outside of his villa. He'll wash your clothes for you and return them once they're dry, Su Qingshi said, glancing at the bag hanging on the scooter's hook. Lin Xun quickly refused. No, it's fine. He'll wash them myself. Don't trouble yourself, senior sister. How could he let her do that? He hurriedly grabbed his own clothes. Su Qingshi gave him a peculiar look. With that emotional intelligence of yours, how do you ever get a girlfriend? Huh? Lin Xun was baffled. Su Qingshi didn't elaborate. I'm off. See you. With that, she started her electric scooter. Stay safe, senior sister. Lin Xun waved at her retreating figure. Once she was out of sight, he finally withdrew his gaze. As he turned around, a sudden realization struck him, and he slapped himself hard. Idiot Lin Xun. Damn it. Why was he so dense? His senior sister had meant to wash his clothes and return them later, giving them an excuse to meet again. And he had just thrown that opportunity away. Ah, this mouth of his. Cut it off. The next day, as expected, Lin Xun had a fever. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his head heavy. My constitution is too weak, he muttered, shaking his head slightly, his gaze drifting to the table beside the bed. On the table lay a helmet and a hair tie. The hair tie, of course, belonged to the senior girl. Since returning yesterday, Lin Xun had kept it in his pocket, and she must have forgotten to ask for it back. This was a keepsake from the fairy-like senior, and a girl's hair tie falling into a boy's hands carried a unique significance. Picking up his phone, Lin Xun sent a message to the fairy senior. Good morning, senior. Do you have a cold or fever? The reply came within seconds. Fairy senior, no. Do you have a fever? Lin Xun, it seems probably maybe. Yes. Fairy senior, drink plenty of warm water. Do you have medicine at home? A smile tugged at Lin Xun's lips as he replied, yes. By the way, senior, your hair tie is still with me. When can I return it? Fairy senior, no need, just throw it away. Seeing this, Lin Xun couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, I'll make sure to throw it away, right into my pocket. Just then another message came from the fairy senior. Lin Xun quickly looked. Fairy senior, you need to improve your physical fitness. Once you get to university, you'll have more freedom and facilities to exercise regularly. The long string of words left Lin Xun feeling a bit troubled. Damn, she won't think I'm a weakling, will she? No way. Once his fever broke, head to the gym. Head get his dad to buy him an annual membership. Lin Xun replied weakly, got it, senior. With a firm emoji. After ending the conversation, his throat dry, he got up, poured a glass of water with his limp body, and drank it all. Then listless he left the room. Lin Batian was away on business, leaving only Gu Yanyan at home. Seeing Lin Xun looking like head overdone it, Gu Yanyan's face filled with concern. Oh my son, what's wrong with you? Lin Xun rubbed his temples. I got caught in the rain yesterday and have a bit of a fever. Gu Yanyan quickly called the butler to bring fever medicine. Here, take this. She handed Lin Xun a glass of warm water and the medicine. He protested, I need to eat something first. Taking medicine on an empty stomach isn't good. Of course, young master. The kitchen has breakfast ready and warm. He'll get it right away, the butler said promptly. Thank you, Uncle Guan, Lin Xun replied. Soon Lin Xun ate a few bites of food, and under the watchful eyes of Gu Yanyan and the butler took his medicine. Only then did he regain some energy. Child, why on earth did you let yourself get caught in the rain? Gu Yanyan asked with concern. Lin Xun reassured her, it's okay, Mom. This fever was worth it to him because it made everything that happened yesterday feel real. He even had to thank yesterday's rain. By the way, Mom, I still have over a month of summer break. I want to go to the gym. Lin Xun spoke up. Gu Yanyan hadn't expected this from her son. Alright. I own a gym too. You can just go there. Oh, I should have added a gym to the villa. Silly me. Madam, I'll make arrangements to build one next to the villa, the butler said with a smile. Lin Xun quickly waved his hand. No, don't bother. We won't be living here much longer anyway. We'll be moving soon. Good heavens, he still hadn't fully grasped the joy of the rich, adding a gym on a whim. The power of money was terrifying. After making that decision, Lin Xun returned to his room, crawled under the covers, and fell asleep. He slept straight through until evening. When he woke, he was drenched in sweat. The smell made him grimace, so he hurried to the bathroom to wash up. Admittedly, after taking the medicine and sleeping, he felt much better. He took his temperature, 37.0°C. He quickly sent a message to the fairy senior, but she didn't reply, likely busy with something. Just then a video call came in. Seeing it was Fatty, Lin Xun answered. What's up, Fatty? Brother Sun, where have you been getting rich? No word from you for days. Fatty was at a street stall eating skewers with his girlfriend Xiao Ai. Lin Xun laughed. At home. Silly me, you're the richest man now. Fatty slapped his forehead. Lin Xun smiled. What's the real reason? Want to grab a couple of drinks? Can't. Just got over a fever. What? You had a fever? Let me see what's up. Got caught in the rain. Alright then. I was going to have a drink with you, but Xiao Ai brought her friend to introduce to you. Guess we'll have to reschedule. Lin Xun was speechless. So that was Fatty's game. He was being nice, but if it were the old days, and there were girls at a party, no, even then he wouldn't have gone. Back then his eyes were only on Su Qingshi. Now they were only on the fairy senior. Other women were, but fleeting clouds. By the way, Brother Sun, the college entrance exam results come out at noon tomorrow. Want me to come over? Fatty suddenly asked. Lin Xun was taken aback. So soon. He hadn't realized time had flown so fast. A whole month since the exams ended. Sure, just come over tomorrow. Great. Gotta go. Love you, moi. Get lost. After hanging up, Lin Xun felt a bit of anticipation for tomorrow's results. Even though he had estimated his score, seeing it for real would be a different feeling. The next morning, when Lin Xun woke up, he checked his phone. The class group chat was already exploding. Still no reply from the senior, so he simply went to wash up. In the class group, classmates, the big reveal is coming. Are you nervous? Haha, our class monitor should be able to get into a top-tier university, right? Not at all, the results aren't out yet. Don't jump to conclusions. If we're talking about the best students in our class, it's Lin Xun and Su Qingshi, right? I wonder how they'll score. Yeah. Where are they? Show yourselves. Lin Xun, Su Qingshi. Lin Xun was lurking. Seeing the topic had turned to him, he replied. Lin Xun, around 700. The chat went silent for a moment, then 666. 999. Don't ask why it's off the charts. A god. Scoring 700. A top university is guaranteed. Think bigger. Not just a top university, Tsinghua or Peking are possible. This is what a top student looks like. And rich too. Not like me, you'll end up at a mediocre university. They'll be going to some no-name school. Just then the avatar with the name Su Qingshi popped up. Su Qingshi, you'll probably get around 700 too. Another wave of messages flooded the chat. Lin Xun watched unsurprised. Su Qing's grades had always been on par with his. Soon noon arrived. Sun Go, am a bit nervous. What's there to be nervous about? How many points do you think you can score? Maybe 400. Then you've got nothing to worry about. Just go to a vocational college. At that moment in Lin Xun's room, the two were huddled in front of the computers staring at the loading screen on the webpage. Since today was the day to check college entrance exam results, the entire system had frozen. Soon a massive 404 error appeared on the page. Both their faces darkened. Sun Go, is your computer even reliable? Liu Pang complained. Lin Xun said grimly, it's a second-hand laptop from a few years ago, a Xiaomi. Liu Pang was speechless. He widened his eyes. How could a rich young master like you use a second-hand computer? Lin Xun said awkwardly. I've used it for so long I can't bear to throw it away. There's a lot of data on it. Hearing the word data, Liu Pang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Holy crap. Data. Let me see. He snatched the computer and quickly navigated through my computer, soon spotting a red F drive. Damn, Sun Go, you're hiding quite a stash. This is a whole 100+ gigabytes. Liu Pang, as if had never seen anything good, clicked open one of the files. Hello students. Today we'll discuss the application of trigonometric functions. A video started playing. Liu Pang was dumbfounded. It really was study material. Lin Xun was taken aback by the fatty's antics, then his face darkened. What the hell were you thinking? Did you think my data was that kind of stuff? A guy who lasts a minute still wants to watch that kind of video. Save your strength, bro. Sorry, my bad. Liu Pang laughed awkwardly. Just then the door opened, and Gu Yanyan walked in carrying a laptop. Son, use mom's computer? Yours is so old it must be terribly slow. Gu Yanyan smiled and handed the laptop to Lin Xun. Thanks, Mom. Lin Xun took it gladly. I remember this second-hand computer was recommended by a co-worker when your dad was working on the construction site, Gu Yanyan said, looking at the old laptop with a hint of nostalgia. Lin Xun chuckled. Did he really get it from a construction site? Gu Yanyan laughed sheepishly. Actually, your dad got it from one of his employees. Lin Xun was speechless. Alright, never mind the details. Check your results. Gu Yanyan urged, eager to see her son's score. After all, he had studied hard for over a decade just for today. Lin Xun nodded and turned to Liu Pang. Fatty, let's check yours first. Your exam number. After a few clicks, the page started loading. Soon Fatty's scores appeared before them. Chinese 101, Math 88, English 66, Physics 60, Chemistry 65, Biology 71, Science Composite 196, total 451. 451. Fatty, not bad. That's higher than you expected, right? Lin Xun said in surprise. Fatty was thrilled to see the score. Holy crap. Your Fatty here has made it. No construction site for me. This score was enough for a bachelor's degree. Impressive. Gu Yanyan praised. Thanks, Annie. Sun Go, your turn. Let's see your score. Liu Pang urged. Lin Xun smiled calmly, switched accounts, logged in, and his score appeared. Gu Yanyan suddenly screamed. Fatty's eyes bulged with shock. Oh, holy crap. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow at the score. Chinese 136, Math 145, English 140, Physics 93, Chemistry 100, Biology 97, Science Composite 290, total 711. 711. 711. Oh my god, our Lin family has made it. My son scored 711. Gu Yinyan murmured, covering her mouth as tears streamed down. Lin Xun quickly grabbed tissues to wipe her face. Mom, why are you so excited? Why are you crying? Gu Yinyan cupped Lin Xun's face, her eyes full of pride and tenderness. Mom's just happy. My son is too outstanding. It's all worth it. Lin Xun felt a surge of emotion, his nose stinging. Yeah, your son didn't let you down. Mom, Dad, all your efforts over the past decade weren't in vain. Li Peng watched the scene, his eyes stinging with emotion. How touching. He thought if he took his score to his parents, his old man would probably give him a harsh lesson with his leather belt. At that thought, Li Peng shuddered and dared not dwell on it. Knowing her son's score, Gu Yinyan immediately pulled out her phone to call Lin Batian and walked out of the room. Lin Xun hadn't expected to score 711 either. He had anticipated a perfect 100 in chemistry, but the high Chinese score surprised him. He chalked it up to luck. Still, he hadn't let his family down. Lin Xun took out his phone, snapped a photo of his score, and sent it first to Su Qingshi. To his surprise, she replied instantly. Fairy Senior, very impressive. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Lin Xun immediately beamed like a child. He replied, Senior, from now on I'm your junior. Please take care of me. Grin, Fairy Senior, you've always been my junior. Lin Xun couldn't help but laugh heartily. Li Peng watching this couldn't help but say, Sun Gu, you're grinning like a blooming flower. What's so funny? Lin Xun shot him a glance. You'll soon have a godmother. What? Li Peng was stunned, then his eyes widened. Nice try. Prepare for a physical attack. Lin Xun was speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Batian was in a meeting when a phone suddenly rang. Everyone looked over, curious who dared to leave their ringer on during a meeting. Lin Batian calmly pulled out his iPhone 15 Pro. Everyone quickly averted their eyes. Oh, it's the boss, never mind. Hello. Lin Batian answered the call publicly. What a... He suddenly exclaimed, startling the senior executives. What's wrong? Is the company going bankrupt? Did the boss get cheated on? Everyone was baffled. Haha, great. Worthy of my son. Good, good. He'll be right back. Lin Batian then broke into a grin, his face like a blooming flower. He hung up and announced to the executives, meeting adjourned. Everyone leaves an hour early today. Everyone was puzzled. Holy crap. Has the sun risen from the west? Didn't you hear me? Lin Batian scanned the room. Everyone quickly packed up. Ahem, my useless son got his college entrance exam results today. He only scored 711. Tisk, I have to go home and scold him. Lin Batian glanced at the gold watch on his wrist, pretending to be nonchalant. The executives froze mid-action then. Wow. Is the young master that amazing? Over 700 points. Incredible. I never knew the CEO was so outstanding, and the young master is truly a dragon among men. Great genes. Yeah, my useless son dropped out early. He can't even compare to the young master. The young master is awesome. The CEO is a great educator. Indeed. Hearing the flattering words, Lin Batian was pleased. He waved his hand grandly. I declare a 3-day paid holiday for the entire company. Woo! Long live the CEO. I second that. When the college entrance exam results were released, Lin Xun's class group chat exploded. Roar! I scored 498. 50 points more than usual. Awesome. Did you make the first tier cutoff? What are you thinking? This year's cutoff is above 530. Then I just made it. 666. You're all academic elites with a bright future. The guy above actually scored 666. That's insane. Dream on. I only got a measly 388. Friend, watch your words. By the way, let's hear the scores from the big shots in Curious. Curious 1. 1. After a while, a message was sent. Homeroom teacher Lin Xun, Su Qing, Lu Li monitor study rep. What scores did you big shots get? With the homeroom teacher speaking up, the group became lively again. Lu Li teacher, I messed up, only 617 points, 20 points lower than my estimate. Monitor, hee, I made it to the first tier. Study rep, make way, I'm about to show off. Study rep image spectator, a gasp. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Spectator B, the first two are fake humble, I only respect the study rep. Spectator C, amazing 666, truly 666 points. This score can get into a 211 university. Spectator D, our class is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, my heart is comforted. In front of the computer, Su Qing's slender fingers scrolled the screen. She had been lurking, seemingly waiting for someone to speak. Then she scrolled and clicked, opening another page displaying her exam results. Looking at her scores, Su Qing couldn't help but smile. Class group. Spectator D, why aren't Lin Xun and Su Qing's scores posted? Come on, blind my dog eyes. Spectator C, as everyone knows, Lin Xun and Su Qing have always been first and second in class. Their scores are definitely better than 666, right? Study rep, what do you mean by that? Spectator C, sorry, I didn't mean to look down on you. Su Qing, image gossipers. Holy crap. My passionate horse. As expected of the goddess. His score is off the charts. Am uncultured someone else speak. 700 points, I almost thought the perfect score was 700. Only lost 50 points academic elite. Su Qing actually scored 700 points. Lin Xun exchanged a glance with Li Pang somewhat surprised. TCH, that's not as impressive as you, bro son. Su Qing has always been good at studies. Li Pang said indifferently. Lin Xun shrugged. Whether she's good or not has nothing to do with me. Bro son, everyone's curious about your score now. Aren't you going to blind these sons' titanium alloy dog eyes? Li Pang said eagerly. Lin Xun thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, I'll give them a treat. The competitive spirit of youth was still strong and Lin Xun was no exception. Besides, he never intended to keep a low profile. Lin Xun imaged the moment Lin Xun posted his score. The group chat was flooded. Bro Sun is awesome. The protagonist always appears last. 711, a full 11 points higher than Su Qing. Almost perfect. This score guarantees Qingbei University. More than guarantees. I think it's enough for an early admission. Let me soak up the good luck. My internet has been lagging for 2 hours. Hope my score is half of Bro Sun's. In the high school homeroom teacher's office, Lin Xun's teacher suddenly exclaimed. Other colleagues cast curious glances. The homeroom teacher said with a smile, 2 of my students scored over 700. Over 700. And 2 of them. Instantly colleagues cast envious glances and showered him with praise. Lin Xun glanced at the class group messages, most of which were trivial, so he logged out and asked Li Pang. Fatty, what are your plans next? Li Pang said, I've decided to work in a factory with my girlfriend for a month during summer break. Lin Xun was somewhat surprised. Doesn't your girlfriend have a part-time job? Li Pang waved his hand. I made her quit that. After all, the massage part-time job was somewhat inappropriate now that she was his girlfriend. What about you, Bro Sun? What are you planning? Me? I'm going to work out. Nothing else really. I envy the rich young master, never having to worry about work. Get lost. After bidding farewell to Li Pang, Lin Xun let out a sigh of relief. The college entrance exam was finally over. High school was truly an unforgettable place where many experienced their first stirrings of love. Lin Xun was no exception, but for him, it was a story without an ending. He opened the fairy-like senior's WeChat and sent a message. Lin Xun Senior, what are you up to? Soon Su Qingshi replied. Fairy Senior, packing up. I'm returning to school tomorrow. Lin Xun was shocked and quickly replied, so soon. Fairy Senior, I originally came here just for a month-long vacation. There are still things to do at school. Her family conditions weren't as explosive as Lin Xun's. She had her own work and part-time jobs. Since there was still some time before school started, and she was already a junior with plenty of time, she planned to make use of it. Lin Xun suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. Once the Fairy Senior left, it seemed like he would lose a lot of joy. Did that mean he wouldn't see her until school started? After thinking it over, Lin Xun replied, then take care, Senior. On the other side, Su Qingshi, sitting at her computer desk, looked at the WeChat reply, and a smile curled on her lips. She replied, see you at Nanda. What's made you so happy? Jiang Yunxiao suddenly appeared behind Su Qingshi, asking curiously. Su Qingshi casually covered her phone and said calmly, finished packing. Jiang Yunxiao said, almost. Sure, don't change the subject. Tell me, which young hottie are you chatting with? Su Qingshi glanced at her guess. Jiang Yunxiao exclaimed in surprise. Sure, I've noticed you've changed so much this past month in Liangqing. I barely ever saw you smile before, but now you smile every time you look at your phone. What's going on? Su Qingshi was taken aback. She hadn't thought about it. But upon reflection, it was true. She wasn't as cold as before. Why? The image of Lin Xun involuntarily surfaced in her mind. By the way, are you still talking to that junior? Jiang Yunxiao suddenly asked. The more she thought about it, the more she felt her best friend's state resembled the symptoms of being love-struck, as described online. No way. But her best friend hadn't been close to any guy? Oh, except for that junior. Su Qingshi said calmly. Don't you have anything better to do? Why are you so concerned? Jiang Yunxiao's eyes widened. Oh my god. You're deflecting. Deflection is proof. No way are you really into the younger brother type. Is there a problem? Su Qingshi saw no issue at all. Who said a boyfriend had to be older? Isn't a young doting guy appealing? Jiang Yunxiao clicked her tongue in amazement. Impressive. Our aloof goddess is about to bloom. But if it's that junior Lin, it must be interesting, right? By the way, we're leaving tomorrow. Don't you want to say goodbye? Jiang Yunxiao teased her best friend. Su Qingshi said no need. She had already said it. The senior sister had returned to Nanjing University, and the college entrance exam results were out. Lin Xun filled in Nanda as his first choice according to his preference. In the days that followed, aside from his 3 meals, he practically lived in the gym, working out. The early stages were naturally very tough. For the first 3 days, Lin Xun couldn't even complete 100 push-ups in one go, and every morning, he woke up with soreness in his back or weakness in his arms. Working out was so hard. Whenever he felt exhausted, Lin Xun would think of his senior sister, and instantly he'd find motivation again. Between workouts, he also chatted with her every day. Even if it was just a few simple greetings, it could make him happy for a long time. He also understood that she was usually busy and didn't dare to disturb her too much. So he would also seek out senior sister Jiang Yunxiao, and of course the purpose was to pry for information about Su Qingshi. Now his relationship with Su Qingshi, well, they should be considered friends by now, right? According to Jiang Yunxiao, he was apparently Su Qingshi's first male friend. Lin Xun couldn't suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. And so the summer vacation neared its end, and before they knew it the day to start school had arrived. Without a doubt Lin Xun was admitted to Nanjing University. During this time, he even received calls from the admissions offices of Qingbei University asking if he would consider enrolling there. A score of 711. It was exceptionally high. Although he wasn't the top scorer in the provincial college entrance exam, it was well above the admission threshold for Qingbei. Of course Lin Xun refused. For him, no matter how good Qingbei was, it couldn't compare to Nanjing University, where the fairy-like senior sister was. Fatty was admitted to a local engineering college in Liangqing for an undergraduate program. Getting into college and a bachelor's program at that was a rare feat in Fatty's hometown. It was said that they threw a grand banquet that caused a stir throughout the entire village. During the application period, Su Qing also sent a message asking Lin Xun if he had applied to Nanda. Lin Xun was stunned when he saw the message. Su Qing, why was she still in his contacts? Hadn't he deleted her? So much time had passed that Lin Xun had almost forgotten Su Qing was still in his contact list. However, he couldn't be bothered to reply to her. September 2nd. At the main gate of Nanjing University. Today was the day for freshmen to register. A crowd of youthful faces surveyed the place where they would spend the next 4 years, their eyes brimming with curiosity. At that moment, all the students coming and going through the school gate were looking in one direction. Their parked was a black Rolls-Royce. Son, have fun at university, treat your roommates to meals often, and build good dormitory relationships. I will, Mom. And also be humble and cautious in school. You're too naive, son. Don't let anyone deceive you. I know, Dad. Lin Batian and Gu Yanyan were currently nagging Lin Xun, their eyes filled with reluctance. Their child had finally grown up. All right, Mom and Dad, you two head back. I'm not a child anymore. I can handle things on my own, Lin Xun said with a smile. Lin Batian nodded. All right, call us if anything comes up. Your dad still has a bit of a business empire over here. Lin Xun nodded. Got it. Okay, I'm going in to register. Bye-bye, you two. Dragging a suitcase and carrying a backpack, Lin Xun walked through the gates of Nanjing University. Watching their son's retreating figure, Lin Batian and Gu Yanyan embraced, tears glistening in the latter's eyes. Suddenly, I feel a bit reluctant. Lin Batian comfortingly patted her head. All right, don't be sad. Our son has grown up, we don't need to worry about him anymore. But I just can't bear to let go. I've booked tickets to Sanya for 3 days. How about a second honeymoon? Huh, really? Otherwise, our kid's in college now, we should relax a bit too, shouldn't we? Great. Then let's hurry back and pack. Watching his wife, who was even more eager than he was, Lin Batian felt a bit helpless. So much for all that reluctance just a moment ago. Under the envious gaze of the crowd, the Rolls-Royce slowly drove away from the Nanjing University campus. Hello, are you a new student here to register? A senior sister wearing a red sash approached. Lin Xun nodded. Hello, senior sister. Could you tell me where the finance department registers? The senior sister gave Lin Xun a once-over. Handsome features, tall stature. What a handsome guy. Instantly she beamed. I'm from the finance department myself. Come with me. As she spoke, she eagerly took the suitcase from Lin Xun's hand. Lin Xun smiled shyly. This senior sister was very enthusiastic. He took out his phone, casually snapped a photo, and sent it to his fairy senior sister. Lin Xun, senior sister, I'm here to register. Lin Xun am following another senior sister to the registration point. On the other end, Su Qingshi, who had just finished her work and was heading to the cafeteria for a meal, felt her phone vibrate. She took it out, and a smile bloomed on her face. The little junior had arrived. But soon she opened the picture Lin Xun had sent her. In it, a senior sister in a uniform with long legs was pulling a suitcase ahead. This must be the other senior sister Lin Xun mentioned. The girl's JK uniform skirt was not long, revealing a pair of fair, beautiful legs. She happened to turn her head and smile at the camera, perfectly captured. Su Qingshi frowned. After a moment's hesitation on the spot, she changed direction and headed towards the school gate opposite to the cafeteria. The fairy senior sister didn't reply. Lin Xun was a bit disappointed, but he quickly followed the senior sister to the finance department's freshman registration base. Ooh la la, Inin, where did you pick up this handsome young guy? Most of the registration staff were girls. Seeing Lin Xun's handsome face and that little puppy dog vibe, they started teasing him. Inin, the senior sister who had brought Lin Xun, said with a smile, he's a new student in our department. Handsome or not? Don't even ask, he's really handsome. After receiving dozens of freshmen, we finally got a handsome one. Hey little handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Lin Xun had never encountered such a situation before. He hadn't expected these senior sisters to be so enthusiastic, it was making him a bit socially anxious. Hello, senior sisters. Could you please help me with the enrollment procedures? Lin Xun greeted politely. Come, I'll do it for you. Please show me your admission letter. Lin Xun did as he was told, took out the letter, and then signed some documents according to the process. And we also need your WeChat ID and phone number. A senior sister said with a sly look in her eyes. Huh, do you need those too? Lin Xun was taken aback. Yes, yes. The senior sister quickly nodded. Of course she was lying. How else could she trick him into giving his WeChat ID? Just then senior sister Enin suddenly laughed. Don't listen to their nonsense. Come on, the procedures are done. They'll take you to your dorm. Hey. Enin, that's too much. The other girls protested. Enin, him trying to hit on my junior. Sorry, I saw him first. So of course I'll add him first. Lin Xun, who would have thought? On the very first day of enrollment, I encountered campus fraud. Just as Lin Xun was about to follow senior sister Enin to the dormitory, a sudden gasp of surprise rose from the crowd. Wow, that girl is stunning. Is she a senior? Hee, you're a freshman, right? Let me introduce you. That's senior Su Qingshi, the universally acknowledged campus belle of Nanda. In the future, when you see her, remember to keep your distance. Why, hey, you want to argue? Let me tell you, all the guys at Nanda who want to pursue the goddess could line up around the entire campus. She's not just the campus belle, she's also a prodigy in the finance department. Last year alone, she won numerous awards with her professional knowledge. She's a lofty celestial being. Senior Su is aloof and reserved. Most people don't dare to approach her. Many boys who confessed were rejected. No one at Nanda has ever caught her eye. I wonder what kind of person Senior Su likes. The girl wore a floral dress, her tall figure, an exquisite face, exuding an aura of mature elegance. As she walked along the campus path, she instantly drew countless gazes. Even the girls looked at Su Qingshi with admiration. Faced with such a talented woman, they found themselves unworthy of jealousy. Lin Xun was also stunned at this moment because Su Qingshi was walking in his direction, their paths intersecting. Senior is so beautiful. Lin Xun gazed at Su Qingshi in awe. Though it had been a while since they last met, she had become even more enchanting. The fairy-like senior had now regained her aloof goddess persona. The tenderness she once showed had been left behind in the rainy days of Liangqing. Soon Lin Xun grew nervous, because it seemed Su Qingshi was walking toward him. Could it be that senior had come to pick him up? No way. Even though Lin Xun found it hard to believe, a glimmer of hope stirred within him. Under the gaze of many, Su Qingshi halted just 2 meters away from Lin Xun. Everyone was bewildered. What was happening? Why had the goddess stopped? Hi, senior. Lin Xun smiled and waved at Su Qingshi. Seeing this, the onlookers cast disdainful glances. Kid, are you overthinking this? You actually dare to greet the goddess? You think she's here for you? You must be blocking her path, right? Yes, that must be it. Senior Enin, who was helping Lin Xun with his luggage, whispered to him. Junior, you should step aside. You're blocking Senior Su. Huh. Lin Xun was taken aback, then awkwardly shifted aside. Was he in her way? Su Qingshi glanced at Lin Xun, a faint smile tugging at her lips. She asked softly, have you completed your enrollment procedures? Lin Xun quickly nodded. Yes, all done. Su Qingshi nodded, then turned to the stunned Enin. Which dormitory is he in? Enin answered instinctively, Building 7, Room 307. Thank you. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Xun. Bring your luggage and follow me. Without waiting for his response, she turned and walked away. Lin Xun stood frozen for a moment, then snapped back to reality, his face lighting up with excitement. Okay. Coming right away. Sorry, senior, I can manage the dormitory myself. There's no need to trouble you. Lin Xun quickly grabbed the suitcase from Yinyan's hand and chased after Su Qingshi. Hey. Enin stared at Lin Xun's retreating figure in disbelief. Junior, add me on WeChat before you go. After the two had disappeared, the subdued atmosphere suddenly exploded. Holy crap. What did I just see? The goddess Su talking to a guy. Has an iron tree blossomed? Or is a pig climbing a tree? This is huge. Who is that freshman? He actually got Senior Su to personally escort him to the dorm. He's kind of handsome, but I feel like he's not worthy of Senior Su. I think I've seen him before. His parents drive a Rolls Royce. Never mind. Oh my god. Someone notify the guys in our dorm right away. There's a guy near their goddess. In no time, the campus forum was buzzing with news. Someone even snapped a photo of Lin Xun and Su Qingshi together and posted it online. Su Qingshi had always been a focal point at Nanda, so this topic quickly shot to the top of the homepage. Damn it. Who is this guy? My loyal subjects, I want his full information within 5 minutes. Little did Lin Xun know his first day on campus had already made him a celebrity at Nanda. At that moment, he was pulling his suitcase, silently following behind Su Qingshi. The fairy-like senior walked slowly, her steps elegant and unhurried. Her tall figure accentuated her perfect curves, and Lin Xun's fingers itched with the urge to capture this scene. Just as he was lost in thought, a calm voice reached him, walk faster. Lin Xun snapped back to reality and quickly stepped up to walk beside Su Qingshi, though he deliberately kept some distance. Su Qingshi glanced at him, but said nothing. Lin Xun took the initiative to speak. Senior, did you come specifically to pick me up? Su Qingshi replied flatly. I was afraid you wouldn't know the way. Consider it a favor since we're acquainted. Lin Xun chuckled inwardly. That excuse might fool a child, but he played along. Thank you, senior. Su Qingshi looked at him. Did they ask for your WeChat? Lin Xun was confused. Who? Su Qingshi said. Those volunteers welcoming the new students. Lin Xun shook his head. No, they wanted me to leave it, but I didn't. Su Qingshi smiled knowingly. Looks like you're quite popular. Lin Xun scratched his head sheepishly. The senior girls were just too enthusiastic. He dared not entertain any other thoughts as such things had never happened to him before. Su Qingshi asked, have you bought everything you need? Lin Xun nodded. Most of my stuff was brought to school earlier by our family's butler and should already be in the dorm. That's why I don't have much luggage. Su Qingshi nodded. Once you're enrolled, the first thing is military training. But given your physical condition, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xun had been working out for the past month and his physique was now much more robust, giving him a more mature aura. Lin Xun nodded. I've looked into all of that. Su Qingshi nodded, then realized she might be overthinking things, so she fell silent. She wasn't one for idle chatter anyway. Lin Xun felt a stirring in his heart as the fairy-like senior stopped speaking. But having her by his side felt pretty nice. Though why were the surrounding students staring at him like that? Or here. Before long, Su Qingshi led Lin Xun to Building 7. Go on in. Get the key from the dorm manager. Each room has a number. Su Qingshi said softly. Thank you, senior. Lin Xun said gratefully. As Su Qingshi appeared in the boys' dormitory area, curious onlookers began to gather. Seeing this, Lin Xun quickly said to Su Qingshi, Senior, you should head back now. I can go in by myself. If she stayed any longer, they would attract even more attention. He had already gotten a taste of the fairy-like senior's fame at Nanda. Alright, goodbye. Su Qingshi also noticed the growing number of boys around and frowned slightly before taking her leave. She herself felt a bit reckless for bringing a boy to the male dormitory. No doubt the campus forum would soon be flooded with stories about her. But she had never cared about such things. If she did, how exhausting would her life have been these past few years? After watching the senior leave, Lin Xun entered the dormitory, politely asked the dorm manager for the key, and carried his suitcase upstairs. Lin Xun's dormitory was Building 7, room 307. The dormitory environment was acceptable, a 4-person room with 2 toilets and 2 wash basins. Upon entering, Lin Xun found that no one else had arrived yet. The items his butler had brought were already placed at the bed on the left near the entrance. To his surprise, the dormitory seemed to have been completely renovated. It was spotlessly clean, requiring hardly any cleaning at all. Apart from a thin layer of dust on the bed frames, everything else was immaculate. Moreover, that dust had clearly settled only in the past couple of days. He was somewhat taken aback. Could Uncle Guan have taken care of this? Without dwelling on it, Lin Xun swiftly made his bed, visited the restroom, and then sat on his bed waiting for his roommates to arrive. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Feeling sleepy, he reclined on the bed and soon drifted off. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xun was awakened by a commotion. Opening his eyes, he saw a young man organizing his belongings on the opposite bed. He quickly sat up. Hello, are you staying here too? Sorry for waking you, bro. Hi, I'm Lu Gang from Nanjing. I'm a veteran, just discharged from service and returning to school. Lu Gang lived up to his name. He was robust with a crew cut that gave him a clean and cheerful appearance. Dressed in a dark green short-sleeved shirt that revealed muscular arms, he exuded a sense of security. Lin Xun could feel an overwhelming sense of righteousness emanating from him. Were all veterans' temperaments this admirable? I'm Lin Xun from Liaoning. The two shook hands. Impressive, bro. You've got strength. How long have you been training? Lu Gang looked at Lin Xun with pleasant surprise. Lin Xun chuckled. Not bad, just about a month. Let's go for a run together sometime. Sure. Let's add each other on WeChat. Sure. The two exchanged contact information and gradually became acquainted. Where did you serve before? Lin Xun asked curiously. Lu Gang smiled. At the border. After his discharge, many had asked him where he served, and he always gave the same answer. Even as a veteran, he couldn't disclose his original unit's location. It was part of the confidentiality agreement, and also a matter of awareness. Lin Xun nodded, a hint of envy in his voice. Life there must be very disciplined, right? Unlike him, who could stay up until 2 or 3 in the morning. Lu Gang waved his hand. It's not as good as you think. Whether it's disciplined depends on the situation, on whether you're carrying a gun or a baton. Lin Xun didn't understand and didn't dwell on it. Could you have a girlfriend in the military? Lu Gang's face softened into a gentle smile. I started dating in high school, and it's been 5 years now. Awesome. Lin Xun gave a thumbs up. Well, it seemed he was the only single one in the dormitory. Brothers. I'm here. A loud, excited shout rang out as a young man burst in. He had a flashy perm with yellow-tipped hair and some pimples on his face, but he looked energetic overall. Oh, 2 are already here. Hi, I'm Go Xingli from Tongluan District, 10 kilometers away. Everyone calls me Brother Go. I'm Lin Xun. I'm Lu Gang. Brother Lin, Brother Lu. Brother Go. Brother Go. The 3 exchanged smiles. Brother Lin, Brother Lu, how old are you? Go Xingli asked with natural familiarity. Lin Xun said I'm 18. Lu Gang replied, I joined the army for 2 years, so I'm 20 now. Go Xingli cupped his fists with a serious expression. I'm 19. How about we become sworn brothers? Well, let the younger brother go first. Your little brother Go Xun pays respects to the 2 elder brothers. Brother Go, you're too polite. Lin Xun and Lu Gang quickly responded courteously. Good heavens, this guy was way too enthusiastic. So dear elder brothers, would you mind going downstairs to help your little brother with his luggage? Go Shengli suddenly grinned slyly. Lin Xun and Lu Gang's expressions froze. Good heavens. So that's what he was waiting for. Nevertheless, the two didn't refuse. They followed Go Shengli downstairs, and 5 minutes later the three returned, each carrying a large pile of items. Brother Go, I can understand bringing a basketball, but what's with the basketball hoop? Lin Xun held a medium-sized basketball hoop, puzzled. To be honest, in the big shot of Tongluan. I join every basketball game in the neighborhood and always win prizes. This is one of the trophies, so I thought I'd install it in the dorm to practice shooting. Lin Xun was speechless. That excuse was too strong, he couldn't refute it. With Lin Xun and Lu Gang's help, the third roommate's bed was soon organized. After exchanging contact information, they gathered to chat. When will the last roommate arrive? No idea, but soon. He should be here before evening. Seems like we have a class meeting at 7:30. Hey, are there many beauties in our finance department? You know what? I heard the campus beauty is in our department. Her surname is Su Qingshi. That's it. How come you know her brother Lin as a freshman? Because Senior Su is really pretty and famous. Really? We'll have to meet her sometime. Brother Lu, don't you have a girlfriend? Having a girlfriend doesn't stop me from appreciating beauty. Nice. Awesome. Finally, at 6 in the evening, the last roommate arrived. His name was Wu Dai, a rather shy, tall, and thin young man with glasses, somewhat introverted. But under Brother Go's influence, he could chat harmoniously. Once the dormitory was complete, Lin Xun suggested going out for dinner. Go Shengli said, let's go. Dinner's on me for helping with my luggage. Lu Gang countered, let me treat. I still have plenty of my discharge allowance left. Wu Da suggested, how about splitting the bill? Lin Xun declared, enough arguing. It's my treat. Go Shengli insisted, mine. Lu Gang said, okay, you treat. Wu Da said, no objections. Lin Xun added, seconded. What the heck? Huh? Lin Xun laughed, and then said, guys, no more arguing. This meal is on me. Alright, I'll shamelessly take you up on that. Lu Gang responded cheerfully. Go Shengli asked curiously, brother Lin, your family must be well off. Lin Xun nodded. Not bad, just the richest family in the Dragon Kingdom. So you're the richest. Wait, what? Go Shengli's eyes widened. Lu Gang and Wu Da also stared at Lin Xun in shock. Lin Xun shrugged. I've got a bit of strength. 666. Awesome. From now on, you're my big brother. If you don't mind, I'd like to call you Godfather. After deciding, the four headed to the second cafeteria, which had better food. Most universities have more than one cafeteria, each with its own character. The first is usually school-run, while the second is contracted out to vendors offering a greater variety of flavors. The four walked along the campus path, curiously taking in their surroundings. So many beautiful women. So many beautiful sights. These sights were very fair. Very dazzling. Lin Xun's looks were quite outstanding. He was nearly 1.8 meters tall, with short tousled hair, a fair and handsome face, the type of fresh-faced pretty boy. As they walked, several girls turned to look at him. Excuse me, could I add you on WeChat? A girl stopped in front of Lin Xun, looking a bit embarrassed. Ooh. Go Shengli and the others teased Lin Xun with knowing looks. Lin Xun was taken aback, then politely declined. Sorry, I didn't bring my phone. The three roommates were speechless. How could you refuse like that? Let me handle her. The girl looked disappointed and walked away regretfully. Brother Lin, turning her down like that is way too awkward. Go Shengli said, putting an arm around his shoulder with a look of exasperation. Then how should I refuse? Lin Xun asked earnestly. He really had no experience. Watch closely. He'll only demonstrate once. Go Shengli pointed a thumb at himself, pulled out his phone, and scanned the area with a sly gaze. His eyes lit up, and he strode toward a girl. Pretty lady, mind if I add you on WeChat? The girl looked startled, then a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Sorry, you're a nice guy. With that, she avoided him, as if he were a plague. Go Shengli's face froze. Huh? Lin Xun and the other two burst into heartless laughter. What are you laughing at? Did you learn anything, or not? Go Shengli's face reddened. Lin Xun struggled to suppress his laughter. I learned it, brother Go. You're a nice guy, ha ha ha. Lu Gang and Wu Da laughed even harder. After the four of them finished their meal, it was nearly 7 o'clock. They decided to head to the classroom, strolling along leisurely. They had already joined the class group a few days before enrollment, and a notification from an avatar labeled as the counselor instructed them to go to building Yutsai room 104 for the class meeting. A young man wearing glasses entered the classroom holding a folder in his hand and stepped onto the podium. Everyone please quiet down. Hello, I'm your counselor. My name is Luanda. The name might sound a bit odd, but barring any surprises, I'll be guiding you through your wonderful campus life in the coming years. My alma mater is also Nanda. I used to be the president of the student council. After graduating, I happened to get hired as a teacher here. So there's not much of an age gap between us. If any of you have questions in your daily life, feel free to talk to me, and I'll do my best to help. Alright, that's enough about me. Now it's your turn to introduce yourselves. Each of you will come up to the podium, so everyone can put a face to the name. Don't be shy. We'll start with student number 1. Hello everyone, my name is Huang Shuyan. I'm from Jingdu, born after 2000. I enjoy reading and playing the piano. Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Go Shengli. I'm from Tongluan. Gender male. Hobby females. Hello handsome guys and beautiful ladies. I'm Zhang Xiao. Not arrogant, just a bit introverted and socially anxious. I hope you'll all take good care of me. Soon after a round of self-introductions, it was Lu Gang's turn. Comrades, hello. My name is Lu Gang, a former soldier. If any of you ever need help, just say the word. Also, if anyone is into sports, we can hang out offline. I'd like to run for the position of sports secretary. I hope I can count on your support. Thank you. Clap, clap, clap. The classmates all applauded enthusiastically. A former soldier was usually quite popular. Next it was Lin Xun's turn. Wow, that guy is so handsome. There's a handsome guy in our class, and I didn't even know. As Lin Xun walked toward the podium, he clearly heard a few girls whispering. He had never paid much attention to his own appearance, thinking his looks were quite ordinary. But now it seemed that might not be the case. Was he really that handsome? Hello everyone, my name is Lin Xun. I'm from Liangqing, 18 years old. It's an honor to study at Nanda. I'm delighted to meet you all. Please take care of me. Thank you. Clap, clap, clap. This round of applause was even louder than Lu Gang's. Soon the self-introduction session ended. Lu Anda smiled and said, "Alright, the introductions were just to give you a preliminary understanding of each other. There will be plenty of time to get to know one another better. Next, we'll hold the class cadre elections. Everyone has a chance. Choose the position you want. I hope you'll all actively participate. It's a great opportunity to exercise yourselves. Those who want to run need to come up to the podium and talk about your reasons for running and how you plan to do the job." As soon as the counselor finished speaking, Lu Gang was the first to go up. He wrote his name on the blackboard, spoke with conviction about unifying ideas, and stepped down amid applause. "Brother Lin, are you going to run for class president?" Go Shengli quietly nudged Lin Xun's arm. Lin Xun shook his head. "No, I know I'm not cut out to be class president." Run for class president? Was he stuffed or drunk? Not even a dog would. "Hello everyone, my name is Huang Chuyan. I want to run for class president because I served as class president throughout high school." Lin Xun silently retracted his complaint. Soon the class cadres for Finance 201 were all decided. Lu Gang unsurprisingly became the sports secretary. After all, no one dared to challenge a former soldier. After the meeting, two girls walked over to Lin Xun. Lin Xun, can we add you on WeChat?" Some of the boys nearby turned their heads, lamenting inwardly why. Why such luck with the ladies? Could being handsome really let you get away with anything? "Ooh buddy, you're something." Go Shengli teased. Lu Gang and Wu De looked on with benevolent paternal smiles, as if watching their proud son. Lin Xun declined. "Sorry, you're both wonderful girls, but I already have someone I like." The familiar line. Go Shengli's face froze. The two girls were dumbfounded. Uft, uft. Lu Gang and Wu De instinctively turned their heads, their mouths twitching. "Sorry, we couldn't help it, haha." Hearing Lin Xun's refusal, the two girls were still a bit reluctant. One of them said, "Don't overthink it. We're not adding you because we like you. We just want you to help us with a discount." Yeah, that's right." Lin Xun's mouth twitched. Did he look that gullible? In the end, the two girls left reluctantly. "Brother Lin, if you keep this up, you're going to break so many girls' hearts," Go Shengli said indignantly. Lin Xun was puzzled. "Wasn't it you who taught me that? And I really don't want to add them." Lu Gang interjected. "I think Brother Lin did the right thing. If you add every girl who asks for your WeChat, what's the difference between that and being a player?" Agreed. Wu De nodded seriously. "What's wrong with being a player? A player isn't a scumbag. He just wants to give every girl a home." Go Shengli said nonchalantly. "Such treacherous words, I dare not agree." Heading back to the dorm. "Go back for what? It's the first day of school. Of course we're going for drinks. Brother Go, can you hold your liquor?" "Haha, not at all. Just a drop in the bucket." Urged on by Go Shengli, the group left the campus and headed to a barbecue joint. "Boss, we're ordering." "Coming. 10 skewers of pig tendon, 10 skewers of lamb kidneys, 10 skewers of chives, 2 portions of pig brain, and 100 oysters to start." Lin Xun and the others stared wide-eyed at Go Shengli. "Brother Go, how weak are you? What did you do last night?" "All kidney-boosting stuff." Go Shengli waved his hand grandly. "Barbecue is all about boosting your kidneys. Come on, you guys, order too." They exchanged glances and quietly placed their orders. Lin Xun said, "They'll have a grilled tilapia peanuts and pork intestines." Lu Gang said, "They'll have a seafood congee." Wu De said, "I like hot dogs. Want some drinks? Should we get some beer?" "Pathetic. Let's get 2 gin of erguo too." Soon the barbecue arrived one after another, and they gradually slipped into a wild party mode. "Whoa, Brother Lin, how did you turn into 2? "What 2? Isn't there just one of me?" "Hey, why are you guys wobbling up and down?" I feel like throwing up." "Haha, you're all amateurs. Can't hold your liquor." "Huh, who's barking?" It was the first day of the new semester, so the barbecue stalls nearby were bustling with business. "Whoa, am I drunk or seeing things? Look, there's a beautiful girl." Go Shengli suddenly exclaimed, pointing behind Lin Xun. They all looked over and were momentarily stunned by her beauty. About a dozen meters behind Lin Xun, 2 girls were waiting for the traffic light. Under the street lamp, their tall and sexy figures caught the eye, their beauty breathtaking. In particular, one girl in a long dress had her black hair cascading down her cold and noble profile, evoking an untouchable aura at first glance. A stunning beauty. Why does she look familiar? Lin Xun squinted, his mind hazy as a wave of dizziness struck him, forcing him to clutch his head. Of course, not only Lin Xun and his friends noticed, others also buzzed with chatter, with some even plucking up the courage to approach her, only to return dejectedly moments later. Hey guys, want to make a bet? Go Shengli's eyes darted as he spoke. Bet what? Bet I can get the WeChat of one of those two beauties. Go Shengli declared confidently. You, old Go, don't embarrass yourself. Do you have any idea of their caliber? Lu Gang sneered. How do you talk? I may be average looking, but I've got a pure heart that makes countless beauties fall. Looks, those are mere illusions. Huh. If you get it, I'll treat tonight. All the lamb kidneys you want. Really? Really? Lin Xun and Wu De can vouch. Right. 1. Go Shengli excited took a swig of Erguo 2 and prepared to stand up. Just then Wu De suddenly pulled him back. Old Go, they're coming over. The pedestrian light turned green, but the two girls unexpectedly changed direction and walked toward Lin Xun and his group. Whoa. Could they be coming for me? Am I that charming? Go Shengli blurted out. Your audacity surpasses mine. Hey, look, that's school beauty Su Qingshi and the stunning Jiang Yunxiao. Heavens, why have they descended to earth? Whoa, could the two school beauties be here for barbecue too? Is that the school beauty? So beautiful. Up close, they're like fairies. Su Qingshi. Lin Xun had drunk a bit too much, his ears ringing, but he vaguely caught the name of the fairy-like senior. Su Qingshi and Jiang Yunxiao were also at a team-building event tonight, as the new semester had just begun and their dorm needed to gather. As they were about to head back, Su Qingshi faintly heard Lin Xun's name. Glancing over, she indeed spotted Lin Xun with his head down. Though she couldn't see his face, clearly she recognized him as Lin Xun. So she walked over. Less than 3 meters from Lin Xun, a disheveled boy suddenly blocked her path. Su Qingshi's delicate brows furrowed. Is something the matter? Go Shengli was stunned by the beauty before him. He had never seen such a gorgeous girl. For a moment his outgoing nature was completely suppressed, and he stammered, Senior, could you? No, Su Qingshi replied coolly, cutting him off. She knew from the start what he wanted. It was always about getting her contact info, and she was used to it. Go Shengli. Ha ha ha. Lu Gang's carefree laughter rang out. Jiang Yunxiao watched with a grin, saying nothing. Su Qingshi stepped around Go Shengli and approached Lin Xun. So fragrant. Lin Xun caught a fresh scent, slowly lifted his head, and his drunken gaze fell on Su Qingshi's face. Whoa, are you a fairy? Ha ha. At his words, Jiang Yunxiao burst into pig-like laughter. Su Qingshi's lips twitched slightly as if she wanted to smile, but held it back. She whispered, why did you drink so much? Lu Gang, Go Shengli, and the others were now half sober, staring dumbfounded at the scene. Whoa, what was happening? The legendary school beauty had actually initiated a conversation with Lin Xun. The onlookers were also puzzled, all wondering what relationship that boy had with Su Qingshi. After all, Su Qingshi had never been involved in any rumors. Suddenly a male who could earn the goddess' attention was shocking. Lin Xun chuckled. I'm happy today. See, I'm not drunk. My boys can't hold their liquor, they're the ones talking nonsense. Lu Gang and the others were instantly speechless. Who was talking nonsense? And we treat you like a brother, but you want to be our father. Bro Lin, we never knew you were this kind of guy. Su Qingshi glanced at Lu Gang, the most sober among them. Are you all from the same dorm? Lu Gang, being worldly wise with a girlfriend, felt no restraint around Su Qingshi. He nodded yes. He said a bit too much. Please take him back. Sure. At that, Go Shengli edged closer. Senior, do you know Bro Lin? Su Qingshi looked at him, yes. Jiang Yunxiao quietly added, and quite well. Go Shengli's mouth formed an O. The onlookers were also stunned. Know him? Quite well. Did Su Qingshi have male friends? Huge scoop. Many whipped out their phones to capture the scene. Caption shocking. New scoop from Nanda School Beauty appears at barbecue stall, seemingly picking up a drunk male friend. Image. Click QQ group, chat gossip group, paste send. On the scene, Su Qingshi looked at Lin Xun, who had slumped back down. After a moment of silence, she turned to Jiang Yunxiao. The latter, looking like a timid victim, hugged herself. You. What do you want? A minute later, under Jiang Yunxiao's resentful gaze, Su Qingshi gently draped her jacket over Lin Xun. The crowd. Click click. Words failed them. They could only snap photos frantically. Jiang Yunxiao rolled her eyes hard. Could she still keep this bestie? Though she wore a jacket beneath, it was only a black tank top. Without the outer layer, her arms were exposed to the chilly air. So this was what it meant to have a crush. You sacrifice your best friend first. Yet she felt a bit relieved as she had guessed right. Sure truly cared about this junior. Was this a proactive move? Rare sight. The aloof goddess had also fallen into love. Let's go. Su Qingshi stared intently at Lin Xun for a few seconds, then withdrew her gaze and left with Jiang Yunxiao. Slap. Whoa Lu, is this a dream? Damn. Why did you hit me? Does it hurt? Slap. What do you think? Damn. It's real. It's really not a dream. Is that the school beauty? She's so beautiful. That's not the point. The point is Bro Lin actually knows her. TSK. This guy's been hiding it well. Let's go back. When he wakes up, we'll interrogate him thoroughly. I'm all for it. In the end, Lu Gang paid the bill, and they staggered back to school supporting each other. The next day, Lin Xun awoke early. He opened his eyes and stared blankly for a full minute. Where is this? Sitting up, he looked around and found himself in the dormitory with his 3 roommates still fast asleep in their beds. Right, he was already a university student. He recalled that yesterday was a dormitory gathering and he had drunk too much. Alcohol causes trouble. This is the second time. The last time he drank was with Fatty, and he had woken up in a hotel the next day without knowing how he got there. Fortunately, this time, he was in his own bed. He glanced at his roommates. Lu Gang's sleeping posture was decent. He lay covered with a military quilt, only his head exposed. Go Shengli, however, was different. This guy was lying on his stomach, one leg dangling off the bed, his head resting on the edge, snoring like a fiddle with drool pooling on the floor. Wuda seemed to have drunk too much as well. Half his body was exposed, and he was only wearing a pair of red boxers. TSK. Brother Go's sleeping posture like this, I must take a photo as a souvenir. Lin Xun revealed a mischievous smile, then reached out to fumble for his phone on the bed, but instead touched a jacket. Huh, this jacket isn't mine. Lin Xun examined the jacket in his hands, and suddenly realized it was a woman's jacket. He brought it closer to his nose, and smelled a fresh fragrance. How could he have a woman's jacket? You're awake. At that moment, Lu Gang also woke up, looking at Lin Xun with a silly grin. Lin Xun asked curiously, Lu Gang, how did we get back last night? Lu Gang laughed. We walked back, of course. Did you think we flew? But this. Lin Xun glanced at the jacket in his hand. Oh, that jacket. Do you really not remember what happened last night? Lu Gang looked at Lin Xun with a strange expression. Last night? What happened? I remember acknowledging a few suns. Lin Xun scratched his head. Lu Gang's mouth twitched. Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be so deep. You actually know the campus belle of Su. Tell me, what's your relationship with her? Campus belle of Su. How do you know I know senior sister? Lin Xun's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Gang snickered and recounted the events of last night. Lin Xun's mouth formed an O shape. The fairy senior sister had appeared last night, and she had draped her jacket over him in front of everyone. This. How could he not remember? Tisk, you should have seen senior sister's expression at that time, so gentle, completely at odds with her reputation. Now the whole school is probably buzzing. You're likely to become a celebrity. Lu Gang said enviously. Lin Xun looked troubled. What's wrong? What kind of expression is that? Being connected to the campus belle is something to be secretly happy about. No, I just regret being drunk at that moment and not seeing everything senior sister did with my own eyes. Lu Gang went to freshen up while the other two were still sleeping. Lin Xun opened WeChat and sent a message to senior sister. Lin Xun animated emoji sheepish grin, fairy senior sister animated emoji proud. Lin Xun's lips curled as he continued typing good morning senior sister. At that moment, Su Qingshi, who was reading in the library, received Lin Xun's WeChat message. She silently put down her book and picked up her phone. Fairy senior sister, sober now. Lin Xun, sorry senior sister, I drank too much last night. Fairy senior sister, don't you know your own limit? Lin Xun animated emoji hee hee, fairy senior sister playing dumb. Lin Xun senior sister, thank you for the jacket. He'll wash it and return it to you. Fairy senior sister, the jacket is Jiang Yangxiu's. Lin Xun. Su Qingshi looked at the reply, imagining Lin Xun's frozen expression at that moment. A hint of a smile tugged at her lips like a breathtaking scene. The classmates who were quietly observing her were all stunned. The goddess smile was too beautiful. The jacket wasn't senior sister's after all. Lin Xun was extremely embarrassed after this little misunderstanding. In the end, it was his mistake. After ending the chat with the fairy senior sister, Lin Xun messaged Jiang Yunxiao to thank her. The latter didn't mind and instead started gossiping with him. Through his chat with Jiang Yunxiao, he learned that he had become famous. Now the campus forum was buzzing with people searching for information about him. Lin Xun was startled and quickly asked Jiang Yunxiao to guide him to the campus forum website. When he saw the posts, his face darkened. He was indeed popular, but many posts claimed he wasn't worthy of senior sister, saying it was like a flower planted on cow dung. A few comments were particularly harsh. Post 1, who is this guy? He's so ugly, how does he deserve to be in the same frame as the aloof goddess? Is he just trying to show off? Post 2, he looks like a pretty boy. How could senior sue such a strong woman like a scrawny guy like him, who hasn't even grown hair? I could take him down with one punch. Post 3, someone tell me which building this brother is from. I want to compare who's more handsome. Post 4, I know this junior. His name is Lin Xun, a freshman from the finance department. Post 5, DM me upstairs, let's talk privately. Lin Xun looked at these posts and his blood pressure nearly exploded. But he knew these guys were just jealous that he could get close to the fairy senior sister, venting their impotent rage. However, the photos taken by passers-by caught Lin Xun's eye. One was from the freshman reception, where he walked side by side with the fairy senior sister pulling his suitcase. Another was when senior sister draped her jacket over him. Although the pixels were a bit blurry, Lin Xun was still pleasantly surprised that after all, senior sister rarely showed such an expression. Was he the first to make her break her routine? Looking closely, they actually looked quite good together. He saved the photos, exited the forum, and quickly got out of bed to freshen up. At 10 o'clock, Go Xingli and Wu De also got up one after another. After washing up, they sat at the table and devoured the breakfast Lu Gang had brought back for them. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xun was surrounded by his 3 roommates. You? What do you mean by this? Lin Xun asked fearfully. Brother Lin, confess honestly, are you the campus belle's younger brother? Go Xingli held a magnifying glass he had somehow gotten, examining Lin Xun closely. Lin Xun's eyes widened. Why do you say that? Then why is she so nice to you? Don't tell me she has a crush on you. Lu Gang crossed his arms, looking profound. In my opinion, Brother Lin, you've probably known the campus belle for a long time, right? Lin Xun nodded. To be honest, I met senior sister during the summer break. Damn, what kind of luck is this? How could such a good thing happen to you? Go Xingli's eyes widened. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Xun's face. It was a dark and windy night. Get lost. I never would have guessed, Brother Lin, that you had this side to you. Lin Xun briefly recounted his experience with the fairy senior sister, of course, without revealing too much. After hearing the story, the 3 of them looked at Lin Xun with envy. To be acquainted with the campus belle, Brother Lin, I respect no one but you. I wish to call you my master. Please teach me the art of winning hearts. My son is too kind. Your father is a bit thirsty and needs a milk tea to wet his whistle. Get lost. In being polite, and you take advantage. Huh. In the afternoon, the class monitor notified the group chat about collecting military training uniforms. Freshmen were about to undergo half a month of military training. Class 201 of the finance department was temporarily organized as Company 21. The company commander, also the drill instructor, was a tall young man whose robust physique was evident even through his camouflage uniform. Attention. Eyes right, dress. Eyes front. Prepare for the posture of attention. Duration 20 minutes. Head up, tuck your chin slightly, eyes forward, fix your gaze on the back of the head of the person in front. This classmate, please adjust your neck a bit toward the center. Reporting instructor, I had a stiff neck last night. Why are the rest of you laughing? All right, everyone squat down. The instructor glared, and everyone groaned in misery. Lin Xun and his 3 friends squatted in a row. Brother Lu, don't you have anything better to do? Why suffer this nonsense with us? Go Xingli kept his eyes straight ahead, but twisted his mouth to speak to Lu Gang beside him. As everyone knew, retired soldiers could be exempted from training. We're brothers, and besides, I'd be too bored alone in the dorm. Lu Gang replied quietly. I knew I didn't spoil you for nothing, my son. You 2 in the corner, stand up. I'm talking to you, don't look behind you. Go Xingli and Lu Gang stood up in bewilderment. The instructor approached. What secrets were you whispering about? Say it louder so everyone can hear. Go Xingli grinned sheepishly. Instructor, report before speaking. Reporting. Nothing. Nothing. I could hear your murmuring from far away. Do you think I'm deaf? The instructor's gaze suddenly fell on Lu Gang. Seeing the young man standing ramrod straight, he was somewhat surprised. Trained. Lu Gang said, just got out. Oh, impressive. Where were you stationed? The instructor asked in astonishment. Lu Gang, the border. Good. You can take a break, the instructor said with a gentle look. Lu Gang cast a pitying glance at his buddy and silently looked away. Brother, you're on your own. Sometimes squatting is better than standing. Of course, that's only true when you're squatting with a group. Go Xingli. Reporting. He wanted to file a complaint. The instructor was playing favorites. As for you, spill it. Go Xingli's eyes darted around, then he shouted. Reporting instructor. My roommate just said you're no good. He wants to challenge you. The instructor. Roommate. What did you say? The instructor doubted his ears. Go Xingli jerked his chin toward Lu Gang. My roommate said he wants to compete with you in push-ups. Everyone became curious, eager to see the spectacle. A retired soldier versus the drill instructor. Who would be stronger? The instructor glanced at Lu Gang, then looked at Go Xingli and smiled. All right, fine. By my command, you get ready for push-ups. Go Xingli was stunned. Huh? Wait, my brother Lu challenges you, and you make me get ready for push-ups. Can't you understand? Want to run a few laps around the field to clear your head? Yes, sir. 100 push-ups. When you're done, everyone can stand up. Everyone. Brother Go, you're so pitiful. Lin Xun and the other 2 silently prayed for him. Hang in there, Brother Go. The faster you finish, the sooner we'll be free from this squat. To be fair, Go Xingli, being a basketball player, had decent stamina. In less than 5 minutes, he completed all 100 push-ups. All personnel stand up. By my command, quick march, mark time. Amid the groans of soreness, the chief instructor finally blew the whistle for a break. Everyone rest in place for 10 minutes. The group breathed a sigh of relief, their clothes already soaked through. Lin Xun and the others were exhausted, and Go Xingli collapsed directly to the ground. Ouch. My poor back. Brother Lu, Godfather, can you put in a good word with the instructor? I don't want to stay here anymore. Go Xingli looked utterly defeated. Lin Xun and Wu De nodded in agreement. They also felt it was stifling. The sun beating down on their heads was like being in a steam bath. Lu Gang chuckled. Stop complaining. Take this chance to get in shape. After all, you only get 1 military training in college. With that, he trotted off to chat with the instructor. During the break, the field grew lively. Many senior students who had been waiting outside with milk tea in hand came to visit. Some brought autumn milk tea for their girlfriends, others brought cold drinks for their crushes. Suddenly Go Shengli's eyes widened, and he shot up. What, did you just come back from the dead? Lin Xun stared at him in shock. Hey, brother Lin, look, your goddess. Go Shengli pointed excitedly not far away. Lin Xun followed his gaze, and was taken aback. He actually saw the fairy-like senior. Su Qingshi was walking over from a distance, still wearing a long dress, holding an umbrella in one hand, and a bottle of water in the other. It seemed the senior liked wearing dresses. As Su Qingshi entered the field, she immediately drew a crowd of gazes. Wow, that's Senior Su. Why is she here at the training ground? Phew, such an impressive aura. No wonder she's the campus beauty. Why would she come here? Is she delivering water? No way. Who accumulated such good karma to deserve water from the great Su? She must be passing through. Hey look, she's heading toward Company 21's formation. Oh my, it seems she's going to those guys. Why? We're all in the same uniform, and am clearly more handsome. I beg to differ. When Su Qingshi stopped in front of Company 21's formation, everyone finally accepted that the campus beauty wasn't just passing by. Curious eyes were wide as bells. Hello, who are you looking for? The instructor asked, also taken aback by such a beautiful girl. Su Qingshi glanced at him, and said, I'm looking for Lin Xun. Lin Xun? Well, the classmates erupted in cheers, casting teasing glances at Lin Xun. Lu Gang and the others wore ambiguous smiles. Go Shengli nudged Lin Xun, dude still sitting there. Lin Xun snapped out of it, quickly stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and trotted over to Su Qingshi. Senior, you're looking for me. Su Qingshi looked at him. The boy wore a military cap, and after just one morning his originally fair skin had turned slightly yellowish, sweat streaming nonstop. But his spirit was high, perhaps because he saw her. Su Qingshi handed him the bottle of water. This is for you. Lin Xun was flattered. For me. Though his words sought confirmation, his hand had already taken the water, and he was beaming with joy. Train hard. I just came to check on you. Remember to use sunscreen. Su Qingshi's simple words sounded like genuine concern. Yes, I will, senior. Lin Xun nodded vigorously. He was utterly surprised. He never dreamed the senior would personally bring him water. That was beyond his wildest imagination. She was the fairy-like senior. But he was a bit worried. Senior, want giving me water cause trouble for you? After all, Su Qingshi's fame was immense, and this might attract a lot of gossip. Su Qingshi said indifferently, what I do is no one else's business. Assertive. Lin Xun looked at her with admiration. I'm leaving. Su Qingshi came, and went quickly, leaving only a stunning silhouette behind. Impressive, brother Lin, even the campus belle has brought you water. Is the engagement settled? Go Shengli said with a mischievous grin. At that moment many eyes were fixed on Lin Xun, their gazes complex, and somewhat unable to accept the reality. Some recognized him as the guy who had been rumored to be involved with the campus belle, already trending on the forum. They never expected him to actually have a connection with her, and such a close one at that. At that moment Lin Xun did not notice that in the square 2 blocks away a girl in military training uniform was staring blankly at him. She was very beautiful with fair skin, and even in the training uniform she was eye-catching. Qingqing, what are you looking at? A girl beside her asked curiously. Su Qing withdrew her gaze, and shook her head. Nothing. The girl sighed, that guy is really handsome too. I think it's not so unacceptable that Senior Su gave him water. Another girl nodded. Now that you mention it I feel the same. He is really handsome. Is he really the campus belle's boyfriend? I suspect he might be her relative given they both have such good looks. Makes sense, he. Then Xiao Go asked him. Are you trying to kill me? I have social anxiety. Listening to her classmates' chatter, Su Qing felt a tightness in her chest. Yes, she had also successfully enrolled in Nanda, just not in the same major as Lin Xun. Of course she hadn't come to Nanda solely for him, but seeing the guy who had once been so good to her becoming more and more outstanding, she felt she had missed something. Beep. Continue drills. Break time always passed quickly even though the instructor had extended it. Attention. Dress right, dress. Eyes front. Begin standing at attention. Standing at attention can cultivate one's temperament. Shoulders back, arms naturally hanging down, middle fingers along the seams of your pants. Squeeze your buttocks. Student, don't stick your butt out so much. Tuck it in. The day's military training quickly passed. After the head instructor blew the whistle, a crowd charged toward the cafeteria. Time to eat. Sons, your father is back. Oh, foster father is back. What's for dinner tonight? Twice cooked pork, tomato scrambled eggs, spicy chicken, fried chicken legs. Lin Xun and the other two looked affectionately at Lu Gang, who had brought food for the whole dorm, as if seeing their second parents. They were all dead tired, so the arduous task of getting food naturally fell to the sturdy Lu Gang. Here, eldest son, this is yours. Lu Gang deftly distributed the meals. Thank you, foster father. I've decided from now on you are our dorm leader. Seconded. I second. At 7 in the evening, the football field, basketball court, and various open spaces were packed with people. During the day was training, and at night naturally entertainment time. For the first lesson tonight, Instructor Shan will teach us a few military songs. Let's welcome him. All right. Clap, clap, clap. Half an hour later, amidst the students' scattered singing, they moved to the next segment. Is there anyone willing to come up and show a talent? The instructor asked with a microphone. Half a minute of silence, no one moved. The instructor chuckled. No one. If not, then shall we start training? No way. The students became restless. Reporting. Soon the first brave soul appeared performing an old song completely off-key, ending with the audience barely suppressing their laughter. With the first came the second. Singing, dancing, crosstalk, martial arts performances, and various acrobatics emerged one after another. While there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere. Go Shengli said enviously, then looked at Lu Gang. Brother Lu, shouldn't you go up and perform some military boxing? Lu Gang shook his head. Forgot that stuff long ago. At that moment a girl from the neighboring company was singing. After finishing a song she suddenly said, Instructor, can I invite a classmate to sing a duet with me? As soon as she said this, not only the instructor's eyes lit up, but the crowd of onlookers also excitedly started making a ruckus. They loved watching a good show. Who do you want to call? The instructor asked. The girl's gaze suddenly fell on the direction of Company 21, and she spoke softly. Classmate Lin Xun, would you sing a song with me? Whoa, Lin Xun, Lin Xun, Lin Xun. The crowd cheered, repeatedly shouting Lin Xun's name. Damn, Brother Lin, your romantic fate has arrived. So jealous. Go up and embarrass yourself. Oh no, go up and shine. Brother Lin, don't be a coward, go up. Lin Xun was a bit surprised, but he stood up and walked over to the girl. The instructor tactfully handed him a microphone. Lin Xun felt a little awkward under so many eyes. He had some social anxiety. Hi, I'm Chu Weiwei, majoring in computer science. The girl introduced herself. Lin Xun replied politely, I'm Lin Xun from the finance department. The girl before him was very pretty with an oval face, fair skin, light makeup, a tall figure, and curves that were beginning to show. She looked like a very confident girl. But Lin Xun was unmoved. Oh, she was nowhere near as beautiful as the fairy senior. He only liked the fairy senior. What should we sing? Lin Xun asked shyly. Chu Weiwei looked at the handsome tall boy before her and smiled. Before that, can I ask you a question? Huh, do you have a girlfriend? Well, as soon as she said this, another wave of cheers erupted. Go Shengli and the others all wore benevolent smiles. Father no longer has to worry about my son not getting married. The child has grown up. The instructors all smiled, some sighing with emotion. Youth was truly wonderful. But their own youth had long been dedicated to the motherland. Facing the girl's sudden question, Lin Xun swallowed. No, I don't. He didn't know that his answer made many girls excited. Some boys also breathed a sigh of relief. So it seemed this guy wasn't in that kind of relationship with the campus belle. Well, that put their minds at ease. A flicker of delight passed through Chu Weiwei's eyes, but seeing Lin Xun getting more and more nervous, she didn't press further. Do you know I will wait? Lin Xun nodded. A little. After everyone had turned on their phone flashlights and started swaying, the music began. Girl, I want to learn a magic that travels through space. Boy, I want the wind not to know where it should go. Wow. They sang so beautifully, didn't they? Yeah, the girl's voice is so sweet, and the guy's voice is so magnetic. Love it, love it. I want to sing a duet with a guy too. Duet, I will wait for the withered tree to sprout and bloom new flowers. After the song ended, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Sure, where did you go this morning? As soon as Su Qingshi returned to the dorm, Jiang Yunxiao sidled up to her, a gossipy gleam in her eyes. Su Qingshi replied coolly, studying. Studying? Oh, is that so? Our esteemed campus belle, Su, goes to the training ground to study. Jiang Yunxiao teased, clearly already aware of Su Qingshi's morning gesture of offering water to Lin Xun. Holy crap, this is too bold. Ever since Shi returned from Liangqing, she had been like a different person. Jiang Yunxiao nearly suspected her best friend had been possessed. Su Qingshi glanced at her. It's spread, eh? Jiang Yunxiao nodded eagerly. Yes. It's not just on the forum, it's even stirred up the neighboring schools. Su Qingshi's charm and popularity were no longer confined to Nanda. Legends of her circulated even in nearby universities, drawing countless admirers who came just to catch a glimpse of the goddess. Su Qingshi nodded, unsurprised. She had never intended to hide it. But sure, you're not really into Lin Xun, are you? Jiang Yunxiao probed tentatively. Is it not allowed, eh? Su Qingshi shot her a cool glance. Oh my god, this is insane. Jiang Yunxiao's eyes widened as she clutched her heaving chest. Sure, are you really my dearest bestie? No. What? Your dearest is Grandpa Mao. Her best friend really liked Lin Xun. When? Where? Why was she completely in the dark? Jiang Yunxiao naturally had no clue. The only thing she knew was her little electric scooter, which she regrettably hadn't brought along. Still, it was hard for her to believe. If this got out, the entire Nanda would be shaken to its core. As if reading her thoughts, Su Qingshi said lightly, don't spread it around. Jiang Yunxiao rolled her eyes. Come on, you're so obvious, do I even need to? So does Lin Xun know? Does he need to? Wow, that's so logical I can't even argue. Ignoring her now hysterical bestie, Su Qingshi sat before her computer. Reflecting on the recent events in her life, she felt a sense of unreality. Was she really in her actions actively pursuing Lin Xun? Too crazy. Su Qingshi turned on her computer and on a whim logged into the forum. She was curious about any recent rumors involving her. Then she stumbled upon a video titled Military Training Evening Performance. The video had been posted less than 2 hours ago, but already garnered thousands of views. Clicking in, Su Qingshi quickly found the focal point. When she saw Lin Xun singing a duet with a girl, her beautiful brows arched sharply. She glanced at her bestie, then silently put on her earphones. The junior's voice was as melodious as ever, just like when they had performed together at Shui Ziqian's concert. But this time beside him stood another girl, quite pretty with peach blossom eyes that kept darting toward Lin Xun as she sang. Noticing this, Su Qingshi felt an inexplicable discomfort. Fortunately, the junior remained focused, lost in his own world, ignoring her. The song ended, and he exited. From the comments below the video, Su Qingshi learned the girl was from the computer science department, named Chu Weiwei, also a freshman. With her outstanding grades and pure looks, she had secured the title of Department Belle. It seemed this girl had her eyes on Lin Xun. The guy had quite the luck with women, and they were all stunning. She had also met another girl before Su Qing, Lin Xun's first crush, his first love in short. Su Qingshi narrowed her beautiful eyes. A sense of crisis. Su Qingshi never felt threatened because whatever she wanted no one could take from her. The junior was hers, claimed first. Browsing videos, Jiang Yunxiao suddenly shuddered, puzzled by the inexplicable chill despite the sweltering heat. The next morning, amidst the blaring alarm, the 4 occupants of room 307 reluctantly sat up in bed. Go Xingli, I propose we split into 2 groups. Let Brother Lu head to the training ground to fend off the instructor while we 3 catch another 2 hours of sleep. Lin Xun, I have reviewed and approved this. Report it to the UN. Wu Da, I second the motion. Lu Gang, great proposal. Don't bring it up again. Ultimately, they succumbed to the assembly call and trudged to the training ground looking like prisoners heading to execution. The military training was monotonous. Daytime drills of standing, marching, and running under the scorching sun, leaving many several shades darker, and some even peeling. Evening activities depended on the instructor's mood, singing, dancing, or standing still. Soon the day of evaluation arrived. With the principal's command, proceed as planned, the squads showcased their fortnight's efforts. Of course, during the march, a few standout individuals left shoes of various sizes scattered across the track, utterly ignored. Finally over. As the training ended, some rejoiced while others wept. Watching the instructors depart, many shed silent tears, their eyes filled with reluctance. This ordeal is finally done. Even my own mother wouldn't recognize me with this tan. Go Xingli held up his phone to his dark face, grimacing like a bitter gourd. On my handsome face will take months to recover. Lu Gang chuckled. Why bother whitening? You look fine like this, actually kind of good. Brother Lu, your dark skin is handsome, but Go's just looks hilarious like a lump of coal, ha ha ha. Get lost. I don't have sons like you. After some roughhousing, Lin Xun asked, any plans, gentlemen? Go Xingli, what's your brilliant idea, Brother Lin? Lu Gang, I'm at your service. Wu Da, we await your arrangement, Brother Lin. Lin Xun, all right. Let's feast. My treat. His parents had taught him to treat others often. Brother Lin, you're a legend. Father, good brother. The 4 headed not to the cafeteria, but toward the dorm with a shared purpose. To fully enjoy the evening feast, they planned to let their stomachs wait, starving them for half a day. Still some time till nightfall. Guys want to play around. Puffed with your skills, you drag me down how many times? I need skincare, my whitening plan starts now. I just want to quietly admire some beauties. Oh, I mean read a book. I want join you. 6. Soon the door to room 307 closed, and a harmonious chorus of snoring rose and fell. Just as the 4 members of room 307 had finished tidying up, fate played a cruel trick on them. It began to rain. Go Xingli, clad in a vest and shorts, stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the dormitory entrance, his gaze weathered as he stared into the distance. Brother Go, have you figured out how to fight this battle? Difficult. As I see it, this is a brutal fight where the enemy is strong, and we are weak, outnumbered, and outmatched. Any countermeasures? Alas, we must summon reinforcements. Reinforcements? We're surrounded on all sides. Where would they come from? Hello? Is this Mate 1 YMI? Yes, Building 7 here. Please deliver it to our door, and we'll give you a 5-star rating. 6. In the end, they had no choice but to order takeout and eat in the dorm. Since they hadn't had lunch, they devoured the food like starving wolves, leaving not a single grain behind. This rain at Nanda is no ordinary downpour. Judging by the force, it looks like it's trying to flood the entire university. Lu Gang lit a cigarette, his tone filled with astonishment. Lu Gang was a smoker unlike the other 3, but he rarely smoked in the dorm and always went to the balcony on his own accord. Brothers, check the class group chat. Holy crap. Suddenly Go Xingli exclaimed. Lin Xun exchanged a glance with Lu Gang, then silently took out his phone and opened QQ. The class group chat was already in an uproar. Help. It suddenly started pouring rain, and I'm trapped in the cafeteria. I came here fine, but now I can't get back. We're all in the group dormitory, and we don't have umbrellas. Can anyone come to the rescue? This rain might last until next year. Haha, just buy a blanket from the supermarket above the cafeteria and sleep there. 666. Lucky me, I'm in the dorm. Image, wow. So many people. Who needs an umbrella? I volunteer to be the charge warrior. Me? Thank you, kind soul. 1. In room 307, Go Shunli suddenly let out a wolf-like howl. Why are you so excited? Lin Xun looked at him with confusion. Go Shunli chuckled slyly. Look, so many girls are trapped in the cafeteria. If I bring over an umbrella, won't love come knocking? Damn, I never knew you were that kind of person. Are you delivering warmth? With your dark complexion, you're probably going to deliver a fright. What's wrong with that? That's discrimination. Can't a dark-skinned person have love? In the end, under the speechless gazes of his roommates, Go Shunli grabbed an umbrella, put on his newly bought AJ sneakers, and trotted off in search of love. Lin Xun, why isn't he wearing slippers? Lu Gang, I was wondering the same. Wuda, with such heavy rain, brother Go won't get washed away, will he? Lu Gang, TSK, that's what happens when love clouds your judgment. Who cares? If worst comes to worst, well, just prepare the gear to fish him out. Ding dong. Lin Xun was staring blankly at the rain when his phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw a notification from the fairy-like senior. He quickly opened it. Fairy senior animated emoticon, are you there? Lin Xun, I'm here, senior. Fairy senior image. Lin Xun opened the image and saw a photo of the rain taken by the senior. The background was the cafeteria, and if he guessed correctly, it was taken from the library. Was the fairy senior in the library? Lin Xun asked curiously, senior, are you still in the library? Did you bring an umbrella? Fairy senior, no. Lin Xun immediately understood. The senior was trapped in the library. Was she messaging him to ask him to pick her up? No, to bring her an umbrella. With that thought, Lin Xun dared not waste a moment. He quickly stood up. Brother Lin, where are you going? Lu Gang asked, puzzled. Lin Xun replied, a friend of mine is trapped in the library. I'm going to pick her up. Wuda asked curiously, male or female? A senior. Fine, he shouldn't have asked. Lu Gang put on a pained expression. Changed. You've both changed. As a man of the new era, how can I be so impulsive? So passive. What do you want to eat? He'll bring something back for you. Lu Gang, a serving of fried chicken and burger and 1 fried rice. Wuda, a cup of taro bubble milk tea, no bubbles. Got it. At the library, a crowd of students stood under the entrance canopy whispering as they watched the heavy rain. On the second floor of the library, Su Qingshi sat by the window staring blankly outside. She held her phone in her hand. Opening it, she looked at the chat page. The conversation had ended with her sending the word no, and there was no reply from the other side. Was that guy coming to find her? Knowing him, it was very likely. But the rain was so heavy, even with an umbrella one would get soaked in no time. He probably wouldn't come. Who would be that foolish? Maybe he just had something to do and didn't reply. Su Qingshi shook her head. She had sent the photo to Lin Xun not to ask him to come, but because rainy days stirred her emotions, and she simply wanted to share the moment with him. Just sharing. She put away her phone. Since she couldn't leave in the rain, she decided to read a bit more. But suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a dark figure. Su Qingshi's expression froze for a moment. Her pupils dilated as she barely made out the figure of a young man in the curtain of rain. The next second, she stood up, pushed back her chair, and hurried downstairs. The sudden noise startled the students who were reading. They frowned and looked over, but upon seeing Su Qingshi, their displeasure turned to astonishment. Lin Xun hadn't expected the rain to be so heavy. Even though his umbrella covered his entire body, he was still drenched from the walk from the dorm. Others were also sprinting through the downpour, screams filling the air. Finally, Lin Xun stood under the eaves at the entrance of the library's first floor, temporarily sheltered from the rain. Seeing him looking like a drowned rat, the surrounding students instinctively stepped back. But they were all a bit surprised. Everyone else was running back, so why was this guy charging through the heavy rain? Could his girlfriend be in the library? With that thought, the others felt relieved. Lin Xun didn't mind. He looked around, but didn't see the fairy senior, and a hint of anxiety crept in. Could it be? Was the senior not in the library? He instinctively took out his phone to send her a message. Just then, the crowded entrance of the library suddenly stirred, and a path parted through the crowd. Lin Xun happened to be at the end of that path. He looked up and was overjoyed. Senior. Su Qingshi walked slowly toward him, and the surrounding students gazed at her with admiration. No wonder she was the goddess. Up close, she was breathtakingly beautiful. And their goddess was now standing before Lin Xun, her clear, indifferent gaze fixed on him. The young man was shivering from the rain, but he was grinning foolishly at her. Something in Su Qingshi's heart seemed to stir. Perhaps she would never forget the sight of this foolish-looking boy rushing toward her through the torrential rain. Am I seeing things? The campus belle is approaching that guy. No wonder he looked familiar. Isn't he Lin Xun, the one caught up in those rumors with her? Him? Huh. What did he do to deserve this? Sure, he's a bit handsome, but not drop-dead gorgeous. Is the campus belle into this type? Found it. That Lin Xun is a freshman, and in less than a month he's already been linked to Su the campus belle in 3 scandals. The wildest one was during military training when she brought him water. Damn, it really is him. With that skin tone, I thought it was someone else. How is this possible? Has the campus belle's icy image finally crumbled? I heard the computer science department's beauty also has her eye on him. The whispers grew louder, and Lin Xun furrowed his brow. He didn't care for himself, but he didn't want his senior to be gossiped about. Lin Xun was a timid, bashful boy in front of Su Qingshi, but normally he was quite composed, even a bit cold. Just as he was about to warn the crowd, Su Qingshi suddenly spoke. "Are you cold?" Lin Xun immediately broke into a goofy grin. "Not cold." Su Qingshi looked at his drenched state and said, "Let's go." "Huh, but the rain's still heavy." Lin Xun was a bit stunned. Su Qingshi said coolly, "It's not like we haven't been caught in the rain before." "Get caught in the rain again. Senior, this time's different. We might really catch a cold. Don't you have an umbrella this time?" "But, let's go." Before the crowd could react, Lin Xun held the umbrella over Su Qingshi and they left the library. What did I just hear? That's too much info. Even a Nanjing University student like me can't process it. Su, the campus bell seemed to imply they've been caught in the rain before. So they have a history. Good analysis, but spare me the details. I can't take it. Is the campus belle admitting her relationship with Lin Xun is special ed? The rain was indeed heavy. After just a few dozen meters, Su Qingshi's shoes were soaked, mud splattered onto her pleated skirt, and wet spots were clearly visible. Even though Lin Xun tilted most of the umbrella towards Su Qingshi, he was already drenched to the bone. "Senior, let me walk you back to your dorm." Lin Xun shouted to Su Qingshi. She shook her head. "To the south gate." Lin Xun was taken aback. The south gate? What for? But he didn't dwell on it, and escorted Su Qingshi toward the south gate. Perhaps heaven couldn't bear to see such a beautiful girl get wet as the rain gradually lightened. On campus, students wrapped their phones in plastic bags, or whatever waterproof materials they had, and dashed into the rain, embracing the downpour. Shrieks echoed one after another. The university had 4 open gates, east, west, south, and north, so Lin Xun and Su Qingshi easily exited the campus. With the umbrella blocking their faces, no one recognized Su Qingshi as they arrived at a parking lot. Su Qingshi pulled a key from her crossbody bag, and a moment later the lights of a car not far ahead flicked on. "Get in." Su Qingshi gestured for Lin Xun to join her. Lin Xun was still stunned, never expecting the fairy-like senior to own a car. The car was a simple white Audi. It seemed the fairy senior came from a well-off family. Lin Xun helped Su Qingshi into the driver's seat, then walked around and got in on the other side. With the windows sealed, the world suddenly fell quiet. But Lin Xun quickly snapped out of it, feeling a bit awkward. Senior, won't I wet your car by sitting here?" It was a silly question. "It's already wet," Su Qingshi said flatly. "So stop worrying. Buckle up." "Oh, okay." Lin Xun obediently pulled the seatbelt across himself. The car started and drove away from the gate. "Senior, where are we going?" Lin Xun asked curiously. "My place. Is your home in this city? I rented a place over the summer and didn't cancel the lease." "Oh, I see." The conversation ended. Lin Xun couldn't help but steal a glance at his senior. As Su Qingshi drove, her stunning profile had a hint of baby fat and her expression carried a touch of seriousness. The serious senior was so beautiful. Lin Xun couldn't help but drift into a daze. "What are you looking at?" Su Qingshi noticed out of the corner of her eye that the kid had been staring for a while and asked coolly, "Senior, how are you so beautiful?" "Born with it." "Senior, you can joke too. Why not? I'm human." "No, you're a fairy." "Kid, how am I supposed to respond to that?" But hearing such praise from Lin Xun, Su Qingshi couldn't help feeling pleased, and a slight smile tugged at the corner of her lips, unbeknownst to her. Lin Xun caught it, and his heart began to race. Then a thought struck him, and he asked curiously, "Senior, have you seen the posts on the forum?" Su Qingshi glanced at him. "You found out about the forum that quickly?" Lin Xun grinned sheepishly. "I heard about it from Senior Jiang, so I registered an account." Su Qingshi raised an eyebrow. "I check it occasionally, but rarely." Lin Xun perked up. "Senior, let me ask you, what do you think about the rumors about us on the forum?" "Rumors?" Su Qingshi looked puzzled. Lin Xun nodded. "Some people accidentally took pictures of us together and posted all sorts of comments on the forum. And last time during military training, when you brought me water, they talked about that too." His tone was tentative. "Senior, you aren't you angry?" "Angry about what?" "About them saying we're in that kind of relationship." Just then they hit a red light, and the car slowly came to a stop. She turned her head, her usually cold eyes now carrying a hint of amusement. "That kind of relationship?" Lin Xun felt too intimidated to meet Su Qingshi's gaze and instinctively looked away, then boldly locked eyes with her. "A boyfriend-girlfriend relationship." Su Qingshi chuckled lightly. "Then do you want us to be that kind of relationship?" "Huh?" Lin Xun was caught off guard, completely stunned. He never expected such words to come from the lofty fairy senior. He had no preparation at all. What did she mean? Was she testing him? "Do you like me, oi?" Su Qingshi suddenly dropped the bombshell. Those 5 simple words made Lin Xun's face flush red. I. Su Qingshi glanced at this junior with interest, then looked ahead and started the car. Lin Xun's blood was boiling, but he quickly calmed down. Why was he being such a coward? He did like the fairy senior. What was he afraid of? In terms of looks, he was decently handsome. In terms of wealth, his father was a billionaire. He had it all, tall, rich, and handsome. Screw it. Go for it. Just as Lin Xun was about to muster the courage to say those 4 words, the car stopped. "We're here, Lin Xun." "My courage has been withdrawn." Su Qingshi's rented apartment was situated beside a primary school, a unit on the 5th floor. The area aside from the school was a short distance from the bustling streets, making it relatively quiet. Su Qingshi opened the door and invited Lin Xun inside. "Senior, do you often come back to stay here?" Lin Xun curiously surveyed the living room. Was this the dwelling of a celestial maiden? It was immaculate and pristine, clearly frequently cleaned, a stark contrast to his own abode. When at home, Lin Xun was too lazy to tidy up. It wasn't messy, but neither was it orderly. Su Qingshi changed into slippers, still wearing socks, and took a pair of men's slippers from the shoe rack, handing them to Lin Xun. "Put these on." Seeing the men's slippers, Lin Xun's heart sank. "Senior, is there a guy living here?" In his mind, he conjured up a scene of his senior living with a man, and a pang of pain tore through his heart. Su Qingshi shook her head. "No, there to deceive outsiders." "Huh?" Lin Xun was taken aback. Su Qingshi explained, "As a single woman living alone, if someone were to target me, these slippers would make them think I'm not living by myself, increasing my safety." So that was it. Lin Xun marveled inwardly at her brilliance. The celestial senior's safety awareness was superb. His mood lifted from the depths, and Lin Xun looked at the slippers on his feet, realizing that these slippers meant for show were now worn by him. He felt a surge of delight. "Go take a shower." Su Qingshi spoke then. Throughout the journey, Lin Xun had mostly shielded her from the rain, getting drenched himself. Lin Xun hesitated. "But I don't have any clothes." How familiar a scene. Last time in Liangqing, they had also shared a hotel room after getting soaked. Su Qingshi said flatly, "My brother has a similar build to yours. I bought him some clothes last time, but haven't had a chance to give them to him. You can wear them." "Brother? Senior, you have a brother?" Wow, the celestial senior actually had a brother. If she was this beautiful, he must be incredibly handsome. After washing up, Lin Xun put on the clothes Su Qingshi had prepared for him. They fit perfectly, as if tailored for him. Su Qingshi, seated on the sofa, appraised Lin Xun and nodded. "It seems my taste is good." The clothes were indeed bought for her brother, but never delivered. Now worn by her junior, they brought out his aura. "Yes, not bad." Lin Xun asked curiously, "Senior, should I tear off the tag?" He picked up the tag on the clothes. Clearly they were new, with the tag still attached. Su Qingshi said, "Tear it off. My brother probably doesn't lack clothes anyway. They're yours now." Lin Xun's eyes lit up. "Thank you, senior." "You're welcome. Consider it payment for coming to pick me up in the rain." Lin Xun was already accustomed to his senior's tsundere nature. He scurried to the trash can as if afraid she might change her mind, grabbed the tag with both hands, ripped it off, and tossed it into the bin. He turned to Su Qingshi. "Senior, aren't you going to shower?" At this, Su Qingshi stood up, took the clothes she had prepared, and walked into the bathroom. Lin Xun approached the sofa, just about to sit down, when the bathroom door opened a crack, and Su Qingshi poked her head out, asking calmly, "Can you cook?" Lin Xun straightened up immediately. "Yes. There are ingredients in the fridge. See what you can make." "I haven't had dinner." With that, before Lin Xun could respond, the bathroom door closed again. Lin Xun promptly went to the fridge and opened it. Inside there were meat, shrimp, tomatoes, greens, and other ingredients. Lin Xun mentally reviewed the dishes he could prepare, then took the ingredients out of the fridge. When he was young, and his family wasn't well off, his parents were often away, so after school, he usually cooked for himself. He first split a piece of lean meat in half, then sliced it into thumb-sized pieces, placing them in a dish to marinate. Turning around, he deveined the shrimp. The shrimp weren't very fresh, so he decided to deep fry them. After about 10 minutes, all the ingredients were prepped, and he had also cooked rice. Enough for 2. Though he had already eaten, dining with the celestial senior would be an immense joy. After familiarizing himself with the kitchen layout, Lin Xun started cooking. He washed the wok, lit the fire, and poured oil. Sizzle. The first dish Lin Xun made was deep-fried shrimp. Without any starch or other aids, he fried them directly. Soon a tantalizing aroma gradually filled the kitchen. Oh, he forgot to turn on the exhaust fan. Lin Xun quickly freed a hand to switch it on. By then, Su Qingshi had finished her shower and could smell the fragrance wafting from the kitchen, even in the living room. Curious to see how her junior cooked, she found her way to the kitchen doorway. Watching Lin Xun handle the wok and spatula, a look of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. Not bad, not bad. He could shine in both the living room and the kitchen. Perfect husband material. How is it, senior? Has the aroma lured you? Lin Xun had also noticed his senior standing at the door. She was now wearing a nightgown that concealed her exquisite figure, adding a touch of gentleness and grace. The homie senior was not as aloof as usual, and that was what Lin Xun found most enchanting. Because this version of her was something only he had seen. Hearing this, Su Qingshi smiled faintly. "I didn't expect you to be quite skilled at cooking." Lin Xun chuckled. "When I was a kid, my parents pretended to be poor, so I often had to cook for myself." Su Qingshi nodded. "That's good. A guy who can cook earns extra points." Lin Xun asked curiously, "So in your book, how many points do I get?" Su Qingshi tilted her head, pondering for a moment. 9 points. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. "That high, eh?" Su Qingshi added, "Out of 100. Lin Xun." He retracted his burst of excitement. Su Qingshi left a thought unspoken in my eyes. Your base score is 80. 80 plus 9 equals 89. 80 was fondness, 89 was just 1 point short of love. Is there anything I can help with, eh? Su Qingshi glanced around the kitchen and asked. Senior, you can take this plate of shrimp out. They're done. Su Qingshi nodded, picked up the plate of fried shrimp, and walked out of the kitchen. In the living room, she couldn't resist lowering her head to sniff the aroma, and her mouth began to water. So fragrant. She glanced sideways at the kitchen where Lin Xun was now locked in battle with the wok. So she reached out, picked up a shrimp, and started peeling it. As the shrimp meat entered her mouth, a gleam of delight flashed in Su Qingshi's eyes. A second, a third. She simply couldn't stop. Senior, come get the dishes. Lin Xun's call came from the kitchen. Su Qingshi walked over nonchalantly. Lin Xun looked at the celestial senior approaching and was about to speak when he noticed a trace of oil at the corner of her mouth. He froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Su Qingshi asked, puzzled. Lin Xun said with a grin, Senior, were you sneaking a bite? Su Qingshi's expression froze instantly. Under Su Qingshi's cold glance, Lin Xun immediately dared not mention the sneaking eating incident again. The small interlude passed quickly, and before long Lin Xun had prepared 2 dishes and a soup: fried prawns, stir-fried peppers with pork, and a green vegetable soup. As he exited the kitchen, Su Qingshi had already set out 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls with rice already served in each bowl. Clearly she had prepared a portion for Lin Xun as well. Lin Xun sat across from Su Qingshi, and for some reason, he felt nervous. It was his first time eating alone with a fairy-like senior. His hands holding the chopsticks even trembled slightly. Su Qingshi glanced at him and said, the prawns are well done. You should try some too. With that, she picked up a prawn and placed it into Lin Xun's bowl. Thank you, senior. Lin Xun felt flattered. Go ahead and eat, she said. Though there were only 2 dishes and a soup, and neither spoke much, the atmosphere was inexplicably warm. Lin Xun had an illusion that this scene felt as if they were already an old married couple. Yet they weren't even lovers. Not only Lin Xun, but even Su Qingshi felt this way. When she was alone, she would cook, simply eat, while scrolling through her phone, and take half an hour to finish a meal. But now Su Qingshi suddenly realized that when eating a meal with focused, time passed so quickly. She even noticed that her appetite was exceptionally good today, with a desire to keep eating. Your cooking is good, the flavor is decent, she suddenly praised. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. He had thought his cooking might not suit the fairy's taste. Then please eat more, senior. You too. The 2 dishes were neither too much nor too little, and they finished the meal quickly. Lin Xun still felt a lingering satisfaction, even though he had already eaten takeout earlier. Dining with the goddess he admired had whetted his appetite. He'll wash the dishes. He swiftly gathered the plates and headed toward the kitchen. Though he had only been there for a little over an hour, he was already moving around, as if it were his own home. Su Qingshi smiled faintly. This feeling of fullness was oddly comforting. However, she couldn't let Lin Xun do all the work. He had cooked, and now washed dishes, making her feel useless. Let me help you, she said. Lin Xun turned back with a smile. A fairy's hands should avoid water, at least while I'm here. Su Qingshi pursed her lips and smiled. I'm not that delicate. I'll wash them, she said, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her fair arms ready to join in. But as she stepped in, her foot slipped, and her body lost balance. Oh! Even the fairy let out a soft cry. Lin Xun quickied and swift-handed caught her slender waist, steadying her. Are you okay, senior? Lin Xun asked, his voice laced with concern. Su Qingshi recovered and breathed a sigh of relief. Without Lin Xun, the fall would have left her bruised and sore for days. Thank you, she said. Only then did Su Qingshi notice that the young man's large hands were supporting her waist, his palms fully encircling it. The heat from his hands seeped through her clothes, causing a blush to spread across her cheeks. Lin Xun also noticed this, his breath quickening as her flushed face dealt a critical blow to his composure. But Lin Xun knew his limits. If he did anything improper, the senior might grow disgusted with him. He said softly, Senior, the floor is too slippery. Don't come in, let me help you out. Su Qingshi nodded calmly. Only she knew that her heart was far from calm, beating rapidly. Lin Xun carefully guided her out of the kitchen and released her, smiling. Senior, go rest on the sofa. I'll handle the washing. Su Qingshi realized this and nodded. Then I'll trouble you. No trouble at all. Lin Xun took a few minutes to wash the dishes and clean the kitchen before stepping out. In the living room, Su Qingshi was looking down at her phone, but she seemed distracted. Lin Xun looked down at her profile. Su Qingshi's side profile was stunningly beautiful, especially with her hair tied up, revealing her fair neck. The combination of her neck, collarbone, and profile was breathtakingly exquisite. Her figure surpassed her peers with perfect curves that seemed almost unfair. She looked like she had stepped out of a manga. Lin Xun had never seen such a beautiful girl. The fairy-like senior captivated his heart. What are you looking at? A light tone pulled him back to reality. He said, Senior, I should be going. Having been invited to her place to shower, change clothes, and eat, he was already content. While washing the dishes, he noticed the rain had stopped outside. Su Qingshi paused, then nodded. Take care on the way. Lin Xun nodded. All right, Senior. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow he hoped to see her. Su Qingshi nodded softly. See you tomorrow. Lin Xun left the apartment building. Su Qingshi sat on the sofa looking at the empty house, and suddenly felt her heart become empty too. Before, when she was alone, she would go about her routine and rest on time without a second thought. But today this junior had been here for less than 2 hours, yet he had brought color to her life, adding warmth and beauty. But with the young man's departure, that atmosphere vanished too. That kid cooks well. Next time I'll have him come over again, she mused, shaking her head. As Su Qingshi got up and passed the bathroom, she paused. Seeing the wet men's clothes on the washing machine, Su Qingshi's lips curled. That fool leaving his clothes behind. After leaving the building, Lin Xun didn't rush to hail a taxi. Instead, he walked toward the bustling streets. He glanced back at the apartment building, took a photo with his phone, opened his location, and saved a screenshot. After doing all this, Lin Xun left satisfied. Just then a young man brushed past him. Lin Xun couldn't help but glance back curiously. The young man was very handsome, tall, and slightly taller than Lin Xun, with a commanding presence like a male celebrity. He was a striking figure that drew attention. More importantly, Lin Xun felt he had seen him somewhere before. Under Lin Xun's gaze, the handsome young man entered the apartment building. Lin Xun was surprised. Did he live there too? Shaking off the thought, Lin Xun turned and left. After he left, a confused, handsome face peeked out from inside the building. That kid is somewhat handsome, but a bit dark. Probably not Shu's type. By the time Lin Xun returned to the school, it was already 9 in the evening. The moment he stepped onto the campus, his restless heart gradually calmed. Yes. Suddenly Lin Xun leaped into the air, clenching his fist and pumping it vigorously. Passers-by cast him looks of pity as if he were intellectually challenged. A bit embarrassed, Lin Xun scurried toward the dormitory. Along the way, he felt as though he had forgotten something. But what was it? Forget it, head, think about it later. 10 minutes later. Lin Xun, care to explain why my fried chicken burger didn't show up? And my taro milk tea without the boba? I also want an explanation. Lin Xun looked awkwardly at Lu Gang and Wu Da, who had cornered him. Well, I didn't mean to forget to bring you guys stuff. Damn it, he had eaten his fill, but forgotten to bring the promised late-night snacks for his roommates. As everyone knew, if you forgot to bring warmth to the sons in your dorm, they'd hold a grudge for days. Brother Lin. Not to be critical, but you went out and came back like a different person. This outfit doesn't seem like the one you were wearing earlier. Lu Gang sized up Lin Xun as if observing a panda. Tisk, look at that glow on your face. Could it be you've been gallivanting with a goddess? Wu Da also flashed a teasing smile. Lin Xun chuckled. What do you mean by gallivanting? We're still innocent. Lu Gang shot him a surprised glance. So you really went to pick up the campus belle? The entire dorm knew about the ambiguous relationship between Lin Xun and the campus belle. Although Lin Xun hadn't made it official, he hadn't denied liking her either. So the only one who could make Lin Xun wear such a lovesick expression was the renowned campus belle Su. Lin Xun nodded shyly. You picked someone up for 3 hours? Wasn't the rain too heavy? We both got soaked, so we went to the seniors' rented place for a quick shower and a meal. Simple as that. Simple, eh? Lu Gang and Wu Da exchanged glances, then fell speechless. You call that simple? Could any other member of the opposite sex at Nanjing University be treated like that by the campus belle? Probably none, right? What Lin Xun called simple was in their eyes as difficult as scaling the heavens. How humble. Not long after Go Shengli returned. To everyone's surprise, he too had changed clothes. Had he also found love? Lu Gang probed. Brother Go, what's this? Go Shengli suddenly waved his hand grandly. Sons. Your father announces he's officially off the market today. What a... No way. Really? How did you find a girlfriend? The three were baffled. Go Shengli smirked triumphantly. Of course, on that stormy night, your bro. It turned out that Go Shengli had indeed brought an umbrella to pick up a girl. He had originally planned to pick up a female classmate, but coincidentally encountered a girl who had fallen by the roadside, so he went to help. To thank him, the girl took him to her dorm. Go Shengli learned she was a senior preparing for an internship, living in the staff dormitory with a private room and working part-time on campus. After changing in the staff dorm, Go Shengli, leveraging his Einstein-level emotional intelligence, stubbornly lingered in her room until now. So your love came with the wind? Lu Gang asked with a strange expression. Go Shengli glared. What do you know? This is love. Love my ass. Lin Xun suddenly asked. Brother Go, did you exchange contact info? Go Shengli's smug expression froze. Contact info. Exactly. Since you hit it off, why not add each other as friends? Lin Xun said matter-of-factly. A few seconds later, room 307 erupted in wails. Haha, you're killing me. You spent a whole night naked chatting without even getting her number. That's epic. This. Brother Go, sorry, I really can't help laughing. Huh. My condolences, you deserve better. Go Shengli looked utterly despondent. He hadn't asked for her WeChat. He had just walked away so coolly. Arg. Why? Why did this happen? Was he really not meant to have love? In the end, Go Shengli accepted the reality. At least I'm still pure. The three were collectively speechless. The next morning, class 201 gathered to collect textbooks. After military training, only classes remained. The four of them walked along the campus path carrying thick books. Hey, look, a beauty. Go Shengli gestured excitedly in a direction. Lin Xun and the others were exasperated. This guy had just broken up yesterday, and was back to his old self today. Can't you spend some time working out? Always chasing beauties, your boat is probably hollowed out, right? Lu Gang muttered, but his gaze followed Go Shengli's direction. Whoa, she really is a beauty. Lin Xun said helplessly, is she really that beautiful? He also looked over, and suddenly paused. It wasn't that he was stunned by her beauty like the other two, but rather that he recognized her. At that moment the beauty seemed to notice him, and walked over. The room 307 guys were both surprised and delighted. This beauty was heading straight for them, could it be? Lin Xun, long time no see. Go Shengli and the others. They stared at Lin Xun as if seeing a ghost, as if asking, Brother Lin, you know this beauty. Strange, why were all the girls Lin Xun knew so high quality? Lin Xun ignored his roommate's inquiries, nodded calmly. Long time no see. So you came to Nanjing University too. The pretty girl before him was Su Qingshi. Today she wore a long-sleeved yellow dress, her hair tied in a bun. At about 1.6 meters, her proportions were excellent, exuding youthful vitality. Su Qingshi looked at the sunny boy before her, hesitated, then said, do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Holy crap. So proactive. Just straight up asking for dinner. Was this the charm of good looks? The three roommates were going crazy. Lin Xun frowned, then said indifferently, classmate Su, we're not that close, so sorry. Su Qingshi was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. Lin Xun, when did we become so estranged that we can't even have a meal together? Lin Xun shook his head, unwilling to waste time with her, and said to his roommates, let's go. With that he left first. The three had never seen Brother Lin so aloof before. They exchanged glances, curious. It seemed Brother Lin wasn't very friendly toward this girl. Lu Gang and Wu De silently sidestepped Su Qingshi and scurried after him. Go Shengli glared at Su Qingshi. Let me tell you, my Brother Lin already has someone he likes. Even though you're pretty, it's impossible between you two. I advise you to mind your own business. Then he turned around stylishly and jogged to catch up. Su Qingshi silently watched Lin Xun's retreating figure, her eyes dim with sorrow, standing alone looking. For Lin Xun, encountering Su Qingshi was merely a minor interlude. Returning to his dormitory, he turned on his computer. He only played games when bored, and he was terrible at them. Every time he tried to invite his roommates to team up, they flatly refused. Brother Lin, how did you get to know that beauty? Go Shengli suddenly sidled over, clutching a bag of chips. Lin Xun paused, then immediately shut down the computer. Meanwhile, Lu Gang handed over melon seeds and snacks, while Wu De scurried over eagerly. Lin Xun shook his head with a sigh. It's all in the past. She was sort of my high school classmate. Do you like her? Lin Xun replied flatly, I used to. And then, oi. Then she got together with a rich second generation. Whoa. So cliché. Later, after I showed him up, they broke up. TSK. So now she's not thinking of chasing after you again. Impossible. She's way too proud. Besides, I've drawn a clear line between us now. Next time any of you run into her, well, I mean, if you do, just ignore her. Oh, I was thinking of going after her, but I never expected she'd be that kind of person. It breaks my heart. Go Shengli exclaimed with a rueful expression. Lu Gang shot him a glance. You want to chase after every girl you see? I'll forget it, let's break it up. Go Shengli grabbed a pack of tissues and scurried off to the bathroom. The others went about their own business. Just then Lin Xun's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a video call from his mom. Answering it, Gu Yanyan's mature face appeared on the screen, smiling at him. Son, how's college life? Lin Xun smiled. It's good, Mom. Then he noticed the place where his mom was seemed upscale, not like their home. Puzzled, he asked, Mom, are you out? Gu Yanyan said cheerfully, no, I'm at home now. At home? Lin Xun paused, then realized, and exclaimed in surprise, you guys haven't already moved back to Tianzi number 1, have you? Bingo. Correct. Gu Yanyan switched to the rear camera, so Lin Xun could see the house's decor. How about it, son? Isn't this villa amazing? Lin Xun nodded in awe. It was indeed impressive, like a palace complete with famous paintings and antiques. Bigger and far more magnificent than the villa in Liangqing. So this was the family headquarters. This is just the living room. Tianzi number 1 is huge, bigger than you can imagine. Or are you coming back for National Day? Gu Yanyan turned the camera and asked. Lin Xun thought for a moment, then nodded. He'll come back. National Day is a short break, so he'll spend it at home. Great. How about we three go on a trip? Gu Yanyan's face lit up with excitement. Lin Xun smiled. Sure, whatever you say. He had never really relaxed with his family on a trip before. Traveling with them was a luxury in itself. Great. It's settled. By the way, son, how are things going with that girl? Lin Xun felt a bit embarrassed. Mom, why are you so nosy? Gu Yanyan said seriously, what's wrong with that? This concerns my future daughter-in-law. How could I not care? Besides, your emotional intelligence is even lower than your father's. What a shame if you scared her off. Lin Xun. Was he really that bad? Shaking his head, he said helplessly, Mom, we're getting along pretty well lately. IDs say we're good friends. Good friends is fine too. A girl that pretty must be the campus belle of your university, right? Gu Yanyan teased. Lin Xun nodded earnestly. Yes, senior sister is very popular at Nanda. Then you'd better get a move on. Use the allowance your dad and I gave you and the family background. Don't let someone else beat you to it, Gu Yanyan advised. Lin Xun nodded. Got it, Mom. His parents had given him a hefty allowance when school started, and he hadn't even used 1% of it. Having a wealthy family was such a headache. He had so much money he didn't know how to spend it. Back in high school, Lin Xun had planned to find a part-time job in college to cover living expenses and ease the burden on his family. He never thought fate would play such a joke on him. Oh, and don't be afraid to cause trouble at school. If anything happens, just go to the principal. He has some connections with your dad, Gu Yanyan suddenly said. Lin Xun was taken aback. When did dad get to know the principal of Nanda? Gu Yanyan chuckled. Your dad thought you'd need some extra care at school, so he donated a few buildings in your name. Lin Xun. Well. His dad really had a knack for donating buildings. Honestly, Lin Xun couldn't help but be moved. His parents had silently done so much for him he had to repay them. After chatting with his mom for a while, Lin Xun hung up. He paused for a moment, then opened WeChat, and clicked on the chat with the fairy senior sister. Lin Xun animated emoji fairy, what are you doing? He thought she wouldn't reply, but the next second, fairy senior sister animated emoji Buddhist girl. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Xun's face. Senior sister, where are you? Fairy senior sister shopping with Jiang Yanxiao. Fairy senior sister image. Lin Xun opened the picture. It showed the shadows of two girls, one in a dress, the other in shorts. Even from just the silhouettes, it was clear they were both very beautiful. Lin Xun need a pack mule. There was a half-minute pause before a new message came. Fairy senior sister Jiang Yanxiao does. Jiang Yanxiao, alright, so this is how you want to play. Lin Xun's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly changed his shoes. Brother Lin, where are you off to? Lu Gang was lifting dumbbells for a workout. Seeing Lin Xun in such a hurry, he asked curiously. Lin Xun grinned. Senior sister invited me out shopping. Lu Gang's jaw dropped. You serious? Lin Xun nodded proudly. Of course. Even if it was just to help carry things, she was still the one who called him. Calling it an invitation was perfectly reasonable, right? 6. I'm off, Dad. Get lost. Not long after Lin Xun left, Go Shengli limped out clutching tissues. You got polio or something? Lu Gang chuckled at him. Go Shengli's face was pale. My legs fell asleep. Hey, where's brother Lin? Oh, he just went out, said he's going shopping with the campus belle. Shopping? Huh. With who? Su the campus belle. 6. About 2 kilometers east of Nanda's North Gate, there was a large shopping mall, and Lin Xun reached it in just a few minutes by taxi. Following the location provided by his senior, he found them at a Mishua ice cream tea shop. Hi, Junior. Jiang Yangxiao's eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Xun. You're getting more handsome. Lin Xun greeted her with a hint of shyness. Hello, Senior Jiang. He then turned his gaze to Su Qingshi, his eyes sparkling slightly. Senior. Su Qingshi gave a gentle nod and handed Lin Xun a milk tea that had already been ordered. Thank you. Lin Xun took the milk tea. Its cool touch on his hand offered some relief from the summer heat. How thoughtful of Senior. What should he do if he liked her even more? Senior, haven't you bought anything? Lin Xun asked curiously. He noticed that neither of the girls had any shopping bags at their feet. Jiang Yanxiao said leisurely, shopping doesn't always mean buying things. We just came out to relax. Lin Xun looked at Su Qingshi, who tilted her head, slightly gazing at the scenery outside the window. A knowing smile spread across Lin Xun's face. The three of them sat in the milk tea shop for about half an hour, and after finishing their drinks they strolled back into the mall. Most of the time, it was Jiang Yanxiao and Su Qingshi doing the browsing, with Lin Xun trailing behind them. The girls' stunning looks were too captivating. Throughout the mall they became the center of attention, with countless gazes falling on Su Qingshi. There was no helping it. The goddess was too beautiful, possessing an ethereal quality. What a beautiful girl. Is that one in the dress a fairy? Even online photos can't compare to her, right? With looks like that, TSK. The other one is great too. Pretty face and a hot figure. She's my type. These two beauties could drive my roommate crazy. How should I approach them to look cool? I need a strategist online. No kidding, even a strategist would be hooked. Most people's eyes were on Su Qingshi and the other girl, while Lin Xun was largely overlooked. He followed 2 or 3 meters behind them, and at first glance it seemed as if he didn't even know them. Even if someone noticed him, they would assume he was a younger brother to one of the girls. Lin Xun's appearance was quite outstanding among boys. Sunny, handsome, spirited, and a bit naive. Hey handsome, can we add you on WeChat? Just as Lin Xun was about to catch up with Su Qingshi, he was suddenly stopped by 2 girls. Their outfits were somewhat revealing. A slice of their navels was exposed, and their short skirts showed off long fair legs. Their looks were passable thanks to heavy makeup. But Lin Xun clearly didn't want to engage. He raised his hand to refuse. Sorry, don't be like that, handsome. You're really good looking. Let's get to know each other. You're a junior from City Vocational, right? We're from City Vocational too. One of the girls stepped closer to Lin Xun, squinting with a smile. Lin Xun instinctively stepped back a bit, flustered. You've got it wrong. I'm from Nanda. Oh, so you're from Nanda? Hee, impressive. Handsome and a top student. Add us on WeChat. The girl was bold, clearly experienced. How could Lin Xun match her? Just as he was getting anxious, the girl in front of him was suddenly pulled away. Jiang Yanxiao appeared out of nowhere, shielding Lin Xun behind her as she glared at the 2 girls. You two, are you trying to poach my man in broad daylight? Lin Xun. The two girls, Su Qingshi, who had just walked over to Lin Xun, immediately had a few black lines appear on her face. Who are you? The girl, intimidated by Jiang Yongxiu's fierce demeanor, stammered. A smirk curled at the corner of Jiang Yongxiu's mouth. What business is it of yours who I am? This little brother. You can't touch him. Why not? He's not your boyfriend. Exactly, everyone has a chance. You should respect the order of arrival. Su Qingshi shot the two girls a glance, looking at them as if they were clowns. Senior is Senior Jiang, always this domineering. Lin Xun cautiously leaned close to Su Qingshi's ear and whispered. The warmth of his breath brushed against her, and a faint blush crept onto her ears, though her expression remained calm. She's always been a bit wild. Leave it to her. Lin Xun nodded and obediently stood by his senior's side. Such a sense of security. Jiang Yunxiao laughed angrily. First come, first served. Girls, you're still too young. Don't think that dressing like a seductress gives you the right to hit on someone. Get lost now, and don't make a fool of yourselves. What do you mean? The two girls huffed indignantly. Jiang Yunxiao picked at her ear casually. Take a good look. How do we compare? She deliberately pointed at Su Qingshi, whose face remained composed. The two girls froze, their confidence wavering. So what? Jiang Yunxiao chuckled. So who do you think our junior here would prefer? Us, or you? As she spoke, she puffed out her ample chest. Sisters got the goods. Take your pick. The two girls' faces flushed red, completely overwhelmed by her superior tactics. No matter how much padding they used, they couldn't compete with her natural assets. Defeated, the two girls slunk away. Trying to compete with me. They're probably just an A or a B. Jiang Yunxiao tossed her wavy hair triumphantly. Lin Xun was stunned. Did that really work? Was Jiang Yunxiao always this bold? It felt like he had just gotten a whole new perspective on Senior Jiang. Standard procedure. You'll get used to it. Su Qingshi said flatly from beside him. Lin Xun let out a sheepish laugh. Junior, what happened to you? How did you disappear in a flash? If you're surrounded by troublemakers, just shout, so we can save you in time. Jiang Yunxiao scolded Lin Xun in a lecturing tone. Lin Xun scratched his head. Thanks, Senior Jiang. You were so cool just now. He gave her a thumbs up. Jiang Yongxiu's cheeks flushed. Alright, let's drop it. Thinking back, she realized she might have overdone it. She had made a fool of herself in front of her junior. Jiang Yunxiao suddenly caught her best friend stifling a laugh. Her eyes widened, and she felt a pang of frustration. Oh, you're laughing. Who did all that for? Wasn't it to save your little crush? Su Qingshi caught the signal and slowly smoothed her smile. Fine, since you did well, I won't laugh at you this time. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Xun and tilted her head. He really is handsome. Jiang Yunxiao. Lin Xun grinned. Thanks for the compliment, Senior. Su Qingshi said calmly. Let's go. Keep shopping. The three resumed their stroll, but this time at Su Qingshi's request, Lin Xun walked alongside them. This made Lin Xun's heart swell with joy. It seemed that Senior didn't mind being seen with him in public after all. On the second floor of the mall, a variety of entertainment venues were gathered, complete with children's slides and an array of toys. Lin Xun stood there, his face brimming with curiosity as he observed the scene before him. Before him was a row of claw machines. Jiang Yunxiao and Su Qingshi each held 5 tokens. The former's expression was resolute, as if she were about to step onto a battlefield. I refuse to believe that a mere toy claw machine can stump me, the talented Jiang. Jiang Yunxiao inserted a token, pressed the button, and grasped the joystick, shaking it as she adjusted. Su Qingshi studied the plush toys inside the machine, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she calculated the optimal angle using her knowledge. Soon Jiang Yunxiao made her move. Gripping the joystick, she guided the claw to hover above a pink bunny, making minor adjustments. Haha, dead center. A hit on the first try, no doubt. Joy spread across Jiang Yongxiu's face, and without further hesitation, she pressed the button. The claw descended vertically, swiftly grasping the pink bunny. Both Jiang Yunxiao and Su Qingshi felt a surge of tension. Even Lin Xun, a mere observer, clenched his fists. The claw lifted the bunny, but it slipped and fell before rising even 10 centimeters. What the heck? What's the deal? Jiang Yongxiu's eyes widened, her expression one of utter disbelief. Could it be that the claw is too slippery? Su Qingshi suggested, having watched the entire process. The angle had been perfect, but it had slipped away in an instant. I won't accept this. Jiang Yunxiao fumed, inserting her second token. The second try missed. The third missed. The fourth, so close. The fifth, it fell right beside the chute on the way back. Jiang Yunxiao deflated like a punctured balloon. I'm done. This is too hard. Su Qingshi silently took her place. Yet she hesitated for a long while, unable to act. What's wrong, senior sister? Lin Xun approached, asking softly. Su Qingshi replied calmly. It's my first time playing this. In pondering the best angle, Lin Xun found it both amusing and bewildering. He had never imagined the fairy-like senior sister would take an interest in such a thing. In his mind, fairies and claw machines were inherently incompatible. Clearly, he had been too hasty in his judgment. Those who love claw machines are not necessarily not fairies. Fairies are not necessarily averse to claw machines. A perfect understanding indeed. After about half a minute, Su Qingshi inserted her first token. Mimicking Zhang Yongxiu's earlier actions, she first tried swinging the joystick a few times before beginning her operation. The fairy senior sister's movements were steady and precise. Soon she maneuvered the claw over a yellow bear. Lin Xun glanced at the bear lost in thought. Su Qingshi squinted her beautiful eyes then pressed the button. Unsurprisingly, after her calculations, she successfully grasped the yellow bear. Yet, just as she moved the bear toward the chute, it fell beside the opening, just as it had with Zhang Yunxiao. Su Qingshi fell silent. Lin Xun quickly comforted her. It's okay, senior sister. For a first try, this is already impressive, comparable to senior sister Jiang's 5th attempt. Zhang Yunxiao, standing nearby, was speechless. Is that polite? Su Qingshi inserted another token, her target still that bear. Unfortunately, after 3 attempts, she failed to retrieve it. Lin Xun inexplicably felt the air pressure around them drop. Sure, let's stop. This machine is a scam, Zhang Yunxiao said, catching the mood. She linked arms with her best friend. Let's go look at clothes. Su Qingshi cast a cold glance at Zhang Yunxiao, then fixed her gaze on the claw machine, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Was she truly that inept? For the first time, she felt defeated, stumbling over a mere claw machine. At this thought, her already simmering frustration chilled her demeanor further. One more token left. After this, I'm done. Zhang Yunxiao obediently stepped back. Even she would tremble before her aloof best friend. She could relate, having been just as furious earlier. Lin Xun watched Su Qingshi insert the token with a determined, almost desperate air, and his eyelid twitched. She was clearly no longer composed to another attempt would surely fail. So he suddenly squeezed beside Su Qingshi, seizing the joystick first. Senior sister, let me handle the last one. How about it? Su Qingshi looked at the boy beside her in surprise. Are you sure you can do it? Lin Xun's expression turned serious, his tone earnest. Senior sister, you can't say a guy can't do it. Su Qingshi was taken aback. Uffed. Zhang Yunxiao burst out laughing. Su Qingshi glanced at her, and Zhang Yunxiao immediately covered her mouth. Begging for mercy. Su Qingshi pondered for a moment, then nodded. Go ahead. Lin Xun took a deep breath, focusing on the claw machine. His gaze grew more intent, his aura shifting noticeably. Su Qingshi noticed this change, and looked at Lin Xun with surprise. This little junior could actually change, his presence exuding a hint of a man's dominance. Unaware, she found herself standing very close to Lin Xun, their elbows almost touching. As she watched him, her gaze unconsciously lost its usual aloofness, replaced by a gentle, innocent look, like a girl gazing at her boyfriend. Zhang Yunxiao was captivated by the scene. She stealthily pulled out her phone and snapped a photo. Looking at the boy and girl in the image, her eyes lit up. This was just too sweet. Her photography skills were indeed top-notch. If this photo were ever released, junior Lin Xun would probably be torn apart. The thought alone was thrilling. Lin Xun concentrated intently on the claw in the machine, his hands moving steadily, inching closer and closer to that yellow bear. The bear was now in an awkward position, and after Su Qingshi's several attempts, its posture was irregular, making it hard to grab firmly. Yet Lin Xun did not give up. This was what the fairy senior sister wanted, and he would get it for her. The bear had a large head and a small body, so Lin Xun targeted its head. Click confirm. The claw descended, precisely gripping the bear's head. At the same time, Lin Xun quickly pressed the button several more times, and the bear was lifted. Su Qingshi and Zhang Yunxiu's eyes lit up. Under their gaze, the bear finally fell into the long-awaited chute. Success! Holy! What? Zhang Yunxiao exclaimed in surprise. You did it. Su Qingshi raised an eyebrow, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Impressive. Lin Xun chuckled foolishly, then retrieved the bear from the chute and handed it to his senior sister. Senior sister, this is for you. Su Qingshi accepted it, whispering, thank you. Though the tokens were hers, the bear was his catch. Was this then a gift from him? The gift was wonderful, and she liked it. Since Lin Xun caught a doll on his first try, Zhang Yunxiao, in a fit of pique, splurged on 5 more tokens and handed them all to Lin Xun. Junior, you've got to catch a plushie for your senior. Got it, senior Jiang. Watch me. Under Lin Xun's skillful operation, he managed to snag 2 more dolls from the 5 tokens, a commendable haul. With 3 dolls in total, 1 for each of them, all 3 were satisfied. Their next stop was a clothing store where Lin Xun, clutching the dolls, trotted behind the 2 young women, listening to their conversation. Zhang Yunxiao was enamored with some outfits, but reluctant to buy them, all stricken with indecision. Each time she tried on a garment, her delight was evident in the mirror. Lin Xun, meanwhile, was treated to a visual feast, as most of Zhang Yunxiu's selections bared arms and legs. With her exquisite slender figure, he found himself almost unable to look directly at her when she emerged. Senior, don't you want any clothes? Lin Xun turned to Su Qingshi, who had shown little interest in the garments. Su Qingshi replied coolly, too revealing. Lin Xun understood his senior was a rather conservative girl. He recalled she always wore long dresses or trousers, unlike the more open-minded Zhang Yunxiao. As Zhang Yunxiao entered the fitting room with a JK uniform, Su Qingshi suddenly looked at Lin Xun. Do you enjoy seeing women in revealing clothes? Lin Xun was startled, and driven by self-preservation, shook his head vehemently. No, not at all. Senior, why would you think that? Su Qingshi said calmly. You didn't take your eyes off Jiang when she came out. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Xun's forehead, his smile, more bitter than joyful. Well, wasn't Senior Jiang asking for my opinion? What was up with the fairy-like senior? Her tone carried a hint of accusation. Could she be jealous? Curious, Lin Xun asked. Senior, do you not like me looking at other girls? Su Qingshi's face stiffened, then she turned away awkwardly. What does it have to do with me whom you look at? Lin Xun's eyes lit up. Senior, can I take that as you being tsundere? Su Qingshi cast a frosty glance at him. Lin Xun grinned. Senior, you're so adorable. Adorable. Su Qingshi's lips twitched. This junior was getting too cocky, daring to call her adorable. Was she adorable? She was the epitome of aloofness, nothing like adorable. Just then Jiang Yunxiao emerged from the fitting room. She wore a JK skirt that barely covered 2/3 of her thighs, revealing a pair of long fair legs. The top was tight, accentuating her curves with a bewitching allure. Hee, if I wore this on campus, I'd charm countless men. Jiang Yunxiao boasted narcissistically. Su Qingshi glanced at Lin Xun, who had wisely averted his eyes the moment Jiang Yunxiao appeared. She found it amusing. Was this junior so mindful of her words? He didn't even dare to look now. Alright, that's enough. Her tone carried a hint of indulgence. Lin Xun chuckled, turning to Su Qingshi with sparkling eyes. She looked away uncomfortably. Then Jiang Yunxiao said, Sure, why don't you give it a try? Her voice turned tempting. I've never seen you in a uniform either. With your figure you'd look stunning. Su Qingshi immediately refused. No. Oh, just try it. It's really comfortable. I bet our junior would love to see it too, right, junior? Jiang Yunxiao signaled Lin Xun with her eyes. An image of the fairy-like senior in a uniform paired with black stockings flashed through Lin Xun's mind. Oh no, his blood pressure was soaring. He quickly nodded. Yes. Jiang Yunxiao burst into laughter. Junior, could you be any more obvious? Su Qingshi looked at Lin Xun with a knowing smile. You like it? Lin Xun realized he had embarrassed himself, his mouth twitching. Well, you see. Wait for me. Su Qingshi said coolly, taking a set of clothes into the fitting room. Jiang Yunxiao and Lin Xun stared, mouths agape. What the hell? Am I dreaming? Jiang Yunxiao's mind reeled. The aloof, icy beauty Su Qingshi had actually agreed to wear a JK uniform so easily. She had tried to get her best friend to wear a skirt before, but was always refused. Yet now she had broken the pattern. Shocking. Lin Xun was equally stunned. The fairy-like senior had really taken a JK uniform into the fitting room. Junior, why is sure acting like a different person? Jiang Yunxiao asked Lin Xun in confusion. Lin Xun said helplessly, Senior, you're her roommate. If you don't know, how would I? Jiang Yunxiao scratched her head. A few minutes later the fitting room door opened, and a graceful figure drew all eyes. Lin Xun stared blankly at the girl before him, momentarily speechless. Holy crap. This time, even Jiang Yunxiao couldn't contain herself, and swore. Standing at the fitting room entrance was Su Qingshi in a JK skirt. Her face bore a hint of awkwardness, as if she might retreat and lock the door at any moment. Yet in that state she was breathtakingly beautiful. Her long jet-black hair cascaded down. Her skin was fairer than snow, her eyes like a clear spring radiating a brilliant starry light. The uniform on her was even more stunning than on Jiang Yunxiao. Many thought Jiang Yunxiao had a better figure than Su Qingshi, but that wasn't true. Su Qingshi's curves were usually hidden by her long dresses. In the JK uniform her figure was simply outrageous. Her curves surpassed those of her peers, even more prominent than Jiang Yunxiao's. The collar of the uniform was tied with a tie beneath which her delicate collarbones were faintly visible. The skirt barely covered half her thighs, revealing a pair of slender, fair, and flawless legs. Adding black stockings would have been the perfect finishing touch with devastating allure. Lin Xun was stunned, and even Jiang Yunxiao was dumbfounded. Oh no, was she about to fall for a woman? So beautiful. Other customers in the store noticed Su Qingshi's outfit and couldn't help but exclaim in awe at her otherworldly beauty. Too beautiful. The reactions of passerby, you rascal. You said you'd accompany me to buy clothes, but you're staring at that girl. Passerby, as husband. No, I wasn't. I was looking at the clothes. Passerby B, she's gorgeous. Want me to get her WeChat for you? Passerby B, as partner, honey, I'm sorry. Passerby C, He-chan keeps staring, and you're not getting in my bed tonight. What's with that look on your faces? Su Qingshi asked, calmly glancing at Lin Xun and Jiang Yunxiao. Though she appeared composed, her hands had already clenched. You look amazing, sure. I knew it. You're perfect for a short skirt. Oh my god. If you wore this in a campus, wouldn't it cause a stir at Nanda? Jiang Yunxiao exclaimed, clutching her arm excitedly. Don't even think about it, Su Qingshi refused flatly. Was she not eye-catching enough already? Su Qingshi shifted her gaze to Lin Xun. Is it pretty? She had impulsively chosen this dress and... Well, she didn't know why. Lin Xun nodded hastily. Beautiful, you're definitely the most stunning girl I've ever seen, senior. He spoke from the heart. For a moment, he had been breathless. The senior was incredibly alluring. Su Qingshi shot him a glance that said, you know what's good for you, then said, it feels odd. He'll change back. Don't. It's fine like this. Let's just buy it, a sister said. Jiang Yunxiao quickly grabbed her friend. Su Qingshi said indifferently, am not as thick-skinned as you. Jiang Yunxiao. I agree with the senior. This skirt doesn't quite match her aura. It's fine for home, but for going out a dress is better, Lin Xun added earnestly. He didn't want the fairy-like senior to appear so alluring before a pack of wolves. Jiang Yunxiao teased Lin Xun. I think you're just jealous, aren't you? Lin Xun's face reddened. No. No, Senior Jiang, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yunxiao rolled her eyes. Kid, I know you too well. Su Qingshi said calmly, all right, I'm changing. Without waiting for a response, she turned and entered the fitting room. Jiang Yunxiao slapped her forehead. Damn it, I forgot to take a picture. Lin Xun also showed regret. The fairy senior had worn a skirt for the first time, and he hadn't captured it. How careless. Soon Su Qingshi changed back into a long dress, transforming from a sultry seductress into a gentle goddess. The contrast left Lin Xun momentarily stunned. Finally, Jiang Yunxiao bought a JK skirt set, and Lin Xun quickly offered to pay. Junior, I have money. Don't spend yours, Jiang Yunxiao said with a grin. Lin Xun shook his head. Let me handle it. Just enjoy yourself, seniors. He had money to spare, and letting girls pay while shopping was unthinkable. Tisk tisk, no wonder you're the richest man's son, so generous. Jiang Yunxiao gave a thumbs up. Then her big eyes twinkled, and she squinted with a smile. So you wouldn't mind if I bought another set, would you? Lin Xun paused and glanced at Jiang Yunxiao, who gave him a subtle wink. For some reason, he instantly understood. Sure, Senior Jiang. Su Qingshi shot her friend a displeased look. That's enough. Jiang Yunxiao giggled. He sure want one too. Su Qingshi refused. No, I don't wear them. A flicker of cunning passed through Jiang Yunxiao's eyes. One day you'll beg me for it. After paying, Lin Xun carried the bags. Under Jiang Yunxiao's urging, Su Qingshi was dragged into a dress shop. Lin Xun was dazzled by the array of skirts. But imagining them on the senior, he felt a surge of desire to buy them all. Well, his family could afford it. Sure, this one suits you. Too short. What about this? Don't like the color. Look at this, it's elegant. Or just old-fashioned. Do you think I'm an old lady, eh? Uh-huh. Senior, how about this one? Lin Xun took a dress from a rack. It was a light white, simple in design, and conservative with a hem that fell to the calf. Su Qingshi raised an eyebrow, took it, and examined it carefully. Jiang Yunxiao. Seriously, she barely glanced at my suggestions, but the junior's pick gets immediate attention. How blatant can the favoritism be? Holding it up to herself, Su Qingshi commented, good taste. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. Buy it. Su Qingshi hesitated. The dress was nice, but honestly the style didn't excite her. Boss, please pack this dress. Lin Xun quickly called the shopkeeper, afraid the fairy senior would change her mind. The shopkeeper, equally eager, bagged it in seconds and handed it to Lin Xun. Anything else? Lin Xun took it. Thanks, we'll look around. The shopkeeper left. Su Qingshi looked at him. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Xun chuckled. Otherwise you'd say no. Wasting money. My family has plenty, senior. Stumped. Su Qingshi shook her head. Silly son of a rich man. Jiang Yunxiao watched them with a knowing smile. I just realized you two look like a perfect couple. Huh. Lin Xun and Su Qingshi both looked at Jiang Yunxiao in confusion, then at each other, and quickly looked away. You're hilarious. Why not just get together? Jiang Yunxiao burst out laughing. Su Qingshi's face flushed slightly. She gave Jiang Yunxiao a cool look. Keep joking, and you'll take a cab home. Jiang Yunxiao, I'm sorry, sis. A cab? That would cost her a few bucks. Why not hitch a free ride? Lin Xun felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Let's go. Time to head back, Su Qingshi said flatly. They had been shopping for hours. Lin Xun eagerly went to pay. Soon they reached a roadside where Su Qingshi's car was parked. Senior, you'll just get in. Okay. Su Qingshi drove. Lin Xun took the passenger seat, and Jiang Yunxiao sat in the back with the luggage. Can I ask why I'm not in the passenger seat? She asked expressionlessly. Su Qingshi glanced at her in the rearview mirror. Figure it out yourself. Jiang Yunxiao, fine, prioritizing love over friendship. Lin Xun said nothing, smiled shyly, and looked down at his phone as his roommate messaged him. Group 307. Bro Lin, bring back food. Me too, 3 tails with white cut chicken and tomato eggs. Anything's fine for me. Thanks, boss. One, who are you chatting with so intently? The fairy senior's voice suddenly came. Lin Xun replied, oh, my roommates. Su Qingshi nodded, giving the junior a curious look. She had noticed a faint, satisfied yet resigned smile on his face. Lin Xun thought, as a dutiful father, bringing meals for his dorm sons was his duty. Sons, your father is back. Lin Xun returned to the dormitory just in time for dinner. With a shout, his sons came running. Woof! Godfather, I missed you so much. Come here, give me a kiss. Go Shengli lunged at him, his thick lips aiming for Lin Xun's cheek. Slap. Lin Xun slapped him expressionlessly. Unfilial son. How dare you defy your elder? As he distributed the meal to his roommates, Lu Gang suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Brother Lin, did you buy that doll? It turned out that besides the food, Lin Xun was also holding a doll. Lin Xun said proudly, of course I want it. Why would a grown man bother with something like that? Lu Gang asked, puzzled. He usually didn't play with such childish things, he only played with guns. Oh, I want it with some senior girls. Hey, my luck wasn't great. Only got 3 out of 5 coins. Lin Xun said with a grin. Lu Gang was speechless. How come I don't see any regret on your face? You look smug instead. Respect. To actually have fun with senior girls. Brother Lin, you're too good. Go Shengli said, shoveling rice into his mouth, while giving Lin Xun a thumbs up. Not at all. Lin Xun placed the doll on his computer desk, facing it toward himself. Staring at its dazed expression, he chuckled foolishly twice. Lu Gang happened to pass by while getting water, and shook his head with a sigh at the sight. My son may be talented, but he is besotted with beauty. After setting the doll down, Lin Xun took a photo with his phone and sent it to the fairy-like senior on WeChat. Soon she replied. Fairy senior image. Lin Xun opened it and smiled knowingly. The photo the fairy senior sent was of her little bear. She had hung it above her computer desk with a thin string, and it looked perfectly natural. Lin Xun, suddenly I feel like you're getting cuter and cuter, senior. Fairy senior getting bold, are you? Lin Xun animated emoji hee. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Su Qingshi suddenly looked up at the little bear. At the thought of something, she smiled faintly. Sure, come help me. I can't reach the zipper. Jiang Yongxiu's voice came through. Su Qingshi rose and walked behind her, helping to pull up the zipper on her back. When you wear this dress, want someone pull your zipper from behind, eh? The dress Jiang Yunxiao wore was very sexy with a zipper down the back. If someone pulled it down, she would be exposed. Su Qingshi couldn't understand the designer's intention. Jiang Yunxiao said with amusement, how could that happen? Such people exist in society, but it's unlikely to happen. Then she changed the subject. Oh sure, I bought that JK outfit for you. Wear it whenever you want. Su Qingshi was taken aback, then said flatly, I won't wear it. But this is what the junior hopes for. You can't disappoint him, can you? Jiang Yunxiao brought up Lin Xun directly. What does it have to do with him? Su Qingshi asked, puzzled. She said calmly, do you think I don't know you? You deliberately bought 2 outfits to trick me. Jiang Yunxiao gave an embarrassed laugh. Don't let it happen again. Jiang Yunxiao nodded immediately. All right, won't happen again. Let it slide this time. She quickly shoved a bag into Su Qingshi's hands. I don't have space for it, keep it at your place. Su Qingshi. After dinner, the 4 from room 307 decided to take a stroll on the track. Wow, the university track is truly magical. So many girls. Go Shengli exclaimed in admiration, his eyes darting around, as if 2 pairs weren't enough. Go, keep your cool. The other 3 were speechless. The 4 of them strolled side by side on the track, their gazes wandering, aimlessly unsure of what they were doing. On the grass, 2 classes were holding a social event, the atmosphere lively. When do you think our class will have a social event? Lu Gang asked curiously. You'll have to ask the recreation secretary. Lin Xun replied, looking down at his phone as he chatted with the fairy senior, occasionally responding. Would need to apply for that, right? Let's talk to the recreation secretary about collaborating with the dance department. They're full of beauties, Go Shengli said with a sly grin. You go scout out the situation. I have social anxiety. I almost believed you. After 2 laps, the 4 found it boring and decided to go for skewers instead. This time Lin Xun didn't dare drink too much. He still remembered last time's drunken mishap. It wasn't until midnight that the 4 stumbled back to the dorm. The dorm matron had already gone to bed early, and the main gate was locked. The 4 jumped over the railing beside it like dumplings being dropped into a pot. With a few muffled thuds like exploding landmines, they expected to attract the matron's attention, but the air was eerily quiet. The 4 hurried upstairs. The night passed without incident. The next day, the unfortunate early morning class struck room 307. The alarm went off at 7:30. First class of the semester, and it's at 8 a.m. Who gets this? Go Shengli, with his hair a mess, reluctantly got out of bed. Lu Gang huddled under the covers, unwilling to get up, and mumbled, just answer the roll for me. Lin Xun, on the other hand, was full of energy. The senior had said goodnight to him last night, so he had slept very soundly. Hurry up, guys. It takes about 10 minutes from the dorm to the classroom. 7:45. Whoa, brother Bing, weren't you just buried in the covers? You're already ready. Go Shengli, just out of the bathroom with wet hair, was surprised to see Lu Gang fully dressed. Lu Gang glanced at him. I just brushed my teeth and put on shoes. I can't be like you fussing over that bird's nest. He was a veteran, always with a crew cut, so he didn't need to style his hair. Let's go, hurry. Give me 10 seconds. Go Shengli cranked the hairdryer to full power and blew his hair wildly. 7:47. The 4 marched out of the dorm in a grand procession. The instructor was a female teacher around 40 years old. Since all the students here had been admitted through the college entrance examination, there were hardly any particularly poor performers. Even Go Shengli, who was usually carefree and joking, could fluently fabricate a few sentences when the teacher called on him. College English class spanned the first 2 periods, ending at 9:30. At this hour, should we eat or head back? Lin Xun asked. Go Shengli was about to speak when his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said urgently, you 2 decide. I have something to attend to. Without waiting for their response, he dashed off. Lin Xun and the other 2 were surprised to see him running toward a girl, and the 2 were chatting happily. Do you think that's the windfall of love for Brother Go? Lu Gang asked curiously. Looks like it, replied another. Ah, the child has grown up. This father can no longer control him. Same here. Eventually they decided to get their meal and return to the dormitory. Go Shengli hadn't come back yet. That fellow had run off after his love. After eating, since there were no classes in the afternoon, Lin Xun boldly set no alarm, and his nap stretched into a deep, dreamless slumber that lasted until dusk. Brother Lin, wake up. Let's go work out together. Lin Xun was shaken awake by Lu Gang. The sleep had been sufficient, and he felt refreshed the moment his eyes opened. Turning his head, he met Lu Gang's gaze, already clad in a t-shirt, shorts, and sneakers. What time is it? 5. Hurry up. Lin Xun sat up and asked calmly. That scoundrel Go Shengli still hasn't returned. Lu Gang nodded. As it stands, no. They exchanged a glance and shook their heads simultaneously. After tidying up briefly, Lin Xun followed Lu Gang for a run. Wuda wasn't in the dorm that afternoon, whereabouts unknown, and Go Shengli was on a date with his dream girl with no word yet. The sports field was ablaze with activity in the afternoon. Many were sweating it out on the track. Lin Xun and Lu Gang started with a couple of easy laps, chatting idly. Brother Bing, where's your girlfriend? Why haven't I seen you with her? Lin Xun couldn't recall ever meeting Lu Gang's girlfriend or seeing him contact her in the dorm. Lu Gang adjusted his breathing and replied, she's interning, she doesn't have much time lately. It turned out Lu Gang's girlfriend was a junior already working as an intern since her college program was shorter. They were in a long-distance relationship. As everyone knows, such relationships are often challenging. If both parties aren't truly committed to being together, distance becomes a fatal wedge between them. By the 7th lap, Lin Xun got a side stitch. His physique was no match for Lu Gang's military training. He had to drop out and headed to the sidelines to stretch. Gasping for air, Lin Xun smiled bitterly. He had worked out regularly during summer break, but after just a short hiatus his fitness had plummeted. He realized he'd need to make time for more running. As he was lost in thought, a bottle of Mizone suddenly appeared before him. Startled, he looked up to see a girl standing beside him smiling. She wore shorts and a tank top revealing a pair of straight fair legs. Her face and figure were stunning, undoubtedly a beauty. Lin Xun, want some water? Lin Xun was puzzled. You are? The girl giggled. Chu Weiwei from the computer science department. We sang a duet at the military training party last time. Lin Xun recalled that night. He had indeed performed with a girl, and she had specifically requested him. Still, he was surprised. He didn't think they were that close. Oh hi. Chu Weiwei squinted with a smile. Take the water, will you? My arm's getting numb holding it up. Lin Xun declined. No thanks, I'm not thirsty. You have it. Chu Weiwei was taken aback. She was confident in her looks. After all, she was known as the department belle. She had assumed approaching a guy would be effortless. Yet this one had refused her. It was a first. But that only made it more interesting, didn't it? Chu Weiwei loved a challenge. She smiled, placed the bottle of Mizone at Lin Xun's feet, and said, I never take back what I give. Then she lifted one long fair leg onto the ladder in front of her. Her shorts only covered 2/3 of her thigh, and with this motion 2/3 was exposed to the air, incredibly alluring. Lin Xun hadn't expected her to suddenly raise her leg. He froze for a moment, then quickly averted his gaze. Oh, you're so adorable. Chu Weiwei teased, watching him. Lin Xun was speechless. Adorable. Did that word even apply to him? As Chu Weiwei stretched nearby, Lin Xun noticed more and more guys gathering around, mostly pretending to loosen up, but their gazes kept drifting toward her. No need to ask, they were here for Chu Weiwei. As the department belle, she naturally had many suitors. When the campus belle is absent, the department belle becomes the center of attention. Some guys from the sports department even deliberately appeared beside Lin Xun, offering friendly smiles before starting their own stretches, flaunting their muscular physiques. Feeling awkward, Lin Xun withdrew his leg and turned to leave. Hey Lin Xun, you forgot your water. Chu Weiwei called out, waving. Lin Xun quickened his pace. Chu Weiwei found the scene amusing. Hey, class made him a bit thirsty. Since he doesn't want it, can I have it? The guy who had been beside Lin Xun grinned at her. Chu Weiwei raised an eyebrow and smiled sweetly. Sure. By then Lin Xun had recovered somewhat and caught up with Lu Gang as he passed by. His expression was odd. Where did that girl come from? Why did she act so familiar with him? Forget it. He'd just steer clear of her from now on. This enchantress was too skilled. His own powers were insufficient. Can't go on. Can't go on. Brother Bing, let's take a break. Lin Xun had managed another 4 laps with Lu Gang before he couldn't continue. Soon he collapsed onto the grass. Lu Gang stopped too. He had run over a dozen laps, only slightly winded but drenched in sweat. He smiled at Lin Xun. Your fitness level is decent actually, better than most college students. It was true many students were too immersed in the online world to exercise, which wasn't a good habit. Lin Xun marveled. Brother Bing, did you train like this in the army? Lu Gang chuckled. More than this. What we just did was just a warm-up. Warm-up? Lin Xun's eyes widened. Lu Gang nodded. We used to run carrying dozens of kilograms of gear, like carrying a woman. Lin Xun was filled with admiration. He could never do that. Want to rest more or keep running with me? Lu Gang checked his wristband and asked. Lin Xun shook his head vigorously. Can't run another step. I'm dead tired. I don't even want to walk now, zero motivation left. You go ahead. Alright, rest up. They'll come get you for dinner when I'm done, Lu Gang said before jogging off. Lin Xun was about to catch his breath when a figure suddenly ran past him. Lin Xun blinked, thinking his eyes were playing tricks. He looked again and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior." He wasn't mistaken. The senior was actually running. Without a moment's hesitation, his body reacted before his mind, and he dashed after her. Lu Gang, just starting his slow jog, felt a gust of wind rush past him and stared in disbelief. "What the hell? Brother Lin, didn't you say you couldn't run anymore?" Su Qingshi was clad in a long-sleeved athletic shirt, earphones in place, her hair tied in a ponytail. Her striking figure alone could draw a crowd, even if no one recognized her. Yet some onlookers remained indifferent, for they had long grown accustomed to the sight. The campus belle was a frequent presence on the track, and in the beginning countless suitors flocked to her, only to be rebuffed by her icy demeanor. As time passed, everyone simply accepted it. She was an unattainable goddess, and her frosty air only made her more intimidating. Her pace was unhurried, her breathing steady, so Lin Xun soon caught up with her. "Senior, are you here for a run too?" Su Qingshi cast him an indifferent glance, as if to say, "Isn't that obvious?" She valued her breathing while running and chose not to speak. Lin Xun understood this and silently matched her stride. After 2 laps, many noticed the scene and cast astonished looks. "Isn't that the campus belle, Su Qingshi? Who's that guy beside her? How can he run with her? You don't know him?" "That's Lin Xun, a freshman. He's been the subject of many rumors with the campus belle lately." "What? A freshman? How bold? Does he know Su Qingshi?" "No one knows, but she hasn't shunned him or responded on the forum. There must be something special between them." "So jealous. I could devour someone alive." Lu Gang, having just finished an 800-meter sprint, was strolling on the track. As Lin Xun passed, he gave him a thumbs up. "Bro, you're something." Meanwhile, Chu Weiwei, having just brushed off her admirers, spotted Lin Xun on the track and grew curious. "Does Lin Xun like the campus belle?" "True, she's so beautiful. I'd be smitten too. But how is that your reason for rejecting me? Isn't she just the campus belle? I might not be any worse." Chu Weiwei was a proud girl who had entered Southern University with outstanding grades. Upon arrival, she quickly amassed a legion of admirers and became the department's beauty. Yet she learned of another girl on campus, equally stunning, who had held the title of campus belle for 2 years with immense popularity. As a beautiful girl herself, she felt a competitive spark against the campus belle, eager to see how she could be more beautiful. She had once been fortunate enough to meet her. Near-perfect features, an aloof demeanor, a commanding presence, an ethereal aura untouched by the mundane world. Chu Weiwei conceded. Such a girl deserved to be the campus belle. Yet she hadn't given up. She had the confidence to surpass Su Qingshi one day. On the track, Lin Xun was struggling to keep up, having already expended much of his energy. Su Qingshi noticed this and gradually slowed to a walk, quickly regulating her breathing. "Don't lower your head. Breathe deeply. Keep moving." Her soft voice carried a hint of warmth. Though uncomfortable, Lin Xun followed her instructions. After a dozen seconds, he finally regained his breath. "Senior, do you run often?" Lin Xun felt a bit frustrated. The senior's stamina seemed no less than his own. Su Qingshi nodded. "From freshman year till now, I come down to run whenever I'm free." Lin Xun marveled. There was a reason for her great figure. Su Qingshi added, "You can come down often too. Get some exercise." Lin Xun's eyes lit up. "I was thinking the same. Your clothes are still at my place." Su Qingshi spoke slowly. "Huh, the set you soaked last time. You didn't take them?" "I washed them." Lin Xun was surprised. He laughed. "Really? Thank you so much, senior." He had thought she might have thrown them away since he had worn them, and they were soaked. To his surprise, she not only didn't mind, but had also washed them. He was deeply moved. "Will you come get them, or should I bring them to you?" Su Qingshi tucked a strand of sweat-dampened hair behind her ear. Lin Xun promptly replied, "I'll drop by. How could I trouble you to deliver them?" Su Qingshi nodded. Mentioning the clothes, she couldn't help but recall the last time. Shortly after Lin Xun had left her rented place, her brother had arrived. She remembered that her brother had come on a business trip and told her he would visit. Fortunately, Lin Xun had already left. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to explain. Given her brother's nosy nature, he would have pried into everything. Even so, he had discovered Lin Xun's dirty clothes and pestered her with questions for a long time. After all, any brother finding a strange man's clothes in his single sister's home would be desperate to know the truth. Su Qingshi hadn't clarified, but had brushed him off. Yet recalling the look in her brother's eyes as he left, she couldn't help but feel unsettled. It was as if her persona had suddenly crumbled. Thinking of this, she glanced at Lin Xun. His white short-sleeved shirt was soaked with sweat clinging to his body, his slightly toned physique radiating youthful vitality. Her relationship with him seemed to be growing closer lately. Yet she didn't find it unpleasant. "Senior, what's wrong?" Lin Xun noticed her staring at him, somewhat lost in thought, and asked. Su Qingshi shook her head faintly. "Nothing. Just remembered something." Lin Xun nodded. "Excuse me. Are you senior Su Qingshi?" Suddenly, a male student caught up from behind and blocked their path. Lin Xun took in the newcomer. Long bangs, a somewhat handsome face, wearing a sleeveless vest that revealed a muscular build. He was probably around 1.78 meters tall. Compared to himself, while the guy wasn't as handsome and was a bit shorter, but his physique was better with defined muscles clearly from regular training. Su Qingshi frowned slightly at being stopped, then her expression turned calm and indifferent. Is there something? The guy, though somewhat masculine, grew shy before the campus bell of Southern University. He stammered, I am from the sports school of freshmen. Senior, I want to pursue you. Will you be my girlfriend? Lin Xun. Bro, you're this bold. Do your parents know? Su Qingshi refused coldly. No. She moved to bypass him, but he blocked her again. Senior, they say you're exceptional and hard to win over, but I won't give up. I'm an athlete, but my grades are good too. I'm just a freshman, but I believe I'll soon be the best in my department. I will become the one worthy of you. Su Qingshi replied flatly, good luck with that. It was good for the young to have goals and drive. The guy looked determined, then suddenly turned to Lin Xun. Hey, what's your relationship with Senior Su? Lin Xun. Lin Xun was taken aback when he was called out. Yet he did not flinch. Calmly he said, I'm a friend of the senior. A friend of the senior. The young man was startled, then exclaimed in surprise, you like the campus belle too? How direct. Lin Xun had gained an initial understanding of this lad's character. He was nothing but a hothead. At that moment, Su Qingshi suddenly turned her gaze to Lin Xun. A flush of embarrassment crept onto Lin Xun's face. Was he to confess his feelings for her right in front of the senior? Would she think him scheming? Just as Lin Xun was about to muster the courage to come clean, a voice suddenly rang out. What's going on here? Brother Lin, is someone giving you trouble? Lu Gang had arrived, and eyeing the young man before him raised an eyebrow. What do you think you're doing, pal? Seeing Lu Gang's imposing stature, the young man's confidence waned. He explained, don't misunderstand. I'm just here to see Senior Su. I wasn't bullying anyone. Su Qingshi averted her gaze, losing interest in the matter. Lin Xun shot Lu Gang a meaningful look. Understanding the cue, Lu Gang stepped forward and slung an arm around the young man's shoulders with a grin. Not bad, buddy. You train. The young man replied, I'm from the PE department. Perfect. I just got discharged from the army, and I've been itching for a spar with someone from PE. You wouldn't mind, would you? This doesn't seem right, does it? What's scared? That won't do. Aren't you trying to win over the campus belle? You've got to put on a good show. Fine. What do you want to compete in? 100 meters, 205,000. Take your pick. Even pull-ups, whatever you like. The young man studied Lu Gang for a few seconds before saying, let's do a 100-meter dash. In a sprint, it all came down to explosive power. He had been training in sports for years. He might not be inferior to a veteran. Lu Gang chuckled, you're on. He waved at Lin Xun. Brother Lin, you be the referee. Lin Xun gave a faint smile. He'll join in too. Both Lu Gang and the young man were taken aback. Lin Xun laughed. What, worried he'll drag you down? Lu Gang shook his head, his expression complex, as he looked at Lin Xun. Buddy, I just pulled you out of a mess, and now you're jumping right back in. What if you embarrass yourself in front of your goddess? Lin Xun returned a reassuring smile. He wasn't the type to shy away from his own shortcomings. Even if he wasn't exceptionally talented, he harbored no sense of inferiority. But to lack the courage to even try, that would be the most pathetic thing of all. Even if he lost, he would lose with dignity. Great. Let's do it together. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement. He'll be the referee, Su Qingshi suddenly offered. Senior. Lin Xun looked at her in surprise. Is there a problem? Su Qingshi met his gaze, her expression calm. No problem. Soon the three of them were at the starting line for the 100-meter dash, warming up for a couple of minutes. Ready? Su Qingshi's voice rose slightly, a rare seriousness coloring her face. Ready. The three young men were tense, excited, and eager. Go. Whoosh. Lu Gang and the young man shot off at almost the same instant, while Lin Xun was half a second slower. For the first 50 meters, Lu Gang and the young man were neck and neck, neither able to pull ahead. Though Lin Xun's pace was decent, he was left 4 or 5 meters behind. As they crossed the finish line, Lu Gang edged ahead by half a body length. Lin Xun also reached the end a second or two later. No one at the finish line kept time, but someone captured the moment on camera. Impressive, impressive. That speed's probably under 12 seconds at least. That's Zhao Jia from the PE department. The other one looks like Lin Xun, who's been all over the forum. And that muscular guy, I don't know him. Whoa. And Su the campus belle is their referee. That's awesome. Film it. This is tonight's gossip. Whoever finds me info on that muscular guy gets $50. At the finish line of the 100-meter dash, Lin Xun was panting heavily, hands on his knees. Lu Gang and Zhao Jia were also winded, but they recovered quickly. Lu Gang turned to Zhao Jia, convinced. The latter's face showed a hint of regret. I was just a hair's breadth away. That was probably my limit. He gave Lu Gang a thumbs up. But you're really good. Let's do this again sometime. Lu Gang raised an eyebrow. Sure. With that, he walked over to Lin Xun and patted him on the shoulder. How are you holding up? Lin Xun nodded. I'm okay. Kid, your skills aren't much, but, well, I've got to respect you for that, Zhao Jia said, also giving Lin Xun a pat on the shoulder. Lin Xun looked up at him and smiled. So do you really like the campus ballet? Zhao Jia couldn't help but ask again. Though exhausted and reluctant to speak, Lin Xun nodded firmly. Yes. Lu Gang raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Zhao Jie's expression said I knew it, but he spoke seriously. You might be close to the goddess, but that doesn't mean she likes you. We're still rivals, and I'm not giving up. Lin Xun said in a low voice. Then we'll just have to wait and see. They locked eyes, and then inexplicably both broke into a smile. Want to add each other on WeChat? Sure. Do you play basketball? A little. Let's play sometime. Sounds good. And so the three exchanged contact information. Just then Su Qingshi approached holding a bottle of water. Senior. Lin Xun scratched his head. Having been left so far behind, he felt a bit sheepish facing his crush now. Su Qingshi said nothing. She handed the water to Lin Xun. Drink some. Lin Xun took it smiling. Thanks, senior. Zhao Jie watched the scene with envy. Lu Gang was also speechless. They were the ones who ran, and the fastest among them were him and Zhao Jie. How did Lin Xun, who came in last, end up looking more successful? Then Su Qingshi pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the sweat from Lin Xun's forehead. Click. The sound of single hearts shattering echoed all around. Lu Gang and Zhao Jie. Damn it. Where did this sudden wave of pink bubbles come from? Zhao Jie's heart ached. He felt his confidence waning. Could he really win over the campus belle? I have things to do. I'm off. This place was no longer safe. Zhao Jie slunk away like a wilted plant, dejected. Lu Gang shot a sympathetic glance at his retreating figure. Thankfully he had a girlfriend, so he wasn't too jealous. Lin Xun took a sip of water and gave Su Qingshi a goofy grin. What are you smiling at? Lin Xun asked with a sly smile. Senior, I lost. You don't think I'm pathetic, do you? Su Qingshi said flatly. It's not your forte. Everyone has their weaknesses. Don't take it to heart. Lin Xun nodded eagerly. Yes. He couldn't outrun Zhao Jie, but Zhao Jie wasn't as wealthy as he was. It all balanced out. Yes. That was right. What did you mean by wait and see earlier? Huh. Su Qingshi suddenly spoke, sending Lin Xun into a panic. Damn it, had she overheard him talking? Su Qingshi fixed her calm gaze on him, her thoughts unreadable. Lin Xun scratched his head. Senior, did you hear everything? Su Qingshi replied coolly. Hear what? Hear me admit I like you. Just as Lin Xun was about to speak, Lu Gang's urgent voice rang out. Brother Lin. Quick. Something's up. Startled, Lin Xun immediately looked over. Lu Gang pointed at a couple not far away, a gossipy look on his face. Go Xingli. Lin Xun exclaimed in surprise, never expecting to run into him. That guy's heading to the cafeteria? Let's go, let's follow him. A sly grin spread across Lu Gang's face, and without waiting for Lin Xun's agreement, he dashed off. Lin Xun was about to agree when his senior grabbed his arm. Senior? Lin Xun froze. Su Qingshi smiled faintly, trying to change the subject. Lin Xun. Su Qingshi tilted her head. Moi. He had to admit his senior looked adorably playful in that moment, and Lin Xun's heart skipped a beat again. His expression calmed, and a smile crept across his face. Senior, since you've already heard, do you need me to confirm it? I meant what I said. Su Qingshi was taken aback. Clearly Lin Xun's response caught her off guard. She had overheard his conversation with Zhao Jie. When Zhao Jie asked, do you like the school beauty? Su Qingshi had paused, curious to hear his answer, a flicker of tension rising within her. She found it amusing that a single question could make her nervous. And when she heard Lin Xun reply, yes, that trace of tension vanished, leaving her heart utterly calm. Even though she had long sensed his secret admiration and affection for her, hearing him admit it was different. This guy liked her. By the time she snapped back to reality, Lin Xun was already 7 or 8 meters away, looking back at her. Senior, want to grab a meal together? Su Qingshi's lips curved into a faint smile. Sure. Go Xingli was walking alongside a senior girl, and compared to the morning, the distance between them had noticeably shrunk, almost shoulder to shoulder. Lin Xun guessed they had passed by the sports field and were heading to eat. Once inside the cafeteria, Lu Gang scurried off to get his meal. Lin Xun turned to Su Qingshi. Senior, what would you like to eat? Su Qingshi glanced around. Wonton soup. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. Find a seat, Bill, get it for you. With that he dashed off. Su Qingshi said nothing. She glanced in Go Xingli's direction, thought for a moment, and chose a seat nearby. Even in sportswear, with a simple ponytail, Su Qingshi was breathtakingly beautiful, instantly drawing a wave of gazes in the cafeteria. The school beauty was at the cafeteria? Holy crap, a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Many male students whipped out their phones to take photos. Even if they dared not ask for her WeChat, they would collect every snapshot of the goddess in her daily life. Some even posted on the campus forum, instantly grabbing the attention of a crowd of onlookers. The goddess has descended on Cafeteria 1. Holy crap. On my way. So beautiful. The goddess is the goddess, even in sportswear, she's stunning, and that figure. For the sake of my roommates, I'll reluctantly go grab a meal as their father. I heard the food at Cafeteria 1 is decent. Anyone care to join me for dinner? If you don't mind, I'd love to follow. Seconded. I have a friend. Thankfully, it wasn't peak hours, or Su Qingshi might not have been able to eat. Being stared at by hundreds of eyes. Who could enjoy a meal like that? She didn't mind much, but she wasn't quite at the level of being a social butterfly. Soon Lin Xun returned with a steaming bowl of wonton soup, placing it before Su Qingshi. Senior, do you prefer scallions or cilantro? Unsure of her taste, he hadn't added any seasoning. Su Qingshi replied, scallions. Got it. Wait a moment. Lin Xun went back and soon returned with a second bowl of wonton soup generously topped with scallions, at least 3 or 4 spoonfuls. The memory of the auntie's watchful glare still lingered in his mind. Senior, this is for you. He slid the bowl with scallions in front of her and unwrapped the disposable chopsticks along with a spoon. Thanks. Su Qingshi took them, then glanced at his bowl. You don't like scallions or cilantro? Lin Xun smiled. I like both. We grew a lot at home when I was a kid and my mom's cooking was pretty good, so I'm fine with either. Su Qingshi nodded. Goody liked them. She enjoyed adding scallions to her noodles, but wasn't fond of cilantro, finding its smell a bit pungent. Too much. Su Qingshi scooped a spoonful of scallions from her bowl and dropped it into Lin Xun's. Lin Xun stared blankly at her action, his mind momentarily frozen. Clang. Thud. A passing male student witnessing the scene was so distracted he slammed into a nearby pillar. The onlookers around gasped. Luckily someone captured the moment on camera, preserving the evidence. Instantly the campus forum exploded like a bomb. Wah! What the hell? Is that the school beauty? Are you sure? That's definitely her. I've collected hundreds of her photos over the past 2 years. I'd recognize her even in ashes. Exactly, I've studied her down to her cells. Confirmed it's the school beauty herself. Who's that guy across from her? How does he get such treatment? I want stand for it. He's quite famous. He was caught up in a big rumor with the school beauty not long ago, acting all chummy with her, very likely in a relationship. I think he might just be her younger brother or a relative. Think about it. The goddess has never had any scandals before. And this guy is a freshman. How could the goddess fall for a freshman? That makes sense. I also think they're more like siblings. Investigate. Deploy the Western Depot. If that fails, the Eastern Depot takes over. The forum's tone suddenly shifted, with netizens splitting into 3 factions, one insisting they were in a romantic relationship, another believing they were cousins, and a third staying detached. The pair dining remained blissfully unaware of the frenzy of speculation they had ignited. Lin Xun couldn't suppress his smile as he ate his wonton soup. His senior had just used her spoon to give him scallions. Even though she hadn't used it, yet he was overjoyed. Sitting across from her, watching her eat up, close, his appetite soared. Even savoring a wonton, his senior exuded elegance. Meanwhile, Lu Gang, seated a few spots away, showed no decorum at all, slurping down his Liuzhou River snail noodles. Hey brother Lin. I've been watching for a while, and I feel like brother Go. He's kind of simping, isn't he? Lu Gang suddenly leaned in close to Lin Xun and whispered. Lin Xun was taken aback, then turned his gaze to Go Shengli. At that moment, he was having noodles with a girl. Go Shengli's face was perpetually beaming, as if he had an endless stream of stories to tell. The senior girl, on the other hand, was quite composed, occasionally offering a faint smile and a nod. From the look of it, it seemed Go Shengli was the one making all the moves. Lin Xun furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, and then sighed. Let him be. That's just how he is. He'll only turn back when he hits a wall. Lu Gang nodded in agreement. Su Qingshi cast a brief, indifferent glance in their direction before swiftly finishing the remaining wontons. Because of Su Qingshi's presence in the cafeteria, what was usually a quiet hall suddenly buzzed with life as more and more students streamed in. Their gazes frequently landed on Su Qingshi, their eyes filled with admiration and curiosity. Lin Xun sensed the impending trouble. Was senior sister's charm really that overwhelming? Couldn't she even eat a meal without drawing a crowd's attention? I'm out of here. You two do as you please. Lu Gang muttered, picked up his bowl, and slipped away. If he stayed with Lin Xun, his own information would probably be dug up too, and had likely gained a bit of notoriety soon enough. Feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Lin Xun looked at Su Qingshi. Seeing she was almost done eating, he quickly said, Senior sister, let me take care of your bowl. Su Qingshi nodded. Lin Xun took both large bowls and said to her, Senior sister, you should leave first, or else we might not be able to get out later. The crowd had nearly surrounded the cafeteria. Su Qingshi replied calmly, I'll wait for you. Lin Xun smiled slightly. All right then, wait for me a moment. If senior sister didn't mind, why should he? He felt he needed to show a bit more assertiveness in front of her to make her feel secure. After disposing of the soup and placing the bowls in the designated spot, he turned to head back. Lin Xun. A surprised voice called out. Lin Xun paused and looked at the speaker. You again, eh? Su Qing's initial delight froze on her face. Do you dislike me that much? Lin Xun shook his head. No, just surprised. Su Qing took a deep breath. Lin Xun, I need to clear up the misunderstanding between us. I was wrong to you before, and I've already gotten my comeuppance. What comeuppance? Lin Xun suddenly interrupted. Su Qing was startled. Lin Xun looked at her with cold eyes. There's no misunderstanding between us. It was all mutual. Now we have no connection whatsoever. So you don't need to explain anything. Su Qing asked, then are we still friends? Lin Xun sneered. Do you think that's possible, eh? Su Qing was at a loss for words. Lin Xun shook his head. I have my own life now. I'm not the same person I used to be. You too. We're all at the same school. I wish you a bright future. That's all I can say. And from now on. He paused abruptly. He had intended to tell her to stay away from him, but then realized these encounters were all accidental. Forget it. He didn't want to talk anymore. Su Qing was about to say something, but someone else didn't give her the chance. Met a fellow townsman. Senior sister's voice came from behind. To Lin Xun, it was a heavenly sound of salvation. Senior sister. Su Qingshi stood beside him looking at Su Qing. I remember you. You were Lin Xun's high school classmate. Su Qing looked at her. When she arrived at Nanjing University, she had already heard of Su Qingshi's reputation. She was surprised to find that the girl she had met in Liancheng was actually the campus belle of Nanda. She was curious. Why would the legendary ice goddess be so close to Lin Xun? Was it for his money? If Lin Xun knew what she was thinking, he would probably have slapped her. What kind of person was senior sister? Could her vision be as narrow as hers? If senior sister liked his money, he would gladly give it to her. Otherwise, why would he need to be so cautious in his affection? Su. Senior sister. Hello. My name is Su Qing. Su Qing nodded and greeted her. Su Qingshi replied indifferently. You said that last time. She remembered. She had memorized the name of this girl who had accompanied Lin Xun for several years in high school at their first meeting. Senior sister Su, what is your relationship with Lin Xun? Su Qing couldn't help but ask. Su Qingshi raised an eyebrow. Lin Xun frowned. Su Qing, our relationship has nothing to do with you. Su Qing looked at him. I want to know what kind of person the girl who took away the one I like is. Lin Xun was speechless. Was she joking? She only liked money. Took away. Su Qingshi's lips curled into a sneer. Junior, that word you used. I have to say you've got some nerve. Su Qing's face was expressionless. What do you mean by that, senior sister Su? I've heard about what happened between you and Lin Xun. He was such a good guy, and you didn't know how to treasure him. What were you thinking? Su Qingshi stepped forward, and an aura of icy authority instantly radiated from her. At that moment, the formidable campus belle had arrived. Su Qing's face turned pale. She did regret it. After breaking up with Qin, how she had an epiphany. Recalling the past, she realized how pure Lin Xun's affection for her had been. Unfortunately, she had deeply wounded that boy's heart. Now the way Lin Xun looked at her was so unfamiliar and cold. Her heart ached as if pricked by needles. I should thank you. Su Qingshi suddenly let out a soft laugh. Thank me for what? Su Qing didn't catch on. Su Qingshi cast her a dismissive glance, not even bothering to respond. She instinctively took Lin Xun's hand and led him out of the cafeteria. Su Qing was left dumbfounded, staring at their linked hands, lost for words. This scene was also witnessed by the crowd of onlookers. Everyone marveled at the campus belle's commanding presence. How did that girl dare to challenge her? She was pretty, but she paled in comparison to the campus belle. For a moment, countless gazes, as if looking at a clown, fell upon Su Qing. Her face grew even paler, and she fled in haste, not even bothering to finish her dinner. Outside the cafeteria, Lin Xun looked at his hand held by senior sister, his heart melting into a puddle of warmth. Was senior sister standing up for him? How cool. She exuded an overwhelming aura. And her hand was so small, so soft. They stopped under a large tree, and Su Qingshi finally let go of Lin Xun's hand. A hint of awkwardness flickered across her face. She hadn't realized she had taken his hand. It had been an instinctive action, and only now did she feel the strangeness of it. Senior sister, you were so cool just now. Lin Xun said cheerfully. Su Qingshi gave him a flat look. Oh, so she really did come to Nanda for you. Lin Xun immediately turned serious. I had no idea about any of this, senior sister. Please let me explain. My heart belongs only to you. Su Qingshi was taken aback, and a blush crept onto her stunning face. Lin Xun was completely mesmerized. So beautiful. Su Qingshi shot him a glare and said coldly, You've been getting bolder lately. Lin Xun's sudden initiative caught her off guard. Was the little junior transforming into a man? Lin Xun chuckled, then his gaze sharpened as he leaned closer to Su Qingshi's face. Senior sister, don't move. His voice was low and magnetic, carrying a hint of allure. Hearing this, Su Qingshi instinctively froze, staring blankly as Lin Xun drew nearer. Just then a gentle breeze brushed by, as if stirring the calm surface of her heart, causing ripples to spread. Their faces drew closer and closer. When the distance between them was only about 10 centimeters, Lin Xun suddenly spoke softly. Senior, you don't have a single pimple on your face. That's amazing. Su Qingshi's expression paused, and she replied calmly. What's so amazing about that? Why are you leaning in so close? Lin Xun said with a smile, There's a scallion on your collar. I'll take it off for you. As he spoke, he reached out. A scallion. When Su Qingshi saw the scallion on Lin Xun's finger, she was momentarily speechless. Heaven knows her heart had already begun to race uncontrollably. Lin Xun didn't pull away immediately. He stared blankly at Su Qingshi's stunningly beautiful face and her full, elastic red lips. His heart began to pound wildly. Senior, moi, can I kiss you? In your dreams. Their tones were incredibly flat, like whispers, yet the atmosphere inexplicably grew intimate. Flames blazed in Lin Xun's eyes, burning with a fervent desire that seemed to melt the senior. As if sensing his emotions, Su Qingshi sobered up a little. Why are you standing so close? Trying to do something bad? Lin Xun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He stepped back and offered a warm smile. Senior, your heart is beating very fast. Su Qingshi replied calmly, you misheard. It's your own heart that's racing. Lin Xun scratched his head. He had indeed felt the urge to kiss her, but considering they weren't even in a romantic relationship, he feared that such an offense would ruin everything between them. However, it was a small test for him, and the result solidified a certain thought. She didn't reject him. Senior, do you remember what I said before? Su Qingshi glanced at him. Which part? What I said was true. The look in the boy's eyes was a sincerity and determination she had never seen before. He said he was serious. His feelings for her were real. Su Qingshi bit her lip about to speak. Lin Xun suddenly asked, Senior, do you know that I like you? Blunt. He wanted to try taking a step toward her. Perhaps this step would make him fall into an abyss. Su Qingshi nodded slightly. I know. There are quite a few people who like me. Across the entire Southern University, not all the boys, but at least half admired her. This wasn't narcissism, but confidence. She was too outstanding, not just in unparalleled beauty, but also in talent and ability, excelling among her peers. A favored daughter of heaven. Describing her like this wasn't an exaggeration at all. Among the boys pursuing her were many wealthy heirs, yet her condition made even them feel that no amount of money could make them worthy of her. Lin Xun's throat felt dry. Then Senior, why don't you dislike my feelings? I don't know. Really don't know. I don't know. Su Qingshi looked at him, the usual coldness in her eyes softening with a hint of tenderness. She smiled faintly. Do you know what I feel for you? Lin Xun's curiosity piqued. A friend. Lin Xun. My. You stir something in me. Oh. Huh. Senior, what did you say? Lin Xun was stunned, wondering if he had misheard. Her voice had been so soft when she spoke. But Su Qingshi didn't say another word. Instead, she turned around. Come to the rental apartment this weekend. Lin Xun stared at her retreating figure, still dazed and not yet recovered. Had he really not been hallucinating? Had the senior just said she felt something for him? Bang! It felt like fireworks exploded in Lin Xun's heart. Was it true? When? Could he really stir something in her? Quickly he calmed down and replayed the conversation in his mind. His advance had been somewhat obvious, but she hadn't outright refused. This meant his relationship with her had taken another step forward. He still owed a confession. Lin Xun's heart seemed to settle instantly. He had to confess as soon as possible, and he needed to give her a romantic, unforgettable confession. Hey, bro, what are you up to? Someone patted Lin Xun on the shoulder. He turned around. Aren't you with your crush? The newcomer was Go Shengli. At this, Go Shengli's expression turned bitter. Don't even mention it. She and I are from completely different worlds. Lin Xun let out an, oh, a bit surprised. But I saw you two getting along so well. Go Shengli sighed and waved his hand. We're just friends at best. Besides, she's about to start an internship. Nothing good will come of this. A freshman dating a senior. Well, how to put it? The gap was just too big. Lin Xun nodded understandingly. I didn't expect you to have such self-awareness. Go Shengli's eyes widened. What's that supposed to mean? Do I look that much like a player? Lin Xun replied seriously, Brother Go, you misunderstand. You're a good guy. Go Shengli. What are you standing around for? I just saw you eating with your goddess. Go Shengli suddenly asked, puzzled. Lin Xun nodded. Yes, she just left. Go Shengli looked him up and down suspiciously. Strange. How come you look so radiant? Lin Xun's lips curled. Joy puts a spring in one step. Go Shengli was startled. What do you mean? Did the campus belle agree to be your girlfriend? Not yet. Did your family come into money? No. Go Shengli rolled his eyes. Then what are you on about? Lin Xun suddenly hooked an arm around his neck. Brother Go, let me ask you something. How many girlfriends have you had before? Go Shengli looked at him warily. Why do you ask? Just asking. Want to learn from your experience. Go Shengli cleared his throat. Oh, that's a long story. It'll take a while to tell, but my throat's a bit dry. Fine. They'll buy you a drink. Now you're talking. Half an hour later. That's it. Lin Xun stared wide-eyed at Go Shengli, who was calmly sipping his milk tea, looking utterly speechless. Yeah. Didn't you want to know how I managed to have several girlfriends in a row? Go Shengli said with a matter-of-fact expression. Lin Xun's mouth twitched. His head ached. He shouldn't have come to this fool Go Shengli. The guy's emotional intelligence. Well, he was a total simp. Even more of a simp than him. All his previous girlfriends were ones he groveled for, and none lasted more than 2 months before they broke up. The reason? He ran out of money. Listen, kid, let me tell you. Women love shopping. As long as your wallet is fat, you'll have them wrapped around your finger. Go Shengli declared with a serious face. Love without material wealth is just scattered sand. Love isn't under the moon god's jurisdiction anymore. It's under the god of wealth. Brother Lin, you need to think twice. Go Shengli suddenly grabbed Lin Xun's collar with an exaggerated look of concern. Lin Xun rolled his eyes and pushed him away, saying, Do you think all girls are like that? Go Shengli shrugged. Anyway, I don't believe in love anymore. Suddenly he exclaimed in surprise, You're not planning to chase after some girl, are you? Lin Xun didn't hide it, and nodded seriously. Go Shengli was puzzled. But isn't your goddess the school beauty, Su? How? His face suddenly froze, and then he exclaimed, No way. You're not going to pursue the school beauty, are you? Lin Xun was startled. Why are you shouting? What's so shocking about that? Go Shengli said speechlessly, isn't it shocking? She's the school beauty. It's one thing to worship her as a goddess, but actually pursuing her. Are you out of your mind? Lin Xun said, I don't see anything wrong with it. When you meet someone you like, you go after them. Bro, she's the school beauty. Countless suitors, and the rejection rate is 100%. Go Shengli suddenly looked at him suspiciously. Huh, that doesn't seem right either. If it's you, considering how the school beauty treated you last time, it seems, well, there might be a 1% chance. Lin, you met the school beauty in Liangqing, right? Lin Xun nodded. Yes. Why is the school beauty different to you than to other guys? Go Shengli asked gloomily. Thinking about how the famous stunning school beauty was so special to a guy and that guy was his roommate, Go Shengli felt a sense of unreality. Lin Xun also fell into thought. He didn't know the answer to that either. Honestly, since he met his senior, nothing particularly special had happened. He actually didn't know what she was thinking. He liked her, but he didn't know if she liked him back. But from their interactions, he felt that she must like him at least a little, right? Even just a tiny bit. Lin Xun would be happy. Just like what his senior said to him earlier. Without further conversation, the two returned to the dorm. Lin, you're completely viral now. As soon as they entered the dorm, Lu Gang's words drew everyone's attention. Lin Xun went over to Lu Gang, who opened his phone and went to the forum page. The forum was filled with posts about the cafeteria, photos and comments, most of them speculating about the relationship between Lin Xun and Su Qingshi. The onlookers are divided into 3 factions, and most of them think you're the school bowtie's cousin. Lu Gang grinned and winked at Lin Xun, looking gossipy. So Lin, tell us the truth, are you the school bowtie's cousin or her lover? Lin Xun rolled his eyes. You know the answer. His background was known to everyone in the dorm except for his senior, who was the only one at Nanda who knew. A son knows his father best. Lin Xun was already numb to the gossip about him on the forum. What others thought didn't matter. Lying on the bed, Lin Xun stared into space. Thinking back on everything that happened that day, it all felt surreal. He hadn't drunk any horse piss today, so why did he say such ambiguous things to his senior? But Lin Xun, you did it. He had never imagined he would take the initiative to get so close to his goddess, but this progress also made him realize that the aloof goddess wasn't so unattainable after all. The worst thing in a relationship is when one person struggles through thorns to reach the other, while the other remains as unmovable as a rock. Lin Xun was grateful that although his senior appeared cold on the surface, her heart was warm. But Lin Xun was a bit troubled. After revealing some of his feelings today, would it be awkward to meet her in the future? He wasn't ready to confess to his senior, either, so should he avoid seeing her for a while? Lin Xun shook his head. No, not seeing his senior would be torture. Although he was a bit troubled, he didn't regret what he did today. If he didn't start getting closer to her, it would take him much longer to win her over. That night, Lin Xun couldn't sleep. Of course, he didn't know that he wasn't the only one awake. His senior couldn't sleep either. Sure, what's wrong? You've been sitting there in a daze since you came back from your shower this afternoon. Jiang Yunxiao walked over with a face mask on, looking puzzled. What's gotten into you? Su Qingshi, wearing her pajamas, curled up on the computer chair with her knees hugged, staring blankly at the computer screen. She had been sitting there since she came back in the afternoon. Hearing her best friend's words, her eyes flickered and her voice was a little hoarse. Nothing. After a pause, she looked at Jiang Yunxiao and asked, Jiang, let me ask you something. Ask away. Your bestie here is a know-it-all. Jiang Yunxiao puffed out her chest proudly. Su Qingshi said, suppose you have a friend who suddenly says something very ambiguous to a guy. What do you think that guy would think? Jiang Yunxiao quickly caught on, her eyes gleaming like a wolf's. A friend? Sure, you're not the friend yourself, are you? Spill it. Is the guy you're talking about the one you like? Su Qingshi said calmly, you're overthinking it. I just saw it online and got curious. Jiang Yunxiao looked unconvinced. Who are you trying to fool? It's just us 2 sisters in this dorm, and you're still hiding it from me. Although their dorm was a 4-person room, only the 2 of them lived there, which Su Qingshi had specifically applied for. The reason was a long story. Su Qingshi said flatly, believe it or not. Jiang Yunxiao stared at Su Qingshi with a knowing smile, just staring. What are you looking at? Su Qingshi was unfazed. She never lost her composure in front of her best friend. Jiang Yunxiao rolled her eyes, not planning to call her out on it. You said your friend said something ambiguous to a guy, eh? Su Qingshi corrected her. It's suppose. Fine, suppose. Suppose your friend said something ambiguous to a guy. What would he think? That's what you meant, right? So how ambiguous was this ambiguous thing? Jiang Yunxiao asked curiously. Su Qingshi tilted her head and thought for a moment. Almost. A confession. Holy crap. Jiang Yunxiao suddenly shouted. What are you barking about? Su Qingshi said speechlessly. Cough, nothing. Jiang Yunxiao gave an awkward smile. Well, a confession, that's a bit serious. What do you mean? Su Qingshi's body tensed slightly. Jiang Yunxiao found it amusing to see her friend suddenly so nervous. Was this the first time her bestie had shown such an expression? If you said it casually, the other person might think it's mostly a joke and probably won't take it seriously. But if you said it to him seriously and he happens to have feelings for you, then I think, well, that guy would probably be too excited to sleep, right? Too excited to sleep. Is it that big a deal? Su Qingshi said softly. She regained her composure and asked calmly, what if the guy doesn't like the girl? Jiang Yunxiao clapped her hands together. Then hell, just take it as a joke, eat and drink as usual, and sleep like a log until morning. Su Qingshi raised an eyebrow. I understand. So sure, who is this friend of yours? Jiang Yunxiao leaned in full of curiosity. Su Qingshi said flatly, you. Me? How come I don't know? Jiang Yunxiao was stunned. Su Qingshi ignored her cheap bestie, got up, and walked towards the bathroom. Closing the door, she inexplicably took out her phone, opened the chat page with Lin Xun, hesitated, and sent a message. Good night. 3 seconds later the words, typing, appeared in the chat box. Seeing this, a faint, stunning smile curled at the corner of Su Qingshi's lips. Senior sister, I can't sleep. Lin Xun replied, almost instantly curled up in his blanket, lying on his side, facing his phone. Ever since the lights went out, he had been thinking about her, scrolling through videos for a while, then closing his eyes only to find himself wide awake and reaching for his phone again. He hadn't expected her to message him first. Lin Xun seized the opportunity and began chatting with her. Fairy senior sister, why can't you sleep? Lin Xun, because I miss you, deleted, I don't know, just feeling a bit restless. His roommate was snoring too. He wouldn't name names though. Fairy senior sister, go to sleep early, staying up is bad for you. Lin Xun, senior sister, can't you sleep either? Fairy senior sister, am doing homework about to turn in. At that moment, a certain senior sister hiding in the bathroom kept her expression neutral. She had lied. She couldn't sleep either. Her phone buzzed with a message. Junior senior sister, you should rest early too. Don't overwork yourself. Su Qingshi looked at the message, a smile blooming on her face. You too. Good night. Good night. The conversation ended and both felt a weight lift from their hearts, a wave of drowsiness washing over them. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Lin Xun was the last to wake up. Brother Lin, we're going to be late for the 8 a.m. class. Lu Gang shouted from the sink, spraying foam as he spoke. Lin Xun kept his eyes closed, kicked the blanket into a corner, and stretched his limbs with a groan. Ugh! After letting out a monkey-like yell, Lin Xun finally came to, muttering dazedly, why does the world have 8 a.m. classes? Hey, you weren't up late last night, were you? Go Xingli teased, blow-drying his hair. Lin Xun ruffled his messy hair. Probably around 3. Ugh, it's awful. I need to sleep earlier for these morning classes. Get up, it's already 7:40, Wuda said, already packed, and slurping noodles at his computer. Lin Xun simply rolled his blanket into a ball against the wall, got up, and washed up. Since they left at 7:50, they walked quickly. Passing the cafeteria, Lin Xun dashed and bought breakfast in a minute and ran into an acquaintance at the exit. Senior sister. Su Qingshi was about to enter the cafeteria for breakfast. Seeing Lin Xun, she raised an eyebrow. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Xun replied hastily, I'm almost late. Have you eaten breakfast, senior sister? Su Qingshi shook her head. I'm about to. Then take your time, senior sister. I have to go to class. Lin Xun glanced at his roommates, already 100 meters away. Reluctantly, he gave up chatting with her and ran after them. After a few steps, he turned back and stared at Su Qingshi. What is it? Su Qingshi looked at the approaching Lin Xun, her gaze calm. Lin Xun said seriously, senior sister, you look beautiful today, but you have dark circles. Make sure to rest. With that, he dashed off. Su Qingshi was taken aback, then a faint smile crept across her face. Passing students were stunned by the sight. The goddess smile was more beautiful than the Mona Lisa. Despite their brisk pace, the group stepped into the classroom at 8:04. The silence was deafening. The entire class, groggy from the early lecture, looked over blankly. Seeing the 4 of them, their expressions lit up with amusement. The class was financial fundamentals taught by an older professor named Song Yanchun. Spotting the late arrivals, he quipped, ah, the 4 pilgrims returned from their journey. Ha ha ha. The students burst into laughter. Lin Xun and his friends kept their eyes down, feigning indifference. If they weren't embarrassed, it wouldn't be awkward. Usually professors ignored lateness, but as freshmen, they weren't thick-skinned enough yet, especially with a venerable teacher. Reluctantly, they had to report in. All right, find your seats. Young people shouldn't sleep too much, Teacher Song gestured. They scurried to find seats, only to end up in the first 3 rows. College students were fiercely competitive about sitting in the back, leaving the front rows empty for latecomers. Sitting in front wasn't ideal. The teacher kept a close eye on them, making it hard to slack off, and they had to crane their necks to see the PPT, which was bad for the neck. Lin Xun stared intently at the professor, but his mind had wandered far away. Senior sister's dark circles were indeed quite prominent. Though they didn't diminish her stunning beauty, it would take a toll over time. He had to do something. Yes, buy her some skincare products. Head browse online as soon as class ended. Head picked the best for her. Most students were listless during the 8 a.m. class, especially with the old-fashioned professor droning on. Many began to nod off. Even Lin Xun felt drowsy after his late night. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash jolted the entire classroom. Everyone, including the professor, snapped to attention, their drowsiness vanishing. All eyes turned to the back row. A male student stood, their hands on his desk, looking bewildered. Classmates slamming the desk so hard. Do you have an issue with my lecture? Teacher Song's gaze turned icy. No professor, it's not that. You lecture well, I just had a dream. Sorry, the student stammered. How embarrassing. Head had an inception moment in class. So mortifying. Teacher Song adjusted his glasses. Oh, I lecture so well that I put you to sleep. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Good-natured Teacher Song waved the student to sit down. Alright, I know you're all tired. I am too. Let's liven things up. He'll call on 2 students to answer questions. You the student in front. You were late, but you seemed attentive just now. Stand up. Teacher Song suddenly pointed at Lin Xun. The latter was dumbfounded. What? Professor, when was I attentive? I was just thinking about what to buy for senior sister. He stood up as called. Teacher Song asked. Just now I discussed financial markets. What does that term mean? Lin Xun, Professor, I don't know. Weren't you listening? That's the most basic concept. Professor, I was zoning out. Then ask a classmate to answer for you. Go Shengli. Go Shengli, who had been silently praying, turned pale and stared at Lin Xun in horror. Damn. Brother Lin, teacher, I don't know either. You don't know either? Then call someone else. Lu Gang. Lu Gang wore an expression of I knew it, standing up calmly. You don't know, do you? Lu Gang said confidently, teacher, I do. The financial market is mainly divided into the money market, foreign exchange market. Listening to his roommate's fluent response, Lin Xun and Go Shengli exchanged glances, both feeling awkward. Behold, this was the gap. Brother Lu truly lived up to his reputation. Yes, decided. He would be the study consultant for room 307. Well answered, sit down. You two can sit as well. Teacher Song praised Lu Gang, but said nothing to Lin Xun and the other. At 9:30 class ended. The finance department class 201 immediately rushed to another classroom for their next lecture. Time swiftly passed to mealtime as the bell rang. The class monitor suddenly announced, everyone please note, although there are no classes this afternoon or evening, we will have a class meeting at 7:40 p.m. All students must attend. Seniors from the student council will come to recruit new members. Student council recruitment. This news sparked interest among many students. In every school, the student council was the most attention-grabbing organization. Joining it could greatly benefit their future academic careers. Meanwhile, the 4 residents of room 307, after the monitor's announcement, scurried happily to the cafeteria. The student council. How could that compare to eating? On the way. It seems many clubs are recruiting lately. Have you decided which to join? Wuda asked curiously. Lin Xun shook his head. I haven't decided. Go Shengli looked thoughtful. They'll go wherever there are the most girls. Get lost. So shallow. Brother Lin, I suggest you join the student council, Wuda said with a mysterious smile. Lin Xun was puzzled. Why? Because as far as I know, the campus belle Su is the vice president of the student council. Isn't she your goddess? This surprised Lin Xun. After a moment's thought, he said, I'll ask the senior sister first. His 3 roommates all rolled their eyes. Look at this show-off. Was having the campus belle's WeChat such a big deal? They had previously asked Lin Xun to share her contact, but the stingy guy remained unmoved. Among the entire school, probably no more than 5 guys had added the campus belle on WeChat. Because class ended a few minutes late, by the time they arrived at the cafeteria, it was packed. Excuse me, coming through. They finally squeezed to a counter and queued up. Hey, aren't you that freshman named Lin Xun? Someone tapped Lin Xun on the shoulder. He turned to see a guy. Hello, you are. The guy looked excited. It's really you. Finally meeting you in person. Bro, what's your relationship with the campus belle? Cousin, younger brother, lover. The 3 from room 307 chimed in. The guy's mouth formed an O. Lin Xun shot them a glare, then said to the guy, Senior Su and I are just friends. For now? Friends. You mean you're not related to the campus belle, just normal friends? Friends. This was even more shocking. If so, why was the campus belle so close to this guy? The more the guy thought, the more agitated he became. He pulled out his phone, opened the camera, and aimed it at Lin Xun. Bro, could you please repeat what you just said? Lin Xun was speechless. What was this guy doing? Recording. Ignoring him, it was just Lin Xun's turn to get his meal. 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. The standard meal. Back in the dorm, the 4 ate separately. While eating, Lin Xun browsed online for eye cream. He wanted to buy eye cream for the senior sister. Facing a multitude of products with similar effects and reviews, he fell into hesitation. Which one to buy? Buy them all. He had the means. The most expensive tube cost only 1 or 2,000. Buying a dozen wouldn't hurt. But buying too many seemed careless. He wanted to pick the best one. The senior sister deserved the best. Unable to decide, he initially thought of asking her preference, but quickly gave up. She was too clever. She'd know he was buying it for her. Suddenly Lin Xun's eyes lit up. Right? Asked Senior Jiang. Without delay, Lin Xun found Jiang Yunxiao on WeChat and sent a message. At that moment, Jiang Yunxiao with messy hair was sitting on her bed, spacing out. Her phone on the bedside lit up. She glanced at it sidelong, not caring. Then she started calling her best friend. Sure. Have you eaten yet? No response. Still in the library. Jiang Yunxiao decisively grabbed her phone. It was time to have her bestie bring food. She was probably the only one in the whole school who could get the campus belle to fetch her a meal. After sending a message to Su Qingshi, Jiang Yunxiao didn't bother checking for a reply. She knew her best friend. She usually wouldn't respond, but would act decisively. The junior is looking for me. Seeing Lin Xun's message, she was a bit surprised. Junior Senior, you there? Urgent. Jiang Yunxiao thought for a moment and typed. Lin Xun took a couple of bites of his food when a reply came. Senior Jiang, what's up, Junior? Senior Jiang, animated emoji, sleepy. Junior Senior, I want to buy eye cream. Any recommendations? Senior Jiang, what do you need that for? Junior, I have a friend with heavy dark circles. I want to buy it for her. A friend. Jiang Yunxiao frowned, her mind racing. She fell into thought. Why did this phrase sound familiar? Slap. Suddenly she clapped her hands, a sly gleam in her eyes. Right? Didn't Shir stay up late last night? The junior's friend must be her, right? Hey, these two were so in sync, even using the same excuse. Jiang Yunxiao smiled like a little fox and began typing. Senior Jiang, this friend of yours, is it Shir? Holy crap. In the boys' dorm, Lin Xun suddenly exclaimed. What's up, brother Lin? Lu Gang looked over. Lin Xun said, nothing, just chatting. With a girl? Yeah. Holy crap. Brother Lin, you're sneaking around behind our backs. Does your senior sister know? Go Shengli's shocked voice came. Get lost. It's just a friend. Lin Xun was speechless. A friend? What did she do to shock you so much? Need a strategist. Strategist? You. What do you mean? Looking down on me, Go. Come on, brother Go, you're too inexperienced. Lin Xun shook his head. Brother Go could handle ordinary girls, but if he met someone like Senior Jiang, he'd be hooked like a fish on a line. Lin Xun did not hide it from Jiang Yunxiao and admitted it. Jiang Yunxiao wore an expression of having known all along, then let out a sly chuckle. Senior Jiang, so did you say something to Shir yesterday? Junior Senior Jiang, how did you know? Junior, did Senior tell you about it? The information she revealed was rather explosive and Lin Xun was astonished. Senior Jiang, yes, Shir asked me about it last night, and it seems she even lost sleep over it. Senior Jiang, animated expression, smirking. Senior Jiang, spill it. How far have you two gotten behind my back? Lin Xun sat at his computer desk feeling conflicted. He wondered whether to tell Senior Jiang about his feelings for the senior, but it seemed Senior Jiang wasn't exactly reliable. However, if he were to confess, doing it alone might be tough, so it would be better to enlist a few allies. Since Senior Jiang was so close to the senior, she must know her well, which would benefit him. With that thought, Lin Xun began typing a message. Jiang Yunxiao sat on her bed waiting for a reply, growing puzzled after several minutes of silence. Is the junior feeling shy? Just then a message popped up. She opened it, and her eyes instantly lit up. Junior, the senior and I are just good friends for now. Senior Jiang, for now. Meaning you plan to develop something beyond friendship with Shir? Junior, animated expression, blushing. Senior Jiang, haha, you don't need to hide it. Anyone can see you like Shir, right? Junior, is it that obvious? Senior Jiang, geez. My bestie is so gorgeous, even am drawn to her, let alone you guys. Junior. Lin Xun's mind conjured an image of the senior and Senior Jiang together, the cold senior taking the lead, the fiery Senior Jiang yielding. The scene was well tantalizing. He quickly shook the thought from his head, cursing himself silently. Just then Jiang Yunxiao replied. Senior Jiang, but if you like Shir, winning her over won't be easy. Lin Xun immediately groveled. Please, Senior Jiang, lend a hand to your junior. Senior Jiang, haha. Sure thing. I can tell Shir feels differently about you than other guys. If it works out, the scene will be something to look forward to. Senior Jiang, I've got your back. Junior, thank you. Senior Jiang, you're the best. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Senior Jiang, no problem. Senior Jiang, oh, and heiress a surprise. Senior Jiang, animated expression, grinning. Junior. Senior Jiang image at that moment in the male dormitory. Lin Xun reflexively snapped his phone shut the instant he saw the photo. He glanced around warily. Though nothing was amiss at first, his sudden action caught the attention of Lu Gang and the others. What's up, buddy? Why so secretive? What can I know? Go Shengli, a toothpick dangling from his lips, immediately sidled over. Lu Gang eyed him suspiciously and shook his head. Lin, old pal, that's not cool, hiding things from your dear old dad. Scram. You ungrateful brat. You want to be my dad. So what's the big secret you're hiding? Let's have a look. Go Shengli's eyes darted furtively toward the phone in Lin Xun's arms. Lin Xun shook his head. Nothing, just a random ad that popped up. Whoa. Lin, you're not browsing shady sites, are you? No way. Go Shengli exclaimed in shock. Lin Xun's face darkened. Do I look like that kind of person? Go Shengli eyed him doubtfully. Your complexion looks a bit off. Lin Xun ignored him. He had stayed up late last night, so of course he looked tired. He'll cover breakfast for a week. Now beat it. As you command. Got it. Do as you please. Go Shengli walked away satisfied, having scored a week's worth of free breakfast. Sweet. Lin Xun quickly kicked off his shoes, climbed into bed, and buried his head under the covers. He opened WeChat and tapped on the photo, his gaze focused and excited. Jiang Yunxiao had sent him a candid shot of him and the senior taken at the mall. In the photo, Lin Xun was maneuvering the claw machine joystick, while Su Qingshi stood gracefully beside him, watching him with a calmness that replaced her usual cold demeanor. They looked so perfect together. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Lin Xun long pressed to save the image. A message from Senior Jiang from minutes earlier. What's up? Great shot, right? Is this photo worth a meal? Smirking, Lin Xun replied with a grin. Junior, amazing. Senior Jiang. Awesome. Junior emoticon kowtowing senior Jiang of course. I'm telling you we'll snap a pic of Shi in a skirt and stockings for you sometime. Lin Xun didn't reply this time as his mind was already wandering. He had seen the senior in a skirt before, but adding black stockings. Oh no. His nose felt warm. He quickly stopped the fantasy. This was too tempting, wasn't it? Still, Lin Xun swallowed hard several times. If he had a photo of the senior in black stockings, he'd lock it in a safe. Look at it before bed. No, that would keep him awake, wouldn't it? Just then Zhang Yinshao messaged, so when are you planning to confess? Lin Xun replied, the timing isn't right yet. I want to get to know the senior better first. Senior Jiang sounds good. Shi has a cold personality hard to win over, but patience is key. I believe in you. Go for it. Junior, does Senior Jiang know any of the senior's hobbies? Know your enemy, and know yourself, and you'll win every battle. Lin Xun was determined to learn more about the senior. Zhang Yinshao thought for a moment, and said, he'll tell you about her usual interests, but that's not enough. You need to be a constant presence in her life. Lin Xun pondered, then recalled what Wu De had said at noon. He asked, what if I join the student council? Senior Jiang. That's not impossible, but because Shi is in the council, countless people are desperate to join, and most fail. Senior Jiang, to get into the council you need exceptional skills first, and second girls get priority. Junior, why? Senior Jiang, because the president, a junior in the same year as Shi personally oversees recruitment. He's talented, has a crush on Shi, and makes it harder for anyone interested in her to join. I see. Lin Xun fell into thought. The student council president liked the senior too. She was truly outstanding. The pressure suddenly doubled. In the female dorm, Zhang Yunxiao was playing on her phone when she heard the door. She instinctively covered her phone as Su Qingshi walked in, and Zhang greeted her like a savior. Darling, you're back. I'm starving. Su Qingshi gave her a cool glance and suddenly said, why do you look so guilty? Zhang Yunxiao's face stiffened. Oh no. Her bestie knew her that well. Even such a subtle change didn't escape her notice. Looks like the junior, and I need to set up an underground intelligence network. Yes. Su Qingshi narrowed her beautiful eyes, growing even more suspicious. After ending the chat with senior sister Jiang, Lin Xun opened his photo album and gazed at that picture over and over again. How beautiful senior sister is. And her figure is simply stunning, isn't it? Standing at 1.70 m, her legs must be at least a meter long, straight and slender, with a corset cinching her tiny waist. In a dress, this part undoubtedly draws the most attention, because it's so slender. While he himself isn't bad either. Just look at this profile worthy of his senior sister. Lin Xun let out a giggling laugh from under the covers. His three roommates. After admiring every detail of the photo, Lin Xun set it as his phone wallpaper, both lock screen and home screen. This way, every time he opened his phone, he could see senior sister. This was their first photo together. So Lin Xun pressed the button to turn off the screen, then lit it up again, off and on, over and over. His brother Lin's secretly watching something. Why is he grinning so lecherously? Go Shengli asked in bewilderment. Lu Gang glanced at the trembling blanket on a bed and shook his head. This is heading toward madness. He didn't need to guess. Brother Lin was chatting with the campus belle Su. Only that could turn the usual Lin into a lovesick fool. Of course, this time he was wrong. Around 1 in the afternoon, all four in room 307 fell into slumber. The dorm was united only during nap time. Everyone slept at this hour. Snoring echoed ceaseless and unending. At 5 in the evening, Lin Xun woke up to his alarm. Lu Gang was already sitting at the computer desk playing games. As for the other two sons, they were still deep in sleep. Brother Bing going for a run. Sure. Lin Xun decided to run whenever he had free time from now on, aiming to build up his physique. Not necessarily a muscular man, but at least his stamina needed improvement, right? The September sun was still scorching. Even at 5 in the afternoon, it blazed intensely, rivaling noon, and the ultraviolet rays were extremely strong. Walking on the path, Lin Xun felt his skin sting. This sun is pretty harsh. It's fine, soak it up, it's good for health. On the track, due to the fierce sun, there weren't many people. Only students from the sports institute were training, and a few self-disciplined individuals were scattered about. As for girls, there were none at all. Lin Xun was a bit disappointed not to see the fairy senior sister during today's run, but he didn't mind. He came to the track just to run. The two started with a slow jog for 2 laps, then gradually picked up speed. 5 kilometers. For an average person, even finishing this distance is tough. A normal person can run 5 kilometers in about 30 minutes. According to Lu Gang, his best time in the military was 18 minutes, and he could finish an armed 5-kilometer run in under 20 minutes. Head even earned a third-class merit from a competition. That was already quite impressive. Lin Xun envied him, but he couldn't achieve that himself. After one round, Lin Xun finished in 26 minutes. Your pace is barely acceptable, but your endurance still needs work. Keep practicing, Lu Gang said with a smile. Lin Xun panted and nodded. By 6 o'clock, the sun was slowly setting, and the track grew crowded. Long, fair legs were everywhere, dazzling to the eye. Lin Xun spotted Chu Weiwei from the computer science department, and several other pretty girls, but after searching around, he couldn't find senior sister. It seems senior sister wasn't free tonight. Lin Xun said to Lu Gang. How about we go eat? Lu Gang nodded. They chose the nearest cafeteria, deciding to pack food to take back, and also brought meals for their two roommates. At 7:30 in the evening, the four from room 307 arrived at the classroom, where over half the students were already present. As Lin Xun entered, many gazes turned toward him. Recently, Lin Xun had become quite famous. Even his classmates had heard of his exploits. They couldn't help but admire how he managed to get so close to the campus belle. The girls, however, felt a bit disappointed. The only handsome guy in the class already had someone he liked, which made things less interesting. Lin Xun paid no heed to the stares and found a seat. Soon their counselor Lu Xun strode in, always full of energy. Classmates, tonight senior students from the student council and clubs are here for recruitment. They'll introduce the clubs to you. I was once the student council president myself. Joining the council is very beneficial for you all, so please actively participate. Now let's welcome the senior students from the student council to introduce themselves. Give them a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. A few young men and women entered the classroom. One guy in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts with permed hair looked quite handsome. Two girls, both heavily made up and dressed very lightly, caught everyone's eye. As soon as they entered, they introduced themselves. With handsome guys and beauties, the class immediately buzzed with excitement. Hello everyone, I'm Hu Pei from the student council's publicity department. Since the president and vice president are busy, I'm here to represent the council for recruitment. Our student council. After some pleasantries, the guy did most of the talking while the two girls supported from the side. The students below also asked some relevant questions. For instance, whether joining the council earned credits and what departments there were. Later, the two girls handed out 2 sheets of paper from both ends. This has the recruitment group QR code for our student council. They'll send a form in the group later. Interested students can fill in their names, and interview times will be announced in the group. Also, let me emphasize, our student council is full of talented people. Joining it will greatly enhance your abilities. For example, our president is a very successful person. You can look him up. And the vice president, I'm sure you've all heard of her. She's Nanjing University's campus belle, senior sister Su Qingshi, a remarkable prodigy. The campus belle was the vice president of the student council. Everyone was a bit surprised. The male students' faces showed excitement. That was the campus belle. Usually hard to even catch a glimpse of. If they joined the council, they'd often be in the same frame as her. Let's do it. Keep it real. Indeed, the campus belle being in the council was a catalyst. Soon many people started joining the group. Lin Xun and his friends already knew about this, but the other 3 weren't interested. The student council. Too deep a water, they couldn't be bothered. Lin Xun hesitated for a moment, but decided to join the group. He'd sign up first. Since senior sister was in the council, head take the initiative to get closer to her. After the student council members left, upperclassmen from other clubs came to recruit new members. The chess club, the honor guard, the martial arts association. This time, they were merely introducing their clubs. The formal recruitment would have its own dedicated time and venue later. After the meeting dispersed, a few of them headed toward the dormitory. Lin Xun had only signed up for the student council, while Lu Gang hadn't joined any club, though he was somewhat interested in the honor guard and planned to ask about it another time. As for Go Xingli, that rascal actually chose the college cheerleading team. Brother Go, does the cheerleading team even recruit guys? Lin Xun asked, his question laced with profound curiosity. Go Xingli chuckled slyly. Bro, I know they don't recruit guys like me. I just joined the group to check out the girls. And let me tell you, the group is full of stunning beauties. Slender waist, long legs, TSK. 6. Brother Go, I have a friend who didn't get to join the group in time. Can you add me in? Send me 50. Never mind. Lin Xun and the others were utterly speechless at Go Xingli. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Xun quickly took a shower and then lay down on his bed. He realized that ever since he met the senior, he loved lying in bed chatting with her every night. He wasn't like this before. Junior, senior, what are you doing? Su Qingshi replied with tacit understanding. Fairy senior, just got out of the shower. Junior, hee me too. Fairy senior, are you very happy? A corner of Lin Xun's mouth lifted. Of course, he was happy. Chatting with the senior, even through a screen, filled him with joy. Lin Xun replied, Senior, are you the vice president of the student council? Fairy senior, how do you know? Deleted. Yes, what's up? Junior, I signed up for the student council recruitment tonight. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Su Qingshi raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. Right, she remembered that the club recruitment period had just started. Although she was the vice president of the student council, now she rarely handled matters. Usually the president took charge. The little junior wanted to join the student council. Fairy senior, why do you want to join the student council? Junior, well, to cultivate my abilities. Of course it was to get a little closer to you. Fairy senior, what abilities do you need to cultivate? The son of a tycoon. Junior, don't you want me to join the student council? Senior. Fairy senior, the student council is a deep water, it's not suitable for you. After joining the student council, she had clearly experienced what it meant to navigate human relationships and worldly affairs. If someone like Lin Xun entered the student council, he would surely be unable to bear its atmosphere. More importantly, she didn't want him to be unhappy. For some reason, this thought flashed through her mind unconsciously. Junior, but the student council has you, senior. Junior, you'll look out for me, right? Su Qingshi watched his replies, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Junior, that first sentence of yours is the real point, isn't it? She could somewhat guess Lin Xun's intentions. His joining the student council wasn't without reason, he had a purpose. She didn't spell it out. Very senior, then work hard. The student council is very hard to get into. Junior, don't worry senior, I'll do my best. Su Qingshi suddenly switched pages, opened QQ, clicked on the student council group chat, tapped the group owner's avatar, and initiated a temporary chat. Su Qingshi, when does the recruitment interview start? President Qingshi, why are you suddenly asking about this? Su Qingshi's gaze dimmed slightly as she replied, just asking. President, it's next Monday at 5 in the afternoon. Su Qingshi, I'll come too to be an interviewer. Please save a spot for me. President, okay. I'll arrange it. Just come when it's time. Su Qingshi, thanks. She exited the chat and the next second a friend request notification suddenly popped up. Opening it, she saw it was from the president. It turned out that even the student council president wasn't on her friend list. The two of them usually only created temporary chats for work. He had tried to add her as a friend many times, but Su Qingshi never wanted to accept. There was no particular reason, as she simply didn't like it. Ignoring his friend request, Su Qingshi returned to WeChat and sent Lin Xun a message. Fairy Senior, do you know what day it is tomorrow? Junior, got it. Tomorrow's the weekend, I'm going to your rented place Senior. Fairy Senior animated emoji the next day the weekend. Freshmen still had classes on weekends, 3rd, 4th, and 5th periods, finishing up their course on current affairs and policies. I want to go to the cafeteria, you guys go ahead, Lin Xun said to his roommates. If you're not going to the cafeteria, what will you eat? Lu Gang asked in confusion. Go Shengli squinted his eyes. Brother Lin, are you secretly setting up a date behind your old man's back? Lin Xun shot him a glance. No, I need to leave campus. Where to? The three roommates asked in unison. The senior's place. The three froze for a moment, then simultaneously blurted out a whoa. Passing students cast odd glances their way. What the heck? When did you two develop so fast? You're already going to her place. Go Shengli stared at him wide-eyed. Lu Gang clicked his tongue. Good heavens, Lin Xun, you're unfathomable. Wuda looked at Lin Xun with admiration as if he were his idol. Going to the campus belle's place. How animate did you have to be to reach that stage? Could it be that Lin Xun was secretly dating the campus belle without telling them? So explosive. Lin Xun interrupted their daydreaming and said, you've got it wrong. I'm just going to the senior's rented apartment, not her family home. Her family home? Where would he dare to go? Uffed. Lu Gang and Go Shengli both rolled their eyes. Then Wuda suddenly said, what expressions are you two making? Brother Lin is still going to the campus belle's place. The two's faces stiffened. Seems. That's true too. Lin Xun bid farewell to his envious roommates and headed toward the south gate. Hey, I feel like Brother Lin is not far from losing his single status, Lu Gang said with mixed emotions. Yeah, and his target is the renowned campus belle, everyone's goddess. Brother Lin is amazing. Wuda exclaimed in awe. Go Shengli stroked his chin thoughtfully, then said with a serious tone, no way, if Brother Lin gets a girlfriend, the dormitory probably won't be able to accommodate him anymore. I suggest we kick him out of room 307 tomorrow. What are you saying? Tomorrow? How about tonight? Lu Gang chimed in. Go Shengli looked at Lu Gang. Brother Lu, you seem to have a girlfriend too. Instantly the single dogs Wuda and Go Shengli both turned to Lu Gang. Lu Gang. In excellent spirits, Lin Xun arrived at the south gate. This would be his second time going to the senior's rented apartment. He ordered a car on his phone and stood waiting on the spot. Just then a car pulled up in front of him, a white Audi. Lin Xun was startled. When the window rolled down revealing a stunningly beautiful face, he exclaimed in surprise, Senior. Why was the senior here? Su Qingshi glanced at him and said calmly, get in. Senior sister, this doesn't seem like the way to the rental house. In the car, Lin Xun spoke with a hint of confusion. Su Qingshi replied calmly, we're going somewhere else first. Lin Xun nodded, all right senior sister. About 10 minutes later they arrived at a bustling area. A vegetable market. Lin Xun suddenly understood. Senior sister had come to buy groceries. We're out of food at home, so let's get some and see what we'll have for lunch today. Su Qingshi's voice was gentle like a clear spring. For a fleeting moment Lin Xun felt as if they were like family chatting about everyday matters. What are you spacing out about? Su Qingshi looked at Lin Xun with a trace of puzzlement in her eyes. Snapping back to reality, Lin Xun shook his head. Nothing senior sister. Let's go see what looks good to eat. He felt an urge to hold her hand, but dared not. As they strolled through the market, Su Qingshi's striking beauty drew frequent glances from the vendors and shoppers alike, filled with curiosity and admiration. The girl was truly lovely, and her figure suggested she'd bear strong sons. Su Qingshi wore no mask, her face completely bare of makeup, yet her aura remained undeniable. Lin Xun too was not bad-looking. In this market he stood out like a male celebrity. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. They instantly became the center of attention. Accustomed to such gazes and whispers, Su Qingshi took it in stride, but Lin Xun felt awkward and tense. What are you nervous about? Su Qingshi's amused voice reached him. Lin Xun's face stiffened as he leaned in and whispered, "Senior sister, I feel weird. Like people are staring at us as if we're rare animals." Su Qingshi glanced around and said, "You're overthinking it. We're just a bit conspicuous as two young people here. Take it in stride." Lin Xun gave a wry smile. Senior sister was so confident. Then he felt his left hand enveloped by a gentle warmth, soft and tender. He froze, looking down instinctively. Senior sister had taken his hand. No way, no way. Was he dreaming? Su Qingshi's gaze drifted elsewhere as if she hadn't been the one to grasp his hand, yet her earlobes flushed red. Still nervous now, Lin Xun didn't know how to answer. Had been tense before, but now he was even more so. Held by his beloved, he was both flattered and nervous, as bashful as a startled fawn. Yet senior sister's hand was so small, so soft, it felt wonderful to hold. Lin Xun unconsciously tightened his grip, though his expression remained unchanged. She paused, feeling her heartbeat quicken, and lowered her eyes. "It seems you're not nervous anymore." With that, she subtly withdrew her hand. For a moment, both felt an unspoken emptiness. "Senior sister, I want to hold your hand again." Lin Xun blurted out his words, slightly dazed. Su Qingshi gave him a faint, knowing smile. "In your dreams." Lin Xun's face fell. Seeing this, the corner of Su Qingshi's mouth lifted, a breathtakingly beautiful sight. Since their last meeting, their relationship had entered a peculiar phase, like a window paper waiting to be pierced. Yet the aloof goddess was not adept at expressing emotions in matters of the heart. She was more passive. As for Lin Xun, he was still plotting how to confess his feelings to her, abiding by the rules and not overstepping. Yet they shared an unspoken understanding. "Let's go. Any more dawdling, and we'll be here for dinner." Su Qingshi spoke up in time. Lin Xun beamed. "All right." His mood was now elated, all nervousness gone, for in his eyes, only senior sister shone with brilliance. "Boss, how much is this fish?" "These crucian carp. Miss, you've come to the right place. Ours is the best deal around, 11 yuan a catty, caught fresh this morning." The vendor, a middle-aged woman in a waterproof apron, was easygoing. Su Qingshi gazed at the fish in the tank, a thoughtful look in her eyes, as if choosing the best one. "These fish are delicious. Each crucian carp is at least 3 catties," the woman introduced. Su Qingshi nodded and was about to speak when Lin Xun suddenly asked, "Boss, how much is this tilapia per catty?" He pointed curiously at a tilapia. The vendor chuckled. "Tilapia is cheaper, 7 yuan a catty. Great for braising, frying, or steaming." Lin Xun's eyes lit up with interest. Tilapia was one of his favorite dishes. "Let's get one then." Su Qingshi spoke up unexpectedly. Lin Xun was surprised. He turned to Su Qingshi, scratching his head. "No, senior sister, you like crucian carp. Let's buy that." He had only asked out of curiosity, knowing she preferred it. Su Qingshi said calmly, "I'm not picky. As long as you cook it well. It'll be fine." Lin Xun's eyes brightened. He turned to the vendor. "Boss, let's go with the tilapia. Not too big, please clean it for me." "Sure thing." The vendor deftly grabbed a tilapia weighing about a catty and began scaling and gutting it, chatting with Lin Xun as she worked. "Young man, is this your girlfriend? She's really stunning." Lin Xun glanced at Su Qingshi, whose expression remained unchanged. He chuckled. "Not yet, she's my senior sister." "Oh, so you're both single. I thought you were a couple. You look so well matched," the vendor exclaimed in surprise. Her words left them both a bit embarrassed. Lin Xun handled the vendor's chatter, feeling oddly strange, but unable to pinpoint why. Soon the tilapia was cleaned as Lin Xun requested, gutted and washed clean. After paying, they continued browsing. "Boss, can you lower the price on this pork?" "Miss, with the recent swine fever, pork's at this price. Others sell at 20, you're asking 24. That's a bit steep. Our meat is much better quality than theirs." "We'll check the next stall then." "Wait. 20 it is. How much do you want?" Lin Xun watched in amazement as senior sister haggled, never having seen this side of her. Indeed, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, standing in the market, she seemed more down-to-earth and even more virtuous. Su Qingshi calmly handed the pork to Lin Xun. "Senior sister, you're amazing." Lin Xun praised without reservation. Su Qingshi gave him a faint look. "You can't haggle. Wasn't his family supposed to be wealthy?" Lin Xun declared firmly. "I can. I used to bargain all the time. Take a break, senior sister. Watch my performance." With that, he strode confidently toward a stall. Su Qingshi watched his retreating figure, a hint of amusement softening her eyes. It was already 1 in the morning when the two returned to the rented apartment. Lin Xun swiftly carried the ingredients into the kitchen and began to prepare them. Su Qingshi watched her junior bustling in the kitchen, a sense of delight rising within her. Had this boy subconsciously begun to treat this place as his own home? He was so familiar with everything. She didn't remain idle, either, putting the unused vegetables into the fridge before starting to cook rice. Just like last time, it was for 2. Lin Xun further processed the ingredients, cleaning the tilapia until it was spotless, not a single scale left behind. Braised in brown sauce. Su Qingshi stood at the doorway watching Lin Xun cook with intense concentration. Without even realizing it, a trace of an emotion called contentment appeared on her face. Ever since Lin Xun had cooked here last time, she had discovered that this feeling was wonderful, adding a touch of liveliness and the flavor of home. Afterward, she had tried cooking for herself several times. Though the taste was acceptable, she could never recapture the sensation she felt when dining with Lin Xun. Had this guy already influenced her so deeply? Noticing his senior sister at the door from the corner of his eye, Lin Xun considerately reminded her, "Senior sister, you don't need to come in. Otherwise you might fall like last time." At the mention of last time, a flicker of awkwardness crossed Su Qingshi's face. Lin Xun's motion of tossing the wok also paused slightly, as if savoring something. "If you don't flip it soon it'll burn," Su Qingshi reminded. Lin Xun responded with a series of O's and quickly turned the pan. After a moment, Lin Xun had prepared 3 dishes and a soup. They were perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Su Qingshi praised him. "It's rare to find a guy who can cook these days. If you ever get a girlfriend, she'll be really lucky." Lin Xun's eyes lit up. It's just okay, as long as it's edible." Su Qingshi asked calmly, "If you had a girlfriend who would do the cooking?" Her tone carried a hint of interrogation. Lin Xun, whose emotional intelligence had grown significantly, replied earnestly, "Of course the boyfriend would cook. How could I let my girlfriend cook?" A trace of satisfaction flickered in Su Qingshi's eyes. "Good. So you as a house husband can be tentatively reserved." Lin Xun gazed at his senior sister's exquisite face and silently thought to himself, was she hinting at me? Well, I should learn more cooking skills from my mom. To capture a girl's heart, you must first capture her stomach. "Want a drink?" Su Qingshi suddenly asked. Lin Xun was taken aback. "We didn't buy any alcohol." Su Qingshi said, "There's some in the fridge." With that, she got up and retrieved a can of beer from the refrigerator. "Senior sister, do you usually drink at home?" Lin Xun asked in surprise. Su Qingshi replied indifferently, "When I can't sleep, a little helps me relax." After a pause, she added, "I have a low tolerance, so I only drink occasionally." She slid the can of beer over to Lin Xun. He didn't stand on ceremony either. Braised tilapia with beer. They didn't start eating until 2, but it was very satisfying. "Cheers, senior sister." Lin Xun on a whim raised his beer and extended it towards Su Qingshi. She clinked her can with his. They both drank it down in one go. Soon, amidst the warm atmosphere, the meal was finished. Lin Xun volunteered to wash the dishes, while Su Qingshi sat cross-legged on the sofa and turned on the TV. The rented apartment had 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. It wasn't very spacious. The living room only had a sofa, a TV, and a dining table with little else. When Lin Xun walked out of the kitchen, his gaze fell on Su Qingshi. His eyes were drawn to her beautiful legs like a magnet to iron needles. Her legs had an elegant shape, her skin smooth as silk, her ankles slender, and the arches of her feet slightly raised, exuding an irresistible allure. Lin Xun wondered if he had a peculiar fetish, but he couldn't tear his eyes away, captivated by her jade-like feet. The delicate ankles and rosy toes were as exquisite as a work of art. He finally understood why guys were so infatuated with girls' feet. Su Qingshi suddenly turned her head, her calm gaze meeting Lin Xun's. "Come sit for a while." Lin Xun nodded and walked over to sit beside his senior sister. He looked at the TV, which was playing a children's channel. 2 big bears were being chased by a man in a hard hat with a gun. "Senior sister, you like watching cartoons?" Lin Xun asked in surprise. A fairy actually enjoyed cartoons. Su Qingshi faintly curled her lips into a smile. "It's amusing." Lin Xun looked at the TV. He had liked cartoons as a child, but as he grew older, he gradually became addicted to his phone and was no longer as obsessed with them as before. Childhood was gone forever. At that moment, Lin Xun sighed softly at the passage of time. A few minutes later, the cartoon ended. Senior sister stretched lazily, put her crossed legs down, and slipped her delicate jade feet into her slippers. Lin Xun's gaze unconsciously followed, and his breath caught. Was his senior sister's foot size 37? Maybe a bit larger. "What are you looking at?" Su Qingshi's calm voice came from beside him as she noticed his stare. Instinctively, her translucent toes curled back, slightly, looking very cute. Was her junior looking at her feet? What was there to see? "Senior sister, what shoe size do you wear?" Lin Xun asked calmly, trying to maintain a composed expression. 38, Su Qingshi replied. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow. "That's about what I thought." Su Qingshi glanced at him. "Too big for you." No. How could that be?" "Senior sister, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Your feet are beautiful and perfect. And with your tall figure, this size is perfectly normal." Lin Xun quickly explained. He was actually discussing the mysteries of jade feet with his senior sister. Unbelievable. "Oh," Su Qingshi said. "Don't you guys usually prefer petite girls with size 36 feet? "Not me." Cold sweat broke out on Lin Xun's forehead. Was this a death question from his senior sister? In truth, his senior sister's feet were already perfect for her figure. She could easily be a model, whether for legs or feet. Lin Xun didn't have particular preferences in this regard. For him, as long as his heart was moved, that was liking. For now, he leaned more toward the mature woman style. Well, after all, his senior sister usually exuded that vibe. Seeing Lin Xun's nervous expression, Su Qingshi found it amusing. She stood up and said, "All right, I'm going to take a nap." Lin Xun quickly stood up too. "Then I'll head back first." Su Qingshi paused, then glanced at him. "Do you have time tonight?" Lin Xun nodded. "Yes, senior sister." Su Qingshi thought for a moment and said, "Would it be a problem to take a nap here?" "Huh." Lin Xun was stunned. Su Qingshi said seriously. You've had alcohol, so it's not safe on the road. The sofa here can fit one person. The excuse was a bit forced. He had only had 2 cans of beer, barely enough to get tipsy. But Lin Xun's emotional intelligence was still sharp. He quickly nodded. Sure. I do feel a bit dizzy, so we'll rest here at your place. They'll get you a blanket, Su Qingshi said, turning and heading to her room. Was this considered living together? Lin Xun lay on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Quite suddenly, he found himself napping in his senior's rented room. Even more, it was his senior who had insisted he stay. He, covered by the blanket his senior had given him. Lin Xun couldn't resist taking a sniff. The blanket had no special fragrance, only the scent of laundry detergent. It must have been new, washed once with detergent. Yet he was already content. Now only a single door separated him from his senior. He yearned to see what she looked like when she slept. But he knew she had locked the door, and he wouldn't have done such a thing anyway. The sofa wasn't very large, just enough for him to sleep alone without feeling too cramped. In fact, the sofa smelled even more pleasant than the blanket. Before he knew it, comrade Lin Xun had fallen into a deep sleep. Perhaps due to the alcohol, he slept like a log. After an unknown amount of time, the bedroom door opened softly. Su Qingshi emerged wearing a nightgown. Her eyes were still hazy, but soon she noticed the boy curled up on the sofa, and she instantly became alert. In truth, after persuading Lin Xun to stay, she had been tormented by indecision in her room. She felt she must be crazy. She had never allowed a boy to sleep in her rented place before. It was completely out of character for her. Yet somehow it didn't seem to matter much. After a struggle, she had fallen asleep. Watching her junior sleeping so soundly, Su Qingshi approached him out of curiosity. Lin Xun looked very peaceful in his sleep, evoking a sense of protectiveness that even Su Qingshi couldn't resist. She gazed at his sleeping face, lost in thought. He was quite handsome, actually. Suddenly Lin Xun's brow furrowed in his sleep. Seeing this, Su Qingshi's own beautiful brows knitted in sympathy. A nightmare? Senior, don't agree to him. No. A pained expression appeared on Lin Xun's face as he shook his head, refusing something. Su Qingshi raised an eyebrow. Was this guy dreaming about her? What did he mean by don't agree? Was he dreaming that someone confessed to her? She looked at his deeply furrowed brow and couldn't help reaching out to smooth it. Suddenly Lin Xun reached out and grabbed her hand, tightening his grip abruptly. A flicker of pain crossed Su Qingshi's face, but she didn't immediately shake him off. Instead, she used her other hand to gently shake him. Lin Xun opened his eyes, dazed, but quickly regained clarity. Senior? Su Qingshi looked at him calmly. What were you dreaming about? Lin Xun was taken aback, trying to recall. He had indeed dreamed of a very handsome boy confessing to his senior. A boy he had seen before when he last left the apartment. In the dream, overshadowed by the boy's radiance, Lin Xun felt inferior, as if he were only a supporting character forced to watch his senior walk toward him. Oh my god, what a nightmare. A lingering fear spread across Lin Xun's face. What's wrong? Su Qingshi asked, looking at him. Lin Xun shook his head. Nothing, senior. Just a nightmare. By the way, what time is it? Su Qingshi replied flatly, I don't know. Lin Xun struggled to sit up, only then realizing he was holding his senior's hand. He was stunned. Senior, you, how did I? Su Qingshi said indifferently, aren't you going to let go? Lin Xun quickly released her, his face full of confusion. Senior, what happened? In his dream he had lost her, but in reality they were holding hands. Su Qingshi stood up calmly, not answering his question, and walked toward the bathroom. Lin Xun sat there pondering for a long time without figuring it out. Forget it. He had gotten the better end of the deal anyway. He took out his phone and saw it was already past 6. Lin Xun quickly got up, folded the blanket, and placed it on the sofa. By then the sound of water was coming from the bathroom. His senior was washing up. Lin Xun sat back on the sofa, pulled out his phone, and checked his messages. In the dorm group, Go Shengli as the admin, everyone asking who was outside to bring back food. Lu Gang also am asking if he was coming back tonight. Lin Xun replied to them. I dog not a wolf, am out. It's still early, why are you asking if I'm coming back? I dog not a wolf was Lin Xun's nickname in the dorm group. In his own dorm group, he had to be a bit cocky. The group was named 3 wolves in 1 den, implying that except for Lu Gang, who had a girlfriend, the other 3 were single dogs. Lu Gang's nickname was Everyone Except Me is a Wolf. Go Shengli was called King of Wolves. Wuda was called Little Wolf Wu. Everyone Except Me is a Wolf. Brother Lin, you've really fallen into the flower bushes. King of Wolves, no way. Do I need to rename our dorm group? I dog not a wolf, look forward to it, my sons. Everyone Except Me is a wolf. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Side-eye smile, King of Wolves. Brother Lin, go for it boldly. Even if you fail, your dad will take you in here. Lin Xun chatted briefly with his roommates before exiting the group. To his surprise, Senior Jiang had messaged him. Senior Jiang, little junior, are you there? Senior Jiang is sure with you. Lin Xun replied, yes, I'm at Senior's apartment right now. 2 seconds later she replied instantly. Senior Jiang, what? You actually got into Shishi's place. Even I've never been there. Lin Xun was surprised. He thought Senior Jiang and his senior were so close that she would be a regular visitor. Under Jiang Yongxiu's explanation, Lin Xun learned that Su Qingshi had rented this place temporarily during the summer break. At that time Jiang Yunxiao had other matters and couldn't share the apartment, so she hadn't been able to visit since. Jiang Yunxiao asked Lin Xun what he was doing in the apartment. Lin Xun naturally brushed it off, saying he was just visiting. Jiang Yunxiao had originally planned to ask if Su Qingshi was coming back to bring her food, but seeing the situation, she didn't ask further. Since she was with her little junior, why would she care about her own hunger? The sound of water stopped, and Su Qingshi emerged from the bathroom. Lin Xun followed the sound with his eyes and couldn't help but marvel at his senior's exquisite figure. No matter how many times he saw her, she always left him breathless. Do you want to wash up? Su Qingshi looked at him calmly. Lin Xun said, I'll just wash my face, senior. He was a guy and didn't have the habit of showering after a nap. Su Qingshi nodded. Wait for me to change. Let's go for a walk. Sure. Lin Xun quickly nodded. His senior had invited him for a walk. He couldn't be happier. Once Su Qingshi entered her room, Lin Xun hurried into the bathroom. A wave of steam hit him, accompanied by a faint fragrance. It was the scent of his senior's shower gel. Thinking that his senior had just showered here, Lin Xun's face flushed. Unintentionally, his gaze fell on a few items of clothing. Small, a bit thin, with straps, sheer fabric. Lin Xun caught a glimpse of his senior's undergarments and dared not look again. However, he had to admit that she truly embodied a sophisticated style. After washing his face, he returned to the living room, and soon the senior emerged from her room. It must be said that the senior's outfit was exceptionally alluring. A black t-shirt that accentuated her fair skin paired with tight jeans that perfectly outlined her slender legs, a sight that was truly captivating. Lin Xun had never seen anyone whose legs looked so exquisite in jeans. To further highlight her stunning oval face, Su Qingshi had tied her long hair into a high ponytail, exuding a clean and chic aura. She also wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses and had applied light makeup, enhancing her already breathtaking beauty. Senior, are you nearsighted? Lin Xun couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Su Qingshi replied indifferently, these glasses are just accessories, they have no prescription. Oh, so that's possible. How do I look in this outfit? Su Qingshi turned to Lin Xun, seeking his opinion. It seemed she had always worn long dresses around Lin Xun, and she wanted to try a different style. Lin Xun gave a thumbs up. You look awesome, senior. Awesome. Su Qingshi raised an eyebrow. That's a term for guys. Lin Xun quickly corrected himself. Beautiful. So beautiful. Captivatingly beautiful. Su Qingshi shot him a look that said, you know what's good for you, and said, let's go. By the time they stepped out of the rental house, it was already dark. Noticing the wind picking up, Lin Xun looked at the beauty beside him. Senior, should we go back for a jacket? Su Qingshi shook her head. No need, it's not that cold. Lin Xun didn't press further. Where to? Let's eat first. They had slept since lunch, and now hunger prompted them to settle dinner first. Since Su Qingshi was more familiar with the area, she led Lin Xun to a restaurant. Eating. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Xun. He instinctively replied, of course I have to eat. Then realizing his mistake, he quickly amended, Senior, do you want noodles? Or something else? Su Qingshi tilted her head in thought, then said, let's have noodles. All right, whatever you say, Senior, Lin Xun replied obediently. They found a noodle shop with decent decor, though the taste remained to be seen. Of course, wherever Su Qingshi went, she became the center of attention, drawing everyone's gaze. Even the shop owner couldn't help but take a second look. Lin Xun had grown accustomed to her charm and the envious stares from others. What would you two like to order? Signature rice noodles. And for this young gentleman? Same as hers. Oh, and extra scallions for both. Sure, scallions are free here. The condiment station is over there. Thanks. Lin Xun glanced at the condiment station, where a table held various toppings, scallions, cilantro, chili sauce, and more. Su Qingshi looked at him, but said nothing. Senior, sit here. Lin Xun wiped the stool clean for Su Qingshi and gestured for her to sit. She said softly, no need to fuss, I'm not delicate. Lin Xun chuckled. He sat across from her, and while waiting for the noodles, they silently played on their phones. Suddenly Lin Xun stood up and walked out the door. Su Qingshi watched him curiously, but she didn't think he was leaving. He must have had something to do. A few minutes later, Lin Xun returned with a smile, holding 2 cups of milk tea. Senior, this is for you, Lin Xun said, handing her a cup. Su Qingshi glanced at it. Lemon water, her favorite. Thanks, how did you know I like this? Lin Xun smiled. I noticed when we were at the mall last time. I only saw you drink it once, but since you finished it, I figured you must like it. He believed that whether a girl liked a drink could be judged by whether she finished it. Su Qingshi was slightly surprised. You remember that clearly. Lin Xun just smiled. Of course, he paid attention to everything concerning her. Just then the owner brought the rice noodles. Senior, wait for me, I'll add scallions for you. Lin Xun eagerly picked up the noodles and headed to the condiment station. Su Qingshi watched him silently. Her heart stirred and her gaze softened. They ate their noodles in peaceful silence. In the past, Su Qingshi would eat quickly when dining out, believing time shouldn't be wasted on meals. But now she felt it didn't matter if she ate more slowly. Lin Xun's attention was mostly on her. When Su Qingshi lowered her head to slurp the noodles, he would steal quick glances, his heart racing. Even her eating was so elegant. Of course, this was because love is blind. If it were another girl, he might have found her slow. After finishing first, Lin Xun quietly watched her eat, his gaze tender. Su Qingshi ate calmly, her expression composed, though a keen observer might notice a slight stiffness in her movements. When she finished, she stood up and Lin Xun followed suit. Where to? Su Qingshi asked him. In truth, she had invited Lin Xun out today simply to enjoy his company, if she hadn't planned where to go. Lin Xun was also at a loss. He wasn't familiar with this area either. How about we check out the mall? Lin Xun suggested. Su Qingshi nodded. Let's go. Lin Xun paid the bill, then picked up the 2 cups of milk tea and followed her. Suddenly Su Qingshi turned around, looked at Lin Xun, and extended her hand. Lin Xun, was she asking to hold hands? Should he or shouldn't he? Give me the milk tea, she said flatly. Lin Xun handed it over, his face slightly awkward. Well, he had overthought it. Su Qingshi took the milk tea, turned around silently, but a smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Lin Xun quickly caught up and walked beside her. Senior National Day is coming. Are you planning to go home? He asked curiously. Su Qingshi hesitated, then said, I want to relax. Lin Xun was surprised. Your mom and brother should be at home, right? She paused and shook her head. My brother is busy with work. He has less than a month off in a year. Even during holidays, he rarely comes home. Why? Lin Xun asked. Su Qingshi replied calmly, because every time he comes home, my mom arranges blind dates for him. 3 a day. Lin Xun was speechless. 3 matchmaking sessions in a single day? Lin Xun felt a bit embarrassed. Was her senior's mother that eager to marry off her son? Given the senior's stunning appearance, her brother couldn't be bad-looking either, so why was he being forced into blind dates? As if sensing Lin Xun's confusion, Su Qingshi said calmly, are you thinking my brother is unwanted? Lin Xun scratched his head. No, your brother must be quite popular with girls, right? Su Qingshi nodded. Right, you might not know this, but the ladies who went on blind dates with my brother often came to visit him afterward, and some even found out where he works. It's just that he keeps avoiding and rejecting them. Lin Xun found it both amusing and exasperating. So his future brother-in-law simply didn't want a wife. What about your mother? Su Qingshi replied, my mother works in an administrative unit and is usually busy. She always volunteers for extra shifts during holidays. Lin Xun understood now. It seemed the senior's family rarely got together. In summer, the sky was filled with glittering stars like a Milky Way of fine quicksand spread across the azure heavens. A gentle breeze blew, lifting the strands of hair at her temples. Lin Xun happened to turn his gaze and caught this sight, his heart instantly softening. So beautiful. He felt an urge to take her hand and walk forever along this starlit path. His heart wrestled with longing, itching with desire. Su Qingshi looked straight ahead, seemingly unaware of the emotional turmoil beside her. Soon they arrived at the mall. Senior, want to try the claw machine again? Lin Xun spotted a row of machines and felt a sudden interest, turning to Su Qingshi. Her face stiffened as she recalled her previous failure. The claw machine was arguably her greatest nemesis yet. Dubbed a prodigy, she never imagined something so childlike could be this challenging. Should she play? Su Qingshi's heart refused, but she also yearned to conquer it. Ultimately, she shook her head. I'm not interested. Lin Xun barely suppressed a laugh as he noticed the reluctance flickering across her face, but he didn't call her out. A sulking senior was quite adorable too. Though she skipped the claw machine, Su Qingshi walked straight over to a wall beside it covered in balloons. 5 meters away stood a table with 3 guns on it. Boss, how does this work? Su Qingshi asked the owner. He chuckled. 20 yuan, around 15 pellets per round. Lin Xun glanced at a red sign listing the rules: 20 yuan per round, 15 pellets. Pop 14 or more balloons for a large plush, 10 or more for a medium one, 6 or more for a small one. Lin Xun picked up one gun, aimed, and asked, boss, can this hit from here? The owner cheerfully replied, you can try 1 pellet. Lin Xun said 2. Sure. Lin Xun squinted one eye, aligning the notch and front sight 3 points in a line, and fired. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and a balloon burst instantly. Su Qingshi's eyes lit up beside him. Senior, you try. Lin Xun handed her the gun. She took it with 1 pellet left inside. Mimicking his movements, she aimed and fired. The pellet hit the balloon, but didn't pop it. A flicker of confusion crossed Su Qingshi's eyes. Lin Xun wasn't surprised. Some pellets were just that weak. Had experienced it before, a gun issue insufficient force. Then he said to the owner, give us 100 yuan worth. The owner, delighted, quickly loaded the guns. 100 yuan got 5 rounds. He first loaded 15 pellets into each of 2 guns. Lin Xun raised one, adjusted to the feel, and began aiming. He wasn't a pro, so he just followed online tips, targeting the balloons. Bang! First shot hit. Lin Xun's breath quickened with his senior beside him. He felt an urgent need to perform while making him nervous. After steadying his breath, he reamed. Bang! Missed. Bang! Hit. A strange sound snapped Lin Xun from his focus. The pellets were gone. 9 hits, not bad at all, Su Qingshi praised. Lin Xun scratched his head. Got a bit nervous. Su Qingshi picked up the other gun. My turn. She was eager to try as she couldn't handle the claw machine, but surely shooting was doable. Bang, bang, bang. After 1 round, she frowned deeply. 3 hits. Lin Xun murmured instinctively. Su Qingshi shot him a threatening glance. He quickly you can pick a small plush, the owner reminded. Lin Xun said, let's finish first. The owner nodded, reloaded, and stood quietly aside. Lin Xun looked at his senior. Your turn or mine? A fierce determination surged on Su Qingshi's face. Mine. She grabbed the gun and aimed again. Another round, slightly better than before, 4 hits. Lin Xun's heart tightened. Oh no, they've been having fun, would this ruin it? Su Qingshi's expression was blank as she continued. In the 4th round she still missed most shots, but landed the last 3. Several shots hit, but didn't pop the balloons. At this point, even the owner could sense the low pressure. Lin Xun trembled. His senior seemed to be stewing in silence. 1 round remained. Su Qingshi stared at the toy gun, doubting herself. Was it her fault? No, it was the gun. How could a prodigy like her fail to master a toy? She had hit plenty of times, it just didn't pop. The balloon was just thick-skinned. Yes, that had to be it. Senior, how about I shoot for you? Lin Xun couldn't bear it, and wanted to win a big plush to cheer her up. Su Qingshi hadn't reacted much until she heard this, and her stubbornness surged. She turned to Lin Xun, her gaze carrying a mix of defiance and a hint of grievance, like a little girl denied candy. I want to win a plush on my own. Lin Xun's heart melted. So this was how adorable his senior looked when she pouted. Su Qingshi ignored him, picked up the gun, and waited for the owner to refill the empty spots before reaming. Her focus was razor-sharp, as if she faced not balloons, but an unyielding challenge. Just then a warm body suddenly pressed against her back. Before Su Qingshi could react, her hands holding the gun were enveloped by a pair of large ones. Her entire frame stiffened. A gentle male voice sounded by her ear. Senior, let me teach you. The youth's tall and slender frame perfectly enveloped the girl's delicate, graceful figure in his embrace. She blinked, and at that moment everything became a blur, her ears buzzing with an inexplicable dizziness. Her heart skipped a beat, then began to race. Senior sister. Lin Xun's slightly trembling voice came through, tinged with uncertainty. In truth, he had agonized over this bold move for a long time, yet he still went through with it. Not only was the senior sister nervous, but his own heart now felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. The boss nearby. Good grief, is it that hard to run a business without being force-fed dog food every day? The speechless boss silently turned around. Su Qingshi softly acknowledged, then fell silent, unsure of what to say next. This guy, why did he suddenly press in so close? She hadn't prepared for this at all. Both of them appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, they were a flustered mess. Lin Xun composed himself, and said, Senior sister, your grip on the gun is wrong. It should be like this. As he spoke, he guided her to adjust her stance. When shooting, your breathing must be steady. If you're too nervous, your hand will tremble when firing, causing the bullet to deviate from the trajectory. Strangely listening to Lin Xun's explanation, Su Qingshi's nerves began to ease, and she slowly adjusted according to his instructions. If you've aimed, you can pull the trigger. Bang. Boom. A shot rang out, and a balloon instantly burst. Su Qingshi's eyes lit up. I actually hit it. Not bad, 2 more shots. Lin Xun's gaze was filled with affection. His large hand never left Su Qingshi's small one, holding it tightly. Bang. Bang. Both shots hit their mark. Su Qingshi no longer had the mind to dwell on Lin Xun still embracing her. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Let me try on my own. She felt she could do it again. Lin Xun released her, his body now burning hot. Though he forced a calm expression, his face had reddened. But no one noticed. Phew. He breathed a silent sigh of relief, his tense body slowly relaxing. Heaven knows how much resolve it took him to take that step. Now looking back, his heart raced with exhilaration. He had been so nervous that he hadn't fully appreciated the softness of the senior sister's embrace. Still, this was a huge step forward, and Lin Xun silently encouraged himself. Su Qingshi also let out an obvious sigh of relief. She almost felt too embarrassed to face her junior anymore. Having hit 3 balloons earlier, Su Qingshi had 12 bullets left. With a cautious expression, she aimed at the balloons and adjusted her technique based on Lin Xun's advice. She fired a shot. Bang. The balloon burst instantly. Su Qingshi's eyes lit up. It worked. Lin Xun also smiled. Well done, senior sister. A smile curled at the corners of Su Qingshi's mouth, and she continued shooting. The boss watched the scene, a maternal smile spreading across her face. Though each burst balloon meant a loss for her, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Youth is truly wonderful. And besides, she still made a profit today, right? Huh. What a joy. This time Su Qingshi performed exceptionally well. Out of 15 shots, including the 3 Lin Xun had taken, she broke a total of 11 balloons. It was the highest number of balloons broken so far. You can choose 1 medium-sized plush toy and 1 small one, the boss announced at the right moment. Lin Xun and Su Qingshi began selecting their plushies. The small options included a bear, a chick, and a dolphin, while the medium ones were more varied and came in different colors. After some thought, Lin Xun chose a dolphin, a light blue one. Though it was a small plushie, its elongated shape made it only slightly smaller than the medium ones. Su Qingshi examined the medium-sized plushies. Seeing Lin Xun pick the light blue dolphin, she picked up a medium dolphin and asked the boss, do you have a pink one? The boss thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, I remember having that color. Wait, let me find it for you. She rummaged through the pile and pulled out a pink dolphin from beneath a stack of toys. Su Qingshi took it with satisfaction. Senior sister, why did you also choose a dolphin? Lin Xun raised an eyebrow, curious. Su Qingshi replied coolly, just a change of style. Their eyes met, then they both averted their gazes simultaneously. Handsome guy, pretty lady, want to go again? The boss asked warmly. Judging by the couple's demeanor, they weren't from an ordinary family. If they kept playing like before, she could pack up early tonight. Lin Xun looked at Su Qingshi. She shook her head. Let's go somewhere else. She had lost interest in this activity now that she had conquered it. Playing any longer would be pointless. Lin Xun nodded in agreement. The two headed toward the second floor of the mall, which was mostly filled with clothing stores of all kinds. But they had already browsed the clothing section last time, so Lin Xun assumed she wouldn't be interested. To his surprise, Su Qingshi headed toward a clothing store. After his bold move earlier, Lin Xun had become much more reserved, silently following behind. Hello, would you two like to look at some clothes? We have all styles in our store. The owner, a young man in his early 30s, was instantly dazzled by Su Qingshi's stunning beauty. What a beautiful girl. In all his years running the shop, he had never seen such a gorgeous girl, and the guy wasn't bad either. Were they a couple? So adorable. Su Qingshi thought for a moment, glanced at Lin Xun, then looked away. With a contemplative expression, she walked toward a rack of men's clothing. Lin Xun was surprised. Was the senior sister thinking of buying him clothes? Try this on. Su Qingshi picked up a blue short-sleeved shirt and handed it to Lin Xun. Lin Xun took it and looked at her. Should I try it on here? There's a fitting room over here, handsome guy, the owner who had been following them interjected. Lin Xun nodded and walked into the fitting room with the shirt. Blue. He had never worn this color before and wasn't sure if it suited him. But it didn't matter. Since the senior sister had picked it out for him, even if it looked ugly, he would wear it often. When Lin Xun emerged from the fitting room, Su Qingshi's expression showed clear satisfaction. Not bad at all. Handsome guy, this shirt really suits you. It's very flattering. Your girlfriend has great taste. The owner's eyes lit up, half flattering and half sincere. At his words, a blush crept onto Su Qingshi's delicate face, making her look especially alluring. Yet she didn't refute the owner, almost as if she silently acquiesced. Lin Xun's heart felt as sweet as candy. Walking with the senior sister, this wasn't the first time they had been mistaken for a couple. Was it a coincidence? No. It meant that he and the senior sister were quite a good match. Yes, that was the logic. Under Su Qingshi's coordination, Lin Xun tried on several more outfits. To his surprise, they suited him quite well, completely transforming his style. Su Qingshi had come up with the combinations on the fly, and each time Lin Xun changed into the clothes she designated, she would beam with satisfaction. These styles suit you best, Su Qingshi remarked in final assessment. Lin Xun waved his hand grandly and paid the bill. The several outfits cost him several thousand yuan, but to him, that was hardly expensive. His current wealth was truly astonishing. Moreover, they were the type his senior sister liked. How could he hesitate? Su Qingshi hadn't expected him to buy everything outright and was somewhat amused. She had only intended for him to try a few, see which one fit best, and then buy it as a gift for him. She never imagined he wouldn't give her the chance. Well, you have money, so you can be willful. The shopkeeper's smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum as he saw them off. This single transaction had netted him a small fortune of several thousand. He was rich. Lin Xun carried a large bag of clothes, still wearing his original outfit. Senior sister, do you want to take a look at some clothes too? As they passed a women's clothing store, Lin Xun inquired. Su Qingshi shook her head. I have enough clothes. The moment she finished speaking, Lin Xun took action, gently pressing on her back to guide her into the shop. Just take a look. What if you find something you like? Su Qingshi was taken aback. What did this junior brother think their relationship was? She felt that their ambiguous gestures tonight had become rather frequent. Yet strangely, she didn't find it off-putting. What was happening? However, Su Qingshi had a good mindset and quickly regained her usual cool demeanor. Su Qingshi wasn't like other girls who loved shopping for clothes. For her, it was more about suitability and having enough to wear. She held a blue dress that Lin Xun had handed to her. According to the shopkeeper, it was the finest dress in the store with a hefty price tag of 9999. This blue dress was designed to suit a variety of occasions, whether for daily wear or formal events. Its cut was elegant, showcasing a woman's grace without being overly flashy, making one feel comfortable and at ease. Moreover, its fabric was incredibly soft to the touch, offering a sensation of lightness and freedom, as if wearing a garment made of clouds. Simple yet stylish and beautiful. Su Qingshi gazed at the dress, a rare glimmer of fondness appearing in her eyes. Lin Xun had been watching her expression intently, and seeing this, he felt a surge of delight. It was rare to see his senior sister show such affection for something. He suddenly felt proud of his good taste. Senior sister, why don't you try it on to see if it fits? Lin Xun asked for her opinion. Su Qingshi hesitated for a moment, then said, all right, I'll give it a try. As she entered the fitting room, Lin Xun suddenly turned to the shopkeeper. Boss, could I add you on WeChat? The shopkeeper was taken aback, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Could it be that the young man didn't have enough savings and wanted to buy on installment? Understandable. He probably didn't want to lose face in front of his girlfriend. Just then Lin Xun leaned in and whispered something in the shopkeeper's ear. The shopkeeper's expression turned curious, then knowing followed by a gleam in his eyes. Okay, leave it to me. About 5 minutes later the fitting room door opened. Although Lin Xun had anticipated his senior sister's beauty, he was still utterly captivated when she emerged. His gaze froze on the stunning figure before him. She wore a blue dress tied with a light pink sash at the waist accentuating her slender, graceful figure. Her jet-black glossy hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently swaying over her shoulders. Her skin was as smooth as congealed fat, delicate enough to break with a touch. Her exquisite features were unparalleled, and her breathtakingly beautiful face was nothing short of astonishing. Yet at that moment her cool and noble expression seemed to warn others to keep their distance. She appeared like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, exuding an untainted sacred aura that inspired admiration, but forbade any hint of desecration. To highlight how well the dress suited her, she had deliberately let down her high ponytail, the hair tie looped around her wrist, adding a touch of playfulness. Su Qingshi's expression was calm as her star-like eyes fixed on Lin Xun. How is it? Lin Xun nodded dumbly. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Wipe your drool. Huh. Oh. Huh. Lin Xun instinctively raised his hand to wipe his mouth, then suddenly realized something, his lips twitching. Senior sister, you tricked me. He wasn't drooling at all. Uffed. Su Qingshi pressed her lips together, a faint smile curving at the corner of her mouth. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Just then the shopkeeper exclaimed in surprise. Su Qingshi looked at him, her gaze questioning. Lin Xun, however, avoided her eyes, coughing lightly. The shopkeeper was beginning his performance. Miss, I must say I've never seen anyone who suits this dress as perfectly as you do. It's as if it was tailor-made for you. The shopkeeper marveled, repeatedly clicking his tongue. When you wear it you have the aura of a noble lady. Su Qingshi smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Thank you, but I'm just an ordinary girl. After changing into the dress, she found it fit wonderfully, feeling light and comfortable against her skin. However, the dress had one flaw: it was semi-formal. It could be worn casually, but on her, combined with her stunning beauty, it came across as somewhat serious. For her, this dress was more suitable for formal occasions. Still, it was one of the few dresses Su Qingshi had seen that she found truly satisfactory. It was worth the price. No, miss. You are a fairy. May I be so bold as to ask if you would mind if I took a photo for promotional purposes? The shopkeeper said with a friendly smile. Su Qingshi frowned slightly. Having her photo taken was something she was rather reluctant about. Just then Lin Xun suddenly chimed in with a smile. Senior sister, I think it's a great idea. You look absolutely stunning in it. Su Qingshi glanced at him and asked, really that beautiful? Lin Xun nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Miss, rest assured this is a legitimate store with all the proper licenses. I just want to use the photo for a poster. You can see these on the walls. They're from other customers who have given their consent. The shopkeeper gestured to the various posters adorning the walls. And as a token of appreciation you'll enjoy a 30% discount on any purchase in the store. Su Qingshi pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right. Both the shopkeeper and Lin Xun were overjoyed. Excellent. The shopkeeper exclaimed excitedly, pulling out his phone. Wait, if we're taking a photo, I want him in it with me, Su Qingshi suddenly said, pointing at Lin Xun. The shopkeeper immediately turned to look at Lin Xun, whose face was a picture of disbelief. Was this real? Such a tremendous blessing had suddenly descended upon him, and he was completely unprepared. Lin Xun merely wanted the shop owner to take a photo of the senior in the dress and send it to him privately. He never expected that she would invite him to take the photo together. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Is this outfit okay? Lin Xun glanced down at his clothes. Good heavens, compared to the senior, he looked rather rustic. Just change. They'll let you try it for free. The shop owner, a savvy man, immediately had Lin Xun change into a dashing set of clothes. A black plaid jacket paired with black trousers, his hair casually styled. It instantly gave Lin Xun a touch of star quality. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. The shop owner nodded approvingly as he looked at Lin Xun and Su Qingshi. Lin Xun stood somewhat awkwardly beside his senior, less than a meter away, already able to catch the fragrance emanating from her. You two get closer. Why stand so far apart when you're a couple? The shop owner said with a wry smile. Strange, wasn't it? Which couple stood so far from each other? Hearing this, Lin Xun and Su Qingshi exchanged a glance. The latter then turned her head away without a word. Lin Xun's eyes flickered with emotion. He took a big step closer to his senior. A little closer. He took another small step. Now he was only about 30 centimeters away from Su Qingshi. Both could hear each other's breathing and the gradually accelerating heartbeats. Su Qingshi suddenly regretted it. Regretted suggesting they take a photo together. The atmosphere now felt off. All right, handsome, please put your arm around your girlfriend's waist and face the camera, the shop owner said, phone in hand, focusing. In truth, he had already tapped the shutter several times, capturing many photos. These two were too dazzling. No matter the angle, he could always grab a few perfect shots. Lin Xun frowned slightly, then looked at Su Qingshi and asked hesitantly, Senior, how about we stop? He regretted it, feeling this was somewhat disrespectful to his senior. After all, he didn't want her to do anything that made her uncomfortable. Su Qingshi glanced at him indifferently and said, I think it's fine. Lin Xun swallowed hard. It's just touching the waist, it won't cost me a piece of flesh, Su Qingshi said calmly. If it were anyone else, forget touching her waist. They wouldn't even get this close to her. Only this junior beside her received such treatment. Hurry up, handsome, the shop owner urged. Lin Xun gritted his teeth and went for it. He extended his warm hand, gently resting it on his senior's slender waist, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was the jacket making him hot, definitely not nervousness. When she felt the warmth on her waist, Su Qingshi froze completely. Her reaction now was nothing like her earlier composure. She instinctively looked at Lin Xun. Their eyes met, and a faint blush crept onto her cold, stunning face, flawlessly beautiful. Lin Xun was mesmerized by the sight. The two locked eyes, completely forgetting the pose the shop owner had asked for. But the shop owner's eyes lit up as he snapped away at the couple. By now his album must have hundreds of photos, right? Perfect. The shop owner couldn't help but exclaim, startling the lost and Themet pair back to reality. Ahem. Well, you can continue, the shop owner said, recovering and smiling awkwardly at them. Lin Xun was speechless. He exchanged a glance with his senior, and as if sharing some unspoken understanding, they suddenly smiled. They'll go change out of the dress first, Su Qingshi said softly. Lin Xun felt a pang of urgency. What's wrong, senior? Don't you like it? He thought she didn't intend to buy it. Su Qingshi shot him a look. Do you want me to wear this back? Lin Xun suddenly understood. Oh, right. Go ahead, senior. Su Qingshi turned and entered the fitting room. Lin Xun eagerly approached the shop owner. So boss, how did it go? The shop owner looked smug. With me handling it, are you worried? Of course it's a success. Lin Xun was overjoyed. The shop owner showed Lin Xun the results of their shoot. As Lin Xun looked at the photos, his eyes filled with adoration. These photos were worth more than all the ones had ever taken combined. Remember to send them to me. Okay, no problem, the shop owner suddenly added. And I wasn't joking earlier. I really plan to use your photos for promotional posters. You wouldn't mind, would you? If he plastered these photos on his shop's walls, business would likely boom. Lin Xun nodded. That's fine. Since his senior had agreed, he had no issue. Lin Xun paid for the dress directly. With the discount at 30% off, it came to nearly 7,000, which Lin Xun rounded up to exactly 7,000. Lin Xun. A voice came from behind him. Lin Xun turned to see Su Qingshi having changed out of the dress. Senior. Su Qingshi looked at him. Did you pay? Lin Xun smiled and nodded. Yes, senior. Since you liked it, I bought it. He didn't hide his intention to give her the dress. A complex look flickered in Su Qingshi's eyes, but she didn't tell Lin Xun to return it. She could afford the dress herself, though compared to Lin Xun, she would have hesitated a bit more. Since he bought it, she would just transfer the money back to him when they got home. She didn't like spending a man's money, even if he were to become her boyfriend in the future. That was Su Qingshi's strength. After settling the bill, Lin Xun and Su Qingshi left the mall. Senior, should I call a car? Lin Xun pulled out his phone. Let's walk back, Su Qingshi said. Lin Xun glanced at his phone. It wasn't even 9 yet. It was still early. The walk from here to the rental apartment took only about 10 minutes. The two strolled side by side. Su Qingshi took the initiative to help Lin Xun with some of the bags. He carried some in his left hand, she in her right. The evening breeze carried a chill, and both felt it. Lin Xun looked at his senior beside him. Her hair was down, not tied up, cascading freely, her profile breathtakingly beautiful. Are you cold, senior? Su Qingshi's fair nose twitched as she inhaled a little. No sooner had she spoken than she felt her hand being held. Su Qingshi was startled. Lin Xun asked casually, his voice soft. Are you still cold now? The warmth from his large hand was unmistakable to Su Qingshi. She looked at Lin Xun, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't bring herself to refuse him. Lin Xun savored the feel of his senior's hand. It was slender and delicate for a girl, but compared to his it was small, soft, cool to the touch. Lin Xun felt a surge of affection. Haven't you held enough? Su Qingshi said softly. Lin Xun looked at Su Qingshi, and she looked back at him. The girl's face remained cool and aloof, but her gaze was no longer as icy as before. There was a watery sheen in her eyes, a hint of youthful vitality. This version of his senior stirred a protective instinct in him. Lin Xun's heart nearly melted. Senior, you're so beautiful. Lin Xun murmured, his voice carrying a husky tremor. Su Qingshi's long eyelashes fluttered, her breathing growing heavier. Lin Xun's gaze drifted down to her lips. Her lips seemed a little dry. How could he help moisten them? A voice in his head urged him to just kiss her right there, spontaneous and heartfelt. Surely his senior wouldn't blame him. In an instant the atmosphere grew intensely intimate, and Lin Xun's gaze gradually turned dangerous. Su Qingshi sensed his fervor, but her body felt as if frozen in place. Her mind was still sharp, yet she couldn't control herself. She knew. She probably, perhaps definitely had fallen for this junior who was younger than her. When did it start? She didn't know. Maybe it was their first duet, maybe their first time dashing through the rain together, maybe their first time cooking. As dusk fell, the number of pedestrians on the road actually increased. A young man and woman walked hand in hand along the sidewalk, drawing involuntary glances and gazes of astonishment from passers-by. Both possessed striking good looks, making them an exceptionally eye-catching couple. Every man present secretly wished he were the one holding that beautiful woman's hand. Had this young man saved the solar system in his past life to earn the favor of such a stunning beauty? Lin Xun walked holding his senior's hand, remaining mostly silent, the atmosphere still steeped in ambiguity. Su Qingshi did not refuse Lin Xun's touch, and he, seeing her lack of resistance, did not let go. He took this as her tacit consent. The two of them felt as though they were truly a couple. "Senior, are your things heavy? How about I carry them?" Lin Xun asked his senior after a few minutes of walking. He had noticed several times that her hand seemed uncomfortable, subtle adjustments she made due to the weight, and he even saw marks left on her fingers from the strain. Su Qingshi shook her head. "It's fine, I can manage. We're almost there." In truth, her hand had already grown numb. The items weren't very heavy, but holding them in one hand for so long impeded blood circulation. Ignoring her stubbornness, Lin Xun instinctively released her hand and took the bags from her. He would rather not hold her hand than see her suffer even the slightest discomfort. Holding hands could wait. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Su Qingshi found her hands empty, a strange sensation. The hand that had been burdened felt relieved, while the one he had held now felt a cool breeze as sweat evaporated. That was the effect of perspiration dissipating. She had actually walked hand in hand with her junior for so long. This stretch of road, only a few minutes, felt to her like half an hour. Was this what it felt like to have a boy hold your hand? It was reassuring, a feeling of safety. Su Qingshi couldn't help but glance at Lin Xun, who was carrying the bags. He was quite tall, but she was also statuesque in comparison. He didn't seem very large in her eyes. Yet the feeling he gave her was one of profound security. What was happening? Was what they said online true? That love is blind. The rest of the journey passed in silence as they returned to the rented apartment. Upon entering, both felt a wave of exhaustion. Su Qingshi walked to the sofa, sat down, leaned back, her graceful curves clearly outlined, and slowly closed her eyes. Lin Xun placed the items on the table. After a moment's thought, he said, "Senior, I'll head back to school now." It was already getting late, and he didn't want to disturb her rest. Su Qingshi opened her eyes and looked at him. "Come sit and rest for a while." He had worked hard carrying things that she couldn't just let him rush off. Lin Xun obediently sat beside his senior. He was indeed tired. Su Qingshi turned on the TV, slipped off her shoes, curled her feet up on the sofa, and focused on the screen. The living room fell silent save for the sound of the television. Lin Xun's mind was still replaying the evening's events, holding hands, an arm around the waist, the ambiguity. He and his senior seemed to have crossed the boundaries of friendship. Yet his senior hadn't been angry. Instead, she had tacitly allowed his actions. Lin Xun felt as if he were dreaming. He had never imagined such things happening between them, but the gears of fate had turned so swiftly. Suddenly, Lin Xun felt his phone vibrate in his pocket, followed by a series of vibrations. Thinking someone was calling, he pulled it out and saw a contact labeled "Boss" had sent him images. 99 messages. He glanced at his senior beside him and noticed her eyes were half closed, watching the TV with a focused yet distant look. How captivating his senior was. After a moment of admiration, he took out his phone and opened the messages. An endless stream of images scrolled by. He couldn't take them all in. He decided to save them to look at later under the covers. He then privately messaged Liu Gang, asking him to leave the door unlocked. Lin Xun was about to take his leave when suddenly something touched his shoulder, and then a weight pressed down on him. His heart skipped a beat before resuming its rhythm. He turned his head slightly and found his senior had fallen asleep, leaning on his shoulder. Was she that tired? Lin Xun looked at the girl's calm breathing, his gaze softening. Her eyes were closed, and he could clearly see her long, beautiful lashes. Though asleep, Su Qingshi remained in her curled-up, cross-legged position. Sleeping in that position would likely leave her numb when she woke up. Lin Xun waited a while longer, gauging the depth of her sleep by her breathing. He gently placed his phone on the sofa, then carefully reached out and wrapped an arm around her waist to steady her. Shifting his body slightly, he slid his other hand under her knees and with a gentle effort lifted her in a princess carry. His senior was light. She felt very easy to carry. Lin Xun admired her exquisite face for a moment, feeling not a hint of desire, but only peace and tenderness. Worried she might catch a chill, he carried her into her room. This was Lin Xun's first time in Su Qingshi's room. It was simple: a bed, a bedside table, a computer desk and chair, and a small wardrobe. Other than that, just some everyday items, a minimalist style. Lin Xun carefully laid Su Qingshi on the bed, taking care not to pull her hair and wake her. Fortunately, she seemed to be sleeping deeply. He then covered her with the blanket. Since she had already taken off her shoes, he tucked the edges of the blanket around her and then crouched down quietly, observing her sleeping face. Asleep, his senior looked gentle, devoid of her usual briskness and aloofness. It seemed that everyone looked peaceful and quiet when sleeping. Lin Xun's eyes fell upon her red lips, and he recalled how he had held back earlier on their way back. Would a kiss be all right now? Since she was asleep, a sneaky kiss was perfectly reasonable, wasn't it? At this thought, Lin Xun's heart began to race. He slowly leaned in towards Su Qingshi's face. She remained completely unaware, sleeping soundly. After a long moment, as if he had made a decision, Lin Xun gently pressed his lips to her smooth forehead. A brief touch, then he pulled back and whispered, "Good night, senior." He rose, didn't linger, turned off the light for her, and left the room, closing the door behind him. Lin Xun tidied up the living room, then picked up his clothes and closed the door to the rented apartment. The moment the door shut, he took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. Lin Xun, you've fallen. What he didn't know was that in the room his senior had suddenly opened her eyes. In the darkness her gaze was very bright. She gently raised her hand to touch the spot where Lin Xun had kissed her. Her expression was unreadable, a mix of shyness and calm, and only a soft murmur escaped her lips. Su Qingshi, you've fallen. After leaving the rented apartment, Lin Xun returned to his dormitory. It was around 10:30 in the evening, and most students had just finished their classes, so the lights in his dorm were not yet turned off. As soon as he entered the room, 3 pairs of expectant eyes fixed upon him simultaneously. Lin Xun felt a strange resemblance to a father returning home, greeted by the eager gazes of his sons. This sensation pleased him. Not asleep yet, my sons. Damn. Brother Lin, what do you mean by that? Why are you back so late? I almost reported you to the dorm auntie for staying out all night. Scram. You ungrateful wretches, daring to frame your godfather. Lin Xun feigned a stern face as he placed his belongings on his chair. Brother Lin, are these all the clothes you bought? Lu Gang approached, curiously eyeing the bags. Lin Xun nodded. Yes. You already have plenty of clothes, why waste money on more? Wuda asked, puzzled. I plan to throw away all my old clothes and replace them with these. Lin Xun declared with a serious tone. His words instantly stunned his 3 roommates. So extravagant. Lu Gang leaned in, suspiciously sniffing around Lin Xun. Whoa, why do you smell so fragrant? Did you shower? Lin Xun lifted his arm and sniffed. Indeed, there was a scent. No, I didn't. That must be the scent of the senior school beauty. Thump. Thump. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 muffled sounds rang out as Go Shengli and Wu De lost their balance and fell. What are you doing? Lin Xun asked in confusion. TSK, TSK, TSK. Have you been with the campus bell since noon? Lu Gang exclaimed in amazement. Lin Xun did not deny it, and simply nodded. Lu Gang. Ooh la la. Go Shengli let out a strange cry, rushed over, grabbed Lin Xun's clothes, and took a deep sniff. A look of indescribable emotion crossed his face. This scent. His eyes suddenly widened. Did you get close to the campus ballet? Lin Xun frowned. What do you mean by get close? Did you hug? Not really. Does putting an arm around her waist count? Did you kiss? No. Did you hold hands? Yes. Oh, whoa. Inside room 307, Go Shengli's unwilling howl suddenly erupted. What are you doing? Why are you howling instead of sleeping? The auntie's angry voice came from downstairs. Meanwhile, in room 307, Lin Xun was cornered by his 3 roommates. Are you dating the campus belle? No. Then how could you hold her hand? I just held it. She didn't slap you. Why would she? The senior is so gentle. Gentle. 6. Damn. At this moment the 3 of them felt a critical hit to their hearts, their faces twisted with extreme envy. No one had expected that the campus belle and Lin Xun had already progressed to this stage. They had even held hands. How far could kissing be? Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yet although they were a bit sour, they were still gratified that Lin Xun had such a good relationship with the campus belle. She was a woman they could never have, and it was better for their roommate than for an outsider. Good fortune should not flow to outsiders. Hey brother Lin, what kind of luck have you stumbled upon? Lu Gang sighed. Lin Xun chuckled. Maybe it's just my overwhelming charm. Bleck. Go away, thanks. After some light banter with his roommates, Lin Xun began to organize his clothes. Most of them were newly bought, some never worn. He set aside the clothes he rarely wore, and those that were uncomfortable. During his shopping trip with the senior, Lin Xun had bought 3 sets, enough for daily rotation. After tidying up, he took the clothes he intended to discard out of the room. He showered and climbed into bed. Curled up under the covers, Lin Xun began to review the day's achievements. Soon a series of giggles emerged from beneath the blanket. Lu Gang and Go Shengli exchanged a glance, and simultaneously shook their heads. The next day, Monday, an 8 a.m. class. Lin Xun woke up half an hour early and changed into his new clothes. At 7:45, the 4 of them from room 307 set off in high spirits. The 3 classes dragged on slowly. Lin Xun was unbearably sleepy. The teacher's words went in one ear and out the other, failing to register at all. He realized that since starting university, his motivation to study had significantly declined. The atmosphere at university was the polar opposite of high school. In university, you could listen if you wanted, or even skip class without anyone interfering. Even the teachers turned a blind eye at most, deducting participation points until the final exam determined whether you passed. Lin Xun found the courses not particularly difficult. His intelligence was still quite sharp, which was why he had gotten into Nanjing University. Thus he wasn't too strict with himself. No way I'm about to fall asleep from exhaustion. Beside him, Go Shengli had already fallen asleep peacefully. Lin Xun pinched himself, then opened his eyes wide. He pulled out his phone, opened the gallery, and began browsing photos of the senior. Recharging. Seeing the photos, Lin Xun instantly perked up, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips that he couldn't suppress. He set the photo taken with the senior near the claw machine as his lock screen wallpaper and the one from last night as his home screen wallpaper. After all, the photo of the senior in her blue dress was for his eyes only. Soon the bell for the third class rang. Lin Xun and his friends grabbed their bags and walked out of the classroom briskly. Phew, class and break are two completely different states. Go Shunli exclaimed. During class he felt like sleeping every moment, but after class he wasn't sleepy at all. Where to guys? Let's eat. Let's go. At 10:30 a.m., most university students hadn't had lunch, yet some were still having breakfast. Eating lunch so early saved them the trouble of making another trip. Along the way, various clubs had set up recruitment booths, each staffed by senior students, while others promoted their clubs on the main path. Freshmen, would you like to learn about the chess club? We have Chinese chess, go military chess, and more. Excuse me, I'm from the calligraphy club. Come learn about Chinese culture. Handsome. Beautiful. The four from room 307 were surrounded by club seniors handing out flyers. Handsome, I can see you have an extraordinary bone structure and a righteous aura. You're clearly meant for the military. Interested in joining the honor guard? A tall, dark-skinned guy pulled Lu Gang aside, praising him. The latter smiled and was soon lured away. Brother Lu clearly wanted to join the honor guard all along, Lin Xun remarked with a smile. Hey, what's so great about clubs? Better to stay in the dorm and play games. Go Shunli said dismissively. Hello, would you like to learn about the street dance club? Handsome. A sweet-looking girl tugged at Go Shunli's sleeve. He glanced at her, his eyes suddenly fixed, and his demeanor changed completely. Street dance club? Let's go, please explain it to me in detail. With that he pulled the girl aside. Lin Xun. Wooed up. Hey there, I'm from the volleyball team. Interested in joining us for a game? A male student grabbed Lin Xun's arm, asking with a broad smile. Lin Xun quickly waved his hand. No thanks, I'm good. Join our group chat to learn more. Our team's got plenty of beauties. The guy tempted. How, what beauties? Could they rival the celestial senior? Lin Xun sneered, inwardly shaking his head outwardly. Sorry, I'm not interested. Seeing Lin Xun's refusal, the guy said nothing more and turned to approach others. Lin Xun stood still, his roommates all dragged away, leaving him alone. Because there were no recruitment booths for the student council here, they were more advanced, distributing forms in classes or group chats for forwarding. Lin Xun had already signed up in the group chat. He was just waiting for the afternoon interview. Hey there, handsome. A sweet-faced girl with twin ponytails trotted up to Lin Xun, squinting with a smile. Handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Lin Xun glanced at her in surprise, then shook his head. Sorry, I don't want to join any clubs. He thought she was another senior from some club recruiting. The twin ponytail girl giggled. I'm not from any club, just want to add you on WeChat. Lin Xun immediately grew wary. Damn, she's after my looks. The girl was about 1.6 meters tall, fairly slender, appearing quite petite next to Lin Xun, with a mischievous smile on her face, exuding a lively charm, a minor beauty. But Lin Xun's heart was already occupied by the senior, leaving no room for other girls. He shook his head. Sorry, I don't add people on WeChat. The girl was taken aback. She hadn't expected this somewhat shy, handsome guy to be a bit aloof. She had misjudged him. She thought she could easily win him over, but he turned out to be a little heartthrob. Yet he was so handsome. Amid the crowd, Lin Xun stood out, tall with delicate features that easily caught girls' attention. Now his faint air of aloofness and distance made the twin ponytail girl leave in disappointment. After her, several other girls approached Lin Xun for his WeChat, but he turned them all down. Lin Xun frowned, glanced at his roommates busy exploring clubs, then shook his head. Forget it, I won't wait. Time to grab some grub. He headed alone toward the cafeteria. Beautiful, you're so pretty. Want to join our club? Su Qingshi and her roommate happened to pass by, and were stopped. Curious, they went off to choose clubs. Meanwhile, Lu Gang, after filling in his info, spotted Su Qingshi chatting with a club senior. He raised an eyebrow, surprised. Wasn't that the girl who came looking for Brother Lin last time? He glanced around, didn't see Lin Xun, and texted him to learn had gone to eat. Good grief, he went without calling him. Just then Go Shunli walked over, beaming. What's got you so happy? Lu Gang asked curiously. Go Shunli chuckled. Got WeChat contacts from several girls. Nice. Lu Gang gave a thumbs up. By the way, where's Brother Lin? Gone to eat. What? Going solo. Let's go, time to eat. Wuda joined them, and the three were about to head to the cafeteria. Oh, wait a moment. A voice stopped them. Su Qingshi approached gracefully. She glanced at Go Shunli, then looked at Lu Gang. You're Lin Xun's roommates, right? Go Shunli's eyes widened. Aren't you that girl from last time? What do you want with my son? My buddy. Lu Gang and Wuda were both speechless. Damn, you almost slipped and called him son. How bad do you want to be a father? Su Qingshi bit her lip. He's not with you. Go Shunli was about to speak, but Lu Gang quickly pulled him behind, saying calmly, no, what do you need? I can pass along a message. Su Qing's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but she hid it well. Composing herself, she said, please tell him that tomorrow night is my birthday. I'm having a simple party and would like to invite him. Of course you all are welcome to come with him. Birthday? The three exchanged glances, their expressions odd. But eager to eat, Lu Gang didn't want to engage with this girl further. He nodded. He'll pass that on, but whether he goes is up to him. Thank you, Su Qingshi said gratefully. Lu Gang and the others headed to the cafeteria. Su Qing watched their retreating figures, adjusted her expression, and put on a calm smile. Tomorrow was her birthday. In high school, Lin Xun had celebrated every birthday with her. This year she wanted him there too. After entering university, meeting more people, Su Qing gradually changed her old thoughts and views, evolving. College wasn't as wonderful as she had imagined. In comparison, she couldn't help but recall the pure simplicity of high school. She thought of that boy whose eyes were once full of her. So she changed her mind, wanting to make one last attempt to hold on. Su Qing. What did she want from you? Lin Xun was eating in the cafeteria with Lu Gang beside him, and Go Shengli and wooed her across. Lu Gang relayed Su Qing's words. Lin Xun fell silent. Su Qing's birthday. Yes, it was tomorrow. He had almost forgotten. But what did remembering matter? Bro, are you going? Go Shengli asked. Lin Xun smiled faintly. No one stays in the past. She hasn't learned that yet. Looks like there's a dramatic love-hate story brewing between you two. Lu Gang remarked with a click of his tongue. Lin Xun said seriously, my heart belongs only to the senior. Whoa, that's going to be epic. A full-blown love battlefield. Go Shengli exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xun smiled. He wouldn't let that scene happen. He would completely sever the past, because in the future a girl who had captured his entire heart was waiting for him to protect. Don't worry about this. She can do whatever she wants, but it's none of my business. Lin Xun continued eating. Good. Your father is pleased with your mindset. Go Shengli said with an approving look. Get lost. The three had already ordered lunch and ate in the cafeteria. After the meal, the four walked back to the dorm together. What clubs did you all join? I'm going for the honor guard. No interview needed, just training. Lu Gang smiled. Wuda said. I joined the badminton team. Oh, I need to pass 2 rounds of assessment to become an official member. Lin Xun looked at Go Shengli, who said smugly. I joined the street dance club, anime club, gymnastics team, and cheerleading squad. Group chats. The three were speechless. They had been ready to be impressed, but after hearing his move they instantly retracted their astonishment. Hello, my name is Nanjing, and I am 19 years old. Why do you want to join the student council? Didn't you ask me to come for this interview? Classmate, please don't evade the question. Why do you want to join the student council? The boy stared blankly at the 3 interviewers before him. What the hell? How was he supposed to know why he wanted to join the student council? The council members had come to recruit new students, boasting and flattering everyone to fill out forms for offline interviews. This wasn't how it was when they begged him to sign up. Now they were putting on a stern gatekeeper act. Who were they trying to impress? What a load of nonsense. I'm done with this. What a waste of my time. Hello, my name is Lin Xun from the Chemical Engineering Design major, freshman year. Hello, classmate. May I ask why you want to join the student council? I think. The student council's offline interviews were held in 3 different classrooms designated as interview points 1, 2, and 3, each packed with a long queue of people. Lin Xun was queued at interview point 2. Staring at the crowd filling the hallway, he was somewhat stunned. So many people wanted to join the student council. No wonder it was the most influential student organization on campus. He had arrived half an hour ago, but he was still late, starting from the stairwell entrance. Now he had only advanced 10 meters. Moreover, his line was relatively fast. He noticed a peculiar pattern at interview point 2. Everyone went in for a very short time, typically 1 to 2 minutes per person, and many came out with dejected expressions. Was the interview that tough? He wasn't the only one puzzled, others were equally baffled. Some even switched to interview points 1 or 3. Lin Xun, however, didn't follow suit. After all, he had struggled to get this far. Why would he be foolish enough to line up elsewhere? Yet there were also those who emerged with smiles, both girls and boys, but their grins seemed odd, as if they were smitten. What the hell? How was it? How was it? A girl behind Lin Xun grabbed a girl who had just come out. The latter exclaimed excitedly, so handsome. He's really handsome. Really? For real? For real? Handsome? Who was handsome? The interviewer. And you know what? There's a senior sister in there who's super beautiful. She's wearing a blue dress like a fairy. Wow. Is the student council a gathering spot for handsome guys and pretty girls? Do your best though. Their interviews are quite strict. Good luck. A blue dress. The more Lin Xun listened, the stranger it felt. He seemed to have seen that somewhere. Hey handsome, you're really good looking too. Want to exchange WeChat? A hand tugged at Lin Xun's sleeve, interrupting his thoughts. He turned to see a girl staring at him with stars in her eyes. Lin Xun waved his hand. Sorry, not interested. The girl was clearly a looks-obsessed type, trying to flirt with any handsome guy she saw. When Lin Xun declined, she didn't seem disappointed and scurried away. At that moment, Lin Xun felt a strange sensation, as if he were being watched. He couldn't help but glance around. The girl behind him instinctively shrank back, clutching her phone. Her posture earlier looked like she had been taking a photo. Lin Xun. Soon Lin Xun reached the door. Since interviews were conducted one person at a time with the door closed, no one outside could see what was happening inside. But when the person ahead went in, Lin Xun couldn't resist stealing a peek. Whatever he saw made his eyes widen in disbelief. In that fleeting glance, he had clearly seen the faces of the 2 interviewers. He recognized one of them. It was senior sister. How did she end up here? Oh right. She was the vice president of the student council, so it made sense for her to be an interviewer. But why was Lin Xun suddenly feeling nervous? He had ended up at the interview point where senior sister was. However, Lin Xun frowned as he noticed a boy beside senior sister. The guy had an impressive aura and was quite handsome, maybe even a bit more than him. Who was he? Before he could ponder further, the person inside came out. It was his turn. Lin Xun took a deep breath and walked in. His first glance landed on Su Qingshi, who looked up at him with a calm, indifferent expression and cold eyes. Still, Lin Xun noticed her eyebrows lift slightly. Lin Xun observed the three interviewers. In the middle sat a handsome boy with a mature and steady demeanor exuding an air of authority. To his left was senior sister, and to his right was another girl with heavy makeup. Lin Xun marveled at the boy's looks. In his memory, only the handsome guy he had met at senior sister's rented apartment could compare. Sitting on the prepared chair, Lin Xun straightened his back. Hello, I'm Su Qingshi, the student council president. Please introduce yourself. The boy was the student council president. An easy identity to guess. Hello, seniors. My name is Lin Xun. Lin as in double wood, Sun as in to seek. I'm from Liaoning, 18 years old, a freshman majoring in finance. Lin Xun maintained a polite smile as he introduced himself. A glint of sharpness flashed in Su Qingshi's eyes. So you're Lin Xun. He had found the boy vaguely familiar, never expecting him to be the freshman who had recently been embroiled in rumors with Qingshi. Nothing special about him, really. What did Qingshi see in him? Everyone in the student council knew that Su Qingshi had a crush on Su Qingshi. Many in the council saw them as a couple, believing that only someone as outstanding as the president could match the campus belle. But the recent gossip on the forum had shocked them all, overturning the entire student council's perception. In their memories, Su Qingshi was extremely aloof. Even as the vice president, she rarely interacted with others, let alone got close to any boy. Even President Yu had only exchanged words with her. They had never even had a meal alone. Yet the campus belle had made an exception for a freshman. Wasn't that utterly explosive? Su Qingshi couldn't help but glance at Su Qingshi beside him. Seeing her calm gaze fixed on Lin Xun, he mulled it over, and then asked Lin Xun, "May I ask why you want to join the student council?" Lin Xun instinctively glanced at Su Qingshi. He had joined the student council just to spend more time with senior sister, nothing else. But of course he wouldn't say that. I want to join the student council to gain experience and improve myself, hoping to become as outstanding as you, senior. It was a very official answer, even throwing in a compliment for the president. But just as he finished, the corners of Su Qingshi's mouth curled up. Su Qingshi and the other girl sitting beside her couldn't see it, but Lin Xun did. He couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Senior sister, your smile is beautiful. No, wait. Senior sister, are you trying to distract me? Junior, are you feeling unwell? You seem a bit out of sorts. Su Qingshi's puzzled voice pulled Lin Xun back from his reverie. The latter felt a twinge of embarrassment, having been caught staring at his senior. No, I was just thinking about something. Su Qingshi and another girl exchanged odd glances. Thinking. This was an interview buddy. With such a lackadaisical attitude, did he even want to join the student council? Then the next question. Junior, do you have a girlfriend? The moment those words were uttered, everyone was taken aback, for it was Su Qingshi who had spoken. The question Su Qingshi was about to ask died in his throat. He cast a surprised glance at Su Qingshi. This was the first time she had spoken during the entire interview. And it was such a startling statement. Even Lin Xun was somewhat taken aback, but he quickly composed himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he shook his head no. After he said it, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. What did recruitment have to do with having a girlfriend? Why would she ask that? Then do you have someone you like? Su Qingshi's tone was flat, her gaze as calm as still water. Lin Xun answered earnestly yes. Su Qingshi looked at him and asked, if you were a member of the student council but the person you like asked you to quit, what would you choose? A flicker of curiosity passed through Su Qingshi and the other girl's eyes. The questions Qingshi was asking sounded a bit odd, but seemed somehow not unreasonable. They could only go along and take notes. Faced with this question, Lin Xun fell into thought. He subconsciously projected the senior onto the role of the person he liked. The senior asking him to quit the student council. He had joined the student council precisely because of her. If she asked him to leave, well, it seemed he would obediently comply. With this thought, a smile touched Lin Xun's lips. He replied, then I would follow her advice and withdraw from the student council. From the student council's standpoint, this was a fatal mistake. Yet a look of satisfaction appeared in Su Qingshi's eyes. Su Qingshi was speechless. Due to reply like that puts me in a tough spot. I'm done with my questions. Thank you. Su Qingshi nodded. Su Qingshi quickly added, that'll be all, thank you for your cooperation, Junior. Lin Xun nodded, then stood up. Without daring to look at his senior any longer, he walked out of the classroom. The moment he stepped outside, he let out a sigh of relief. But then he found his heart was calm, without a single ripple of tension. His current thought was simply that joining or not joining didn't really matter. Inside the interview room, the group took a 2-minute break. Su Qingshi turned to Su Qingshi with a smile. Qingshi, do you know that junior named Lin Xun? Su Qingshi gave a faint nod. Su Qingshi hesitated, then asked seemingly offhand, what is your relationship? Su Qingshi replied, coolly, friends. Just friends. Su Qingshi shot him a look. The latter looked a bit awkward. I didn't mean anything by it. Su Qingshi ignored him, lowering her head to play with her phone. In a place where no one could see, Yu Chengshuo's hand clenched slightly. Lin Xun returned to the dormitory where most of his roommates were already back. How'd it go? Got it in the bag. Wuda looked at Lin Xun. Lin Xun shook his head. Probably not. I don't sweat it. College is fiercely competitive. It's best if you get in, but no big deal if you don't, Lu Gang said, casually lifting a dumbbell. He's right. I've heard the student council is a den of intrigue, bro. Better to steer clear, Go Shengli said, leisurely lying in bed with his phone in hand. Lin Xun gave him a surprised look. This guy looked like he just woke up. You joined so many group chats, didn't you go for an interview? Go Shengli let out a deep sigh. I just want to be a slacker. Oh, the allure of pretty girls isn't enough for you. Go Shengli had added many girls to his contacts. Given his usual nature, he should have been eager to run off for interviews. Don't even mention it. I added over a dozen girls on WeChat, and almost all of them blocked me, Go Shengli said solemnly. Lin Xun and the others fell silent. Wednesday. The recruitment drive had come to an end, and the preliminary list was out. Lin Xun found that he was not on it. He had failed the interview. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still a little surprised. How could this be? With a face and charm like mine. He immediately informed his senior about this. Junior senior, I didn't pass the interview, emoticon humble. Fairy senior, don't be discouraged. You are excellent. Junior senior, don't you want me to join the student council? As he sent this message, Lin Xun's heart tightened. In truth, joining any club was a trivial matter for him. If he wanted to bypass the rules, he could directly contact the dean or even the principal. After all, his family had donated several buildings to the school. Pulling a few strings for him wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? But he didn't do that because he knew his senior didn't really want him to join. Not long after, his senior replied. Fairy senior MM. Lin Xun breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly recalled the question his senior had asked him during the interview. If your girlfriend didn't want you in the student council, would you quit? Was his senior hinting at something? Lin Xun's heart stirred at the thought. A flicker of excitement ran through him, but he didn't show it. After all, nothing was certain yet. Dropping the topic, Lin Xun began a casual chat with Su Qingshi. Junior senior, next week is the holiday. Will you stay at your rented place or go home? The National Day holiday was next week, starting on Tuesday and lasting 7 days. 7 days. The thought of not seeing his senior for 7 days made Lin Xun feel it was going to be an incredibly long vacation. Fairy senior, you'll stay at my rental. Not going home. What about you? Junior, I might have to go home and travel with my family. Fairy senior, that's nice. Spend time with your family. Junior senior, are you planning to travel too? Any idea where? Fairy senior, I want to go to Qinghai, Tibet. Qinghai, Tibet. Lin Xun silently noted the name. After chatting with his senior for a while, she told him she was going to the library, ending the conversation. Lin Xun was about to head to the cafeteria when Zhang Yunxiao suddenly messaged him. Senior Zhang, little junior, how are things going with Shirshir? Little junior, pretty good. Senior Zhang, hee, the holiday is coming up. Why don't you ask Shirshir to go on a trip? You're not short on cash, and Shirshir has always wanted to travel. Little junior, I know, but I might have to go home. Senior Zhang, that's a bit of a shame. I think this holiday would be a perfect chance for you to confess. Confess? Lin Xun's mind stirred, and he began to ponder. It didn't seem like a bad idea. The holiday would give him time to prepare many things. Lin Xun immediately began a detailed conversation with Zhang Yunxiao. Classmates, tomorrow marks the start of the National Day holiday. Safety must be your top priority. No dangerous acts, no illegal activities, and some things are best left untried. On the eve of the break, the advisor convened a class meeting for a pre-holiday briefing. The students were brimming with excitement, chattering among themselves as the advisor spoke, discussing where to go for the holiday. The break would run from 6 o'clock to 6 o'clock on the 7th. Guys, what are your plans for the holiday? Go Shengli slung his arms over Lin Xun and Lu Gang's shoulders, grinning. Lin Xun's answer was consistent. First, I'll go home to accompany my parents on a trip, then decide later. Lu Gang said calmly, I'm obviously going to see my girlfriend. Go, what's that expression? Go Shengli quickly pulled his arm away from Lu Gang's shoulder with disdain. So what if you have a girlfriend? Bro, you're the one closest to me, he said to Lin Xun, playing the loyal friend. Lu Gang remarked flatly, he'll have one soon enough. Everyone in the dorm knew Lin Xun had a crush on the campus belle, and his relationship with her was quite ambiguous. They all assumed the two would end up together. Go Shengli's face stiffened. True. Then he curiously asked Lin Xun, bro, aren't you going to invite the campus belle out during the break? Lin Xun replied, maybe next time. I want to spend time with my parents first. After all, this is the first time I'll travel with them since childhood. Speaking of your background, it's really something out of a fantasy. Your family kept it from you for 18 years. That's insane, Go Shengli marveled. They all knew about Lin Xun's family background. Now he was the son of the richest man in Dragon Country. In this vast world, they had actually encountered the heir to the richest family. At first, they didn't believe it, but after checking the Liangxing news, they accepted the truth. Lin Xun had also told them about being raised in poverty as a child. Yeah, your parents really deserve respect for sticking with it so long, tempering your character to make you succeed. Lu Gang nodded in approval. Honestly, they all wanted to go home and ask their own parents if they were secretly hiding a fortune. Lin Xun smiled, then looked at Wu De, who was playing on his phone, and asked, Wu De, what are you planning for the holiday? Wu De revealed a slight smile. They'll stay at school. My family isn't as wealthy as your Sun Go, so I plan to take on some part-time work during this short break to earn some living expenses. Nice. Lin Xun gave him a thumbs up. He sighed inwardly, thinking that if his family were still the humble one it used to be, he would probably spend the holiday working too. Back in the dorm, everyone except Wu De began packing their clothes and luggage. Later, bros. Go Shengli, dressed like a spirited young man, pulled his suitcase and bid farewell to his roommates. He was heading back to Causeway Bay to play basketball. Lu Gang had almost no luggage. He managed with just a backpack. His plan was to meet his girlfriend and book a hotel to stay for a few days. Lin Xun Sharpie noticed him stuffing several boxes into his backpack. Understanding instantly, he reminded him, Bro Bing, take good care of yourself on this trip. Lu Gang said confidently, Don't worry, your bro is in great shape. Even if he didn't train or run for a month, he could still outpace Lin Xun. I'm off. Take care of the place, Wu De. Sure, stay safe on the road. When Lin Xun reached the dormitory building entrance, he received a message from Senior Su Qingshi. Fairy Senior heading back today. Lin Xun replied cheerfully, Yes, Senior, my family will pick me up soon. Fairy Senior, stay safe and have fun. Junior, thanks, you too, Senior. Let me know if anything comes up. After sending the message, Lin Xun felt a bit conflicted. Was that too flirtatious? Forget it, head unsend it. Just as he was about to retract it, a reply came. Fairy Senior MM. Lin Xun's face lit up with joy as Senior had agreed. He let out a cackle. A passing male student glanced at him as if he were an idiot. Lin Xun quickly composed himself, and just then his family called. Hello, Mom. Gu Yanyan's tone was relaxed. Son, are you on break? Lin Xun's lips curled into a warm smile. Yeah, I just finished packing and came downstairs. Great, I'm in the principal's office at your school now. Manager Guan is waiting outside the campus. You can go to him first, Gu Yanyan said with a laugh. Lin Xun was a bit surprised. His mom had come to school and gone to the principal's office. But he decided not to go there and headed for the school gate instead. However, as he reached the main avenue in front of the gate, his mouth twitched. He saw a crowd gathered around a black Rolls-Royce, buzzing with discussion, and some onlookers taking photos with their phones. What was his mom thinking driving such a flashy car to school? Didn't she know to keep a low profile? The crowd had the car completely surrounded. How was he supposed to get in? Sighing, Lin Xun pulled his suitcase and walked toward the school gate. Junior. Just then a clear, cool voice called out to him. Lin Xun's eyes widened, thinking he had misheard. He turned around and said in surprise, Senior. What are you doing here? Su Qingshi stood about 7 or 8 meters behind him, wearing a white short-sleeve shirt and jeans, her figure stunningly flawless. She had on a baseball cap, pulled low, obscuring her beautiful face. She held a small light yellow suitcase about 20 inches. Su Qingshi walked slowly up to him. I'm heading back to my rental place too. She had already left when she sent him the message earlier. Lin Xun was surprised, but even more delighted. He could see Senior one more time just before leaving for the holiday. How fulfilling. Su Qingshi glanced toward the school gate and asked casually, Your family's car? Lin Xun quickly nodded, Yes, Senior. Su Qingshi raised an eyebrow and said with a hint of a smile, Well, you're about to become famous, young Master Lin. With so many people around, if Lin Xun got into that car in plain sight, he'd be the talk of the school. Lin Xun felt helpless. My mom came to pick me up. I didn't expect her to drive such an expensive car here. Su Qingshi pursed her lips in a smile. So are you going to stand here and wait? Lin Xun glanced at the crowd. They probably wouldn't disperse anytime soon. Sighing, he decided to wait for his mom. Senior, when are you leaving for your trip? Lin Xun asked curiously. Su Qingshi replied, I've already bought the ticket. Tomorrow morning at 8. Where to? First stop, Lessa. Lin Xun said earnestly, Senior, please be careful, especially in high-altitude areas. Altitude sickness can hit easily. Su Qingshi nodded and said softly, I know. Lin Xun stared at her intently. Su Qingshi raised an eyebrow. What are you staring at? Lin Xun said regretfully, I won't see you for several days. It feels strange. Su Qingshi was taken aback, then a blush crept across her exquisite face. You're such a tease. Because Su Qingshi wore a hat that obscured the upper half of her face, none of the passing students recognized her as their campus belle. Yet her alluring figure frequently drew the gazes of passersby. Senior, you go ahead. He'll wait a bit longer. Lin Xun looked at Su Qingshi and smiled. He didn't mind spending a little more time with her, but recalling that she had many things to pack for her trip tomorrow, he reluctantly held back his reluctance. Su Qingshi nodded. He'll be going then. Lin Xun watched her retreating figure until she got into her Audi. Suddenly a hand patted his shoulder. Hey, son, what are you staring at? Gu Yanyan appeared beside him. Mom, when did you get here? Can't you make any sound when you walk? Lin Xun was startled. Hey, what do you mean no sound? Do you think I'm a ghost? You were just too absorbed standing there like a lovesick statue. Which girl were you looking at? Gu Yanyan raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Lin Xun averted his gaze. Gu Yanyan squinted. You're my son. Do you think I don't know you? She then whispered slyly, by the way, I just asked your principal about her. Oh my, your sweetheart is quite outstanding in school. Lin Xun was taken aback, then found it both amusing and exasperating. Mom, why are you asking about that? He was speechless. He had thought his mother was at the principal's office for official business, but she had been gossiping. And the principal at his age should know better. Hey, this is about the important matter of my future daughter-in-law. Of course, it's more important than official business. Son, let me give you some advice. Make your move quickly. That girl is too outstanding, she might be snatched up by someone else one day, Gu Yanyan teased. No, senior isn't that kind of person, Lin Xun said instinctively. Oh, so confident. Gu Yanyan's eyes lit up. Is it settled? Lin Xun's mouth twitched. No. Then what are you talking about? It's just that I haven't confessed yet. A gift. Or a grand ceremony that will shock the whole venue. As long as it costs money, it's no problem. Gu Yanyan said confidently. Lin Xun sighed. He'll think about it. Honestly, he didn't know how to confess, or what kind of confession would be worthy of senior. Huh. Why is our car surrounded? Gu Yanyan looked toward the school gate somewhat surprised. Lin Xun's face darkened. Mom, isn't there a more low-key car at home? This was so embarrassing, he didn't even dare to go over. Gu Yanyan shrugged. Oh, there is, but I happened to drop your dad off at the company, and then came with Uncle Guan. Your dad's car has to be flashy, I can't do anything about it. Lin Xun's face remained expressionless. So that was it. It's fine. Come on, I'll take you over. Gu Yanyan knew what her son was thinking, but she didn't quite agree. The son of the richest man. Why should he be nervous? Go big. Having lived a frugal life all these years, her son had a good heart, but he was somewhat socially anxious and lacked the aura of a young master. Of course, as parents, they didn't want their son to be a spoiled brat, but he still needed at least a basic level of confidence. When Gu Yanyan led Lin Xun through the crowd toward the Rolls-Royce, everyone realized they were the owners. Oh my god. Who is that guy? Is that Rolls-Royce's family's? Damn. He's got looks and money. What a lucky birth. He looks familiar. Isn't he the freshman who's always hanging around the campus bell? Is it him? His family is that rich. Huh. No wonder he knows the campus belle. He's a rich kid. So the campus belle isn't so aloof after all, as she's just swayed by money. Why are you being so sarcastic? Your words sound harsh. Are you slandering my goddess? Damn. Who are you to speak ill of the goddess? Kid, where do you live? The crowd's initial shock at Lin Xun's identity soon turned to gossip about Su Qingshi, and the situation quickly spiraled out of control. Some jealous individuals claimed Su Qingshi was only close to Lin Xun for his money, but they were quickly shut down by the campus belle's defenders. The Rolls-Royce sped away under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The scene was captured on camera and uploaded to the forum. Shocking. The true identity of the campus belle's rumored lover revealed. He's a rich kid. Image Rolls-Royce, wow. Little Junior has finally revealed his identity as the richest man's son. In the girls' dorm, Jiang Yunxiao happened to be scrolling through the forum and was surprised by the post. She was one of the few people at the university who knew Lin Xun's true identity. But after today, the little junior was probably going to become famous on campus. She had noticed that many people thought Lin Xun wasn't good enough for Su Qingshi. He was just a bit handsome with no other standout qualities. Now he had the identity of the richest man's son. His father's money was his money, wasn't it? Just that alone put him ahead of countless peers. That's what it meant to be born on third base. He is this little junior's first step to take the initiative, using his status as the richest man's son to crush a wave of rivals. Jiang Yunxiao smiled like an auntie. She was wrong, of course. Lin Xun had been passive. A notification caught her attention. She saw a message from a user named Strive for a Little Sleep. The message read, "Hello, I'm the blind date your mother arranged. Are you free?" Jiang Yunxiao's expression stiffened. So son, how does it feel to be the center of attention? Inside the Rolls-Royce, Gu Yanyan smiled at Lin Xun. The latter's face was calm. He shook his head. It's nothing. It felt a bit awkward at first, but I found it's not that hard to accept. He was who he was. What others said had nothing to do with him. Maintaining a zen-like attitude, Lin Xun didn't care about others' gazes. If he worried all day about what people thought of him, how exhausting would life be? Besides, he was thinking about something else now. Once his identity was exposed, his daily life after the break would inevitably change. Soon the 307 dormitory group chat exploded with messages like 666 and awesome. Clearly Lin Xun's move was unexpected. After briefly dealing with his roommates, Lin Xun received a message from Senior Jiang asking about what happened. Lin Xun gave a brief explanation. Even Senior wasn't as curious as you all, he couldn't help but think. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Senior sent a message, fairy Senior emoji, thumbs up Lin Xun. Putting away his phone, Lin Xun looked at his mother. Mom, where are we going? Let's eat first. It's almost noon. Mom, is it really necessary to come all the way here just for a meal? Lin Xun gazed helplessly at the towering edifice before him. This restaurant appeared even more magnificent than the forest imperial court. Was this really his family's establishment? The thought crossed his mind, and he voiced it aloud. Gu Yanyan chuckled. Strictly speaking, it's not ours. It belongs to your second uncle. Lin Xun's eyes widened in bewilderment. He had a second uncle. For the past decade or so, the only relative he knew of was a young aunt who lived in a remote mountain village. Every new year, they endured a grueling journey over 10 hours by train, then several more by bus, and finally a half-hour trek on foot due to the lack of proper roads. He had once wondered just how impoverished her circumstances must be for her to dwell in such a tiny hamlet. Later, his parents confessed that a road had been built behind the village connecting it to the town, and the cost had been borne by their family. All of it was a ruse to keep Lin Xun in the dark. He shook his head in disbelief. His parents had devoted all their efforts to him. Your second uncle runs a chain of restaurants and owns numerous other ventures. He and your father once carved out their fortunes together, Gu Yanyan said. As she led Lin Xun inside, he nodded in understanding. Good evening, how may I assist you? A man in a sharp suit approached them. Gu Yanyan pulled a gold card from her purse. Would like a private dining room, please. The moment he saw the gold card, his expression shifted to one of profound deference. The gold card granted access to the restaurant's highest tier of service. He had no idea how many such cards existed, but those who possessed them were undoubtedly among the elite. Esteemed lady, please follow me. He bowed respectfully and gestured for them to proceed. Let's go, son. Gu Yanyan linked her arm with Lin Xun's. He nodded, taking in the lavish decor around him. Impressive. With the waiter's utmost courtesy, the two of them, along with butler Guan, secured a private room of the highest caliber. Throughout the meal, a waiter attended to their every need, even providing detailed descriptions of each dish. Lin Xun surveyed the table laden with delicacies and remarked with admiration, so this is the life of a billionaire. Gu Yanyan laughed softly. Son, you're the son of a billionaire now. Anything you want to eat or have. If money can solve it, it's no trouble at all. Lin Xun nodded, then turned to butler Guan, who stood nearby like a quintessential butler, which he indeed was, and smiled. Butler Guan, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Join us. Butler Guan gave a faint smile. I'm afraid I can't. Etiquette must be observed. As the butler of a billionaire's household, he held himself to the highest standards, placing great importance on propriety. Despite his long service to Lin Baishan, he remained steadfast in these matters. Lin Xun insisted, you've been busy all this time and haven't eaten. You're also an elder. Some unnecessary formalities can be set aside. Don't you agree, Mom? A glimmer of pride flickered in Gu Yanyan's eyes as she nodded with a smile. My son is right. Butler Guan, please join us. There's plenty of food. Well, Butler Guan hesitated. Lin Xun stood up and pulled out the chair beside him, beckoning, come sit here. A trace of emotion crossed Butler Guan's eyes. With the young master showing such courtesy, it would be improper to refuse any longer. After the meal, Gu Yanyan and Lin Xun waited at the restaurant entrance for Butler Guan to bring the car around. Yanyan, what a coincidence. A surprised voice called out from nearby. Gu Yanyan and Lin Xun turned to look. Lu Chuiying. Gu Yanyan said, somewhat taken aback. Are you here for a meal too? The newcomer was a woman dressed as a socialite, her heavy makeup lending her a certain charm. Lu Chuiying was part of the upper-class circle that Gu Yanyan moved in. Her husband was the chairman of a publicly traded company. Long time no see. I heard from the other ladies that you were still in Liangqing, Lu Chuiying said with a smile. Gu Yanyan replied lightly, I've just returned. Though they belonged to the same circle, their interactions were merely superficial. Is this your son? Lu Chuiying's gaze fell on Lin Xun. He nodded politely, hello, I'm Lin Xun. Uncertain of his mother's relationship with the woman, he maintained courtesy without excessive warmth. Lu Chuiying appraised Lin Xun with admiration. Impressive, impressive. Such a handsome young man. Do you have a girlfriend? Lin Xun shook his head, not at the moment. Her eyes lit up at his response. Gu Yanyan teased, don't tell me you're planning to set him up with your daughter again. Her most vivid impression of Lu Chuiying was her relentless matchmaking for her daughter, though her high standards had yet to yield results. Lu Chuiying broke into a broad grin. Haha, that's not out of the question. I think young Master Lin has excellent qualities. How about getting to know my daughter? Gu Yanyan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lin Xun. He quickly shook his head in refusal. No need, no need. Mom, why are you standing out here? A gentle voice interjected. They all turned to see a girl approaching with a handbag. She wore light makeup, her delicate features strikingly beautiful, dressed in a long skirt and standing about 5'5". She exuded an air of gentle fragility. Lin Xun was slightly taken aback, as the girl was remarkably pretty, second only to senior sister among the girls he had met. Lu Chuiying's face lit up as she hurriedly called out, Ying, come here. A flicker of confusion crossed the girl's eyes before she approached, casting a glance at Lin Xun along the way. Let me introduce you. This is your Aunt Gu, and this is her son. You can call him Big Brother Lin. And this is my daughter Chen Ying. Chen Ying looked at Gu Yanyan and Lin Xun, then said softly, hello Aunt Gu. Hello Big Brother Lin. Lu Chuiying's effortless familiarity surprised Gu Yanyan, but she didn't mind, as such was the dynamic in high society. If she couldn't handle this, she wouldn't be fit to be the wife of a billionaire. Hello Ying, is it? Your mother has mentioned you. Are you currently looking for a match? Chen Ying smiled faintly. It's all arranged by the family. I'm in no rush to date. Lu Chuiying shot her a stern look. You're not getting any younger. It's time to find someone. Chen Ying cast a helpless glance at her mother. Did she look like someone no one wanted? Gu Yanyan weighed the situation, noting Lin Xun's lack of interest, and smiled. This is my son Lin Xun. He's just started university. Chun Yingying looked at Lin Xun. There was something incredibly comforting about this young man, and he was rather handsome with the demeanor of someone with a good personality. Just started university. She was already a sophomore a year ahead of him, and she had just called him Big Brother Lin. She sighed inwardly at her mother's antics. Hello, Brother Lin. Chun Yingying ultimately addressed him, thus appearing no older than Lin Xun. Lin Xun nodded politely. Hello. You two could exchange contact information. Oh, it's good for young people to communicate well. Lu Chuiying seized the moment to interject. Chun Yingying's brows were like painted strokes, her demeanor perpetually gentle, the bearing of a noble daughter cultivated from childhood. She murmured softly, how could one be so forward upon a first meeting? Hearing this, Gu Yanyan raised an eyebrow. This young girl seemed innocent at heart, yet she possessed a certain subtle cunning. Yet such subtlety was crystal clear to her. The little girl was still too inexperienced. However, it all depended on her son's choice. With her around managing, it would be effortless. Just as Lu Chuiying was about to speak, Lin Xun interjected, sorry, I have a phone call. He walked away, phone in hand. The others exchanged bewildered glances. A phone call. Had the phone rung. They hadn't heard a ringtone. Gu Yanyan understood and smiled at Lu Chuiying and her daughter. You two should go eat, it's getting late. I still need to pick up my husband. The detachment was unmistakable. Clearly, she had discerned Lin Xun's reluctance to entangle himself with Chun Yingying. The latter had earned her position as a nobleman's wife through shrewdness, and upon hearing this, she had no choice but to desist for the moment. As the mother and daughter entered the restaurant, Lin Xun approached. You could have come up with a better excuse, son. Gu Yanyan shot him a reproachful glare. Lin Xun said helplessly, Mom, you understood perfectly well, yet you didn't help me decline. Gu Yanyan chuckled. Let you young people handle your own affairs. I won't interfere. Lin Xun was speechless. Didn't his mother know? He only had eyes for his senior. When he had stepped away earlier, he had also sent a message to Su Qingshi asking if she had arrived home. She was likely busy and hadn't replied. Soon Uncle Guan drove up, and the mother and son got into the car. The capital Jingdu, heart of the Dragon Kingdom, where 80% of the powerful elite congregated. Its splendor rivaled that of a demon city. Tianzixuan No. 1, one of the most opulent villa estates in Jingdu. Only the nation's most premier merchants possessing immense wealth could afford residence there. Of course, this excluded the military and political giants of the Dragon Kingdom, the national-level magnates, beyond any merchant's measure. Despite his mental preparation, Lin Xun couldn't help but gasp when he saw his home. It was merely a smidge more luxurious than the villa in Liangqing. No, this could no longer be called a villa, it was a manor. Madam Young Master. Uncle Guan extended his hand to lead the way. Gu Yanyan introduced the villa's various amenities to Lin Xun. Anything you could imagine and more was available. Greetings, madam. Greetings, young master. An auntie in gardener's attire was trimming the flora. Upon seeing Gu Yanyan and Lin Xun, she respectfully offered her salutations. The servants had all been shown Lin Xun's photograph beforehand, so they recognized him. Their eyes brightened at the sight of their young master. The young master was truly worthy of being the master and madam's child. Excellent genes, strikingly handsome. Besides the gardener, there were maids, nannies, and more. The manor was vast, necessitating a large staff. After touring the grounds with his mother, Lin Xun returned to the main residence. The sheer size left him somewhat dazed. Never mind, he would familiarize himself with it gradually. Lin Xun's room was spacious, fully equipped, and pristine. So immaculate one hesitated to disturb it. According to Uncle Guan, servants came in daily to attend to it. Lying on the soft, expansive bed, Lin Xun let out a comfortable long sigh. It was the first day of the holiday. He pulled out his phone. Both QQ and WeChat were unusually quiet, devoid of messages. During the break, everyone was occupied with their own affairs. His senior still hadn't replied. He tapped open the dormitory group chat and sent a. Half a minute passed with no response. Unhurried, Lin Xun clicked on the red envelope, entered an amount, input the password, and sent it. 3 seconds later. Your red envelope has been fully claimed. Tung Lo Wan Big Boss is the luckiest. Tung Lo Wan Big Boss was naturally gauchingly. They had decided that using terms like bachelor didn't suit their style, so they had all changed their nicknames. Tung Lo Wan Big Boss animated emoji, thank you, big shot. When your flowing hair brushes against my steel gun, truly worthy of being the richest man's son. Wu Fa Wu Tian 666. Gui Lin, have all you sons arrived home safely. Tung Lo Wan Big Boss, your father has already finished 2 ball games with the uncles in the neighborhood. Lu Gang then sent a picture. The background showed the interior of a Hotel King bedroom. It seemed he had arrived at his girlfriend's location, even staying in a hotel. Wudu, of course, was still in the dormitory. The holiday was indeed busy. After chatting for a while, the 4 of them couldn't continue and ended the conversation. However, Lin Xun did make a video call to Fatty. It had been over a month since he last saw him. Brother Sun, you're in Jingdu. On the screen, Fatty flashed a set of white teeth. In just over a month, Fatty's skin had darkened considerably, and he was no longer as plump as before. Lin Xun was stunned. Damn, Fatty, what happened to you? Doesn't the university food suit your taste? Fatty said smugly. So, don't I look more handsome now? Lin Xun. Handsome? Well, let's just say he no longer looked as naively foolish as before. It turned out that after starting university, Fatty had embarked on a weight loss journey. His girlfriend was still Xiao Ai. To be closer to Fatty, she had found a job near his university and rented an apartment. On weekends, the two of them would stay there and spend time together. For over a month, Fatty had persisted in running every day, at least an hour each time. His weight had changed noticeably, and with some herbal remedies to regulate his body, his constitution was gradually improving. Brother Sun, your bro here has made great progress. I've gone from 1 minute to 3 minutes. Fatty exclaimed excitedly. Lin Xun said, indeed, great progress. 3 minutes. He wasn't sure if it was long or short, but for Fatty, an extra 2 minutes meant, well, 2 more minutes of happiness for both of them. Hee by the way, Brother Sun, any plans for the holiday? He'll travel with my parents for now, we'll see about the rest. Lucky you. Your bro here has to help Xiao Ai during the break. The holiday rush is heavy and she can't handle it alone. Fatty said with envy. Lin Xun chuckled. You should count your blessings. Finding such a great girlfriend. What's wrong with sharing some hardships with her? True enough. The two fell into a chat mode, sharing their university stories and talked straight until 5 in the afternoon. They agreed to meet up sometime. Just as he was about to go find his mother, Lin Xun finally received a reply from his senior, the fairy-like senior image. She sent him a picture seemingly taken from inside a high-speed train showing the scenery along the way out the window. Lin Xun was surprised and replied, Senior, are you leaving now? Wasn't your ticket for tomorrow morning at 8? Fairy-like senior, going to Licheng to handle some matters, just a half-hour train ride. Junior, you've worked hard today, senior. Fairy-like senior, are you home? Junior, yes, I'm home. Fairy-like senior, any plans for where to go? Junior, will go see my parents. After sending the message, Lin Xun's heart inexplicably raced for a second, like the thrill of telling a lie. The conversation ended as the senior arrived at her stop. Lin Xun tidied up and went to the living room where his father Lin Baishan had already returned and was sitting on the sofa. His mother sat beside him, leaning on each other and whispering, creating a warm scene. Noticing their son's arrival, they subtly pulled apart, putting on serious expressions as if nothing had happened. Lin Xun was speechless at his parents' acting skills. Son, how are you? Rested well? Gu Yanyan stood up and led Lin Xun to sit across from Lin Batian. Lin Xun nodded. What were you two talking about? Lin Batian took a sip of tea and said cheerfully, your mother and I were planning where to go for fun. Lin Xun's mind stirred. Have you decided, Oi? We discussed it. There are quite a few options, but we're not sure where to go. Son, is there any place you'd like to visit? Gu Yanyan inquired. Lin Xun tentatively said, how about we go to Tibet? Both parents were taken aback and Lin Batian asked in surprise, why do you want to go so far? Lin Xun smiled. I saw it online and had a sudden whim. Besides, with the National Day holiday, crowds, tourist spots in big cities will be too packed. It might be better to go there. No problem, it's up to you, son. Gu Yanyan said happily. Their family was wealthy, so there was no worry about getting tickets or anything. They'd just drive. Their family could go anywhere in the country. After deciding, they began packing. The next morning. This was Lin Xun's first real trip and his first family vacation, so he was naturally very excited. Sitting in an off-road vehicle, Lin Batian was mercilessly banished to the passenger seat by Gu Yanyan while she chatted with Lin Xun in the back. Lin Batian kept twisting his neck to talk to them until it ached, but he dared not complain. Though he was the richest man, he had the lowest status at home. Pitiful. Lin Xun watched the scenery speeding backward outside the window, his mind drifting. The journey from home to Tibet was nearly 2,000 kilometers. Even driving fast would take most of the day. Lin Batian grumbled a bit, saying they should have taken the private jet. It would only take a few hours. Gu Yanyan gave him a blank look. Do you have a problem with my decision? Lin Baishan, no ma'am. The Potala Palace, a symbol of Tibet, was their first stop. As soon as he got out of the car, Lin Xun felt what it meant to have trouble breathing. Even though he had taken squalene beforehand, he still felt dizzy. That's altitude sickness, son. Don't move too much. Gu Yanyan quickly supported Lin Xun's arm. Lin Xun shook his head. I'm fine, I can handle it. The dizziness came in waves, disappearing and recurring. It was his first time on the plateau. Lin Batian and Gu Yanyan showed no reaction. They had often visited plateau regions and were accustomed to it. That evening, the family temporarily stayed at a hotel to rest. It took Lin Xun a while to feel better, but his face was still pale, and he had no appetite for dinner. The hotel they stayed at was upscale. He had his own room, and his parents had another. The service was excellent, and though the food wasn't as good as their home chefs, it was still quite decent. Lin Xun had some porridge, and then returned to his room to adjust his condition. After worrying about their son for a while, Lin Batian and Gu Yanyan went off together to go shopping. Lying in bed, Lin Xun swallowed a squalene pill, and suddenly remembered that the senior was also coming to Tibet, so he sent her a message. Junior, senior, have you arrived in Lhasa? They had chatted late into the night before, and he knew her first stop was Lhasa. Soon Su Qingshi replied. Fairy-like senior, am at the hotel. Junior, are you really going alone? Fairy-like senior, yes. Junior, do you have altitude sickness? Fairy-like senior, I've been to plateau areas a few times before, so I don't feel much now. Junior emoji laughing and crying. Is altitude sickness really this awful? It feels like the whole world is spinning. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi, who had just finished showering at her hotel, leaned against the soft bed. Her exquisite curves were captivating, though no one saw them. A flicker of surprise crossed her face as she looked at Lin Xun's reply. After a moment's thought, she responded, "Fairy-like senior, are you on the plateau too?" Junior, hee. I came to the Potala Palace with my family. I heard online it's nice here. Fairy-like senior, first time. Junior, mom. Fairy-like senior, do you have any medicine for altitude sickness? Junior, yes I do. Fairy-like senior, try not to make any big movements in the next couple of days, or the effects might hit you hard, and you could faint easily. Junior, got it senior. Lin Xun felt her concern, and was secretly delighted. After a while, the senior sent another message. Fairy-like senior, how many days do you plan to stay at the Potala Palace? Lin Xun replied, probably within 3 days. Fairy-like senior, okay, have fun. After ending the chat, Lin Xun tossed his phone aside, tilted his head, and fell peacefully asleep. Su Qingshi stood on the balcony, her gaze fixed on the pitch-black night sky. This trip was a way for her to relieve stress. At school, despite her excellence, the pressure was equally immense, mostly because she set such high standards for herself. She used to travel alone, but now she suddenly felt that something was missing. Taking out her phone, Su Qingshi instinctively opened Zaihongshu and typed Potala Palace into the search bar. Soon a flood of information appeared on the screen. After a long while, Su Qingshi switched pages and created a travel itinerary in her notes. First stop Lhasa. Second stop Mount Everest. She hesitated, then deleted Mount Everest and typed instead Potala Palace. Legend has it that the Potala Palace was built by Songtsen Gampo to welcome Princess Wenqing, standing as the palace closest to the heavens. Its name signifies the dwelling place of Guanyin Bodhisattva, revered as the second sacred site of the Bodhisattva. The Potala Palace was constructed entirely with mortise and tenon joints without a single nail. Supported by what amounts to a forest and a mountain, it ranks among the world's top 10 wooden architectural marvels. It comprises 3 sections: the Red Palace, the White Palace, and the Snow City. Photography and touching of artifacts and murals are prohibited inside the Potala Palace and the Snow City attractions. Lin Xun, along with his family of 3, arrived at the Potala Palace dressed in very simple attire as a gesture of respect for the culture. It is said that beneath the Potala Palace lies an underground palace filled with countless treasures of gold and silver, as well as precious scriptures. The underground palace leads to Shangri-La, the paradise in the hearts of the Tibetan people, Gu Yanyan remarked, gazing at the towering structure with awe. Lin Batian raised an eyebrow, indifferent to such cultural matters. As a businessman, he had no interest in gold or treasures, having grown weary of making money. Lin Xun looked at the majestic red and white palace. Though he knew little of its history, he could feel its grandeur and antiquity through his senses. The trio did not rush inside, but instead headed to the vast lake below the palace. Lin Xun asked a passerby to take a few family photos marking their visit. Eating, drinking, taking photos, and sightseeing became the norm of their trip. After an hour of exploration, the family prepared to return. Lin Xun had gradually acclimated to the high-altitude climate, no longer feeling dizzy at the slightest movement, though he still refrained from any intense emotions or actions, fearing he might overexert himself. He captured several beautiful sights and selected a full view of the Potala Palace to send to his senior. At that moment, Su Qingshi was already on her way. Looking at the photo, she replied, "It looks a bit different from the online pictures." "Junior, that's normal. Online photos are mainly for promotion." "Fairy senior, how's your health?" "Junior, much better." On the 3rd day of the holiday, which was the second to last day of Lin Xun's planned stay, the holiday flew by swiftly. Lin Xun accompanied his family to explore nearby attractions, and he found the experience incredibly relaxing. That evening, Lin Batian and Gu Yanyan, tired from their outings, rested at the hotel. Lin Xun gazed out the window at the sky that had yet to darken, completely, a sense of emptiness stirring within him. He changed his clothes and stepped out alone. Walking across the square, he looked at the palace glowing under the night sky, and quietly pulled out a 50 yuan note, whose reverse side bore the image of this magnificent structure. Being featured on this currency was a testament to its significance. The square was bustling with holiday tourists. "Young man, could you take a photo for us?" A tap on his shoulder brought Lin Xun back to reality. He turned to see a woman around 40 years old looking at him expectantly. Lin Xun didn't refuse, nodding in agreement. Taking her phone, he found a good angle. The woman was with her husband and 2 sons, a harmonious family of 4. The older boy was around 10, the younger about 7 or 8. The father appeared honest and dependable, evoking the image of a remarkable parent. Lin Xun took several group photos for them before handing back the phone. "These are wonderful. Thank you, young man." The woman said, her eyes filled with delight as she zoomed in and out on the pictures with her thumb and forefinger. Lin Xun smiled. "Are you here on a family trip, Annie?" The woman chuckled warmly. "Yes, we've wanted to come for years, but we've been so busy. This holiday we finally made it as a family." Seeing the woman's heartfelt smile, Lin Xun was deeply moved. He couldn't help but wonder if his own family were ordinary. When would he have the means to take his parents on such a trip? This was the reality of common life. Many people toiled endlessly, catching only fleeting glimpses of life's beautiful landscapes as time slipped away, never to return. Thank you, young man. It's nothing, Andy. The family of four thanked Lin Xun and departed cheerfully. He watched their retreating figures, a whirlwind of emotions surging within him. An inexplicable feeling grew in his heart, though he couldn't name it. Suddenly he missed his senior intensely. Junior. A cool, clear voice came from behind him. Lin Xun's mind paused. He couldn't believe his ears. This was the voice he had yearned for day and night over the past few days. Though only a few days had passed, he felt as if possessed, driven mad by his longing for her. Slowly turning around, he finally saw the speaker. Su Qingshi wore a mask, a loose hoodie, and baggy pants. Her tall, slender figure stood a few meters away, a white camera in her hand. No way, I must be hallucinating from missing her too much, Lin Xun muttered to himself. How could his senior be here? Wasn't her second stop Mount Everest? Even with her mask concealing her exquisite face, leaving only her cool, indifferent eyes visible, Lin Xun recognized her instantly. Senior, why are you here? He walked up to her, his gaze dropping 10 centimeters, to look at the girl. Seeing her, Lin Xun felt the emptiness in his heart fill up the earlier emotion, transforming into contentment. He wasn't alone in this feeling. Su Qingshi, upon arriving, had dropped her luggage at the hotel, without resting, and come straight here, as if something had guided her. When she saw her junior, the exhaustion from the journey seemed to vanish, leaving her feeling much lighter. Gazing quietly at her junior, Su Qingshi spoke softly. I heard the scenery here is beautiful, so I wanted to see it. The scenery was beautiful, but with you here it became even more splendid. Lin Xun smiled, a hint of bashfulness in his expression, and scratched his head. I was planning to visit Mount Everest tomorrow too. He had wanted to go where his senior was, hoping to meet her amidst the flowing crowds. Su Qingshi's eyes flickered. It seemed they shared the same thought, only she had taken the first step. The night on the plateau was still a bit chilly. It was his first time in a place like this, and the stark contrast from the sweltering summer heat back home was jarring. Having wandered around all day, Lin Xun had become somewhat familiar with the area. He led Su Qingshi to a self-service hot pot restaurant. Cold. Let's have some hot pot. Su Qingshi had just arrived, and was also a bit hungry. They ordered a lot. Of course it was Lin Xun who did the ordering, wanting his senior to taste everything he found delicious. Senior, you carry a camera with you. Are you an enthusiast? Lin Xun asked curiously, looking at the white camera placed aside. Su Qingshi elegantly placed a slice of fatty beef into her mouth, and said calmly, not very professional, just a hobby. I want to capture the scenery I encounter while traveling. May I take a look? Lin Xun's face lit up with keen interest. Su Qingshi didn't refuse, and handed him the camera. As Lin Xun reached out to take it, his fingers accidentally brushed against Su Qingshi's, causing his breath to catch. A slight change flickered across Su Qingshi's face, but she masked it well. Lin Xun nonchalantly browsed through the photos in the camera. There were many, all with excellent angles, mostly scenic shots, along with a few candid pictures of people that were quite touching. Lin Xun felt a pang of regret. The photos were wonderful, but there wasn't a single one of his senior. Not good? Su Qingshi suddenly asked. She had caught the hint of regret in Lin Xun's eyes. Senior, don't you have any selfies? Lin Xun inquired. Su Qingshi replied, they're on my phone. Lin Xun's eyes sparkled. Can I see them? Su Qingshi gave a faint, knowing smile. No. A girl's photo album wasn't something to casually browse. What if there was something scandalous inside? Not that she had any. I'm done eating. Su Qingshi set down her chopsticks calmly. Senior, have some of this. Lin Xun opened a can of Wanglaji and handed it to her. Thanks. Su Qingshi took it and drank a couple of sips. After the hot pot meal, both felt a wave of warmth spreading through their bodies. After dinner, it was time for a digestive stroll. Senior, the scenery here is quite nice during the day. You can take pictures then. Lin Xun smiled at the girl beside him. Su Qingshi nodded. She glanced at the imposing palace before slowly raising her camera. She pressed the shutter, adding another image to the camera. Su Qingshi reviewed the photo. It was good, but she frowned slightly. Then she said to Lin Xun, go stand over there. Huh? Lin Xun was taken aback. Su Qingshi said calmly, we'll take a picture of you. Want one? Hearing this, Lin Xun was overjoyed, feeling as if he had been struck by a pleasant surprise. He nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes, yes. Afraid she might change her mind, he quickly strode to the center of the square. A little to the left. Don't be so stiff. Smile more naturally. Following Su Qingshi's directions, Lin Xun struck a pose. Watching his senior focus on photographing him, a tender look passed through Lin Xun's eyes, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It was at that moment that Su Qingshi pressed the shutter. In the image, the handsome young man stood before the sacred palace, casting a gentle gaze towards her. Su Qingshi looked at the photo, her eyes brightening. While being handsome certainly helped, the picture turned out great. How is it, senior? Lin Xun leaned in. Su Qingshi handed him the camera. After taking it and looking, he said with considerable pride, so handsome. Su Qingshi retorted lightly, isn't it because of my photography skills? Lin Xun quickly chimed in, right. Senior, you took it wonderfully. He held the camera, his eyes darting briefly before he said to his senior, "Senior, you go over there. We'll take a picture of you two." Su Qingshi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right. Wait, take off your mask first," Lin Xun reminded her. After the meal, his senior had put her mask back on. Su Qingshi reached up and removed her mask. Standing so close, her flawless, breathtaking beauty left Lin Xun momentarily dazed. So beautiful. Su Qingshi's cheeks flushed. She realized that since meeting Lin Xun, she had been blushing more and more often. "Senior, just stand where I was." Senior, how about a pose? Is this not good? Senior looks good in any pose, but just standing there lacks a bit of soul. Then how about a peace sign? Perfect. Once Su Qingshi was in position, she raised the sign to the height of her neck. Senior, smile. Knowing his senior's reserved nature, Lin Xun flashed a grin, showing his white teeth. Seeing his somewhat silly expression, Su Qingshi's lips curved slightly. Lin Xun pressed the shutter, frantically snapping over a dozen shots in a row. Su Qingshi. So beautiful. Lin Xun admired his own photos with delight. Su Qingshi wondered what he was so happy about. The camera was hers, so weren't the photos hers too? "Are we done?" Su Qingshi asked calmly. Lin Xun thought for a moment, then suddenly ran off with the camera. Su Qingshi watched his figure, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She saw him stop a girl who was also holding a camera and talk to her about something. The girl looked bewildered at first, but her expression soon changed to one of understanding. Then Lin Xun brought the girl back with him. Su Qingshi's brows furrowed slightly. What was this kid up to, trying to chat up a stranger? Lin Xun trotted over excitedly and said to her, "Senior, how about we take a photo together?" Huh? Su Qingshi was stunned. "Wow, handsome. Is she your girlfriend?" "She's gorgeous." The girl had also walked over, and the moment she saw Su Qingshi, her eyes sparkled. "Oh my god, are you a celebrity? A girl this beautiful with such natural looks and no trace of plastic surgery. Even a star might not compare." Su Qingshi's lips twitched slightly at the word girlfriend. She raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin Xun. "A photo together?" Lin Xun nodded. "Yeah, I wanted this lady to take a picture of us together. What do you think, senior?" Su Qingshi considered it and nodded. "Okay." Lin Xun quickly handed the camera to the girl. "Sorry to trouble you." "No problem." The girl was more than happy. She hadn't expected to stumble upon such a stunning couple today. Lin Xun and Su Qingshi stood in the same spot as before, close together, only half a meter apart. "Get a little closer. You two look great together. That's it. Handsome, you can do something intimate with your girlfriend. ITLL, make the photo more atmospheric." The girl adjusted as she directed. Unlike last time in the clothing store, neither of them was as nervous, but their hearts still raced. Do something intimate with his girlfriend. Lin Xun's mind wandered. His gaze instinctively drifted to his senior's soft pink lips. In the end, Lin Xun still dared not make any bold moves. He edged as close to Su Qingshi as possible, then flashed a simple smile and made a peace sign. Su Qingshi glanced at the boy beside her and mirrored his gesture, though this time without a smile. Yet she remained as beautiful as ever. "Beautiful, beautiful. One more, change your pose," the girl said, utterly captivated, excitedly directing Lin Xun and Su Qingshi. Throughout the process, both were somewhat dazed. Several times Lin Xun inadvertently brushed against Su Qingshi's body, his heart racing uncontrollably. Su Qingshi felt the same, her intellect seemingly unable to govern her mind in this situation. All done. The girl trotted over with Su Qingshi's white camera, but soon noticed their hands had unconsciously intertwined. She flashed a mischievous, knowing smile. "You two are so sweet." Snapping back to reality, Su Qingshi realized her hand was enveloped by Lin Xun's larger one, a wave of warmth spreading through her palm. A flicker of panic crossed her face as she subtly pulled her hand free. The softness slipping from his grasp left Lin Xun with a pang of loss, though he maintained an impeccably calm exterior. "Thank you, miss," Lin Xun said to the girl. She smiled, eyes narrowing. "Don't mention it. I'm a photography enthusiast too. It's an honor to capture such wonderful shots." She handed the white camera to Lin Xun. He took it and immediately began reviewing the photos. Su Qingshi drew closer, her expression serene. Inside were a series of portraits of the pair, youthful faces tinged with nervousness yet exuding an indescribable harmony. Just as they became engrossed, a sudden click sounded. They instinctively looked up to see the girl aiming her camera at them, pressing the shutter. "Hee, I wanted a memento." "You don't mind, do you?" she said with a playful grin. A few minutes later, they found themselves on a flight of steps. "Senior, how about we take a break?" Lin Xun suddenly suggested. Su Qingshi nodded. Scanning the area, Lin Xun cleaned a spot on the ground, gesturing for her to sit, then plopped down beside her. Su Qingshi flipped through the photos on the camera, while Lin Xun alternated between glancing at the images and at her, his heart brimming with joy. In the quiet moment, he felt everything was simply perfect. "Leaving tomorrow?" Su Qingshi asked calmly. Lin Xun pondered, then nodded. That's the plan. He had originally intended to stay for only 3 days, then spend the remaining holiday exploring other places. However, turning to his senior, he inquired, "And what are your plans, senior?" Su Qingshi put away the camera, staring blankly into the distance. "Going back. After 2 or 3 days of traveling, I feel it's not that interesting." Once she could enjoy exploring the world alone, her spirits lifted, but this year for some reason a weariness had set in. Lin Xun nodded. I feel the same way. He wasn't a travel enthusiast, he simply wanted to accompany his parents. There was nothing particularly special, just visiting places he'd never been and witnessing civilizations he'd never encountered. After tomorrow there are still 3 days left. Senior, how about we head straight back to Liangqing? Lin Xun suddenly suggested. Liangqing. Su Qingshi didn't take offense at the word we, but was surprised by his idea. Lin Xun rested his hands on his knees, smiling lightly. I want to accompany you to visit Uncle. Su Qingshi's expression softened as she looked at him. The final stop of her travel itinerary was Liangqing with the intention of visiting her father. She hadn't expected her junior to bring it up. A solo journey now had one more person. Su Qingshi hugged her knees, resting her delicate chin on them, her gaze tender, and replied softly, okay. Elated Lin Xun was about to speak when his phone suddenly rang. He pulled out his phone and saw it was his mother calling. Glancing at his senior, who looked away, he smiled and answered, hello mom. Yeah, I'm out. No, probably won't be back until late. I ran into a classmate. Lin Xun felt a bit embarrassed. Just a few words from him, and his mother started bombarding him with questions. She was too sharp. Helplessly, he chatted idly with her. Even though they lived together, she still had so much to nag about. Lin Xun didn't notice that Su Qingshi's expression had suddenly turned uneasy. Gu Yanyin and her husband were about to sleep, having originally wanted to check if their son was asleep. They didn't say much, just told him to be safe, and hung up. Putting away his phone, Lin Xun looked at his senior's face, and saw she was listless. Senior, what's wrong? Su Qingshi's eyes widened slightly before she shook her head. Nothing, just tired. A pang of concern struck Lin Xun. Senior, let me walk you back. Su Qingshi nodded, and stood up. Lin Xun tactfully took the camera, and they left the square side by side. The hotel where Su Qingshi was staying was close to Lin Xun's, less than a kilometer away. On the way, Lin Xun noticed her complexion worsening with a sickly pallor. It was the first time he had seen her like this. He assumed it was just exhaustion from the journey. Where's the nearest restroom? Su Qingshi suddenly asked. Lin Xun was taken aback. Do you need to go, senior? Could it be that the hot pot had upset her stomach? Su Qingshi didn't reply. Her pace slowed. Lin Xun felt troubled. They were on their way to the hotel, and while there were restrooms in the square, going back would be time-consuming. He dashed to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Young man, your girlfriend doesn't look well. Is she sick? The middle-aged driver asked, noticing Su Qingshi's pale face. Lin Xun glanced at his senior and replied, she's feeling unwell. Please hurry, sir. Sure thing. Su Qingshi leaned back in her seat, eyes closed, her hand unconsciously pressed to her stomach, a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. Alarmed, Lin Xun wondered how hot pot could cause such a reaction. He reached out, touching her smooth forehead. It was cool. He then took her hand, which was icy cold. Senior, what's going on? Why is it so serious? Lin Xun asked, his face full of worry. Su Qingshi's eyes fluttered open slightly, and she whispered, it came early. What? Lin Xun was confused. My period. At that, Lin Xun felt as if he were facing a great crisis. Menstrual period. Upon hearing the senior's response, Lin Xun immediately understood. Aunt Flo, the #1 nemesis of adolescent girls. What a coincidence her time fell at the start of the month. Lin Xun's anxious demeanor left Su Qingshi both amused and exasperated. It was merely period pain, not childbirth, so why did he look so grave? Sweating more than her. Yet she could sense his concern, and a touch of gratitude stirred within her. What should we do? Lin Xun quickly pulled out his phone to search online for remedies for a girl's period. Drink brown sugar water, apply a hot towel to the lower abdomen, place a pillow under the lower back, have yogurt or milk, take appropriate painkillers. Soon they arrived at the hotel where the senior was staying. After getting out of the car, Su Qingshi's face was ashen. Her cycle usually began after the 5th of the month, so this sudden onset caught her off guard. Not long ago she had sensed something amiss. A growing bloating and pain in her abdomen, and indeed it had arrived. She had noticed a leak, but she didn't mention it to Lin Xun. It was too embarrassing for her to speak of. Lin Xun helped her into the hotel, got the room number from her, and entered the elevator, where Su Qingshi crouched in a corner. Lin Xun was in a fluster, pulling out his phone and shoving it back into his pocket repeatedly. He crouched beside her and said softly, Senior, should I buy that for you? That thing. Sanitary pads, of course. Su Qingshi agreed. Thank you, get me the 420 ones. 420. Got it, Senior. Lin Xun had no idea what 420 meant, but he agreed readily. The elevator opened, they swiped into the room, and Su Qingshi immediately headed for the bathroom. Seeing this, Lin Xun hesitated for a moment, then turned and left the room. There was a convenience store downstairs in the hotel. Oh, it looked rather quiet, run by an auntie. As soon as he entered, she asked warmly, Handsome, what do you need? It was Lin Xun's first time buying such feminine products, and he was clueless, but he felt relieved that the shopkeeper was a woman. Ma'am, do you have that thing for girls, the one used during their period? Sanitary pads, you mean? The auntie glanced at him and chuckled. First time dating young man. Lin Xun was taken aback, confused. The auntie smiled and said, I've seen plenty of young lads like you buying pads for their girlfriends, but you're the first one so shy about it. Lin Xun felt awkward. Indeed, he had heard many stories of guys getting weird looks when browsing the feminine hygiene aisle at supermarkets. The shopkeeper led Lin Xun to the women's products shelf and asked, "What brand does your girlfriend use? What size? Do you need both daytime and nighttime ones?" Lin Xun was baffled. There were that many specifics. "Ma'am, I need the 420 ones." He remembered what his senior had said, unsure if it was the price or the size. 420, huh? Here, this one. Nighttime use quite common. The shopkeeper took a white pack of pads from the shelf and handed it to Lin Xun. Seeing the number 420 on the packaging, Lin Xun suddenly understood. So that's what his senior meant. He asked, "Nighttime use, that's for sleeping?" "Yes." "And there's daytime use?" "Yes." This was a revelation. Before this, Lin Xun had no concept of daytime versus nighttime pads. He only knew they were for when girls had their periods. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi emerged from the bathroom to find the room empty, the young man gone. A strange emotion welled up inside her, like disappointment. Loneliness. She felt bewildered, unsure why she was so overwhelmed by emotions she couldn't face. She seemed to be growing more fragile, especially when Lin Xun was around. She had developed something akin to dependence. "Su Qingshi, is this still you?" Due to her physical discomfort, she didn't want to move. She lay down on the bed, eyes half closed, silently enduring the cramping in her lower abdomen. A few minutes later, Lin Xun walked out of the convenience store carrying 3 bags. He didn't know which brand his senior preferred, so he bought one of every type in the 420 size. The shopkeeper said one pack wasn't enough. Girls change pads frequently, usually every time they use the restroom. So he bought extra, including daytime ones. Besides that, the shopkeeper asked about his girlfriend's condition and warmly recommended many other items. Lin Xun marveled at her experience and bought everything she suggested. Money didn't matter, he had to be fully prepared. Soon Lin Xun returned to the hotel. Su Qingshi was lying in bed, pale-faced, eyes slightly closed, looking as if she had fallen asleep. A knock at the door roused her from her rest. She opened her eyes, a flicker of something like anticipation crossing her gaze, and forced herself out of bed despite the discomfort to answer the door. "Senior, I've brought the things back." Lin Xun stood at the doorway, his heart aching at the sight of her pallid face. He quickly stepped inside, closed the door, set the bags down, and helped her toward the bed. "How are you feeling now?" Lin Xun asked softly. Su Qingshi didn't answer. Since opening the door, she had been staring blankly at Lin Xun, lost in thought, as if even the pain had faded. Seeing this, Lin Xun took out a white pack and placed it in her hand, whispering, "Senior, you should change." Su Qingshi's expression shifted. She took the pad, and for some reason the irritability from the intense abdominal pain suddenly subsided, and even the ache dulled. "How strange." "And this?" The shopkeeper said girls might stain their clothes when their period suddenly starts, so I bought you a set. "Oh, and this?" "There's no kitchenware here to boil brown sugar, but I got instant brown sugar packets. And these heat patches can ease the pain." Lin Xun rummaged through the bags, pulling out each item he had bought. Su Qingshi watched his movements, touched her gaze, softening. "You know so much." Lin Xun scratched his head. "I looked it up online, and the shopkeeper suggested things too." He quickly added, "Senior, go change quickly, or it might not be good for you." At this, a blush crept across Su Qingshi's delicate face. It involved something private, and she felt a bit shy. Nodding gently, she took the pack of 420 and the new clothes Lin Xun handed her and went into the bathroom. Lin Xun let out a sigh of relief and began to prepare the brown sugar water for his senior. In the hotel room, there was a kettle. Lin Xun cleaned it thoroughly, then poured the 2 complimentary bottles of mineral water into it and plugged it into the socket. While waiting for the water to boil, he took out his phone and searched for basic knowledge about women's periods. During menstruation, a woman's emotions can be quite unstable. He mused that he mustn't let his senior sister feel upset. Period pain often brings a cramping sensation in the abdomen, which can be alleviated with a hot water bag, heat patches, or a boyfriend warming her belly. Lin Xun's gaze paused momentarily before he continued scrolling down. He suddenly looked around the room. The hotel was not a rental apartment, it was only for lodging, with no kitchen to cook brown sugar water for his senior sister. Online sources said that if conditions allowed, one should avoid instant mixes and opt for freshly brewed ones. Just then Su Qingshi emerged from the bathroom. Her complexion was slightly better than before, but still bore traces of pain, and sweat had dampened the strands of hair on her forehead. "Senior sister, the hot water will be ready soon." Lin Xun instinctively walked over and supported Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi said calmly, "I'm not that fragile." She was merely suffering from period pain, and although the hot pot dinner had exacerbated it, she didn't need assistance to walk. The junior was overly anxious. Lin Xun put on an exceptionally serious expression. "No, seeing you in so much pain makes me feel terrible too." Su Qingshi's face flushed with warmth. Her junior was becoming more adept. Su Qingshi lay down on the bed and Lin Xun helped tuck her in. "Heiress, a heat patch, use it for now to ease the pain." Lin Xun tore open the packaging of a heat patch and was about to apply it. "What are you doing?" Su Qingshi stared at him with wide eyes, a hint of panic flickering within. "Moi." Lin Xun looked puzzled. Su Qingshi said helplessly, "I'll do it myself." "Oh, okay." Su Qingshi took the heat patch, applied it to her abdomen, and a wave of warmth spread through, alleviating the pain. How is it? Lin Xun asked expectantly. Su Qingshi looked at him. She wanted to feign strength, but seeing the deep concern in his eyes softened her heart. My feet are a bit cold. As she said this, even she didn't notice the hint of coquettishness in her voice, like a wronged little girl. Hearing this, Lin Xun's expression turned serious. Even under the covers, her feet were still cold. What the internet said was true. Without hesitation, he lifted a corner of the blanket, revealing a pair of delicate jade-like feet. Before Su Qingshi could react, she felt a chill on her feet. Her pupils dilated, but Lin Xun was quicker. He grabbed her tender little foot, and in that instant Su Qingshi felt as if struck by lightning, her entire body trembling, her mind going completely blank. Yet Lin Xun had no ulterior motives. The moment he touched her foot, he felt its coldness. So he sat on the bed, rolled the blanket into a small nest, placed both of her feet inside, and then hugged the bundle of blanket wrapped around Su Qingshi's feet, close to his chest, trying to warm them. Meeting the bewildered gaze of his senior sister, Lin Xun said softly, feeling better. Su Qingshi looked at him and gave a gentle, Lin Xun could hold the bundle of blanket with one hand. He took out his phone and sent a message to his mom telling her he might be home late tonight. After that, he opened a delivery app and ordered a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee, with a note asking for extra ginger and fast delivery. Then after a moment's thought, he also ordered a case of bottled water. What are you doing? Su Qingshi's cool voice came. Lin Xun, still operating his phone, replied, ordering you some century egg and lean meat congee to warm your stomach. Su Qingshi fell silent. Her gaze was complicated. Growing up, she had never been so meticulously cared for by anyone other than her parents, and even after growing up, her mother had never touched her feet. What was that feeling? Her heart was pounding so fast that if Lin Xun came closer, he would have heard it clearly. She observed all of her junior's actions. Unlike other boys who were only captivated by her appearance and showed her that disgusting look, everything he did was pure, so pure that she could discern his affection. Her heart was in turmoil. Could it be that she should really give it a try with him? But in her eyes, he still had some shortcomings. After all, there was an age gap between them. To her, Lin Xun seemed as innocent as a little brother, yet he made her heart flutter. Thinking about all this, she barely felt the abdominal pain anymore, and her feet were warm. A warm feeling surged in her heart. Was this what it felt like to be cared for by a boy she liked? The room suddenly fell silent, with only the sizzling sound of the kettle boiling water echoing. Lin Xun appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was a bundle of nerves. Oh my God! He was shocked by his own actions. This had already crossed the boundaries of friendship, hadn't it? Would ordinary friends do such things? This was clearly how a boyfriend cared for his girlfriend. Would his senior sister misunderstand him? Although he did treat his senior sister like his girlfriend, what if she didn't feel the same way? What should he do? As Lin Xun pondered, his body began to tremble with nervousness. Are you nervous? Su Qingshi looked at him with a teasing smile, a hint of mockery on her pale face. No, why would I be nervous? Lin Xun shook his head in denial. Nervous? How could he show weakness in front of his goddess? Su Qingshi said flatly. Then why are you shaking so much and sweating? Lin Xun wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. It's a bit hot. There's air conditioning. Lin Xun glared at her. You're not feeling well, so don't turn on the air conditioning. Su Qingshi rolled her eyes. Don't you know air conditioners have a heating function? Lin Xun was speechless. Lin Xun. Thank you. Lin Xun looked at Su Qingshi in surprise. She turned her face away, avoiding his gaze, her delicate earlobes slightly flushed. Lin Xun chuckled. Senior sister is shy. Su Qingshi turned back and glared at him, her eyes carrying a hint of murderous intent. What did you just say? Lin Xun immediately put on an obedient expression. I'm sorry, senior sister. One must not provoke a woman during her period. Su Qingshi snorted, then opened her mouth to speak, but frowned. What's wrong, senior sister? Are you uncomfortable? Lin Xun asked with concern. Su Qingshi was silent for a moment before speaking. I want an ice cream cone. Her throat was dry and wrapped in the blanket. She felt hot and restless. Lin Xun was taken aback. Senior sister, do you even hear what you're saying? No. Lin Xun refused, firmly shaking his head. Su Qingshi fixed her cool gaze on him. For the first time, Lin Xun met her eyes without flinching. For the sake of his senior sister's health, he stood his ground. Su Qingshi let out a soft snort, averting her gaze, no longer meeting Lin Xun's eyes. Strange, why was she now too timid to even look her junior in the eye? The senior's tsundere demeanor was utterly adorable. Lin Xun's heart felt as if it might melt. His voice softened as he said, Senior, after your period is over, I'll let you have as many ice cream cones as you want, okay? Really? Su Qingshi's eyes lit up as she looked at him again. Lin Xun nodded, but then a thought struck him and he asked, do you often suffer from menstrual cramps? Su Qingshi was silent for a moment before replying, it started in my sophomore year. Since becoming the vice president of the student council, she had more and more on her plate, growing increasingly busy. Coupled with the heavy workload of her second year, she often had to work on assignments late into the night, leading to irregular sleep patterns and a steady decline in her health. Fortunately, she persisted in running and exercising, so her periods weren't utterly debilitating. Tonight was an exception as she hadn't expected it to arrive early. Otherwise she would never have eaten that hot pot. Upon hearing this, Lin Xun frowned deeply and said, "Then you should also eat fewer ice cream cones and the like." Su Qingshi stared at him expressionlessly. "You just promised me." Lin Xun pretended nothing had happened. "Did I? No, you must have misheard." Su Qingshi snorted again, and her small feet suddenly began to kick as if trying to break free from Lin Xun's embrace. Startled, he quickly steadied her feet, a bitter smile in his heart. When did the aloof senior ever throw little tantrums like a child? But wasn't it just too adorable? "Hot," Su Qingshi said with a frown, her tone icy. "You're not hot. The internet says girls feel very uncomfortable on the first day of their period and shouldn't catch a chill." "Senior, just stay obediently under the covers," Lin Xun said with a serious expression. Su Qingshi replied flatly. "Then promise me you'll buy me one ice cream cone every day." Lin Xun. One ice cream cone a day? Did Senior love ice cream that much? He hadn't seen her eat them often before. Of course, Su Qingshi wasn't particularly fond of them, though she did eat them occasionally. Right now she just wanted to indulge in a little pettiness with Lin Xun. Helpless Lin Xun had no choice but to nod. "All right, Senior, I promise you." "Oomph." Su Qingshi let out a proud snort, then suddenly slid down from a sitting position to lying flat. Comrade Lin Xun watched his senior with amusement in his eyes. He found he preferred this vulnerable version of her because the lofty senior seemed to need no one by her side. But now she needed someone to take care of her, and that someone happened to be him. Ice cream cones. One a day wasn't a problem. Winter was almost here anyway, and by then there would be no ice cream or popsicles. At most he could just keep an eye on his senior during this time. "What are you thinking about smiling so lecherously?" Su Qingshi's cool voice pulled Lin Xun back to reality. He snapped out of it and smiled gently. "Senior, right now you're like a little girl." Su Qingshi's expression stiffened, a flicker of unease crossing her face. "A little girl? I am not." Her aloof persona couldn't crumble so quickly, but she also realized she was growing more and more dependent on her junior. This was a sign of her downfall. She understood, yet she didn't resist it. Because she too wanted to draw a little closer to this junior. Lin Xun shifted his position, adjusting to a more comfortable sitting posture, and said with a smile, "I don't think there's anything to be embarrassed about. Senior is human too. Humans have emotions, joys, sorrows, and happiness. We shouldn't run away from them or use coldness as a disguise. That would be exhausting." Su Qingshi remained silent. Lin Xun continued, "Senior, you know, before this you gave me the impression of a strong, independent woman. I thought your life didn't need anyone else, that you could face all difficulties alone. Because of that it was hard to get close to you. But fortunately, after getting to know you, I discovered that Senior isn't as aloof as you appear on the surface. You are human too, with all sorts of little emotions. I found that there are many things I can help you with, and that makes me truly happy." Su Qingshi listened quietly as he spoke. Lin Xun lowered his eyes, gently rubbing her feet to bring them more warmth, and said softly, "Sometimes I really feel inferior. Even though my family is the richest, what does that have to do with me, Lin Xun? I'm just an ordinary young man. But this ordinary self has been fortunate enough to meet someone as outstanding as you. Standing by your side, I feel a lot of pressure, because I realize I seem so far away from you. This feeling is especially strong since starting university. You are the campus belle and goddess everyone admires, while I'm just one among many boys. Yet you treat me differently, which surprises me, but also fills me with trepidation. Do you know that feeling, Senior?" At this moment Lin Xun seemed to be unburdening the shackles that had been weighing on him for so long. During his time with Senior, he hadn't been as carefree as he appeared. Everything he did was cautious. He didn't like this feeling, as it was a manifestation of his cowardice and inferiority. Lin Xun. "My, I didn't know you had so many troubles." "I'm sorry." "It's okay, Senior. I was just venting. Saying it out loud makes me feel better." Su Qingshi's eyes were complex. She hadn't expected this junior younger than her to have silently hidden so many worries, and she had failed to notice. So he too cared about the halo surrounding her. So he too could feel inferior. Su Qingshi looked at this big boy, feeling as if his impression on her had deepened even more. What should she do? She closed her eyes for a few seconds, then opened them again, meeting Lin Xun's gaze directly. "Do you know why I'm willing to get close to you alone?" Lin Xun was taken aback, and then his heart began to race. Su Qingshi tilted her head, looking out at the night sky through the balcony, and said softly, "I have very few friends. In all my university years, only Jiang. Do you know why I'm so aloof, always pushing others away? Having a pretty face and being too outstanding isn't always a good thing. In high school, which should have been the start of youth, I was isolated for the very reason of being too beautiful. Does that seem fair to you? Maybe our values differ. After experiencing the intrigues of high school, I no longer hold any hope for you, and Jiang are the same kind of people. You are innocent and pure. Being with you is truly comfortable and reassuring. You are the only ones willing to treat me as a normal person. I had decided not to make friends in university, but Jiang is a very special girl. A wonderful fate brought us together. And you, Lin Xun, thank you very much. In fact, I too am trying and want to get closer to you both." Listening to the senior's words, Lin Xun was deeply moved. He hadn't expected that she too had hidden so many things. It was evident that her high school years had been incomplete, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. The room fell into a quiet stillness. Su Qingshi continued to gaze out the window, lost in thought, though her cheeks were slightly flushed. Having spoken her mind on a sudden impulse, she felt a sense of relief, yet it also exposed her vulnerabilities to Lin Xun. It felt strangely embarrassing, akin to letting someone she liked see her weaknesses. The relationship between them had grown increasingly delicate, though neither acknowledged it openly. Lin Xun was holding the senior's feet through the thick blanket, barely feeling anything. In his earlier haste, he hadn't even had the chance to savor the wonderful sensation. There was a faint trace of regret. The fairy-like senior's delicate feet, normally only to be admired from afar, never touched. Of course, others didn't even have the chance to look. "Are you warmer now?" Lin Xun asked softly. Su Qingshi nodded. With him so attentively warming her feet and the thick blanket, how could she not be warm? She felt she might even start sweating. "What about your stomach?" "It's okay, the worst of the pain has passed." "That's good. You don't need to keep warming me. I'm about to sweat." "Oh, all right." Lin Xun reluctantly let go of her feet and said, "Senior, let me make you some brown sugar water." The water had already boiled. He found a disposable cup, poured in some brown sugar powder, and added hot water, filling the air with a pungent ginger aroma. So this is what brown sugar water smells like. Quite strong. Since the cup wasn't very large, he had to be careful with the amount. After brewing it, he brought it over to Su Qingshi. "Senior, time to take your medicine." As he said this, Lin Xun couldn't help but laugh. A classic line came to mind, the one Pan Jinlian said to Wu Dalong. Su Qingshi propped herself up the blanket, slipping off, revealing her graceful figure in the air. Lin Xun's gaze inevitably fell upon her magnificent curves, and his face flushed. Good heavens, the senior's figure was simply too perfect. With such a beautiful face and an unfairly stunning body, who could resist? Even through her clothes, she exuded a fatal allure. What if? Bah! Why was he thinking about this now? The senior was still suffering from her period. Su Qingshi calmly took the cup of brown sugar water he had prepared. Lin Xun had already blown on it, so it wasn't too hot. She took small, delicate sips. The taste wasn't great. It was instant after all, but there was no other choice, so she made do. Surprisingly, she had an appetite and didn't mind the slight spiciness, finishing the cup gradually. She usually drank brown sugar water too, but she always made it from scratch, adding nutritious ingredients to improve the flavor. "How is it? Do you like it?" Lin Xun asked softly, worried that the instant version might not be to her liking. Su Qingshi nodded gently. "It's okay." She suddenly looked at Lin Xun. "Do you know how to make brown sugar water?" Lin Xun shook his head. "No, I've never made it before, but I'll learn. Next time your aunt visits, I'll make it for you." Determined to prevent her from suffering in the future, he resolved to learn more about such things. Hearing these words, which sounded like a promise, Su Qingshi's expression softened. "All right, I'll be your taste tester then." Lin Xun was speechless. Ding dong. Your delivery. The food had arrived. Lin Xun hurried out to collect a case of bottled water and a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee. "Why did you buy so much water?" Su Qingshi asked curiously. Lin Xun placed the water on the table and brought the congee over to the bedside table, unwrapping it as he said, "It's fine to stock up. You need to drink plenty of hot water in your condition. Drink plenty of hot water." He opened the lid and a fragrant aroma wafted out, even making him hungry. But this was for the senior, who was still feeling unwell. He took out the utensils and handed them to her. "Thank you." Su Qingshi, exhausted from the menstrual pain, was indeed quite hungry. The congee was still hot and very fragrant, with scallion, cilantro, and plenty of finely chopped ginger. "It's very good," Su Qingshi commented. Lin Xun smiled happily. Even though he hadn't made it himself, her praise filled him with satisfaction. Quietly, he took out his phone and gave the delivery driver and the congee shop owner a 5-star rating. Su Qingshi sipped the congee slowly. Even in her weakened state, her movements were graceful, though her gaze occasionally flickered toward Lin Xun, who was playing on his phone. "Junior." "Yes." Lin Xun was watching a video and looked up when she called. Su Qingshi handed him the congee. "I can't finish it." Lin Xun was momentarily stunned. What did she mean? Was he supposed to throw it away? "All right, senior. If you can't finish it, I'll take care of it." Lin Xun took the bowl and started to get up. "Wait," Su Qingshi said coolly. "What is it, senior?" Lin Xun looked at her, puzzled. "Don't waste it. You should drink it," Su Qingshi said calmly, then averted her gaze. Drinking from the same bowl she had used. Lin Xun took a deep breath. Well, since the senior asked him to, he would. He was a thrifty and virtuous citizen. "Hurry up and finish it, then you can go back." "Okay." Instinctively, Lin Xun picked up the spoon and took a mouthful of congee. It was no longer as hot, warm, and pleasant. The shop owner's skill was commendable. Su Qingshi was about to say something when her gaze stopped. "You? What's wrong, senior?" Lin Xun asked while continuing to eat. Su Qingshi's expression was calm, her voice cool. "That's my spoon." Lin Xun froze the spoonful of congee halfway to his mouth. Their eyes met, and the air grew still. On the surface, Lin Xun remained composed, but inside, he was in turmoil. What had he done? He had used the spoon the senior had used. Wasn't that an indirect kiss? No wonder it had a faint, indescribable sweet scent. Gulp. In the quiet room the sound of him swallowing was unmistakable. Su Qingshi's cheeks visibly reddened, and the rise and fall of her chest quickened. Lin Xun was mortified. He stood up and mechanically walked toward the door. Where are you going? Senior'll head back now. If you feel unwell, just let me know. I live close by. He'll be right there. Bye, Senior. Lin Xun fled in a panic, of course, still carrying the century egg and lean pork congee along with the spoon she had used. Su Qingshi watched his retreating figure. As the door closed, she suddenly burst into laughter. You fool. On the 4th day of the National Day holiday, Lin Xun exhorted his parents as they prepared to leave. Mom, Dad, please be careful on the road. Gu Yinyan, his mother, looked at him with a puzzled expression. Son, are you sure you won't come back with us? She explained that when they woke up that morning the family had planned to return home, but Lin Xun suddenly proposed staying behind, claiming he wanted to accompany a classmate for some fun. Thus the scene unfolded. Lin Batian and Gu Yinyan sat in the car, while Lin Xun stood outside the window offering his farewell advice. Lin Xun nodded. The holiday still has 3 days left. I want to explore other places. Why can't you take your parents along? Gu Yinyan winked playfully. Is it a female classmate you're accompanying? Lin Xun shot his mother a subtle glance. She caught on instantly and laughed heartily. All right then, go enjoy yourself. If anything comes up, remember to tell your mother. I will, Mom. The car slowly pulled away. Lin Xun stood still for a long time watching his parents depart. In the car, Lin Batian finally voiced his curiosity. Honey, what's been going on between you and our son lately? You two seem so secretive. Is there something you're hiding from me? Gu Yinyan shot him a disdainful look. You're always buried in company affairs. When will you ever pay more attention to our son? Lin Batian smiled bitterly. The company still has many matters to handle. Once this busy period is over, things will ease up. With the year-end approaching, work piles up. After reclaiming his status as the wealthiest man, he had indeed been leaving early and returning late, neglecting his family somewhat, which filled him with guilt. Gu Yinyan said calmly, as long as there's enough money to spend, just delegate those company matters. Besides, even if you go bankrupt, don't I still have tens of billions stashed away? That's more than enough for our family to squander. She had her own savings amassed over the years through her own efforts. Though far from Lin Batian's wealth, it was still very useful for emergencies. Lin Batian pulled his wife into an embrace and chuckled. My dear, your little treasury is our family's emergency fund. We can't squander it. Gu Yinyan playfully punched his chest. Did you know our son has been getting close to a girl lately? Lin Batian was taken aback, then a hint of delight crept into his voice. Does that mean we'll soon have a daughter-in-law? Gu Yinyan sighed. It's hard to say. I feel our son is still too constrained when it comes to emotions. Haven't you noticed? Ever since the college entrance exams ended, his personality has changed a lot. He's not as cheerful as before. Lin Batian pondered for a moment. The boy has matured. He's gradually becoming more like me, Batian. Gu Yanyan's face darkened. Get lost. What are you worried about? Our son has us to back him up. He won't suffer any losses. Countless young ladies would love to marry into the Lin family, Lin Batian said with a sheepish grin. We can worry about other things, but when it comes to our son's love life, it's better for him to experience it himself. Have you forgotten how we convinced our parents back then and the hardships we endured to be together? A flicker of complexity passed through Gu Yanyan's eyes. Lin Batian seemed to recall the past as well and let out a sigh. After sending his parents off, Lin Xun, with a suitcase in one hand and a thermal lunchbox in the other, made his way toward the hotel where his senior was staying. But after walking for a while, he grew impatient and hailed a taxi, arriving in just a few minutes. At that moment, Su Qingshi had just emerged from the restroom, looking much better than the previous night, having switched to a daytime pad. Lin Xun sent her a message saying he had arrived. Senior, are you all packed? Lin Xun poked his head in and asked with a grin. Su Qingshi glanced at him, her expression calm. I just got up. Oh. Lin Xun dragged his suitcase inside. The fairy-like senior was wearing a new set of pajamas she had brought for the trip, her hair slightly tousled, looking as if she had indeed just risen. Wait a moment. I need to freshen up first. Su Qingshi didn't shy away from Lin Xun as she took her clothes and went to change in the bathroom. Lin Xun sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the bag of items. It seemed much lighter than last night. Had she gotten up many times during the night? That meant she hadn't rested well. Lin Xun stood up and began tidying the room for her, also boiling a pot of water. It was only the second day of her period. He couldn't afford to be careless. She needed to keep drinking brown sugar water. Soon Su Qingshi emerged from the bathroom, now dressed in proper attire. She glanced at the neatly arranged room, a hint of a smile flickering in her eyes. Senior, hurry and brush your teeth. I brought you breakfast, Lin Xun called out. After she finished washing up, Lin Xun had already laid out the breakfast. One layer contained preserved egg and lean meat congee, which Lin Xun had specially bought from the same restaurant he had ordered takeout from the night before, along with a thermal lunchbox. There were also eggs, steamed buns, and more. When Su Qingshi saw the preserved egg and lean meat congee, her expression paused momentarily, involuntarily recalling the scene from last night. Her face remained composed as she sat on the bed. Lin Xun handed her the congee with a spoon. She took it and looked at him. Have you eaten? Lin Xun nodded. Yes, I have. Su Qingshi nodded in acknowledgement. Under Lin Xun's insistence, she finished the congee and ate 2 small steamed buns. The fairy had a small appetite and declared herself full. Left with no choice, Lin Xun had to finish the remaining breakfast himself. Afterward, he made sure Su Qingshi drank the brown sugar water he had prepared. Around 10 in the morning, Lin Xun, with a suitcase in each hand, walked out of the hotel with Su Qingshi. They had to catch a bus to Liangqing, which was scheduled for 11:30. Hailing a taxi by the roadside, they headed straight for the bus station. The morning air was chilly. Because of her period, Su Qingshi wore a jacket with her long hair left loose to shield the back of her neck from the cold. She also wore a mask and had a warm patch stuck to her abdomen. With her hands tucked into her coat pockets, she left passers-by with only an image of her tall, slender figure. Yet her exquisite physique still drew more than a few lingering glances. Lin Xun looked at his senior and remarked, "Thank goodness for whoever invented masks. They can really tone down your beauty." A smile tugged at the corners of Su Qingshi's mouth beneath the mask. "Senior, I bet you're smiling." Lin Xun's eyes lit up. "No, I'm not." "You guessed wrong," she replied coolly. "How could I be wrong? When you smile, your gaze softens." "It's not as cold as usual," Lin Xun said seriously. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshi's eyes instantly turned icy. "Guess what expression I'm wearing now?" Lin Xun thought for a moment, then smiled. "Fairy." Su Qingshi was taken aback, her eyes darting away. "Lin Xun Jr. What is it, senior? I never realized before that you're so good at flirting with girls." "I only flirt with you, senior." Lin Xun had purchased seats adjacent to his senior fellow apprentice. On the high-speed train, one side had 2 seats while the other had 3, and they precisely occupied the 2-seat side. It must be said that the holiday crowd was immense. Even though 3 days had passed, the carriage remained packed with people. Fortunately, Su Qingshi had the foresight to let Lin Xun queue ahead. Lin Xun let Senior Su take the window seat while he acted as her guardian. He pulled out a thermos cup and placed it before her, prepared in advance. He had done his homework thoroughly the previous night. Though it was the second day, Su Qingshi still felt unwell, and the carriage was filled with all sorts of strange odors. If not for her mask, she might have felt nauseous. Lin Xun leaned in and whispered to her, "Senior, if you're tired, get some sleep. It'll wake you when we arrive." It would still be several hours before they reached Liangqing Station, and she hadn't slept well the night before with dark circles under her eyes. Su Qingshi nodded gently. "You're tired too. Rest." The journey was long, with stops along the way as passengers came and went in waves. Lin Xun felt drowsy. He shook his head and let his gaze fall on her. He noticed she had already fallen asleep. Leaning against the seat, eyes closed, she looked serene. The train was steady without jolts, an ideal condition for sleep. Watching her peaceful sleeping face, a warmth stirred in Lin Xun's heart. She was truly a sleeping beauty. Just then, as the next station approached, the train suddenly decelerated, causing the entire carriage to sway. Su Qingshi's body tilted. Startled, Lin Xun quickly shifted, leaning toward her, just as her head drooped onto his shoulder. Perhaps because she was exhausted, she slept deeply, and these movements didn't wake her. With her head resting on his shoulder, Lin Xun caught the scent of shampoo from her hair. He dared not breathe, too heavily, afraid of disturbing the sleeping girl. As they passed through a tunnel, Lin Xun caught a glimpse of their reflection in the window and felt a sudden desire for the train to go on forever. Before long, his eyelids grew heavy, and he too fell asleep. The two leaned together, making them look like a couple to anyone who saw them. This tender scene was noticed by others, who smiled kindly. They too had been young once, but time waits for no one. Now scattered, busy with life, neglecting family. Su Qingshi was awakened by a stomachache. A flicker of confusion passed through her eyes before she realized she was resting on something hard. Her gaze fell upon it. When had she fallen asleep leaning against her junior? Realizing this, Su Qingshi's pretty face visibly reddened, but she didn't hurriedly pull away as she found he was also asleep. Her chin rested on his shoulder, and her eyes traced his sleeping features. His skin was truly fair. They weren't yet a couple, but their actions had already surpassed ordinary friendship. Crucially, she didn't feel repulsed. Instead, under his gentleness, she gradually shed her defenses, accepting his kindness toward her. Perhaps it was time. Just as she was lost in gazing at him, the sleeping Lin Xun suddenly opened his eyes. This was awkward, for Su Qingshi's face was less than 20 centimeters from his, and as he looked down, their eyes met. Both were stunned. Su Qingshi's body went rigid. How could she have expected him to wake at that moment? So embarrassing. Caught staring, Lin Xun held her gaze without flinching, his eyes carrying a tenderness, warmth, affection, and pity she had never seen before. She found herself lost in his look. Lin Xun slowly lowered his head. Su Qingshi instinctively closed her eyes, her mind a blank, unable to think. Until something cool touched her forehead. Her face flushed crimson, even her mask unable to hide the blush spreading to the corners of her eyes. "Senior, how long have you been awake?" Lin Xun's voice was hoarse. He was restraining the urge to pull off her mask and kiss her. But his remaining reason told him he couldn't. Her beauty was too stunning. If revealed in the carriage, it would draw countless gazes. He didn't want them to be stared at, so he turned all his impulses and emotions into a kiss on her brow. Su Qingshi kept her eyes closed, shifting from resting her chin on his shoulder to leaning normally. I don't know. She dared not open her eyes to meet his, fearing that one look would shatter all her defenses. Thus she also forgot to question how he dared to do such things. Her heart was in turmoil. Lin Xun watched her pretend to be calm while her face was flushed. His heart stirred, and a bold idea formed. They leaned together like a normal couple, resting, both feigning sleep at first as their hearts couldn't settle, but eventually they truly dozed off again. Liangqing Station. The train arrived, and everyone rushed toward the doors. After sitting so long, Lin Xun felt his backside was numb. Senior, take it slow. Lin Xun carried both suitcases, walking ahead, while Su Qingshi followed behind him to avoid being jostled. Watching his tall figure, Su Qingshi's gaze softened. Liangqing. This was where they first met. After exiting the station, Lin Xun first took her to get some food. They hadn't eaten much on the train, and were both famished. Su Qingshi looked at the bland dishes before her, then at Lin Xun's flavorful meal, and said flatly, I protest. Lin Xun replied righteously, Senior, just bear with it for a few days. Eat light for now, and it'll take you for something good later. Su Qingshi glanced at him, then silently bowed her head to eat. Watching her eat with relish, Lin Xun felt reassured. At times like this, he had to be firm, putting her health first. After they finished, he asked whether she preferred a hotel, a rented homestay, or a villa under his family's name. Liangqing was his territory after all. Su Qingshi ultimately decided to rent a homestay for just a few days. Go to his villa. She might be aloof, but she wasn't thick-skinned. They'll stay at the homestay, you go back to the villa. Lin Xun, who had been cheerful, immediately lost his smile. Oh no. Senior, what are you saying? Do I have a villa in Liangqing? How come I don't know? Su Qingshi stared at him steadily. Little Junior, how can you be so shameless? Lin Xun eventually returned to his original home, apartment 520 in Happiness Community. He had intended to check if it had been rented out, but to his surprise it remained exactly as it was before they moved. Lin Xun found the landlord, who upon seeing him immediately beamed with a face full of wrinkles and addressed him as young Master Lin. Clearly the Lin family's identity in this community was no longer a secret. According to the landlord, Lin Batian had directly purchased the apartment, making it their own property. Even if no one lived there, it could not be rented out. After all, having lived there for so many years, the Lin family still held affection for it. Lin Xun asked the landlord for the keys to the apartment, tidied it up, and was ready to move in. He video called his parents to let them know he was safe. When they learned he had arrived in Liangqing and was staying in their old home, they were quite surprised and immediately felt that buying the apartment had been an absolutely right decision. After tidying up, Lin Xun took a shower. Fatty was in the city where his university was located and hadn't returned to Liangqing, so catching up with him was out of the question. In Liangqing, it seemed Fatty was Lin Xun's only friend. As for others, his high school classmates had lost contact after graduation, and even the class group chat was filled with lurkers. Lin Xun was still worried about senior sister. He sent her a message. She replied quickly. Su Qingshi had rented a homestay, but according to her the environment wasn't great. She had been deceived by the online promotional photos, and it was quite expensive. How could Lin Xun sit still? He dressed up and headed out immediately. While he was purely worried about senior sister's safety, they're not, because he wanted to see her. A homestay was different from a hotel. It had all basic amenities, just like a rental apartment. Lin Xun thought about it and decided to buy some groceries. An old hen for chicken soup. Spare ribs fish. He bought all kinds of nutritious ingredients. During senior sister's menstrual period, her nutrition had to be well taken care of. So when Su Qingshi saw Lin Xun walking in with large and small bags, she was a bit surprised. Senior sister, you must not have eaten enough. Let me cook you something, Lin Xun said as he naturally started tidying up the kitchen. Fortunately, he had the foresight to replace the oil and salt with new ones. Except for the utensils, everything else was quite lacking here. Watching Lin Xun busying himself, Su Qingshi suddenly felt a sense of being taken care of. This feeling had surfaced before as she realized that when Lin Xun was around, many things didn't require her effort, and he wouldn't let her lift a finger. This junior brother was definitely scoring points, though she wondered if he could maintain it after marriage. Where did that thought come from? Truly, when one is idle, the mind wanders. Lin Xun prepared a sumptuous meal, all nutritious, and each dish was seasoned with senior sister's favorite scallions and cilantro. The aroma was enticing, and Su Qingshi's mouth watered just from the smell. He washed the utensils, served the rice, and poured a glass of warm water for senior sister. A full-service package. Senior sister, the environment here isn't great, and it's on the 5th floor. Going up and down is so tiring. How about moving to another place? Lin Xun suggested during the meal. Su Qingshi replied indifferently, I've already paid. He'll make do with it. Lin Xun immediately took out his phone and started tapping away. On the dining table, Su Qingshi's phone lit up with a notification. However, she quickly snatched the phone away. But Lin Xun still saw it. His eyes widened as he looked at senior sister, that wallpaper. Oh my god, wasn't that the photo of him and senior sister together? The one from their claw machine outing. Senior sister was using the same wallpaper as him. Overjoyed. Lin Xun was overjoyed. Su Qingshi said expressionlessly, you saw wrong. Pretending to be nonchalant, she looked at the message and suddenly paused. Why did you transfer money to me? Lin Xun had sent her 1,000 yuan. Lin Xun said, consider this my contribution to the rent. When I came up earlier, I noticed the hallway was very dark and not very safe. Let's find another place. Unless I can escort you back every time, but I can't guarantee that. When I'm not around, you might run into danger. You're too beautiful, it's easy for bad people to target you. Su Qingshi looked at him amused. There aren't as many bad people as you think. But I worry about you. Su Qingshi was taken aback. How was she supposed to respond to that? Lin Xun took a deep breath and suddenly looked at her with intense seriousness. Senior sister, I have something to tell you. Su Qingshi's heart began to race. She lowered her gaze, picked up some rice, and put it in her mouth. The words were on the tip of Lin Xun's tongue, but he couldn't bring himself to say them. He had rehearsed this moment countless times in his mind, had imagined it over and over, but now face to face with senior sister, he was nervous. His heart felt like it was in his throat. What should he do? What do you want to say? Su Qingshi raised her hand to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her voice soft. Lin Xun opened his mouth, but the long speech he had prepared had vanished from his mind. He couldn't find the words. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xun failed. His eyes dimmed slightly, and he lowered his head, not wanting senior sister to see his emotions. The words, it's nothing, were about to leave his lips, when suddenly. What a coincidence, junior brother. I have something to tell you too. Lin Xun looked up, utterly bewildered. What? Su Qingshi said calmly, I think. I like you. The air suddenly fell silent, punctuated only by the increasingly frantic beating of their hearts echoing in their ears. Lin Xun's gaze was dazed, then his eyes widened. Had he heard correctly? Senior sister just said she liked him. Senior sister had confessed to him. Lin Xun stared at Su Qingshi dumbfounded. Originally, he had wanted to confess his feelings to senior sister himself. He didn't want to wait any longer. He felt that the progress between them was just one thin layer away, if not now, when. He had been overthinking lately, imagining countless possibilities after a confession. Even if he were rejected, at least he would have expressed his feelings, and would have no regrets. But senior sister. She had confessed to him first. Lin Xun felt as if his soul were ascending to heaven, struck by an overwhelming, unexpected joy. Seeing Lin Xun's lack of reaction, Su Qingshi lowered her head, using eating to mask her nervousness. When she had spoken those words, her heart was filled with anxiety and trepidation. She had never experienced love before. This was the first time she had ever felt what it meant to like someone. She wanted to try and face this feeling, so she spoke up in this situation, afraid that if she didn't speak now, she would never have the courage again. Would junior brother accept? Would he think she was joking? How could she move past this? Su Qingshi's mind was completely in turmoil. I was joking. I take it seriously, senior sister. Su Qingshi suddenly looked up, staring at him blankly. Lin Xun looked at her with utter seriousness, then smiled. Senior sister, I'm so happy and so fortunate. Fortunate that while I like you, you happen to like me too. What does it feel like to be liked by the one you love? Lin Xun believed there was nothing more wonderful than this. He slowly rose to his feet and walked towards Su Qingshi in silence. She had no idea what he intended to do, but instinctively felt a flicker of nervousness. Her aloof goddess persona had completely crumbled. At this moment, she was merely a girl in love, prone to anxiety and shyness. Lin Xun pulled up a chair and sat down beside his senior. Leaning in close, he whispered, Senior, do you really like me too? The word too hung in the air. Su Qingshi's pretty face flushed crimson. Unable to meet his gaze, she turned her head away and let out a faint nasal sound. That simple revealed her true feelings. The light in Lin Xun's eyes grew brighter, his gaze softening. He reached out and took her delicate hand. Her body stiffened for a moment, but she did not resist, silently acquiescing to his gesture. Senior, what a coincidence. I like you too. The young man's low voice rang out. Su Qingshi's gaze shifted from cool to tender as she looked up at him. I know, she said flatly. Lin Xun was taken aback. You knew? She replied calmly. Wasn't it obvious enough, junior? The final junior carried a hint of nasal allure, brimming with temptation. Lin Xun had to admit she was right. His feelings had been blatantly obvious, and his senior was too sharp not to notice. Yet she hadn't called him out or distanced herself. Instead, she continued to spend time with him. That meant she didn't dislike him after all. How careless. Lin Xun silently cursed himself for being too slow to realize, waiting until now to confess his feelings. No, wait. It seemed his senior had made the first move, and he had nearly backed down. If she hadn't spoken up today, he probably wouldn't have found the courage to say anything. Who knew how long it would have taken for them to break through that barrier? At this thought, Lin Xun's heart swelled with gratitude. His senior was truly wonderful. He held her hand tightly. It was cool and soft, and he gently squeezed it, finding the sensation delightful. A relieved and joyful smile spread across his face. Does it feel good to squeeze, eh? Su Qingshi asked expressionlessly, though the blush on her cheeks had yet to fade. Lin Xun grinned. I can finally hold your hand openly, senior. Girlfriend. Sensing Lin Xun's happiness, Su Qingshi relaxed and allowed a faint smile to appear. Yes, they were finally together. Was this what they called a mutual crush? It felt, well, not bad. Lin Xun. Let's give it a try. Okay. A try to see if they could create a beautiful future together. From this moment on they were a couple. Senior. A kiss. Su Qingshi's pretty face was now completely red. They had kissed before, but only on the forehead, and only when the moment naturally called for it. Now that they had just become official, she still couldn't fully step into her new role. She was no longer single. I haven't gotten used to it yet. The goddess said this calmly, her face flushed, making her look incredibly endearing. Lin Xun realized he had been a bit rash. He had only wanted to confirm that this was real, because it all felt so surreal. It wasn't just her. He hadn't adapted either. They were both getting carried away. Then I'll wait for you, Lin Xun said, gripping her hand tightly. Su Qingshi glanced at him, then looked away shyly and murmured, come closer. Huh? Lin Xun was puzzled. Did his senior have something to tell him? He leaned in. The next second, he felt something cold brush against his cheek. He jolted his entire body, freezing, as goosebumps rose. He looked at his senior in astonishment. She had already turned away, but her profile and earlobes were as red as boiled shrimp. Had his senior just kissed him? Damn. Lin Xun couldn't find words to express his feelings. His mind was roaring. Oh, his senior had taken the initiative to kiss him. The goddess kiss. Was this happiness too much to bear? After a long while, Lin Xun snapped back to reality and said with mock seriousness, Senior, how could you do this? Su Qingshi paused, then looked at him in surprise. Senior, you suddenly gave me such a precious gift. It would be impolite of me not to return the favor, don't you think? Lin Xun said gravely. A sense of foreboding crept over Su Qingshi. Suddenly, she felt an arm wrap around her waist, and a force pulled her off balance, causing her to fall toward Lin Xun. She was about to gasp, but the next moment her tender red lips were sealed. Su Qingshi's eyes widened in shock, as if she hadn't expected her junior to be so bold. As his lips claimed hers, she felt as though she had lost the ability to breathe, her mind going blank. Her body went limp like a strand of noodles leaning against Lin Xun, her head tilted back, her eyes half closed as she yielded to him. It was their first real kiss, mouth to mouth, clumsy and stiff. Yet neither wanted to part, exploring together. After a long while, when Su Qingshi was truly on the verge of suffocation, Lin Xun finally released her. Su Qingshi buried her burning face in Lin Xun's chest. The heat on her cheeks was so intense it left her dazed. The goddess was shy. Oh my god, were they moving too fast? Even Lin Xun found it hard to believe. Everything had been driven by impulse, instinctive actions he hadn't even consciously decided on. Yet considering the way they had always been with each other, it seemed natural and inevitable. They held each other as sanctuary for their shyness, feeling each other's uneven breaths and racing hearts. Was this the scent of love? A few minutes later, Lin Xun rested his chin on his hand, gazing foolishly at his senior as she continued eating. He found her exceptionally beautiful and captivating today, filling every corner of his heart. Su Qingshi ate her meal while enduring his stare, her cheeks never returning to normal, perpetually flushed. What are you looking at? Eat your food, she said, her voice regaining some coolness, but not the icy kind. More like a casual murmur. Lin Xun chuckled foolishly. Senior, you're so beautiful. Su Qingshi shot him a glare. So all your earlier meekness was an act. Her junior had transformed into a big bad wolf, attacking so fiercely that she could barely keep up. Lin Xun quickly shook his head. No, senior. It's just that I like you so much that I can't help myself. Su Qingshi said flatly, how much do you like me? Lin Xun replied earnestly, Senior, my feelings for you are irreplaceable. You occupy every space here. For the rest of my life there's no room for anyone else. He pointed to where his heart lay, his gaze sincere and overflowing with affection. Su Qingshi was momentarily stunned, her heart beginning to race again. Junior, you're breaking the rules by saying. At dusk the two strolled along the park path where the fragrance of flowers and grass wafted gently, the breeze softly tousling their hair, and the faint moonlight illuminated the tranquil park. Lin Xun's heart, however, was churning with turmoil. This day had finally arrived, the scene he had once dreamed of, holding his senior's hand, wandering through the park after dinner, a picture of warmth and envy. He suddenly halted, gently taking her hand, his gaze warm, tired. Su Qingshi shook her head. Much better. Having eaten and drunk her fill, and being well bundled against the cold, she felt her period was not so bad after all. Moreover, with her junior's care, her mood was now exceptionally good. Lin Xun paused, then changed the question. Cold. The October weather was not exactly cold, scorching even during the day, but after sunset a chill crept in. Su Qingshi replied patiently, it's okay. That means you're cold, Lin Xun said earnestly, and then without warning he wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Su Qingshi glanced at him coolly. Junior, I didn't expect you to be so smooth. Lin Xun smiled faintly. Senior, this is actually my first time in love. I just feel a bit unreal. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. Su Qingshi said flatly. Then what did you kiss earlier, a pig? As she spoke she froze. Huh. It seemed she had insulted herself. She shot Lin Xun a glare. Lin Xun chuckled. It was their first day as a couple, yet they didn't act awkwardly, as if no rehearsal was needed and intimate gestures came naturally. Lin Xun believed it was because before they had confirmed their relationship, their several moments of closeness had already made him accustomed to it. The campus beauty of Southern University, the goddess in countless hearts today, he had won her. Thinking of this, Lin Xun broke into a silly grin again. Su Qingshi looked at her dazed junior amused. What are you laughing at? Lin Xun proudly raised their joined hands. From now on, senior, you're no longer alone. You have me with you. Su Qingshi raised an eyebrow. Silly, who said him alone? I have my mother and brother. Lin Xun caught himself a bit embarrassed. I meant friends. Well, no, what I mean is you don't have to worry about having no friends. I'm enough for you. They'll treat you well. Though his words were foolish, they stirred complex emotions in Su Qingshi. It seemed true. Having someone else in the house every day sharing meals, that feeling was not bad. Junior. Moi. Let's go there. I want to see my father. Okay. Lin Xun's gaze softened. He held his senior's hand tightly and took out his phone to call a car. Suddenly, Su Qingshi reached out and snatched the phone from him. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Xun's eyes, but he didn't react strongly. What's wrong, senior? Su Qingshi didn't answer. She looked at the lock screen wallpaper of Lin Xun's phone. You have it too. The wallpaper was identical to hers. Lin Xun explained. Yes, Senior Jiang took it and later sent it to me. But I swear I didn't know she had taken this photo. Su Qingshi glanced at him calmly. She sent my photo to me too. She said it was exclusive, unique to me. Lin Xun. Wow, Senior Jiang, you've left me no room to maneuver. You'd better brace yourself. How long have you had it set? A few weeks. A few weeks, meaning he had set it just a few days after that day. Su Qingshi felt an indescribable emotion. Her junior had liked her for a long time. What's the password? My birthday. Su Qingshi's pretty face stiffened. Seeing this, Lin Xun quickly corrected himself. 001110. It seemed his senior didn't know his birthday. Well, he didn't know hers either. Su Qingshi entered the password expressionlessly. When the screen switched to the desktop, she froze. Because the desktop wallpaper was still her, but different from the lock screen. How did you get this photo? Lin Xun scratched his head. I asked the shop owner for it. Su Qingshi squinted. You have the shop owner's WeChat too. With her intelligence, she quickly sensed something was off. Eventually, Lin Xun confessed the whole story of his conspiracy with the shop owner. Not bad, Junior. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Su Qingshi said with a wry smile. This guy, just to get her photo, had actually bribed the clothing store owner. It surprised her and made her both annoyed and amused. Lin Xun quickly begged for mercy. Senior, I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. You want a next time? No, I misspoke. Absolutely no next time. The fairy-like senior gave a proud snort, then opened the album, shared this photo of the two of them, and sent it from Lin Xun's phone to her own. She didn't even have a photo of herself in that blue dress. It was too unfair that her junior did. Lin Xun breathed a sigh of relief, glad his senior hadn't blamed him. She really hated being deceived. Don't do things like this again. If you want a photo, just tell me. Su Qingshi said slowly. Okay, senior. Lin Xun tightened his grip on her hand. Su Qingshi returned the grip, handing the phone back. Call the car. Under Lin Xun's operation, the Didi driver arrived quickly. Lin Xun thoughtfully put a mask on his senior. Su Qingshi glanced at him. Why wear this? Lin Xun said earnestly, Senior, you need to be aware of your own charm. I'm protecting you. A hint of amusement flickered in Su Qingshi's eyes. I love hearing your earnest nonsense. Lin Xun. After getting in the car, Lin Xun confirmed the address with the driver. They first went to the flower shop to buy flowers. The same shop as last time, but this time they bought 2 bouquets. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the cemetery. Looking at the photo of his senior's father, Lin Xun's eyes also showed complexity. Last time he had come here as a friend accompanying her. Now he was here as Su Qingshi's boyfriend. Noticing that his senior's mood was not good, Lin Xun gently pulled her into his arms. She didn't resist, leaning against Lin Xun's chest, her gaze absent-mindedly fixed on her father's tombstone. She began to tell Lin Xun about her family. Lin Xun listened quietly, holding her tightly at times, gently stroking her at others to express his feelings. When the two emerged from the cemetery, it was already 2 hours later. Night had fallen, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. Lin Xun, wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, could feel a chill in the air. He glanced at his senior sister. Though she had a jacket on, it was rather thin, and she was in her special time of the month. Senior sister, let's head back. Su Qingshi nodded gently. Lin Xun was about to call a car, when Su Qingshi suddenly said, let's walk. Lin Xun was surprised. The guest house was over 10 kilometers away, and it was already 9 o'clock. Yet he didn't refuse. As long as he could be with his senior sister, he was happy anywhere. Hand in hand, they strolled along the path. Senior sister, there are still 3 days of the holiday. Do you want to go home and visit? Lin Xun asked her opinion. He felt she should go home and see her family. Su Qingshi was silent for a long time before replying, okay. It wasn't that she had a bad relationship with her family. On the contrary, they were harmonious. It was just that everyone was busy with their own affairs, and there wasn't much care between them, but when they were together, they were still a happy family. His senior sister's home wasn't in Liancheng, it was just that her father used to be stationed there. Of course they had lived in Liancheng for a time. But after Su Sheng's sacrifice to make it easier for Su Qingshi to attend university and for her brother to work, her mother decided to move to Nanjing. That was the city where Nanjing University was located. Lin Xun smiled slightly. He'll buy the ticket for you, senior sister. He supported her going home to be with her family. Su Qingshi glanced at him. So eager to be apart from me. For some reason a chill ran down Lin Xun's spine, and his survival instincts kicked in. No, senior sister, I just want you to be happy. That's absolutely not what I meant. Su Qingshi raised an eyebrow, tilting her head slightly to avoid looking at him, but the corners of her mouth twitched, as if she was holding back a laugh. Lin Xun's eyes widened. All right, senior sister, you did that on purpose. I didn't, she denied calmly, a hint of slyness flickering in her eyes. Lin Xun narrowed his eyes. He wrapped his arm around his senior sister's waist and pulled her into his embrace. Caught off guard, Su Qingshi was taken by surprise, a trace of panic in her eyes. What are you doing? With his other hand, he removed her mask, revealing a flawless, stunning face. Lin Xun was mesmerized. Senior sister, you're so beautiful. Su Qingshi's pretty face flushed crimson, her long lashes fluttering. Being held so possessively by her junior and praised by him, a wave of joy welled up inside her. A woman adorns herself for the one who delights in her. She was a girl too, and being complimented by the one she loved made her happy and proud, for she possessed these qualities. Lin Xun slowly lowered his head. The height difference between them was minimal. With just a slight bow, he could almost touch her face. Senior sister, I want to kiss you. Lin Xun's suppressed voice carried a hint of huskiness, full of temptation. He was simply expressing his thoughts, not asking for her permission. So the moment the words left his mouth, before Su Qingshi could respond, her lips were sealed. Su Qingshi closed her eyes, passively yielding to her junior's advance. Her hands instinctively reached out and wrapped around his neck, responding to his affection with shy awkwardness. What cold goddess! At this moment, she had descended from the heavens. His senior sister seemed to possess a certain magic. Lin Xun had no resistance at all. The feeling of falling into a fairyland deeply captivated him. After a long while, the embracing couple reluctantly parted. Both were flushed and breathing heavily. Especially Su Qingshi, whose eyes shimmered with a watery light, exuding a delicate fragility that made one want to conquer her. Lin Xun took a deep breath, turned around, and crouched down to calm himself. What's wrong? Su Qingshi asked, puzzled. Nothing, senior sister. I just need to cool down, he mumbled. Heaven knew how unfairly proportioned his senior sister was. He had no resistance, even when close to her, let alone when they kissed. The sensation ignited him, burning his mind with primal desire. No, he had to restrain himself, otherwise he couldn't resist. But he had absolutely no defense against his senior sister. What was it like to have a fairy-like girlfriend? Su Qingshi was also composing herself. Her junior's sudden kiss had caught her off guard. After crouching for several minutes, Lin Xun stood up and sighed. He had almost embarrassed himself in front of his senior sister. Turning to look at her, he found her expression serious. Lin Xun's heart skipped a beat, and he asked cautiously, Senior sister, what's wrong? Su Qingshi took a deep breath. Aren't we moving a bit too fast? Huh? Lin Xun was stunned. Su Qingshi looked at him coolly. Consider this a reward for today. From now on, if you want to kiss, you need my permission. Lin Xun was dumbfounded. The sudden revocation of kissing rights caught him off guard. What about hugs? Depends on the situation. Holding hands. When there's no one around, it's okay. Seeing Lin Xun's stiff expression, Su Qingshi's lips curled. She was a rather conservative girl. This pace was still a bit sudden for her. If this continued, even she might lose her senses and succumb. Of course, she underestimated her own charm and overestimated Lin Xun's resistance. Lin Xun thought it made sense. He had indeed been a bit bold and had scared his senior sister. Restraint. Lin Xun, you must restrain yourself. Su Qingshi, seeing his expression, felt a softness in her heart. She took the initiative to hold his hand. Of course, I meant from now on. Tonight you can. Hold hands. Hugs. Kisses. With each question Lin Xun asked, Su Qingshi's voice grew softer and her cheeks reddened. The disappointment in Lin Xun's heart vanished instantly. He took her soft hand and said with a grin, there are still a few hours until the day ends. I'm not letting go. Su Qingshi turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. Wow. Mom, look. A wild fairy. A mother and son passed by. The little boy pointed at Su Qingshi in excitement. His mother, also taken by their good looks, stopped her son's rudeness. Don't point at people. She offered them an apologetic smile. Lin Xun smiled back. He had removed his senior sister's mask when he kissed her. Resealing Su Qingshi's breathtaking beauty, Lin Xun turned to the little boy and said seriously, this is Big Brother's girlfriend. The little boy looked innocent. Big Brother, you're amazing. You made a fairy your girlfriend. When I grow up, I want a fairy as my girlfriend too. Huh. Watching the mother and son walk away, Lin Xun turned to Su Qingshi with a smile. Let's go, my girlfriend. A smile bloomed on Su Qingshi's lips, warm as a spring breeze. The two walked slowly into the distance, their silhouettes stretched long by the streetlights. The two first returned to the homestay where the senior student resided. Lin Xun helped her pack her belongings as he could not allow her to stay there alone any longer. Su Qingshi did not refuse. Since her junior was so insistent, she decided to comply. She thought Lin Xun would take her to the Lin family villa, but he assured her that the place he was bringing her to was not a villa. This actually relieved Su Qingshi, as she had just confirmed her relationship with Lin Xun and was not yet ready to meet his family. The two took a taxi to No. 520 Happiness Community. Is this where you used to live? Su Qingshi asked, curiously surveying the house. The house was not large, but a family of 3 living here would feel cozy, and Su Qingshi could imagine that scene. Lin Xun nodded. I've tidied everything up. Senior, you can stay in the room I used to sleep in. The house had only 2 rooms, one was his, and the other was his parents'. Finding it inappropriate for his senior to stay in his parents' former room, Lin Xun suggested she use his. Su Qingshi did not refuse. After organizing everything, it was already past 10 in the evening. I need to take a shower, Su Qingshi said calmly. Lin Xun understood immediately and replied, Senior, please prepare your clothes first, and he'll heat up the water for you. There was a water heater in his home, but it had been used for a long time, so heating up was a bit slow. After both had showered, they returned to their respective rooms. Naturally, Lin Xun and Su Qingshi slept in separate rooms. Although he was now her boyfriend, they were not yet at the stage of sharing a bed. Lying in bed, Lin Xun recalled the day's events, too excited to sleep. Today was October 4th, the day he had confirmed his relationship with his senior. Moreover, today he had held hands with her 5 times, hugged her 3 times, and kissed her twice. Thinking of the kiss with his senior, the wonderfully exquisite sensation, Lin Xun broke into a silly grin under the covers. He pulled out his phone, wanting to share the good news. Senior Jiang, his roommates, or his parents. Lin Xun hesitated, but ultimately decided not to tell them. He planned to keep his relationship with his senior a secret, as being too ostentatious would be bad for both of them. Given his senior's fame at Nanda, if it got out that she had a boyfriend, he would have to face all those admirers every moment as her boyfriend. No way. He had to keep a low profile. He opened the WeChat chat with his senior and sent a message. Lin Xun animated emoji, are you there, fairy? The senior was probably not asleep yet, and replied quickly. Fairy senior, still not sleeping. Lin Xun senior, I can't seem to fall asleep now. What should I do? Fairy senior, what are you thinking about? Lin Xun, thinking about you, senior. I can't sleep because I'm thinking about you. In the next room, Su Qingshi buried herself under the covers, holding her phone high. She read her junior's message, and a smile appeared on her face. Was Lin Xun the only one who couldn't sleep? She too had no drowsiness. Her mind was filled with everything that had happened today, looping like a cycle. She and her junior had finally come together. A happy smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she replied, Junior, go to sleep. Lin Xun, okay, senior. Okay. Strangely, despite his excitement, Lin Xun fell asleep not long after ending the chat. A night of silence. The next morning, Lin Xun got up early. The door to the other room was tightly shut, suggesting his senior was still asleep. Lin Xun smiled faintly. After spending 2 minutes brushing his teeth and washing his face, he went out. Half an hour later, Lin Xun returned carrying breakfast and groceries. The groceries were for lunch, and he had specially bought half an old hen to make soup for his senior. Not long after Lin Xun returned, the door to his senior's room opened. She walked out with sleepy eyes, wearing loose pajamas. Yet her impressive figure was still discernible, faintly visible, exuding a lazy beauty. Senior, breakfast is ready, Lin Xun greeted. Su Qingshi seemed not fully awake. She stared blankly at Lin Xun for a moment before nodding. Okay. She freshened up first, and without changing clothes sat down at the dining table in her pajamas. The breakfast Lin Xun had bought was quite abundant, enough for 3 people. He sat opposite her. They exchanged glances and involuntarily thought of last night, quickly shifting their gaze to the morning. Senior. Speak. Lin Xun organized his words and asked, Are we together now? Su Qingshi nodded gently. Lin Xun felt a great sense of relief. He had to admit, when he woke up in the morning, there was still a feeling of unreality. Had he really gotten together with his senior? Their relationship seemed to have broken through a barrier. It was subtle, yet Lin Xun found that being a couple with his senior felt very natural. Still, his senior was truly beautiful. Lin Xun stared at Su Qingshi, lost in thought. Su Qingshi felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, a bit embarrassed. Have you seen enough? Lin Xun chuckled. I need to look more. I never dared to look at you carefully before, but now I can. His senior laughed. Can you see a flower blooming? Lin Xun said seriously. You are far more beautiful than any flower. Su Qingshi's cheeks grew even redder. This junior was a bit mischievous. Oh, every other word was flirtatious. Yet she was very happy. Senior, do we have any plans for today? Lin Xun asked. Since his senior's home was in Nanjing, they decided to return tomorrow. They would go back when the holiday ended, conveniently heading to school. So today they were still free. Su Qingshi pondered for a moment and said, It's up to you. She didn't know where to go for fun. Being outside, it was the same anywhere. Of course, being with Lin Xun, anywhere was fine. Then let's go to the amusement park. Lin Xun said excitedly. He had already thought it through. Taking his senior to the amusement park said to be a must-visit dating spot for couples. Su Qingshi nodded. Okay. After breakfast, Su Qingshi returned to her room to change clothes, while Lin Xun boiled brown sugar water for her. It was the third day the menstrual cramps had passed, but his senior was still a bit weak. The house had everything he needed. Lin Xun quickly followed a tutorial from some social media and boiled a small pot of brown sugar water. Ladling a bowl, Lin Xun proudly carried his creation to his senior's room. Since the room door was ajar, Lin Xun didn't think twice and pushed it open. The room was dark with no lights on. But when Lin Xun saw the scene before him, he froze like a statue. The sight presented before him made his heart race wildly, his blood surging with excitement.